The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 646. Shishong, thank you. Under the blazing sun, Lian Hua was covered in cold sweat, but frost hung on his eyebrows and eyelashes. He knelt on that piece of the world's hardest stone, strongly supporting his body so he didn't lay on it like a dog in an extremely unsightly posture. Next to the world's hardest stone, there was also a big stone. This stone was very flat and wide, and was under a leafy dense ginkgo tree. It was an excellent place for sightseeing. At this time, Yan Tianan was sitting on that stone, with overcast green trees and a cool breeze. Yan Tianan watched Lian Hua's depressed expression, and with the feeling of schadenfreude, he said, "Hey, I really miss the taste of kneeling on the world's hardest stone. Unfortunately, after I was expelled from the sect, I never had the chance again." Lian Hua was sulking and didn't raise his head. He didn't even glance at Yan Tianan once. Yan Tianan grabbed a foxtail grass in his hand and said quickly, "Look at yourself. If you had been nicer to me, everything would have been alright. I wouldn't have recovered my memories of being Yaoshan Lingyu, and you wouldn't have had to suffer." When Lian Hua heard the name of Yaoshan Lingyu, he had a response. He glared at Yan Tianan and said, "Stop looking like a smug villain. If you force me, worst comes to the worst, I'll drag you down with me. Shishong, don't scare me." Yan Tianan smiled and said, "If you dare to tell Dage, I will dare to let Dage recover all his memories as Chongsheng." Yu Lian Hua clenched his fist. He glared so hard his eye socket was about to split apart, as if his grief and resentment had reached its peak. He broke his silver tooth and said, "If you still have half of a human heart, thoroughly leave all the vile and disgusting things you did to him in your stomach. There is an agreement between you and me. Neither of us are allowed to ever mention that matter. Don't be agitated." Yan Tianan felt that if he dared to say half a word of no, Lian Hua would jump up and beat him. He quickly said, "If you don't betray me, I will of course keep my promise. Don't worry, that period of his memories is not on him, it's sealed well, he won't know." Lian Hua snorted in a high-pitched voice. Yan Tianan jumped off the stone, walked in front of Lian Hua, and laid on the edge of the world's hardest stone. Looking up at Lian Hua's white face, he said, "Do you know how Dage found out that you were lying to him?" Lian Hua originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but this was important, so he asked, "Why?" Yan Tianan had thick skin and didn't care. He also showed a pleasing smile and said, "Shishong, you are so powerful. You are in charge of the entire Yushan capital, and all living beings here listen to you. Just help me this once. After you help me, then in the future let's coexist peacefully, shall we?" Lian Hua sneered. "What a joke, I am a disciple of the spirit sect, how can I associate with such a lowlife as you?" Yan Tianan was not annoyed. "Shishong, the things of the past are in the past, and tens of thousands of years have passed outside. Do I still have to live bearing the karma of past lives even if I've already been reincarnated? Shishong, everything has started again, and I am no longer that demonic being. I've already repaid what I owe the people, and I'll use the rest of my life to repay what I owe Dage. I will not do bad things again, and I will concentrate on being good." Can't this work? He already said he recognized his mistakes and wanted to reform for good. He already said he would lay down the butcher's knife and repent. Could it be that even if he changed, he still had to go forward carrying his guilt? This wasn't fair. He didn't want it to be like that. Lian Hua's green eyes slowly became bloodshot. "From the first time I saw you, I knew you were Yaoshan Lingyu." Lian Hua's voice was hoarse, which was quite different from the cold and graceful tone in Yan Tianan's memory, but Chongshen couldn't see it, and even if Dao Zhu stood here, he wouldn't be able to see it either. "Do you know why?" Yan Tianan shook his head. This question had been in his heart for a long time. Lian Hua chuckled like he was crying and said, "Because they don't hate you. Even in the end, when they died and were torn to shreds by you, they never hated you. Naturally, they can't recognize your identity, but I am the one who hates you the most in the world. Let alone reincarnation, even if you repress your bones and raise your ashes, I can still see through who you are." With a glance, the expression on Yan Tianan's face hardened. He watched Lian Hua's tears drip on top of the world's hardest stone, and then silently put down his hands from under his chin. "Why did you let Kang Rong die together with Shi He?" Why didn't you kill me together with them? Lien Hua sobbed, clenched both his hands tightly into fists, and his voice shook. Do you know how I survived these years? I wanted to die, but I didn't dare die. I was afraid that once I died, Yushan capital would completely become ruins. No one in the world would remember those who gave up their lives for the people. Dao Zhu died, Sheng Jie died, my senior martial brothers, junior martial brothers were all dead. Even you, the main culprit, also died. Lien Hua cried out, for a long time I didn't want to live. I wished I could die, but do you know why I survived until today? Yan Tianan took out a handkerchief, handed it to Lien Hua, and said, Dao Zhu once said that in the spirit sect, you have the softest heart and firmest temperament. Lien Hua took the handkerchief and sharply threw it to the ground. He sucked his nose in hard, and said bitterly, because your original body was already dead, I extracted a new branch from it. I originally wanted to burn it to death, but I found that the branch was growing better and better. Later, I took out the blood cypress branch and raised it in the palace. It grew stronger and stronger, and it grew taller and came back alive completely. Back then, I thought, if even the demonic blood cypress tree that had lost its sentience can revive, then those who have died might all be able to come back. It's this thought that has kept me alive for so many years. Yan Tianan suddenly realized something. He picked up his pathetic handkerchief, leaned over again, looked at Lien Hua with two big eyes, and said, actually, this is the real reason why you know that I am me, and you are lying to me by saying that you hate me to death. Lien Hua grabbed the handkerchief, blew his nose, then threw it on the ground, and said, don't flatter yourself. Yan Tianan said with a smile, the blood cypress tree is most afraid of spiritual qi. If you don't want the blood cypress to live, you could throw it directly into the sparrow spirit veins, and it would naturally wither and die. But you didn't. The blood cypress has to initially absorb blood and demonic qi for it to survive. You nourished my main body with your blood, so that is why you can see through my identity at a glance. Lien Hua Shishang, half of my life was given by Dao Zhu, and half was given by you. I took the reincarnation pill, even though I can be reincarnated, but if my main body died before I was reincarnated, I wouldn't have been able to live either. Shishang, thank you. Lien Hua's expression was one in an awkward situation. He looked away. I said it, don't go sticking gold on your face. The heavens are kind, people who are separated, can always meet again by chance. Yan Tianan shed a blood tear from his left eye. He pulled Lien Hua's hand and pressed his right middle finger on the tear. He said, Shishang, there are many things that you don't understand. In fact, you had already died. You were harmed by someone, and without knowing it, you became the ninth pillar of heaven between heaven and earth, which is the pillar of heaven that currently guards the Spirit Emperor and supports Yushan capital. In that tear, there was a memory Yan Tianan gave to Lien Hua. Lien Hua's shaking body suddenly froze. Shishang, before the start of the great immortal demon war, you had already died. At that time, the original pillar of heaven collapsed. The demons and greedy people of the other big worlds took advantage of this opportunity to break into the 9 lands and wanted to occupy our world. You were chosen by the orthodox Dao sects to become the new pillar of heaven. Sheng Jie secretly took you away without Dao Zhu's permission and sent you into the sacrifice pool. When Dao Zhu discovered it, it was already too late. Later, Kang Rong used a forbidden technique to gamble against heaven and forcefully pulled out your 3 souls and 7 spirits that were originally sacrificed to heaven and earth. In order to prevent those people from following you, he directly sent your 1 soul and 5 spirits into reincarnation. That year, he pulled out the roots of the Janmu tree and reshaped a body for you. Your 1 soul and 1 spirit entered that body, and your memory was incomplete, but this could be regarded as a revival. The remaining 1 soul and 1 spirit are inside the current pillar of heaven. After all, the sacrifice has already been started, so the pillar must still eat some sacrifices. The sacrifice to the pillar of heaven has not been fully completed, so to this day, it has still failed to be completed. Afterwards, those monsters and invaders still followed that crack to invade the 9 lands. Shishang, the Spirit Emperor originally wanted to complete the Dao Companion ceremony with you, but he used a forbidden technique and suffered a backlash. As the Wood Keeper, he allowed Janmu to cut off his roots while still alive and reshape a body for you. He has already committed the greatest evil that the Tao of Heaven could never allow. Once the Tao Companion ceremony is completed, you and him would share life and death and meet the wrath of heaven together. It was the Spirit Emperor and Shihi who went against the Tao of Heaven's rules together and failed the sacrifice to the Pillar of Heaven, causing the people of the 9 lands to enter a miserable situation. Therefore, Janmu was at the end of his ropes and had no other choice but to cut off all his roots, letting the 9 lands completely cut off contact with other big words and making the 9 lands a closed-off world. And Kong Rong naturally wanted to finish all the unfinished matters on behalf of Shihi. Lien Hua's face was covered with tears, and his entire body was shaking, crawling on top of the stone for punishment. Why did Kang Rong never tell him about these things? Why until the end did he still complain that Kang Rong's heart only had Janmu in the world, but never had him? Shishang, you must live. You must not die, because your every thought is closely linked to this pillar of heaven. Only when you are alive can this pillar of heaven become a shield to support and protect the remaining one soul and one spirit of Janmu and the Spirit Emperor. Lien Hua clung and pressed his head, and his mind almost burst from this memory. In the chaos, Lien Hua stretched out his hand and tightly grabbed Yan Tianan's shoulder. Taking a deep breath he asked, other than the one soul and one spirit they left here, what else did Kang Rong and Shihi say? They also left their original flesh here. Yan Tianan held out his hand to wipe the tears on Lien Hua's face. Holding in his tears he smiled and said, Yushan capital has sparrow spirit veins underground, so as long as there is enough time, it would be able to nourish the souls that had already scattered and are drifting between heaven and earth. Your pillar of heaven has protected the souls of Kang Rong and Shihi between the two worlds. It has been millions of years in Yushan capital's time, this is long enough to let them recover. Chapter 647, Yuan Gudane. They can come back, is that what you mean? Lien Hua could not stop shaking. I don't know where Janmu went. He was originally a sacred object and he can go wherever he wants. Yan Tianan raised his lips and smiled with tears and said, but I have found Kang Rong in your reincarnation. The two of you are already together, and have a child, living very blissfully and happily. Lien Hua froze, this was something he didn't dare to think about. How do you know? You used your blood to raise me for millions of years, so your soul will naturally look for my reincarnation. Yan Tianan withdrew his hand and said, and Kang Rong, before he sent your soul into reincarnation, he already left his mark on it. As long as he is reincarnated, he will surely chase you anywhere. No matter where you are, no matter what miserable hardships you experienced, he will meet you again. Lien Hua sniffled, his soul was bright and clear. So, Yan Tianan looked at Lien Hua faintly and asked, after saying this much, are you going to help me or not? Lien Hua, Shishang, if my Dage knew that I was Yushan Lingyu, he would definitely not want me. When that time comes, I would only be able to go to your house every day to eat and drink, disturbing the intimate kissy moments between you and my brother-in-law. Yan Tianan's face was full of pitifulness, just like a little pitiful child that no one wanted. Please just help me, pretty please. Lien Hua slowly calmed down, and looked with a complicated glaze at the spoiled poor little bunny rolling around before him. Although the appearance had changed, the person inside was no different from before. After a long time, Lien Hua hoarsely used his throat, I believe your words. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. But I can't help you. Why? Because of your blessing. Lien Hua grinded his teeth and said, this honorable one still has at least 10 years before the punishment ends. Don't think that if you wear this pitiful image and stir up emotions, this honorable one can let you go. You are fucking ruthless, you appear innocent on the outside, but are rotten inside, you little bastard Yan Tianan. Fuck, I unexpectedly forgot about this. Lien Hua patted the hardest stone in the world, sneered, and said, what you want this honorable one to do, let's talk about it in 10 years. Now, get as far away as you can, and don't let me see you. Yan Tianan took a step back silently, revealing a grin at him. His 8 white teeth were bright and reflective. Pardon me for bothering you today because of my thoughtlessness. Then, after 10 years, I will wait until Shishang's punishment ends and come back to discuss things with you. I'll excuse myself first. Under Lien Hua's glare, seemingly as if he was going to eat someone, Yan Tianan started running away. Named Yuan Guden Lien Hua. What kind of hatred or grudge do you have? At this time, Yan Tianan was the only one in the temple. He was thinking on his feet, leaning on the blood cypress in the temple, and eating a plate of spiritual water grapes. Once Yan Tianan saw Lien Hua, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, hey, people who know they have children are different, and even this widow face has become much younger. My heart has been very comforted. Lien Hua rolled his eyes and raised his hand. Be careful what you say to me. Don't let Changshen hear any of these problems. Be careful of everything you speak of coming apart. Yan Tianan stood up straight and looked at Lien Hua, saying, my Dage is in secluded cultivation. During these years, while cultivating, he has thought of ways to forge magic weapons. After all, the Pillar of Heaven is an important matter. Whether the remaining one soul and one spirit of Janmu and the Spirit Emperor can be preserved when the Pillar of Heaven breaks depends on my Dage. You shouldn't dare to bother him. After Lien Hua left seclusion, the first thing he did was not to find Lin Xuanji or Yan Tianan, but to visit Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven to see Shi He and Kang Rong. For many years, he did not realize that the Golden Shield was the Pillar of Heaven. After having it pointed out by Yan Tianan, when he went again this time, he had a different reaction. Lien Hua glanced around the hall and said, since Changshen is in seclusion, I will leave for the time being. Where do you want to go? Yan Tianan followed, and a rabbit with long ears jumped out next to him, following Yan Tianan's pace. Lien Hua glanced at that rabbit, and his expression changed slightly. He said, Yan Tianan, aren't you too daring? This is Hidden Spirit Sect's ancestral grounds, how dare you take Fu Zhu around with you so blatantly? Yan Tianan touched his nose and said, the most dangerous places turn out to be the safest ones. Besides, Rongrong is not a bad child. Now he gets along very well with Abai and Ho Po. Lien Hua pulled the corners of his mouth and with a toss of his sleeve said, I'm too lazy to care about you. Play by yourself. Don't expect me to help you say good things when you're found out. Yan Tianan laughed, then grabbed Lien Hua's sleeve and followed him as he headed outside. You have ended your 10 years of torture, shouldn't you do the things you promised me you would do? Lien Hua glanced at him. What did this venerable promise you? Yan Tianan said, didn't you agree to help me keep Dage from doubting me? Lien Hua said, this venerable doesn't remember. Yan Tianan rolled his eyes and said, I'll trade you. I'll secretly tell you, how Dage knew that you lied to trick him back then, is that good? Speaking of this matter, Lien Hua was also very puzzled. According to principles, the lies he fabricated wouldn't be so easily unraveled, but even if Lin Xuanji loved Yan Tianan, he still wouldn't accuse Lien Hua of 3 crimes without even listening to his explanation. Moreover, not only this time, but even before in the Hidden Spirit Holy Sect, Changshen would easily see through him whenever he told lies. What was the reasoning? Lien Hua thought about it, and felt that if he didn't help Yan Tianan this time, he was scared Yan Tianan might pester him for who knows how long. Just thinking about it made him feel annoyed, and finally he agreed. Yan Tianan smiled proudly, leaning into Lien Hua's ear and said, because when you tell a lie, you would call my elder brother, Shishang. Otherwise, you would never call him like this. Lien Hua immediately froze. He paused for a moment, stared at Yan Tianan and slapped him on the forehead. Fucker, you have known this quirk of mine for many years, but you didn't tell me until today. You're the one with a guilty conscience where you can't even tell a lie, yet you still blame me. Get away from me, looking at you makes me upset. Little Wawa, I am currently your sister-in-law. You can't be so rude to me. Ow, don't hit my head anymore. What if you make me stupid? You're still hitting me. Lin Xuanji was in secluded cultivation when he suddenly sensed that there was an evil spirit flying to the southeast. He immediately burst out and flew towards the southeast. After reaching that place, he saw Fu Zhu and a purple figure flash past. When he chased it again, he couldn't find any trace. Yan Tianan and Lien Hua came in a hurry, following closely after, only to find that all the flowers everywhere had withered and languished, hanging down into the blackened soil, and the surrounding rocks, cliffs, dead branches, and leaves were covered with a layer of frost. It was indeed Fu Zhu that passed through. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly and picked up a piece of a dead leaf. It's just who is Fu Zhu's current owner. Lien Hua sighed and said, when there is a wave of unrest, one wave follows another. Yushan Capital's predicament has not yet been fixed, but another evil spirit appeared. Fortunately, for more than 10 years this evil spirit has never made waves, and hasn't come out to harm people. Lin Xuanji said, as soon as he was born, he killed a young master in the city. Is that not considered harm? Yan Tianan remembered that Lianying Qi, who flew into a rage when he couldn't take advantage of Yan Tianan and wanted to torture him to death. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, but I heard that Lianying Qi, who was killed, took advantage of men and bullied women and did all kinds of evil. Anyone who caught his eye in the celestial prison would have to warm his bed. If the person didn't want to serve him or didn't serve properly, they would die. I also heard that when people in the city learned that xianxia was dead, they applauded one by one, wanting to set off firecrackers to celebrate. In view of this, the evil spirit might still be a good evil spirit for helping people. Yan Tianan's attitude was so bright that Lin Xuanji felt it was an unusual thing. Lin Xuanji asked, "Don't you normally hate evil spirits the most? How can you speak on the side of evil spirits?" Yan Tianan accepted good advice easily. Dage taught me before to concern myself with facts, not the person, and be fair. Although evil spirits are born in opposition to us, they aren't necessarily bad. At the very least, Lianqi deserved to die. After Lian Hua listened to him talk dead seriously about nonsense in broad daylight, he thought, this brat is not afraid of being struck by lightning. Lian Hua rolled his eyes in his heart and also said, Lianqi indeed did things unreasonably, using the virtue of his noble status to act tyrannically and kill many innocent people. If he dies, just let him die. Lin Xuanji naturally didn't even care about Lianqi, but he cared about whether or not this evil spirit had come out in the end to commit evil. The answer was naturally no. During these years, Yan Tianan was afraid that Lin Xuanji would find clues. Every day, he diligently cultivated his spiritual qi and was extremely obedient. Fu Zhu also became addicted to being a rabbit and became a group with Ah Bai and Hu Po. Every day, he pretended to disguise himself as a pig in order to eat tigers. When hunting, Fu Zhu often hid behind the two spiritual tigers who were far inferior to him and shivered, waiting for the spiritual tigers to capture the wild game for him. After careful consideration, Lin Xuanji wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the evil spirit that came out but did nothing. He said, if he doesn't do evil things, I don't necessarily have to attack him. Yan Tianan and Lian Hua looked at each other at the same time, secretly letting out a breath of relief. After returning, Lin Xuanji first arranged manpower to patrol the city to prevent the evil spirit and Fu Zhu from doing anything harmful to the common people, then left only Lian Hua behind. Lin Xuanji asked, after 10 years of punishment, do you harbor resentment in your heart? Lian Hua cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Xuanji. It's my fault. Ah Hen is truly an innocent person. I really shouldn't have left him to die in the tomb of Yushin back then for selfish reasons. Lin Xuanji faintly said, when you did things, you always had principles and knew the bottom line. How can you treat an innocent person in this way? Unless some conflict happened between him and you. Lian Hua's heart skipped a beat and suddenly sank. Don't tell me that Lin Xuanji sensed something wrong with this. After thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. It was probably a casual question. Lian Hua set his mind and said, the biggest conflict that happened between us would be him tricking you into becoming his Dao companion. Chapter 648. No longer looking back. When Lian Hua said this, he lightly sighed and sat next to Lin Xuanji on the cushion. He said, in my heart, you will always be my unapproachable and incorruptible xianxia, but he actually had ideas about you. So I got angry and threw him out. Lin Xuanji raised a brow. Unapproachable and incorruptible. Lian Hua knew he had made a slip of the tongue, quickly changing his wording and said, living clean and honestly. Lin Xuanji said, to be harmonious as a couple and closely intimate is simply a natural law. Why can I not do so? Lian Hua looked at Lin Xuanji and suddenly smiled and said, Xishang, can you still remember when in front of the entire spirit sect, Yushin Lingyu confessed to Xishang? Lin Xuanji paused, seemingly absent-minded. Yushin Lingyu tended to be the most self-indulgent of all the disciples, acting unreasonably and impudently following his heart. At that time, Yushin Lingyu had been encouraged by someone. He stood up at the once every 10-year Grand Dao ceremony when it was about to come to the end, signaling he had something to say. Then, in front of the tens of thousands of orthodox Dao cultivators, Yushin Lingyu climbed up the flying boat that he personally refined to flee, holding a magic weapon to amplify voices in his hand, and shouted at Chongsheng, who was sitting on the right-hand side of Dao Zhu. Xishang, I like you. I want to dual cultivate with you. The entire audience was in an uproar. Not to mention that at that time, men who fell in love with each other was a move that went against the heavens. The moral relationship between fellow disciples was also a great obstacle. However, Yushin Lingyu did not care. If he liked Chongsheng, he had to say it, with no care for the occasion. This action of Yushin Lingyu spread across the world in an instant. Yushin Lingyu didn't hurry to run after he finished saying the words that could make ghosts and gods cry. He was determined to wait for Chongsheng to give him an answer. He stood on the flying boat, and both his eyes were burning with anticipation, looking at Chongsheng, who was white as snow and with long hair like ink, he was reluctant to leave. Xianxia behaved very indifferently to this unexpected change. He just faintly said, "I am honored by your deep love, however in this lifetime Xianxia has already given his body and mind to the Tao and will not touch matters about affection and love. Shidi shouldn't joke about this again in the future." Yushin Lingyu opened his mouth and said, "You have all heard. My Shishong doesn't want to talk about love. All of you who want to introduce my Shishong to a predestined marriage under the guise of visiting the mountain shouldn't waste any more effort. I'm tired of looking at you." After he finished saying that, before Dao Zhu got mad, Yushin Lingyu quickly ran away. However, you can run from a cultivator but you can't run away from a sect. Even though it was proved that Yushin Lingyu deliberately confessed such a shocking thing in public in order to prevent others from visiting and disturbing Chongsheng, it still had a bad influence. Lian Hua faintly looked at him and asked, "Back then, did you really believe Lingyu had said those words to block those peach blossoms for you, instead of taking the opportunity to say his thoughts?" Lin Xuanji turned to look at Lian Hua and asked nonchalantly, "What do you mean?" Lian Hua continued, "In other words, in the beginning, did Shishong really not know Lingyu's thoughts about you?" Lin Xuanji looked at the doors of the temple and lightly said, "Didn't know." Lian Hua said, "So you can also tell lies. You punished him, not because he acted unreasonably, but because after the Grand Dao ceremony, he went to the water cloud room where you practiced swords at night, pestering you to tell you about his sincere love. First you refused him, then you had him go to the hardest stone in the world and kneel down to calm down. After that, you went out to travel and then 3 years later brought back Fanglang." Lin Xuanji did not open his mouth or refute this. Lian Hua lightly laughed and said, "You treat Fanglang very well, and you did everything you should have done. You brought him wherever you went, everyone with a discerning eye could see you were doing it on purpose." Distancing himself from Lingyu, Lin Xuanji looked at Lian Hua and said, "How do you know the matter of him seeking me out at the water cloud room at night?" Lian Hua said, "My relationship with him is closer than you think. When Lingyu woke up after his first wet dream, he thought he had wet the bed. He was scared and ashamed to death. It was only when I didn't see him in morning class and he went to his residence to find him that I found out about this. Lingyu asked me one question at that time, and I knew since then that he had those intentions towards you. He asked me why he dreamed of a naked Shishong embracing him last night. When Lian Hua thought of the past, he unconsciously started to laugh. The things were still there but the people were different, he felt disappointed again. From then on, I knew he had you in his heart. Later, what thoughts he had he was willing to tell me, including confessing to you in the water cloud room that day. He also told me that personally, but later, he slowly refused to tell me anything. Unwilling to talk to him, and unwilling to mention Chongsheng, was the beginning of his complete defection from the Taoist sects." After a long silence, Lin Xuanji just opened his mouth and said, "Say, if I had refused him more gently at the beginning, or guided him slowly, would Lingyu not have done those things in the end?" Lian Hua said, "This is hard to say. Others can never guess Lingyu's thoughts. Now, things have passed for so many years. We can't relive the past, so even regret is useless. Chongsheng, I just want to know, if you met Lingyu one day, would you still kill him?" Lin Xuanji said faintly, "When I see him, I just want to ask him one question: is he still willing to turn back? If I am willing to redeem you, are you willing to turn back?" That year, Chongsheng asked Lingyu this. At that time, Lingyu had already become a demon venerable, with millions of troops on hand, and he was preparing to launch the final attack against the top 10 sects in the whole Nine Lands people. Chongsheng had once seen Lingyu in private. He was not willing to witness people plunge into the abyss, and he didn't want to see the Nine Lands fall. He prepared his body to be fed to the demons, and found Yushin Lingyu. There was already no one who could stop Yushin Lingyu. He was a dual cultivator in demonic qi and evil qi, and his cultivation was much higher. Chongsheng asked him, "You have lost so much, but what you have gotten in return is a devastated mainland. Can you really clearly calculate the value of this account? Is this considered equal?" Yushin Lingyu was dressed in a bloody robe and his dark long hair was spread all over the ground. He smiled brightly and looked at Sword Venerable Chongsheng, who had come alone. He said, "This is rare. My hands are already covered with blood, and you are drifting, floating in doubt in this mortal world. How can you redeem me?" Chongsheng said, "I will take you to a place without any people and accompany you in penance to bitterly cultivate for 100,000 years, chanting sutras for those departed spirits to cross over to and wash away your sins. I can also atone for my own mistakes. After listening, Yushin Lingyu acted as if he heard a big joke. He lifted up his face and openly laughed. After laughing, he looked towards Chang Shen's eyes and said, "You don't even know why I fell to the demonic path or why I started cultivating evil qi, but you want to persuade me to turn around. What a joke, Chang Sheng. What sin have you committed? Is it because you failed to fall in love with me, which caused my current madness? There is no such reasoning, there never has been. Not only do you not have to atone for any sins, but even though my hands are dripping with blood, similarly I also owe nothing to these 9 lands. They are the ones that owe me and they should pay me back." Chang Sheng slowly sank his eyes. He knew from that time on that he and Yushin Lingyu could never go back. He would never be able to redeem a sinner who never thought he did anything wrong. Chang Sheng went back alone with the answer given to him by Yushin Lingyu. When he left, he never looked back. This farewell was a parting separated by death. But under the circumstances of now, the dust had settled, and the ancient gods that should have fallen had all fallen. Those that should have reincarnated had reincarnated. The people who helped the world and the people who destroyed the world all disappeared into the dust of heaven. When he woke up from a long deep slumber, in his heart one of the most regretful and disappointing things was still that he couldn't make Yushin Lingyu turn back. If Lin Xuanji saw Yushin Lingyu again, he wouldn't kill him and wouldn't blame him, but he just wanted to ask if he was willing to go back. Lian Hua said, "What if he is willing to go back?" Lin Xuanji said, "Then he is still my little Shidi, and I will make up for the things I owed him in those years." Lian Hua sighed and said, "These things have never been what he wanted." Lin Xuanji looked at Lian Hua and said, "When I was in the most difficult part of the war, I once thought, if all he wanted was me, what does it matter if I went with him? Only now, I already have Ah Hen, and even if Lingyu overturns the heavens and earth again, I will never betray Ah Hen." Lian Hua smiled in his heart and secretly thought, "I'm afraid that won't happen." He was rejoicing that Yan Tianan and Yushin Lingyu were the same person, otherwise, no one would dare to think what the future would look like. However, in front of Ah Hen, mention Yushin Lingyu less, Lin Xuanji told him. "Do you not want him to know about your past suitors, or do you not want him to know about such an evil person?" Lian Hua asked. "I am not willing for you to embellish it and have him misunderstand and eat vinegar." Lin Xuanji didn't withhold any feelings and said, "If he wants to know about the matters of Lingyu, I will tell him myself." Lian Hua nodded and agreed. Yan Tianan understood Yushin Lingyu so well that if he claimed to know Lingyu the second best in the world, no one would dare claim to be first. However, if Yan Tianan really pestered Lin Xuanji to know about the matter of Yushin Lingyu, that would only be a matter between these two, and he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Lin Xuanji said, "In the future, I will be with Ah Hen for a long time, and I also punished you slightly heavily in the hopes that there will be no bad feelings between you. After all, one was his sweetheart and the other was his only living Shidi, so Lin Xuanji naturally didn't want them to have a bad relationship." Lian Hua smiled and said, "He is a person who doesn't remember grudges well, he is a child with a bad temper." Lin Xuanji nodded. The things that should be explained had almost been explained. He got up and said, "I still have to continue my secluded cultivation and refine a magic treasure that can accommodate the soul and spirit. Maybe this time, I will be in seclusion for 100 years, I'll entrust Ah Hen in your care." Lian Hua also got up and said, "Shishang, don't worry, whatever the appearance of Ah Hen you see now, I will guarantee that he will still be like this when you leave seclusion." "Shishang, what other materials do you need?" Lin Xuanji said, "I've already found enough of the required materials." Lian Hua nodded. "Then I won't bother you anymore. You probably have a lot to say to your sweetheart as well." Chapter 649, Imminently breaking out of the city. After talking, Lian Hua walked out of the hall. At the entrance of the main hall, he ran into Yan Tianan who was holding a rabbit and stuffing a radish into its mouth. Yan Tianan frowned and sighed in distress, "Lian Hua, why doesn't my rabbit like to eat radish? It really worries me to death." Lian Hua pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "You are still addicted to playing around. Carefully look for this venerable and tell me if this is a real rabbit or not." Yan Tianan suddenly realized and said, "I almost forgot. It's been a long time. I can't figure out what is real and what is fake." Lian Hua rolled his eyes at the sky and said, "I indirectly asked for you. Chang Sheng nowadays only likes you. Even if Lingyu comes back, he would still only like you. You don't need to run wild in your imagination and be jealous of yourself. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. He smiled, he, and held the rabbit in his arms as he stood up and said, "What is Lian Hua Shishang saying? He is him and I am me. You can't get confused." Lian Hua rolled his eyes at the sky again, and left with a turn of his sleeve. He thought in his heart, what is the problem with this little brat? Insisting on getting jealous of himself. Yan Tianan watched the silhouette of Lian Hua angrily leaving. Carrying the image in his mind, he smiled for a while, then hugged the rabbit in his arms and went into the hall to find his dage. Lin Xuanji told him a lot of things, the majority of them asking Yan Tianan to listen to Lian Hua, to not run around and make trouble. It didn't matter even if he got into trouble, just remember to bring out Lian Hua's name if he couldn't handle it. After all, within Yushan capital, using Lian Hua's name was better than anything else. Yan Tianan naturally readily promised. Soon after, Lin Xuanji went into seclusion. This time, seclusion lasted 100 years. In the 100 years, Yan Tianan did not feel lonely because he was only one wall away from Lin Xuanji and was kept company by Lian Hua, fighting and drinking together, so he didn't feel lonely, and he made great progress in his cultivation. Now he had broken through the peak of the small perfection stage, reached the major perfection stage, and was only one step away from reaching the Grandmaster stage. It was just that he still hadn't ever cleaned the rusty sword with the blood cypress sap. It was as if he had completely forgotten it. 100 years later, there was a deafening explosion. A golden light rose straight into the sky, condensing into a golden array shape in the sky, and rapidly rotating a number of rounds, then suddenly returned. Yan Tianan had been originally practicing just outside of Yushan capital. As soon as he saw this, his eyes lit up and he immediately took the 2 white tigers and 1 rabbit and ran towards Yushan capital. The magic weapon had been refined, and Yushan capital's problem would be resolved within the next few days. Lin Xuanji took the magic object and held the magic weapon that was finally formed after 100 years of refining in his hand. Its name was Gathering Souls. This Gathering Souls was the shape of a lotus flower, and the main body was the twin lotus lamp which was originally placed in the 5-element converging soul plate, plus dozens of magic weapons that could gather souls in the sparrow spirit vein buried deep under the entire spirit sect grounds, which continuously supplied only the purest spiritual qi, finally formed the current Gathering Soul under the meticulous care of Lin Xuanji. Lian Hua was the first to arrive. His favorite thing to do every day was to look at the withered tree and then to look at that man. Lin Xuanji said with a smile, "It is made from the twin lotus lamp." Yan Tianan suddenly opened his mouth wide and said, "Dage is really generous." Lian Hua slapped Yan Tianan on the forehead and said, "Your shocked words really came out. In the future, you'll be following Chongsheng, so you'll never have to worry about a lack of magical treasures." Lian Hua patted Yan Tianan's forehead and felt it was very comfortable doing that these years. Yan Tianan had also gotten used to being patted. It didn't feel like much, but Lin Xuanji was slightly provoked, raising a slender eyebrows and stared at Lian Hua's hand. "Do you not want this hand anymore?" Lian Hua immediately became obedient. Yan Tianan immediately had the courage to free himself. He felt like singing and grinned a few times. Although this Gathering Soul was considered refined, it still needed the last step. Lin Xuanji said, "In order to be able to support raising souls, the sparrow spirit vein that lives underground must be entirely absorbed." Lian Hua was generous and said, "Just absorb it then. It was left for people to use." Lin Xuanji asked, "You're willing to part with it?" Lian Hua let out a breath and said, "Even if I am not willing to part with it, I'll still have to part with it. After the destruction of the sparrow spirit vein, the only piece of pure land of the spirit sect will eventually cease to exist, but the living can't be forced to death by this no longer existent sect. As long as they can live, I am willing to do anything." Dage, don't listen to him. In fact, his heart is already bursting with joy, and he can't wait for this sparrow spirit vein to be immediately destroyed. Lian Hua's death glare. Yan Tianan, haha, Lin Xuanji said with a smile, "It seems that you two get along well." "With him, I didn't." "I'm not." Lin Xuanji was relieved and said, "Then I am relieved." Yan Tianan, Lian Hua, without further delay, standing with Lin Xuanji on the highest mountain of the spirit sect, he collected all the spiritual qi from the sparrow spirit vein into Gathering Soul. They saw the white, orange, jade, purple, black, 5 colors of spiritual qi like 5 long dragons, flying out of the ground, growling and rushing at Lin Xuanji standing on the top of the mountain, or more specifically, flying towards the magic weapon in his hand. The movement caused was no less than the shock brought by the initial appearance of a magic weapon. All the people in Yushin capital came out of their houses and stood on the long stairs looking towards the old location of the spirit sect. Even the great powers of Yushin capital, who hadn't come out for a long time, all came out and asked each other what just happened. The current sect master of spirit sect came over, stood at the nearest place to Lin Xuanji, and loudly asked Lian Hua. How did the sparrow spirit vein shake? What is this powerhouse doing? Lian Hua just looked obsessively at the scene where the sparrow spirit vein was fully collected into gathering soul, and said, "We can leave soon, and we can re-enter the reincarnation cycle soon." The sect master was fully shocked, and looked at Lin Xuanji, who was like a fallen fairy with his mouth wide open. After a long time, it seemed like he was frightened, then turned back in a circle and said, This, isn't this spirit sect's chief disciple?" Lian Hua said, "Did you only just now figure it out?" The sect master gasped. "Just based on his appearance, naturally I can't remember. When Warong Sword Venerable died in martyrdom, I was still an outer door disciple and had never seen Warong Venerable's real face. But I still remember his last appearance just like his current appearance to think he's actually Warong Venerable. In my life, I can still see Warong Venerable with my own eyes," the sect master said, and then burst into tears, greatly moved. Warong Venerable was the last hope of the entire cultivation world. That year, he swept the demon clan's millions of troops, protected Yushin capital, and killed Yushin Lingyu Venerable. However, he turned himself into a towering peak that continued to protect the 9 lands for thousands of years. Warong Venerable had already become a legend. Now, he has returned. He came back for the sake of Yushin capital, for the sake of the tens of thousands of souls trapped in Yushin capital. The sect master knelt down and bowed to Lin Xuanji. It took a full 3 months for the sparrow spirit vein's spiritual chi to fill gathering souls, and now this gathering soul had become the magic weapon with the densest spiritual chi in the world. Many evil spirits crawled out of the dark ground, wanting to snatch the magic weapon that was a serious threat to them. Demonic beings also woke up from their sleep. This gathering souls was of great nutritious value to them. It was sweet, delicious, and also hard to describe. Lin Xuanji held gathering souls and rushed to the place where the Janmu tree was located, while Yushin capital had already descended into the chaos of fighting right now. Countless demons and evil spirits appeared overnight, occupying several long streets of Yushin capital and trying to gather in Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven. Suddenly a cold light swept from the sky, sweeping all the monsters running to the ground. A general wearing a battle robe, blazing with anger, stood atop the tower, with the air of one man able to hold a pass against 10,000 enemies. Holding a spear, he contemptuously swept a glance at the tens of thousands of monsters below him, and said, looking for death. When the people in the city learned that Yushin capital's predicament would be solved, everyone cheered, cried, and fought the monsters outside. At that moment, they had been waiting for too long, so long that they became almost lifeless. The city became a cluster of confused fighting, and Lian Hua stood at the main gate of Spirit Sect without consideration to the situation of Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven. His long vines fluttered in the air, devouring many monsters. Trespassers must die. Lian Hua's green eyes were dark and his expression was cold. Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven's pillar of heaven had stood for millions of years, and it wasn't easy to open it. Lin Xuanji settled down his heart, lifted the lotus flower of gathering souls, and then pushed it gently into the pillar of heaven. The pillar of heaven seemed to have sensed the gathering soul's lack of malicious intent, and the shield blocking all things actually allowed this gathering soul to enter it. Only to see from Janmu's roots and from the woodkeeper's forehead, there was something gleaming gradually coming out, and then assembling towards the gathering soul, circling around the lotus flower for a long time before slowly following and entering the gap. Lin Xuanji gently raised his lips slightly and smiled just like that. You guys have been guarding Yushin capital for so many years, and now it is time to rest. Although Spirit Sect had ceased to exist, the achievements of Spirit Sect would last forever and had already been imprinted on the pillar of honor and disgrace in the Tao of Heaven. Where Dao's soul returned to was unknown. Maybe it became a mountain, maybe it turned into a river, or perhaps it became the sun, moon, and stars. He also didn't know where his junior martial brothers went, but perhaps they had been reincarnated into a new life. In place of the world, I will remember all of you forever. Lin Xuanji's eyes were slightly moist. His mind flashed through memories of the past. He saw the scene of Shihi holding a sword and insisting on sparring with him. He saw Lian Hua's reddish cheeks, as he did not dare raise his head while asking the Spirit Emperor who had just returned to Spirit Sect not long ago if he had any marriage partner yet. He saw the scene of Yushin Lingyu and Kangdi Fanglang fighting, one holding a sword and the other holding a blade, wishing for the complete destruction of the Spirit Sect. Things changed with time. Yushin Lingyu, holding a sword in his hand, with his body covered in blood, stood in front of the dead Dao Zhu. His eyes were bloodshot, and his white robe was dyed red with blood. He stood up alone and looked back at the door. In the end, Lingyu said to Chongsheng, "When I die, I will leave one of his root systems. I hope Shishang can give it to Lian Hua and let him raise him for us." Chongsheng said, "He didn't deserve death, why should he be planted like this?" Author's note: the past events are complicated, so it needs to be slowly unraveled. Chapter 650, Yushin Array Broken Shi. He said, "Elder martial brother, many things are not what they seem. Just forgive me for not being able to say much and treat it as me begging you. Give him a chance at life and give yourself a path of survival." Before Kang Rong turned around, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Chongsheng, take care of my wife. Tell him that no matter how many years go by, I will find him. Tell him not to cry for me, let him wait for our reunion, and I will marry him in the next life." The soul returned to its original place, and all of it entered the divine treasure. The pillar of heaven was already crumbling, and cracks began to appear from the middle. His sword pierced the heart of Yushin Lingyu. The evil qi boiled, mixed with the demonic qi, as they were strangled into nothingness. Yushin Lingyu's blood trickled down his sword, drop by drop. He walked forward 2 steps, and the sound of the blade slashing against flesh was painful to the ears. Chongsheng's hands were full of Yushin Lingyu's blood. He suddenly found that the blood of a cold-blooded demon was still warm. "Shishang, hug me." This was the last sentence said by Yushin Lingyu. However, he didn't hold out long enough for Chongsheng to hold him in his arms. He breathed his last breath. His body turned into dust and dissipated in the vast world, and even his soul was nowhere to be found. This image flashed in Lin Xuanji's mind, and a tear had condensed in his right eye, slowly slipping down his cheek. He pulled out the sword that had been with him for many years, and held up the gathering souls device that had been returned in the same way after the souls were collected in his left hand. His mind once again saw what he said that year: "This sword will be named Zij. I will destroy the evil spirits and demons, and I hope that after that, all wars will cease." Once Zij became unsheathed, the 9 lands fell silent. The blue light of the sword gushed out, and the Zij sword broke the pillar of heaven with one move. The Yushin capital began to vibrate violently. The houses were collapsing, and the whole tomb of Yushin was filled with the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, the demons and evil spirits all weeping together. The people in the city cheered, and they lifted up their faces to look up at the golden sky. They watched as the barrier of Yushin, which could not be captured by the naked eye, gradually became a big hole. They could finally reincarnate. After so many years in Yushin capital, they finally got a happy ending. Yan Tianan stood at the gate of Yushin capital. Behind him were the ghost soldiers he once saw in the tomb of Yushin. These ghost soldiers were well trained. Some carried spears and others carried shields. They quickly set up a long array to protect the city, and constantly attacked these monsters. Without weapons, they would fight hand to hand, vowing not to let these invaders step into Yushin capital. Yan Tianan stood on the wall, looking at the magnificent scene, but he felt his blood boiling in his chest and wanted to join them to fight the enemy. The sound of armor friction sounded, and Yan Tianan looked back and saw the bearded general who had lived next to him in the prison. The bearded general was wearing silver armor and held a heavy gun, carrying a valiant and heroic posture. He looked at Yan Tianan with complicated eyes and said, "To think you can control my army." Yan Tianan said, "How can I possibly control them? However, Yushin capital is currently facing a crisis. Even if these soldiers have become ghosts, they'll still climb out of hell to exhaust every last drop of their blood in order to protect the people in Yushin capital." The bearded man looked at the soldiers who were fighting bravely to kill the enemy. With tears in his eyes, he took a deep breath and shouted a battle cry, then went down from the head of the city with his spear, joining his soldiers. Clang as a heavy spear shot out, it pierced a huge wolf's skull, and then smashed a row of monsters. The soldiers saw the general. Among them, suddenly someone cried out, General Quechin is coming. General Ling Quechin, he didn't abandon us, he came back. General Ling Quechin. The cries were like thunder, almost resounding through the sky and shaking the earth. Blood gradually drew on Ling Quechen's cheeks. He wiped his face, and a pair of eyes with flaming light took in the surrounding spirits, saying, "Your general has come back and won't leave you again." In the last battle between the gods and demons, the first general Ling Quechen disappeared just before the battle. All his thousands of soldiers died in the battle against the demons, and none of them survived. However, their blades and fallen bodies moved on and never retreated. In the history of the Ling family, Ling Quechen was the only man who was criticized and erased from the family tree. He was regarded as a disgrace because he fled the battle and buried the entire Ling family army. The demons led by Yushin Lingyu broke the last line of defense of the Ling family. Yan Tianan looked at the rolling smoke and roaring fire below, and squeezed his sword tightly. The pillar of heaven was completely broken, and the golden light shot out and poured around, covering the entire tomb. Every corner of the dark mountain was illuminated with light. From the periphery, all layers of monsters burned and withered quickly, and those sunken mountain cliffs gradually rose upwards and became new mountains and rivers. The force of it shocked the whole southeast land, and many people took to the streets one after another, or flew high in the sky to watch this shocking scene. The aperture was getting smaller and brighter from the outside to the inside, and the people who were staring straight at it couldn't keep their eyes open. Until the aperture turned into a small kernel, and suddenly transformed into a long beam of light, moving straight toward the zenith. Countless souls walked along the golden paved road towards reincarnation. Yushin capital had been completely annihilated into dust. Janmu transformed into a spiritual plant the size of a bean sprout, with two tender leaves swaying in a lotus-shaped gathering souls device, and a small snake coiled its tail, sleeping quietly in the soil next to the seedling. In the light, Lian Hua walked over slowly. He looked at Lin Xuanji's magic treasure in his hand with soft eyes. He smiled lightly, feeling relieved. "Thank you, Shishang." Lin Xuanji asked, "Are you going to leave?" Lian Hua said, "I'm going. I'm not a living person, and my soul is incomplete. Now I'm going to reincarnate. If I have a chance, we'll see each other again." Lin Xuanji looked at Lian Hua and said, "Kang Rong's one soul and one spirit are still here. If he was reincarnated, his soul would also be incomplete. I can let his soul be reincarnated with you." Lian Hua laughed with a hint of pondering, saying, "This one soul and one spirit is still weak, and it cannot leave Janmu's side, for their souls are nourishing each other. Let him stay here for the time being." Before Lin Xuanji opened his mouth, Lian Hua flew up to the golden road and dissipated in the dazzling road of reincarnation. Then, the person who came was Yan Tianan. He was holding a rabbit in his arms, accompanied by two vigorous white tigers, walking slowly towards him from the golden light all over the sky. Yan Tianan said, "Dage." Lin Xuanji held out his hand to him. Yan Tianan took the hand and held it with his fingers. They stepped into the most brilliant circle of light and both disappeared. When they were gone, Yushin capital collapsed into rubble. Spirit sect's ancestral grounds had no more spiritual chi as support, and the sparrow spirit vein buried in the ground had been drained of all spiritual chi. The pillar of heaven had collapsed, and the tomb of Yushin had turned into a ruin with no trace of it to be found. In the darkness, a pair of bloody eyes suddenly opened with a cold light. A golden light flashed by and fell on the outskirts of Dark Cloud City. Two young people stood side by side on the thunderous land. Beside them were white tigers flapping their wings with towering mountains rising one after another behind them. It was a magnificent scene and a strange creation of yin and yang. They had finally come out. Hidden Spirit Holy Sect would never exist in the world anymore. The first people to receive the message was naturally the Wrong family. However, when the Wrong family sent people to the tomb of Yushin, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were nowhere to be found and went elsewhere. The spies immediately went to report the matter, and at this time, Rong Zishui was located in Myriad Dao Academy, and he naturally received the news. The letter said, "The tomb of Yushin has collapsed, and thousands of dangerous peaks appeared one after another overnight. Come back quickly." Rong Zishui just smiled, crushed this urgent letter into ashes, and laughed it off. Other people in the Wrong family didn't know, but he understood. In the past, when he was asked by the man who claimed to be the spirit emperor outside the capital of the tomb of Yushin, he heard the man say, "The existence of the tomb of Yushin is for someone to fill it up one day. When that happens, I will cease to exist." Rong Zishui was reluctant to part with him. He looked at the great power who had treated him very well and said, "Where are you going, ancestor? I don't want you to leave." The ancestor smiled and touched his head. "People will always part. Where they will go, even I don't know, so how can I tell you? However, when you find Janmu, you can become a real spirit emperor. People of the spirit family always have to guard Janmu, so that they can become immortals. Rong Zishui looked in the direction of the southeast land. I'm afraid there will be no trace of my ancestor there anymore. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, if there was no accident, had now left the tomb of Yushin. The tit-for-tat between the Orthodox Tao and King Yi that had lasted for 2 years was likely to change now. In the 5 continents, East Continent, Profound City, Yuan family. Since a month ago, the young madam of the Yuan family had been sleeping every day, but it could also be described as a coma, which had worried the Yuan family up and down. They even had the Lin family's elder, who had high Tao attainments, see to him. He said that his soul was unstable and his cultivation was uncertain. He couldn't give medicine easily and could only wait for a while. Yuan Tianwen felt at a loss for the first time. He was always arrogant and almost never met any setbacks. However, he didn't expect that when Duan Yuyong was in such a difficult time, he could do nothing but wait and stand foolishly. This was a great blow to the future master of the Yuan family and the future sect master of Profound Sky sect. Yuan Tianwen decided that if Duan Yuyong didn't wake up 3 days later, he would rush to the 9 lands and find someone to treat him. However, it may be that the heavens saw pity on him. When Yuan Tianwen finished packing and was ready to leave with Duan Yuyong in his arms, Duan Yuyong, who had been sleeping for more than a month, suddenly woke up. Chapter 651. Soul and spirit return. As soon as Duan Yuyong woke up, he blasted half of his yard into powder. After seeing Yuan Tianwen, he was first stunned and then in a daze. He ran barefoot out of bed without wearing shoes. With his eyes wide open, he held Yuan Tianwen's face in his trembling hands and tears fell down. The young mistress of the Duan family cried and laughed. At last, he held Yuan Tianwen's body and wanted to engrave him into his own blood and bone. This scene, however, frightened many people. Yuan Tianwen, on the other hand, didn't care about the yard at all. He only cared about Duan Yuyong's bare feet, so he picked the person up in his arms. Since the house was destroyed, he went to another room and said as he walked, "You've been sleeping for a long time and scared me half to death. Why did you get angry as soon as you woke up? Is it because you haven't seen me, so your heart wasn't happy? I didn't mean not to leave you alone. I went to pack my bags and prepare to take you to the 9 lands. Madam, although the 9 lands are full of danger and we'll be killed if we're careless, that place is more suitable for cultivation than the 5 continents. Of course, since my wife doesn't want to go, I won't insist on going either." "Ah, how can you run around barefoot again?" There was still a tear hanging from the corner of Duan Yuyong's eye. When they arrived at the bed, he suddenly turned over and pressed Yuan Tianwen onto the bed. Looking into that pair of familiar eyes, Duan Yuyong seemed to cry and smile as he kissed Yuan Tianwen's lips. "In the past, I didn't want to go to 9 lands because I was afraid that my cultivation would not be enough, which would drag you down." Duan Yuyong's finger rubbed Yuan Tianwen's cheek, and he smiled slightly. "Things are quite different now. After we arrange things here, we will go to the 9 lands. I can assure you that when you get to 9 lands, you can go anywhere you want. If anyone dares to make you unhappy, I will make him wish he was never born." Yuan Tianwen, why did it suddenly feel like his wife had changed? Although Duan Yuyong's temperament was usually a little arrogant, he was not so fierce, was he? But Yuan Tianwen only thought that his wife's appearance was very interesting, so he didn't tear him down. He raised his hands and pressed Duan Yuyong under him, smiling. "What you said is what your husband wants to do for you. If I'm bullied by others in the future, I hope my wife will come out for his husband, but now, your husband has to check if your body is okay." Duan Yuyong smiled leisurely, then turned over to press Yuan Tianwen under him again. Yuan Tianwen raised his eyebrows. "Do you want this posture?" They hadn't been intimate with each other for a while, but it was never done like this. Duan Yuyong's long fingers picked up Yuan Tianwen's tunic, revealing a large area of solid honey-colored skin inside. His fingers slowly slid down, his movements extremely provocative, and his handsome face was full of lust. "In the past, I let my husband work hard, but I can't let him do all the work every time." Duan Yuyong's eyes flashed with a dark green light. He attached himself to him and gently licked Yuan Tianwen's earlobe, provoking the person beneath him to tremble lightly. It was very interesting. "Today, or from now on, let's change our position. I'll do all the work for you." It's enough for you to just lie down and enjoy it. Yuan Tianwen's expression was unspeakable. Before Duan Yuyong's hand reached the place where he shouldn't touch, he grabbed Duan Yuyong's hand and sat up straight. Honey, don't tell me you want to be the one above. Yuan Tianwen said with a smile, my wife has worked hard enough since he is in charge of the house every day. How can I let my wife work during the day and night? This kind of hard work is still for me to do. Duan Yuyong laughed, but his eyes weren't smiling. In bedroom matters, let's fight to see who has the ability. Yuan Tianwen smiled. He even wants to fight. Does he think this is a battle? However, since Duan Yuyong loved acting, he naturally gave his life to accompany this gentleman. So Yuan Tianwen grabbed a condom and said, let's fight. Soon, there were thumping sounds in the room. Su Mo originally took Yuan Chuang, and was about to visit Duan Yuyong, but standing in the yard, he heard the noises coming from the room. These voices, although it didn't sound like love-making, but in broad daylight, the door was closed, and there were many lonely men. If you wanted to know what they were doing, you just had to think about it with your brain. Tisk tisk, they're really playing so openly in broad daylight. Su Mo could only say, I'm afraid your parents have some private affairs to deal with. After listening to that, Yang Yang should have recovered well. Hengdong, let's leave first and come back later. Yuan Chuang looked delicate, with a little red mole in his forehead, adding a bit of enchantment to his face that had not yet completely matured. He raised the corner of his lips, looked at the quiet room, and said, since my father and dad still have private affairs to deal with, I will go back first. After all, my dad has smashed half of the yard, and the ruins still need to be managed. Su Mo couldn't help but laugh and pinched Yuan Chuang's small face. You are every bit our family's child. You are just as steady as your father was when he was a child. It's not the same. Yuan Chuang raised his eyebrows and said, when my father was my age, he only practiced sword all day. He's old-fashioned. I'm not like him. Everyone loves me at first glance, and flowers bloom upon seeing me. Su Mo laughed again and took Yuan Chuang's hand. He went out, saying, my family's Hengdong is really everyone's favorite. In the whole continent, who doesn't know the name of the playboy young master of the Yuan family? But I have to warn you first that the butterfly transformation dual cultivation of our Yuan family is very precious. Even if it's dual cultivation, it is necessary to find the person who will share a lifetime with you. You can't mess with it, Hengdong. Yuan Chuang nodded, knowing this better than anyone. Playing around was just playing around. The reason why he was famous for being a playboy was that he always cherished beauty and jade. When it was dark, the movements in the hut stopped. Duan Yuyong pushed open the door, cleanly arranging his clothes. He went to look for his own son but found a small boy sitting under a tree in the courtyard, drinking tea. Duan Yuyong came over and said, it's the middle of the night. Are you acting like a ghost to scare people? Yuan Chuang looked at Duan Yuyong in astonishment. The cup in his hand almost fell off. He looked inside the house and said with horror, Dad, where is my father? Why are you the one who came out? Duan Yuyong touched his chin and smiled. He said with profound meaning, your father is overworked. Naturally, he needed a good rest. Yuan Chuang glanced down at Duan Yuyong's waist. With a bang, Yuan Chuang covered his head with bitterness and said, Dad, you hit me on the head again. Duan Yuyong scolded him, you're still young but you know a lot about it. I'll clear everything in your little brain. When your father finds out tomorrow, he will punish you. Yuan Chuang said, Dad, when my father comes back to himself tomorrow, he'll definitely fight with you. Duan Yuan sneered, you look down on me way too much. Yuan Chuang sighed, unbelievable. Duan Yuyong sat down beside Yuan Chuang and said, there are so many incredible things in this world that you just haven't seen them. Yuan Chuang's eyes brightened and he asked, like what? Like, Duan Yuyong looked at him and said, you haven't taken a courtesy name yet, and Yuan Chuang sounds kind of inauspicious. Yuan Chuang had a bad feeling. What do you think of Guden? The name, Dogballs, is catchy and full of countryside nostalgia. Yuan Chuang retreated and said, it's late at night. Dad should go back to rest first, and your child will leave for the night. Duan Yuyong laughed, took Yuan Chuang's collar to stop him from escaping. Go back and tidy up, he said. After half a month, our family will move to the 9 lands. Yuan Chuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Duan Yuyong replied, really. Yuan Chuang had a child's mind. Even if he acted like a mature young master in daily life, he still couldn't help cheering and running away right now. Moments later, Yuan Tianwen came out. His hair was slightly messy, his clothes were casually put on his body, and the marks on his neck were bite marks. When Duan Yuyong saw him, he inadvertently showed concern. "Why did you get out of bed? It's cool at night, so go back quickly and have a good rest. Don't get blown by the wind and have a headache." The expression on Yuan Tianwen's eyes was almost endless. After staring at Duan Yuyong for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "What happened to you today? Not only is there a lot of initiative, but even your cultivation is quite powerful." The Yuan family's butterfly transformation dual cultivation was a kind of dual cultivation method. When the two were dual cultivating it, their cultivations couldn't be hidden from each other. To Yuan Tianwen's surprise, he could not even see the limit of Duan Yuyong's cultivation level. Duan Yuyong smiled gently, then walked over and straightened Yuan Tianwen's clothes. He lowered his eyes and said, "I lost one soul and one spirit before, but now this soul and spirit have returned to its place, and my natural cultivation has improved a lot. Looking back at my dreams, sometimes I can't tell whether it is in a dream or out of a dream, but Tianwen Gerger, I will never harm you, please believe me." Yuan Tianwen was shocked and grabbed Duan Yuyong's hand. "What do you mean you were short a soul and a spirit? What other problems do you have with your body? Are you still missing any other souls or spirits? Does anywhere feel uncomfortable?" Looking at Yuan Tianwen so nervous, Duan Yuyong couldn't help but feel warm. The memory of the soul was the deepest. When he was dual cultivating with Yuan Tianwen, he knew that this person must surely be Kang Rong, who had lost part of his residual soul. "I have 3 souls and 7 spirits, and now they have all returned. But you're the one who still has 1 soul and 1 spirit in the 9 lands." Duan Yuyong, however, did not intend to let Kang Rong return to his body so soon. He had never seen this kind of Kang Rong before. He heard Shi say before. Kang Rong in his youth was stuffy and boring, and his favorite thing to do every day was to cultivate, and he couldn't stand teasing and blushed easily, which was very fun. Yuan Tianwen took Duan Yuyong's hand and said, "Do you really want to be on top? What if I say yes?" Yuan Tianwen choked and whispered, "Naturally, it's not like it's impossible." Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen with a smile. Yuan Tianwen coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment and said, "We're all men." "I'm afraid." Chapter 652, Return to the Royal Heavenly Capital. Duan Yuyong laughed and said, "I just found out today that my husband is so cute." Yuan Tianwen, you have gone too far. Even if you are now higher than me and stronger than me, but anyway, my skills are still better than yours, right? Duan Yuyong saw that he was really cute, but he was not willing to tease him. He nodded with a smile and said, "The technique is really good, otherwise, why would I be hovering between life and death every time? Well, I don't have to compete with you. In any case, it is enough for you and me to be happy." Yuan Tianwen, the world is ending. My wife actually spoke like this in public. What exactly happened to the lost soul and spirit that came back now? However, what made Yuan Tianwen happy for 10 years was that his status as the husband was finally saved. The Yuan members were preparing for the relocation of their entire family. Meanwhile, within the 9 lands, the return of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan caused a great uproar in the 9 lands. Yan Tianan knew that his decision to secretly go to the tomb of Yushin would create a mess, but he never imagined that the Orthodox Dao would place such importance on Lin Xuanji. Just because Lin Xuanji and he were trapped in the tomb of Yushin and they didn't know whether he was alive or dead, the Orthodox Dao blamed all the crimes on King Yi. They also deliberately claimed that King Yi was ambitious and was creating a conspiracy. King Yi's situation in the past 2 years was not bad, but in comparison, King Zhong's life in the past 2 years was much more comfortable. The Purple Emperor went into closed-door cultivation. Even if he didn't come out for half a decade, with the support of the Emperor and the Imperial concubine, Yan Zizhong made a comeback and took charge of the Black and White Crow Guards by the Purple Emperor again. It could be said that he was a monstrous force for a while. King Yi was busy looking for his precious son, so he was too lazy to pay attention to these struggles for power. In the 11th year after Prince Yi's return to 9 lands, the power distribution of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital finally changed in a way that could affect the whole 9 lands. As soon as Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan left the tomb of Yushin, they rushed to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. For more than 2 years, Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming were afraid that they would not come out. In the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, Lin Xuanji said, I'll go to meet Changyu first, and then I'll go to King Yi's residence to find you." Yan Tianan asked. "Senior Yin is now in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital." Lin Xuanji replied, "I had an agreement with him before I entered the tomb of Yushin. If I can't get out, he will wait for me in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital." After a pause, Lin Xuanji glanced at the passers-by and said, "If I get stuck in it, the Orthodox Tao will not let go of this matter easily, and they'll look for King Yi and Changyu's trouble. They can at least help each other this way." Yan Tianan immediately understood. It turned out that Lin Xuanji had already thought about the follow-up road before entering the tomb of Yushin, and Reincarnation Palace was so elusive that it would be much safer if they secretly guarded King Yi. According to the relationship between Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji at this time, naturally there was no need to thank him. Yan Tianan smiled at him and said, "Dage is really thoughtful. You should report to Changyu first, and then come to King Yi's residence to find me. I want to formally introduce you to my father and dad." However, Reincarnation Palace's branch in the capital was very ostentatious, but it was mostly because it was hidden in the city, so few people have found it over the years. Lin Xuanji, as the palace master, first told Yin Changyu about his location, so that the latter was prepared. Only then did he fly to a suburban villa in the southernmost part of Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Most of the suburbs in the south were the courtyards of the royalty and nobles. Because of its beautiful environment, the combination of mountains and rivers, the flowers blooming all year round, and the excellent feng shui, it had always been a good place for the royal family and nobles to raise their mistresses and hide their beauties. Lin Xuanji entered a waterside pavilion with 9 cloisters and flowers everywhere. As soon as he got into the hall, he was surrounded by several pretty and gorgeous young men and women. These young men and women with different looks were shocked to see Lin Xuanji's appearance. They couldn't help but wonder about when the master got so good that he could even obtain such a stunning beauty. Is this immortal lord a new sister? This immortal lord looks so extraordinary and his temperament is refined, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xuanji was surrounded by these warblers, and only asked faintly, "Where is the moon envoy?" As soon as they heard that this peerless beauty was looking for one of their masters here, even calling him moon envoy, they immediately held themselves back a little. A young man in green said with a smile, 9 times out of 10, those who come here to find people are looking for the wind envoy, but you are the first one to look for the moon envoy. What is the relationship between you and the moon envoy? This young master looks unfamiliar. Where is he from? Is he married? Young master, what do you think of this little girl? When Yin Changyu came out, he saw this scene. This was very bad. Although Lin Xuanji's temperament was not rigid, it was not so enthusiastic that anyone could make fun of him. These people were not as simple as the charming courtesans of the Golden House. All of them were subordinates carefully selected and cultivated by Feng Juqing, the Wind Envoy. Feng Juqing said some time ago that he should train his subordinates well. After Lin Xuanji came back, he would show him the results. If Feng Juqing knew that his subordinates had left Lin Xuanji with the impression of such frivolous waves, he didn't know how sad and regretful it would be. However, Lin Xuanji had no intention of revealing his identity, so Yin Changyu said, "Don't flirt with just anyone. This young master is the guest of our Reincarnation Palace, so show some respect." The people of Reincarnation Palace were not afraid as the doll-like people smiled. Over the years, it's not like there are no beauties in our wishing lane, but this is the first time I've seen someone as beautiful as this immortal. Yes, our Reincarnation Palace does not stipulate that we can't spend the night with the guests and become a couple. Moon Envoy can't be such a bad guy. Yin Changyu gave a tut, thinking that if you know who this is, you wouldn't dare flirt so boldly. But he smiled and said, "This person already has a Tao companion. You little devils, don't dream about these things. Go away." Ah, so he was already taken. Well, good-looking men either already have Tao companions, or they cultivate the Tao of indifference. They really don't give us any chance to live. Or else they like other men. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, and followed Yin Changyu to the depths of flowers. What about Feng Juqing? The North Land changed a few days ago, saying that the ancestral land of the Longyao family suddenly opened up. They issued an imperial edict, and the dragon totem appeared. Feng Juqing couldn't sit still, and when he saw me sitting here, he took a few people to the North Land to see the excitement. Over the years, Lin Xuanji lived in the tomb of Yushin, and knew nothing about the outside world, but he didn't expect that after coming out, he'd hear such terrible news. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly and said, it's no small matter that the Lanyao family issued an imperial edict. It should be a sign of heaven. Yin Chongyu nodded and said, almost all the families are speculating like this, so not only our people, but also other divine clans and sects have sent people to the North Land to inquire about the situation. There is news that the Longyao family is going to select a crown prince. Lin Xuanji said, the North Emperor succeeded to the throne only 100 years ago. Why does he have to determine a crown prince so early? Yin Chongyu replied, who knows? However, the North Emperor's dragon clan is a sect of its own and stays out of the Nine Lands dispute. This time, the crown prince will be selected internally, and even outsiders won't have much influence over it. Lin Xuanji glanced at Yin Chongyu and said, do you think I want to intervene? Yin Chongyu looked at Lin Xuanji and said calmly, no, I'm sure you will intervene. Lin Xuanji said nothing. Yin Chongyu continued, because of your relationship with Hai Kuanglang, he will definitely go back to the North Land to participate in the battle for the crown prince, but he has been away from the North Land for decades, and his blood is also not pure. His supporters are even less, and his enemies are very powerful, so his chances of winning are slim. How can you stand idly by when you come from the same sect as him? Lin Xuanji nodded. You're right, Hai Kuanglang must sit in that position. Yin Chongyu realized something and asked, because of Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji raised one hand, and a beautiful white orchid fell onto it. He turned his hand and gently grasped it. Then he released it, and the white orchid turned into a butterfly and flew away. Aside from Hai Kuanglang, I don't trust anyone in the Longyao clan. Lin Xuanji lightly said, I have a hunch that the Nine Lands will not be stable for a long time. Yin Chongyu looked at Lin Xuanji with burning eyes. Well said, it's actually the same as this venerable's thoughts. It was a feeling with no evidence and no reason. It was probably because they'd lived for a long time, and they could naturally sense the evolution of the world and the development of the Tao of Heaven. It was also possible that their cultivation was much higher than that of ordinary people, and their sense of crisis was extraordinary. People who should have died a long time ago reappeared in the world, and the tomb of Yushin's sunken land was filled with mountains overnight. The Longyao clan, who had been hidden for many years, had now reappeared in the public eye. All the coincidences of the Tao of Heaven were inevitable. Lin Xuanji said, so, you have to place your own talents in those positions. Of course, Yin Chongyu couldn't agree more. However, compared with these things that have not yet happened, Yin Chongyu was obviously more interested in Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's experiences in the tomb of Yushin. What have you experienced over the years? Yin Chongyu quickly drew the topic to his favorite one. There was a flickering flame of gossip in his eyes. I thought Ah Hen would die in the tomb of Yushin. After many years, you would break through the barrier and start indiscriminately slaughtering, and let the Nine Lands be buried with him. This is the usual storyline. For Yin Chongyu's magical and destructive thoughts, Lin Xuanji just said lightly, you think too much, Ah Hen is not as weak as you think. Even without me, he can survive in the tomb of Yushin. Mentioning this, Lin Xuanji was a bit proud. His family's Ah Hen could make him look at him with new eyes every time. Chapter 653. Sharing surnames. Yin Chongyu said, after listening to you, it seems that Ah Hen has suffered a lot in it. But it's also true that when the green-eyed fucker abducted you, he gave a finger to Ah Hen and cut off all his Dantian Qi and meridians. Poor Ah Hen. What did you say? Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment. He stopped walking along the corridor, his eyes were full of suspicion and ice. When he was separated from you, his Dantian Qi was destroyed and his meridians were broken. You don't know. Yin Chongyu was a little stunned. He quickly told the whole story and did not dare to hide anything. I don't know why he insisted that we leave, but after thinking about it, maybe he and that guy had some deal we didn't know about. But looking at you now, Ah Hen should be okay now, which is also his fortune. Yin Chongyu said that, sighed slightly, and then continued, I am a little curious. How did he survive with such serious injuries alone in the dark night where danger is everywhere, and how did he also repair his Dantian Qi and meridians? Don't tell me that Bai Yuanchou's pill really worked so well. Lin Xuanji's face was full of dark clouds, and his dark eyes were obviously angry. Whenever Yan Tianan mentioned those 100 years, although he always said how much he suffered and how scared he was, he never really told him about his suffering. Lin Xuanji only felt cold from the soles of his feet to his forehead. His brain was blank for a long time before he recovered, and he was almost out of breath. During this 100 years, how did his Ah Hen walk alone and drag his body? full of broken bones through the darkness. He always acted spoiled by bringing up irrelevant wounds and experiences, but never let him see a bit of really visible bone scars. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath, and his nails were digging into his palm. He thought that the punishment for Lian Hua was already heavy enough, but if he'd known that Ah Hen had experienced these things, he would have. Are you all right? Yin Chongyu looked at Lin Xuanji, who was emitting cold energy. He felt that the pressure was heavy, which made him almost have the urge to retreat. Lin Xuanji came to his senses and slowly let go of his clenched fists. I'm okay. You can tell me later what happened to the outside world in the past 2 years. I still have something to do, so I will take a step first. If there is any matter to discuss, let's talk about it later. Yin Chongyu knew that he was going to look for Yan Tianan to ask for the truth, so he said very kindly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you, and it doesn't matter if I can't take care of things. It won't matter even if it's late by 3 to 5 days. However, if Ah Hen doesn't want to say something, don't push it too hard. He always wants to be strong in front of his sweetheart." Lin Xuanji came and left in a hurry. In King Yi's palace, the news of Yan Tianan's return had already been given to King Yi and his consort by people through the capital. Yan Tianan had not yet reached the door when he was hugged by Yu Ming, who ran out in a hurry. "You've been gone for 2 or 3 years. Yu Ming thumped him again and said, "For a broken sword, you went to such a crazy place. Warong Sword Immortal is also stupid." Water got into his brain, to actually agree to this. It seems that Warong Sword Immortal is not very trustworthy either. From his words, there was a deep resentment for Lin Xuanji. Although the orthodox Dao blamed King Yi for abducting their light of Taoism, how could Yu Ming not complain about Lin Xuanji abducting their precious son? At least, if Yu Ming hadn't been stopped by Yan Zonghua, and if Lin Xuanji didn't have some connections with Fuyao sect, Yu Ming would have fought his way to the gates of Myriad Dao Academy to ask for an explanation. When Yan Tianan heard this, he thought, "If I let you know that Lin Xuanji is Chongsheng's sword venerable, I wonder if you will change your words." Yan Tianan received a few complaints from Yu Ming, and was hugged constantly. Yu Ming's eyes were reddish and said, "You lost weight." Yan Tianan pinched his little round face. "Dad, are you serious?" Seeing this, Yu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Other people can become hemp poles when they suffer hardships. At least, you haven't changed at all. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you'd gone to enjoy yourself. Yan Tianan also felt wronged. He followed Yu Ming to the palace and said, "I was born like this, I can't help it." Yan Zonghua originally went out on business today. When he heard that his son was back, he hurried to return. Seeing Yan Tianan, Yan Zonghua only looked at him for a moment, then gently nodded. "It's good to be back." Yan Tianan said, "When I left the tomb of Yushin, I already knew a lot about what happened outside. Father and Dad were worried about me. Your child caused you so much trouble." Yan Zonghua raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "How can I blame you for these things? There's not a single day where Yan Zizhong doesn't want to eradicate the number of his successors before him. The conflict between our King Yi's residents and Orthodox Dao simply gave him an excuse." Yan Tianan frowned slightly. "Just what's the situation now? My Dage and I have all returned, and we are still alive and kicking. The Dao cultivators should not bother us anymore." Yu Ming sneered scornfully. "Those Dao cultivators are all like-minded bastards who have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. They are very cunning. Believe it or not, if you announce your relationship with Lin Xuanji today, they will send people to make peace with each other tomorrow." Yan Tianan said, "What if I announced today that I want to share surnames with Lin Xuanji?" Yu Ming, Yan Zonghua. Yu Ming and Yan Zonghua exchanged glances, not speaking. Yan Tianan didn't want to say it so soon. He wanted to bring it up after recounting all these years of adventure. After all, with two people sharing life and death, it was a natural thing for others to accept. But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, he would say everything. Yan Tianan was a little nervous. Even though he could be sure that his and Lin Xuanji's current life was a blessing from a previous life and would never be separated from Lin Xuanji because of anyone or anything, but in front of his parents, he was still worried that he would be hindered. Yan Tianan swallowed. "Dad, Father, I really love Dage." Yu Ming, "I don't believe it." Yan Tianan, Yu Ming said with earnest heart, "You have been obsessed with Lin Xuanji over the years ever since he saved you, and you have made a pretense that you are obsessed with him and don't want to marry him. I trust when you say that you really love him. What's more, you follow after me. You and I are a man of one mind. You must be the same as me. Yan Zhonghua merely glanced at Yu Ming. But how do you convince me that he also feels the same about you? You think I don't know? Said Yu Ming with some heartache. As soon as you entered Myriad Dao Academy, he came to seduce you, and who knows what he thought. Later, you were accused by the disciples of the sect and were scolded by them. I didn't see him standing up for you back then. These matters. Your child has never worried about these matters. Yan Tianan said with a smile. Dad, the relationship between me and him can't be explained in one sentence or two. He and I already knew each other even before he saved me. What's more, the criticism of the Dao cultivators came after they entered the tomb of Yushin. Lin Xuanji and his peers were also trapped inside. How could they speak up for him? However, the words of the Dao cultivators were indeed ugly. Just from what Yan Tianan heard, there were such sayings as serving with his body and selling their child for glory. After hearing this, Yan Tianan just felt funny. Was it true that the royal family had fallen to such a state now that even as the second successor to the throne, people still thought he was trying to climb the social ladder when he got together with the light of Taoism? In the past few years, the Dao cultivators thought too highly of themselves. Of course, there was also someone behind the scenes, adding fuel to the flames. Yan Zhonghua did not react like Yu Ming did. Warong Sword Immortal and I have some interactions. He is indeed a man with a noble heart and lofty spirit. With such a person, I believe Ah Hen will become a better person. Yan Tianan wanted to sigh that his father knew him so well. Yu Ming rolled his eyes. It's just, Yan Zhonghua continued, because Warong Sword Immortal is not an ordinary person. When you are with him, you will have to bear more pressure from all walks of life and more responsibilities than you can imagine. Yan Tianan looked at Yan Zhonghua and smiled. He said, the last thing I fear in my life is pressure and responsibility. When he was still Yushin Lingyu, he bore the world's stigma and shouldered the world's burden. Until his death, he never received understanding and forgiveness. Compared with those years when the light was too dark to be seen, now that he had Lin Xuanji around, how could he put the pressure brought by those external forces in his eyes? Yan Tianan then added, what I fear most is that I don't have him around me. Now that such words had been spoken, Yan Zhonghua felt that there was no need to hinder anything. Yan Tianan was obstinate ever since childhood. He wouldn't turn back once he had decided. Even if he broke his head and cried, he still had to persevere to the end. I wonder who he resembles. Probably Yu Ming. Yan Zhonghua finally let go. Has he come to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital with you? Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, and he nodded hastily. Of course he came. He treats me very well, putting me first in everything. Yu Ming sniffed out a huff, showing his dissatisfaction. Yan Zhonghua laughed. Then I'll wait for him to visit. Yan Tianan smiled. Father really loves me. You mean, I don't? Yu Ming grabbed Yan Tianan's ear and scolded, little child, you lack a conscience. Your father and I have worked so hard to raise this cabbage for so many years, but now a pig came and ate it. But this cabbage is still stupid and even thinks that he won. How could I have given birth to such a silly son? Chapter 654. Xuanji comes to the door. Yan Tianan said while hiding, my master must have thought the same thing in those days. But didn't you still run away with father? Bullshit. Yu Ming sneered. My elder martial brother was very comforted. He said that Yu Ming was unreliable from childhood to adulthood. Now he finally found a reliable person so that my elder martial brother would not have to wipe Yu Ming's ass every time he makes trouble. He was very touched. Yan Tianan, PFFT. Yan Zhonghua looked at the dad and son exchanging feelings with a smile. Originally, the two wanted to ask what happened in the tomb of Yushin, but it was their son who was more important than anything else, so the tomb of Yushin was put on hold, and the topic all revolved around the feelings of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. There were too many things for Yu Ming to ask. In order to make Lin Xuanji impress Yu Ming, Yan Tianan naturally chose everything that he could praise Lin Xuanji so much, like he was the only one in the sky and couldn't be found on the ground. If he let go of such a good son-in-law, he'd be out of his mind. Yan Tianan spoke so much that he was thirsty, but he did not dare to mention that Lin Xuanji was the eldest son of that person in the East Land. He also tried to find out, thinking that if Yu Ming could remember the memory that was erased by the Tao of Heaven, maybe they would be given a pass faster, but obviously, Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua could not remember the past. Yan Tianan was afraid of revealing the truth and did not dare to say more. Before long, a maid came from the outside. Warong Sword Immortal has sent a letter of visitation and is waiting at the door. The maid's cheeks were flushed, obviously shocked by Lin Xuanji's appearance. Yan Tianan couldn't help but sigh. In his very first life, when he saw the appearance of Chong Sheng for the first time, even his eyes stopped wandering around. He only felt that the world was bright, and he did not understand how there could be such a beautiful person with the utmost nature in the world. If it is said that beauty was in the eye of the beholder, he would deny it. Although the vast majority of the ranking into the beautiful treasures of the 9 lands compiled by the authoritative person in the previous life was disputed by people all over the world, it was because they felt that the ranking was poor. However, Chong Sheng's sword venerable, the chief disciple of Hidden Spirit sect, was ranked first, but it was uncontested and no one dared to argue. Chong Sheng's appearance was peerless, so that was it. In the blink of an eye, before Yu Ming could speak, he saw that Yan Tianan had already ran out and wanted to meet him at the door. Yu Ming said with some headache, "Look at him. How can he be a husband in the future? If people see this, they'll think there is something wrong with it." When Yu Ming thought about it, he felt it was very reasonable and was at ease in mind. When Yan Zhonghua looked at him, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No matter how old Yu Ming was, his mind was always like a child. When someone coaxed him, he would be happy. Yan Tianan expected that Lin Xuanji would come to find him soon after he saw those people in the reincarnation palace. But he didn't expect that it would be this soon. Yan Tianan thought he would not see Lin Xuanji for a while. When he saw Lin Xuanji again, he felt excited after a long separation. It could be seen that he was deeply in love. Flying into Lin Xuanji's arms, Yan Tianan ignored the curious eyes around him. "Why did Dage come so quickly? Did you miss me?" Lin Xuanji said. "Naturally, I missed you, so I came." He involuntarily tightened his arms and hugged the person in his embrace. The dull pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe just now gradually subsided. It seemed that as long as he hugged this person, he was already embracing his whole world. His mind was at peace. Yan Tianan said in a low voice, "Just now, I told my father and dad about your matter, but now, they are a little resistant, especially my dad. He can't turn the idea in his head for a while, so he will probably give you some trouble. But don't worry, Dage. I will protect you and won't let Dad bully you." Lin Xuanji just wanted to say with a smile that Demon Venerable Yu Ming couldn't bully him, but he saw a bright red figure rushing out of the door and coming straight towards them. In bright daylight, Yan Tianan, "Restrain yourself." Yu Ming's internal anger had already cooled down. But at the sight of his son and the pig who had their cabbage in his arms and was acting so carefree with each other, the fire in his heart surged again. Yan Tianan was shocked and quickly let go of Lin Xuanji. He stood straight and smiled at Yu Ming. "Hey, Dad, why are you still coming out to welcome us? You're an elder, I will take Dage inside." "Yu Ming, welcome, your head." Yu Ming and Lin Xuanji had a couple of encounters before. At that time, Yu Ming only felt that this person was extremely elegant and impressive. In a few years, he would definitely be famous all over the world, and his impression was quite good. At this time, however, when he saw Lin Xuanji again, he only felt that he was disgusting. With such a deceptive face, he must be an indecent and malicious playboy whose sole purpose was to seduce his family's ahen. Although it was one thing to know that your cabbage had been eaten, it was another thing to truly see your cabbage wish so dearly to be eaten by the pig. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Xuanji didn't look like someone who could marry someone willingly into King Yi's residence. Yu Ming thought that Yan Tianan would be like a tail in the future. He would follow Lin Xuanji wherever he went, so Yu Ming was very worried. Yu Ming didn't have a good face on. With a cold hum, he swept Lin Xuanji a scornful glance. Inappropriate. With that, Yu Ming turned around and strode into the house, making it clear that he didn't want to pay attention to them. This should be regarded as a loss of face. Probably, in a few days, the news that Consort Yi gave Warong Sword Immortal a bite at the gate of King Yi's palace would spread throughout the Dao cultivators. It would create another turmoil. Yan Tianan had to turn his eyes for help from Yan Zhonghua. After all, he was calmer than Yu Ming. With Yu Ming playing a bad cop, Yan Zhonghua didn't mind being the good cop. With a faint smile, the gentleman said, "I don't know if Warong Sword Immortal has come from afar, but I still hope you will forgive us for missing it." Facing his future father-in-law, Lin Xuanji naturally lowered his posture. "I should have sent a letter in advance, but I did have some matters to visit. I hope you can pardon this son-in-law. He claimed to be a little son-in-law and used it very well." Everything about Lin Huarong was basically a mystery to the outside world. Some people guessed that he was over 100 years old now. Some people guessed that he was no more than 50 years old. Yan Zhonghua never touched his bones. Naturally, he didn't know his age. But by saying little son-in-law, it could be seen that Lin Xuanji had put himself in the position of peers with Yan Tianan. Even if he was now 1,000 years old or 100 years old, due to the seniority distinction, if he wanted to be together with Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji could naturally afford to claim himself a junior to Yan Zhonghua. Yan Zhonghua said with a smile, "No need to be so formal, please enter." Yan Tianan grinned at Lin Xuanji. The two held hands and followed Yan Zhonghua into the gate of King Yi's palace. The one before, but is he the Huarong Sword Immortal, who is known as the Light of the Tao Cultivators? The people couldn't help talking about it together in King Yi's palace. After the master left, these maids and servants who watched the whole process said, "Look at that appearance, look at that bearing, look at that charm, tisk, tisk, except for the legendary Huarong Sword Immortal, I'm afraid it can't be anyone else. It seems that the little master of our family has an extraordinary relationship with Huarong Sword Immortal. Could they be in that kind of relationship? Obviously, otherwise, when have you ever seen the consort look this angry?" It was likely that he felt his cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Having said this, the maid felt this was the truth. Lin Xuanji was still visiting King Yi's house for the first time. Apart from the close relationship between him and Yan Tianan, he was also recommended by the sect master of Fuyao sect. He was also the hall master of Sword God Hall from Myriad Dao Academy. His status was not low, so Yan Zhonghua also entertained him with the highest standard. However, it was quite different from official hospitality. There was a wonderful scene in King Yi's house, which was called Frost Returning Snow Terrace. Looking from the outside, this terrace was a vast and misty place. If you were far away from the clouds, you would not see it. However, if you were in it, you could see the wonderful scenery of flowers, snow, ice and sparkles. It was pure, elegant, yet heroic. But it wasn't until Lin Xuanji stepped into Frost Returning Snow Terrace that he realized that the rumors from the outside were not as good as the scenery here, because it was not only a viewing platform, but also a large array. Those swirling tens of thousands of frost flowers were mischievously jumping and floating, sometimes dancing around Lin Xuanji, sometimes falling on his clothes and skin, and then melting away. Sometimes there were frost flowers forming into 1-meter-high humans. They held various weapons in their hands and skillfully danced away, their flowing movements just like a real person. The weapons in their hands were made up of frost flowers, so they were changeable. Sometimes a zither, other times a flute, a whip, a halberd, and a long blade. Their moves were also different. They were models of 100 sects, which were so tolerant and admirable. Lin Xuanji looked for a moment, then he saw the deep meaning of this picture. On the table was nectar and jade with an elegant fragrance. The frost flowers danced again with graceful appearances and delicate and charming abnormalities. Yan Zhonghua asked, "What do you think?" Lin Xuanji said with sincerity, "Although King Yi has never been involved in the battlefield, he has arranged his troops here. Frost flowers serve as soldiers and the leaves serve as cities. They guide the rivers and mountains and are extremely charming. It was like the magic of nature had entered the realm of perfection." Yan Zhonghua had not yet opened his mouth, but Yu Ming, who had been drinking hard for a while, sneered, rolled his eyes, and quibbled, "You're just a flatterer." Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan put down the wine cup and said, "What does Dad think of Father's Frost Returning Snow Terrace?" Without thinking about it, Yu Ming proudly said, "Naturally, it's incomparable under the heaven." Yan Tianan curled his lips and said sourly, "Flatterer Yu Ming." Yu Ming got angry and slapped the table as he got up. "Little rabbit, do you dare to say that again?" Yan Tianan stuck out his neck. "If you can praise my father, then you can't not allow Dage to tell the truth. Since my Dage entered the door, you have been picking your nose and finding fault with him. No matter what, all the visitors are guests. If I go to my Dage's home another day and receive the same cold treatment from his father and dad, will my dad still feel happy?" Chapter 655, The so-called betrothal gift. "You just don't like my Dage," Yan Tianan concluded. "You're actually poking me with your elbow." Yu Ming suddenly stood up. His pair of bright eyes were extremely cold as he glared at Lin Xuanji. "I don't know what kind of bewitching drug you gave Ah Hen to make him so dead set on you, but I'll put these words down right now just based on the fact that you didn't tell us, his parents, and took it upon yourself to take Ah Hen to the tomb of Yushin. I will never allow you and Ah Hen to be together easily. With that, Yu Ming left with a fling of his sleeves. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. Although Yu Ming had a bad temper, it was a really rare occasion when he truly became angry. Yan Tianan was suddenly at a loss. He looked up at Yan Zhonghua in panic. Father, Dad is really angry. I didn't mean to make him angry. Yan Zhonghua knew that Yu Ming wasn't happy. In the past 2 years, he had been thinking and worrying about his son every day and looking forward to seeing him. He even contacted lots of people to enter the tomb of Yushin to save his son, but he still couldn't make any progress, so he was already harboring a ball of fire inside his heart. Now that his precious baby had finally returned safely, he also worried that they didn't even have time for a deep family chat, yet there was now a new mess about getting a sweetheart. Thus, it was also human nature that Yu Ming couldn't accept this for the time being. Yan Zhonghua gave Yan Tianan a pacifying look. Don't you understand your dad's temper? He's simply afraid that you'll throw your dad to the back of your mind once you get a sweetheart. If you go and coax him, he'll be happy. Yan Tianan glanced at Lin Xuanji and then Yan Zhonghua again. He stood up. I'm going to find Dad, but don't bully Dage. Yan Zhonghua smiled. I'm not that childish. This was indirectly suggesting that Yu Ming was childish. Yan Tianan also smiled. He entered the field of frost flowers and went to look for the childish Yu Ming. Returning to the frost-returning snow terrace, only Yan Zhonghua and Lin Xuanji were left. Yan Zhonghua raised his hand and waved his wide sleeves. These frost flowers dancing with their swords instantly shattered and formed a neat formation of frost flower soldiers at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to catch up with. For a moment, the war drums thundered, and the voice of iron horses and armor poured into their eardrums, just like a platoon of soldiers. Many years ago, Yan Zhonghua, the former first heir, promised to give up his right to succession and never wield any troops in exchange for giving Yu Ming a legitimate status. Besides serious or critical circumstances, he couldn't even casually leave the royal heavenly capital. Thus, the acting crown prince had actually been trapped on this small piece of land. However, at this moment, Yan Zhonghua didn't seem to be as laissez-faire, gentle, and harmless as he appeared. Xuanji had naturally seen such a powerful array before. Lin Xuanji nodded. Of course I understand. I think you already know a thing or two about my intentions. With Ah Hen's status, he doesn't have the freedom to act independently in many matters. As the second heir, Ah Hen can never stay out of the war. Yan Zhonghua's tone was nonchalant, but there was a thundering might behind it. There were once 28 successors in the Yan family. Some died in demon invasions, foreign enemy invasions, struggles for power, and all kinds of unexpected but hidden dangers. Ah Hen has long been the target of public criticism. This is his fate. He cannot escape it, he can only fight and accept it. Yan Zhonghua looked at Lin Xuanji and continued, Ah Hen is destined to have a rough life. If he doesn't fight, someone will force him to fight. If the demon clan breaks the contract with the Qianyuan dynasty, Ah Hen will be the one leading the charge to kill demons, and if the divine clans of the other 8 lands move to rebel against the emperor, Ah Hen will be the one suppressing them and wielding the halberd in the household. Yan Zizhong has the ambition of wild wolves, and Yan Weijin is dormant in the dark right now, just waiting for the opportunity. One day, he will walk the path he must. After a pause, Lin Xuanji answered, I understand. Yan Zhonghua said, the Orthodox Tao values you very much and regards you as the light of Taoism and the hope for their revival. Similarly, you are an elder of Myriad Tao Academy, the same sect that previously sealed off its island, closed its doors, and had never interfered in worldly matters. Warong Sword Immortal, there are some matters that are difficult to choose, yet you must also decide which fork to take in advance. I understand His Royal Highness King Yi's words. Lin Xuanji said sincerely, since I chose Ah Hen, I've already decided to advance and retreat with him, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death with him. The sect is not important. I did not sell myself to Myriad Tao Academy, so I'll leave when I have to. As for the so-called light of Taoism, it's nothing more than a halo the orthodox Tao imposed upon me, and I also don't care about it. Yan Zhonghua was somewhat impressed by Lin Xuanji's carefree attitude, but he still said, empty talk cannot be taken as proof. Don't tell me that you're not even slightly tempted by the benefits the orthodox Tao gave you. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. I don't rely on others to give me what I want. I can reach for it myself. Yan Zhonghua said, you are someone outside of this secular world. People outside the secular world always stayed out of worldly affairs. Even if he became Dao companions with Yan Tianan in the future, if Yan Tianan ever became deeply mired in the mud, Lin Xuanji could still leave a light sentence: someone outside the secular world cannot interfere in worldly affairs, so as to cut off their relationship and any responsibility he had. Under such circumstances, no one would criticize him for throwing away the responsibility where Dao companions should help each other. After all, people who lived outside the secular world wouldn't involve themselves in worldly affairs, to begin with. They'd think Yan Tianan was the one who insisted on dragging him into the water, so if Yan Tianan met trouble, he would have to take care of it himself. Lin Xuanji's pair of dark eyes gazed at Yan Zhonghua calmly. When he gave a light smile, everything in the world lost its color. I'm willing to give Reincarnation Palace as a betrothal gift. My only wish is to accompany Ah Hen in eternal life. Yan Zhonghua's eyelids twitched violently a few times. Reincarnation Palace. The Palace Master of Reincarnation Palace is actually you. What was Reincarnation Palace? This was a famous and mysterious organization that gained great reputation in recent years. Its business covered many aspects, such as buying and selling medicinal pills, magic treasures, precious ingredients, assassinations, information exchange, etc., and its style simultaneously made people feel refreshed but also made them so hateful that their teeth itched. Those in the royal heavenly capital would naturally choose to win over such an organization if possible instead of offending it. After all, nobody wanted Reincarnation Palace to go after their own head. The reason for the killing order was merely to show their attitude as rulers. Reincarnation Palace killed the former head of criminal law, and this account must always be settled. But who didn't want Reincarnation Palace's help? Yan Zhonghua found himself increasingly unable to understand Lin Xuanji. Right now, Yan Zhonghua would be the first disbeliever of anyone who claimed that Lin Xuanji was someone outside the secular world. But, why are you doing this? Yan Zhonghua felt it was unnecessary. One reason a person outside the secular world would enter worldly affairs would be for the sake of the common people. Another reason would be that their life outside the mundane world wasn't good, and they couldn't satisfy their desire for power that way. The world wasn't in chaos, so there was no need for Lin Xuanji to involve himself in worldly affairs. As for having insatiable desires, he didn't look like such a person at all. Yan Zhonghua felt confused, which was a rare emotion for him. Lin Xuanji said lightly, I left the secular world for the sole purpose of one day re-entering it, so I needed to cultivate my own forces from the beginning, so as to ensure that I won't be too tied up even if I enter the secular world again in the future. His Royal Highness can think of it like this: everything I did is for one person. Yan Zhonghua felt incredulous. You can't mean to tell me that the person you did this for is Ah Hen? Who else can there be? You and Ah Hen have only known each other for a few years. But it was precisely during these years that my Reincarnation Palace was established. Yan Zhonghua, if he truly counted carefully, the timeline really did match. However, Yan Zhonghua still couldn't accept such a coincidence. Lin Xuanji spoke, Your Highness, whether you believe it or not, Ah Hen is my beloved. I didn't fall in love with him at first sight, but after many experiences together, my feelings are deep and my love is firm. I will never abandon him in this life. Even if one day, the whole world opposes him, with my own strength, I will still block the entire world's blows for him. In the end, Yan Zhonghua fell silent. After a long time, he smiled gently. Reincarnation Palace is a betrothal gift. Such a big hand is even making me feel a little moved, and I'm used to seeing all kinds of rare treasures. When Lin Xuanji and Yan Zhonghua left the frost-returning snow terrace, Yan Tianan had already finished coaxing Yu Ming. Yu Ming probably still didn't know that after he left, Lin Xuanji had already reached an unspeakable deal with Yan Zhonghua gave orders that if Warong Sword Immortal visited King Yi's palace in the future, there was no need to report to him or stop them. It meant he had already recognized Lin Xuanji's status as son-in-law. Yu Ming's jaw dropped in surprise. Although Yan Zhonghua played the good cop and usually acted like a gentleman with a good temper, in reality, he was the most principled one and the person whose emotions couldn't be controlled by others. Regarding the matter of Lin Xuanji swindling away his family's Ah Hen, although Yan Zhonghua kept his mouth shut, his heart was extremely dissatisfied. But now, Yan Zhonghua was the first to defect before the war. Yu Ming was full of doubts, so Yan Zhonghua just took him by the shoulder and whispered in his ear, Let's talk about it later. Then we'll talk about it later. Yan Tianan was also very curious about what exactly Lin Xuanji said to actually make Yan Zhonghua relax so much. Yan Tianan's courtyard was located on the east side of King Yi's palace. There were pavilions and corridors, which were surrounded by mountains and lush trees. It was a treasure land of feng shui. His yard had 4 entrances and exits. The main house was decorated with colored glaze and silver candles. Magic treasures and medicinal pill bottles were placed in rows, all of which were used for collection purposes. One could see his deep wealth at a glance. Yan Tianan pulled Lin Xuanji along as he pushed off his shoes and climbed into bed, cuddling together. I used Reincarnation Palace as a betrothal gift, so your father will naturally feel more relieved, Lin Xuanji explained. Yan Tianan sighed, I didn't expect my father to be a snob. Lin Xuanji smiled. Your father is simply afraid that I won't be able to help you at a critical moment in the future. No matter whether it's the secular world or the Taoist world, they always place heavy emphasis on the families being well matched in terms of social status. If I want to marry you, a child of a wealthy and influential family, I always have to suffer some setbacks. If I didn't even have this confidence, then how can I face your parents? Yan Tianan was greatly moved. He knew that the fewer people who knew about the relationship between Lin Xuanji and Reincarnation Palace, the better. But Lin Xuanji voluntarily exposed his identity as the master of Reincarnation Palace in order to reassure his father, which required courage. However, I did not mention my relationship with the East Land. Lin Xuanji sighed slightly. I'm afraid if I said it, your father would have even more worries to consider. Chapter 656. Evil Qi Cultivator appears. Although the Tao of Heaven had been covering up Lin Xuanji's life star all these years and blocking others from finding out, the identity of the first successor in the prophecy hadn't changed, even though everyone had forgotten the former Lin Xuanji. After all, he was the eldest son of the East Land and the first person who would inevitably sit on that supreme throne, as well as someone from the Zan clan. The Yan family's position was snatched from the Zan family's hands. In the past 1,000 years, the Yan family had always been the first heir ordained by fate, but right now, that right of succession had fallen into the Zan clan's hands again. This was a threat and an insult to those in charge of the Yan family. Yan Tianan, however, gripped Lin Xuanji's hand. Dage, don't be impulsive. We have to find an appropriate opportunity to talk about this matter slowly to make it easier for my parents to accept you. You can't make trouble right now. Lin Xuanji naturally smiled in agreement. Although he had no intention of competing for that position, others didn't see it that way. However, he had finally passed a difficult test and earned the recognition of Yan Tianan's parents, so in the future, they didn't have to hide like people having a clandestine love affair. As for the Zan clan's side, Lin Zan would never oppose this. As for how Zan Wush would think. In any case, Lin Xuanji didn't care about his opinion. In the end, Lin Xuanji didn't ask why Yan Tianan didn't tell him about his serious injuries in the tomb of Yushin. Ah Hen had grown up and would inevitably have some private thoughts. He probably didn't want Lin Xuanji to worry. Although he didn't ask, Lin Xuanji secretly vowed in his heart that he would take this mischievous little monkey with him at all times in the future, lest he bring back some more injuries while Lin Xuanji wasn't paying attention. After living here for 3 days, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were ready to bid farewell. Since they'd been traveling outside for so long, they always had to return to Myriad Dao Academy to have a look and exchange the mission rewards for some stars while they were at it, or else Yan Tianan just might be expelled from the academy. Although Yu Ming was extremely reluctant, he also knew the importance of this. He allowed them to leave only after briefing them on a few matters and stuffing a storage ring full of precious items into Yan Tianan's hands. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan walked to the royal heavenly capital's city gate when suddenly, an explosive blast sounded in the northeast, and then a black dragon-shaped thing drilled out from the ground. It howled sharply and flew into the air. He could feel that the dragon was made of evil qi. Moreover, this evil qi had already condensed into a solid entity, so it was extremely powerful. Fu Zhu kept jumping and screaming beside Yan Tianan, sounding very anxious and restless. Yan Tianan actually didn't like evil qi. In other words, it was impossible for normal people in this world to like evil qi, not even demons liked it. However, it was precisely this much hated and despised evil qi that was stronger than both spiritual qi and demonic qi. Anyone who cultivated it would be able to have inexhaustible power, and they could raise their cultivation to terrifying heights at a speed hundreds or even thousands of times faster than that of ordinary people. When he was still Yushin Lingyu, he had been forced to cultivate evil qi because he had no other choice. If he didn't cultivate evil qi, Then he wouldn't have been able to obtain the secrets of evil chi cultivators and enter their inner circle. However, it was precisely because he understood too well how terrifying evil chi cultivators could be that his hands and feet were getting colder and colder by the minute, and he couldn't even move an inch. Fu Zhu was still screaming, clearly recalling the past. Yan Tianan came to his senses and looked at the rabbit that had knocked Bai and Hu Po 3 feet away from him. His heart became soft, and he squatted down and held out his hand toward Fu Zhu. "Come here, Rongrong, come to my side." Fu Zhu immediately ran over and jumped into Yan Tianan's arms. The soft rabbit was shivering and kept making a sound like he was crying in fear. Yan Tianan could only sigh. Fu Zhu was turned into a Yushan evil spirit by those people. There were countless ancient beasts in the mountains and sea, most of which were popular and respected monsters, such as the phoenix and the nine-tailed divine fox. Originally, because of Fu Zhu's beautiful and cute appearance, he was also loved by all the people in Hidden Spirit Holy Sect. However, after he started cultivating evil chi together with Yushan Lingyu and fell to the demonic path, they started calling him Evil Spirit. No one liked him anymore except for Yushan Lingyu. Fu Zhu had been cruelly refined and transformed into a vessel for evil chi by those evil chi cultivators, so he would become anxious and afraid whenever he met the evil chi cultivators who did this to him. This also indirectly proved that the fellow who broke through the ground wasn't anything good. Yan Tianan pursed his lips and looked at the black fog that disappeared into the northeast sky. His heart felt heavier. A little while later, Lin Xuanji returned. His expression was so gloomy that one could wring out water from it. Clearly, he recognized that it had been the evil chi cultivators buried underground for countless years. "I couldn't catch up," Lin Xuanji said with a cold expression. He ran away. Yan Tianan bit his lip and still had to pretend to not know anything. He asked, "Is that thing very powerful?" Lin Xuanji nodded and spoke in a heavy tone, "It's very powerful. This is an evil chi cultivator. It's human in nature, but it has become a monster from cultivating evil chi. This kind of evil chi cultivator is highly powerful, unpredictable, and utterly inhuman. Wherever it goes, flowers will wither, vegetation will not grow, and the spiritual chi in the soil will dissipate. It can even make people feel despair, depression, and pain, and make them wish they had killed themselves. It is extremely harmful and dangerous. And these evil chi cultivators, in turn, can take advantage of these negative emotions to condense them into evil chi to improve their own cultivation." Yan Tianan gasped and hugged the rabbit in his arms. Evil chi cultivators. Are they already so powerful as soon as they come out? To think that someone in this world can actually cultivate evil chi. Lin Xuanji shook his head. His pair of beautiful long eyebrows were always gently wrinkled. "I'm afraid that the evil chi cultivator who escaped from the ground is one of the evil chi cultivators who had been sealed in the Great Immortal Demon War 10,000 years ago. Ever since that day when Fu Zhu was released from its seal, I suspected that evil spirits will reappear in the world. Now, this has verified my suspicions. The actual culprit that truly turned the 9 lands upside down and caused the decline of Taoism was evil chi. Demons only became the targets of a crusade because demon venerable Yushan Lingyu cultivated evil chi and colluded with those evil chi cultivators. There were not many evil chi cultivators in this world, to begin with. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Kirin horns. In addition, even until the end, the Orthodox Tao refused to admit that these foreign evil chi invaders had the ability to destroy the entire 9 lands. Therefore, information about the existence of evil chi cultivators were forcefully suppressed, and they deluded themselves by pushing all the blame onto the demons. Future generations weren't aware of this, so they gradually became more and more ignorant of evil chi cultivators. They only knew about fiends. But how could evil chi cultivators cease to exist just because the world didn't know about them? Existence was still existence, even after tens of thousands of years. Even if all traces of their existence had been completely destroyed, it was an indisputable fact that evil chi cultivators had indeed almost turned this world over and made it sink. However, for Yan Tianan, his deepest memory was of someone shattering half of his Dantian chi si, forming new meridians and veins in his body, and pouring evil chi into half of his body, which made him unable to beg for neither life nor death. He cried his throat out until he could no longer make a sound. The nails on both of his hands cracked from scratching at his surroundings, and his fingers became a blurry, bloody mess, dripping with blood. Yan Tianan shivered and shifted closer to Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji didn't notice his abnormality. he was still immersed in the major matter that both evil spirits and evil chi cultivators had broken free, unable to extricate himself. Soon, soldiers guarding the city ran over. The general in armor leading them cupped his hands at Lin Xuanji. Warong Sword Immortal, someone saw you chase after the abnormality from the northeast just now. We want to hear a thing or two about that. Lin Xuanji looked at the general and spoke lightly, I didn't catch up with that thing. I only felt that the evil chi was thick, so it's most likely not a good sign. General might as well send some men and go investigate the ground where it broke through. I will naturally send someone to investigate the situation on that side. Warong Sword Immortal guessed that it was an evil spirit. What is the basis for that? This general was from the Jiyu family. The Jiyu family's young master and Prince Yi were friendly with each other, so this general was also polite to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji replied, whenever evil spirits pass through, in best-case scenarios, there would simply be a concentration of evil chi, but in worst-case scenarios, no vegetation will grow, and everything will wilt. Wherever evil spirits use their techniques, people who go there will feel deep sorrow in their hearts and wish they were dead. General can so over and feel it for himself. General Shi gasped and nodded gravely. Thank you, Warong Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal is very knowledgeable, and we naturally can't match his experience. I still hope that if Sword Immortal has any reliable news, he will tell us so that we can capture the evil spirit as soon as possible. Yan Tianan said, that's simple, but evil spirits can't be dealt with easily. You still have to keep your guard up and prevent him from sneaking into the city. General Shi quickly showed his loyalty and did not dare to stop Yan Tianan for too long, so he sent them out of the city. Yan Tianan's mood fell to rock bottom, and he looked at Lin Xuanji with an extremely complicated gaze. Dage, if evil chi cultivators appear in this world, will there be chaos in the Nine Lands? Lin Xuanji raised his hand and gently rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Although in Lin Xuanji's eyes, Yan Tianan would always be a child who needed to be protected, now that it had come to this, he wouldn't deliberately say something to temporarily appease Yan Tianan's emotions and conceal the truth. Yan Tianan was not fragile, he had long been qualified to stand side by side with him. Lin Xuanji answered, I still don't know what that evil chi cultivator's cultivation realm is. I still need to investigate the specific situation, but I have a hunch that matters will not be simple. Speaking of this, Lin Xuanji paused slightly and looked at Yan Tianan. Ah Hen, there's something you don't know. The root cause of the war 10,000 years ago was all started by evil chi cultivators. You're right, I'm afraid the Nine Lands will become chaotic soon. Originally, evil chi cultivators weren't native to the Nine Lands. Back then, a crack formed in the sky of the Nine Lands, and the location was Yushan in the southeast land. If they wanted to refine a pillar of heaven to repair it, 9 divine realm powerhouses needed to exhaust 1,000 years in order to refine a single pillar of heaven. During these 1,000 years, even if there were no floods or natural disasters, there would always be a world with a higher cultivation realm that could find the Nine Lands from the spiritual chi that escaped through the crack, thereby bringing disaster to the Nine Lands. In such a situation, Hidden Spirit Sect sent people to search for a suitable sacrifice while also sending people to guard the huge black-purple tear. In the Sky, Chapter 657, Start of the Changes. Hidden Spirit Sect's chief disciple, Chongsheng, was naturally duty-bound. Dark clouds pressed down, thunder and lightning struck, and even the air seemed somewhat cold and grave. Hidden Spirit Holy Sect valued the color white, which represented a noble character unsullied by the dust of the mortal world. During that time, with Warong Venerable leading them, Hidden Spirit Sect's disciples, dressed in robes as white as snow, could be seen holding swords and blades every day and every night. They stood watch underneath this big tear in the sky in order to kill every monster that came out so that they'd die in Yushan. They didn't let even a single monster escape to the Nine Lands. Other sects also contributed and sent many young talents to help guard the hole. The dark hole torn by the collapse of a pillar of heaven was called Heaven's Whale by the Taoist sects. In this location, spiritual chi leaked out, and death chi and evil chi came out from the tear, which mixed with strange monsters and harmed the common people in extremely cruel ways. Several powerhouses of Hidden Spirit Holy Sect went all out to refine an array, risking their lives to temporarily patch up a piece of the sky inside Heaven's Whale. Only then were they able to temporarily stop the disaster. In the first month, everything was peaceful. In the second month, there was no trouble. The third month was the same as before. Chongsheng had also been standing guard here for 3 years. During these 3 years, he stayed in Yushan, and Ling Yu also accompanied him as they watched over Heaven's Whale together. In the 4th year, the two suddenly received a secret order from Kang Rong. Because this secret order had passed through Dao Zi's hands, it reached Yushan, which was 100,000 miles away from Hidden Spirit Holy Sect, as quickly as possible. Kang Rong said in the secret order, "Lian Hua is missing, return quickly." As a matter of fact, it was normal for disciples of Spirit Sect to disappear for 2 to 3 days. Nobody would deliberately look for them. However, if anyone wanted to find a person by means of thousands of miles of sound transmission, then something major must have occurred. Chong Sheng and Ling Yu prepared to return immediately to look for Lian Hua. At this time, however, another secret order was transmitted to Ling Yu. After reading it, Ling Yu looked up at Chong Sheng. "Xishang, Sheng Ren said that this place can't be left unattended. You can go back and look for Lian Hua Xishang, and I'll guard the Heaven's Whale here." At that time, Sheng Ren was the one who actually managed Spirit Sect's affairs. In today's terms, Sheng Ren's status was equivalent to that of the emperor. At that time, the Orthodox Tao and the secular world were still combined into one, and Hidden Spirit Holy Sect was the leader of the Taoist sects and the top of the secular world, which could command the world. Since it was an order from Sheng Ren, Ling Yu naturally had to abide by it. Chong Sheng didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at Ling Yu's gorgeous and youthful face. "Don't go off playing when you're here. I will return as soon as I find Lian Hua." Ling Yu nodded and looked up at Chang Sheng. His eyes were full of sincerity as he spoke. "Xishang, don't you think that I treat you the best? Although Fenglang normally always pesters you, as soon as he heard about coming to this desolate and remote Yushan to keep watch over Heaven's Whale, he got cold feet, then acted spoiled and rolled on the ground, refusing to come here no matter what. I was the only one willing to give up the glory and wealth over there to brave the danger together with you." Chong Sheng was slightly helpless. "Ling Yu, whenever you can use this enthusiasm and persistence to pursue the great Tao instead, Xishang will feel reassured." Ling Yu's eyes, which were full of enthusiasm, dimmed a little. Still not discouraged, he just smiled and replied, "Xishang, I'll wait for your return. I'm just this kind of stubborn person. From the moment you took my hand and gave me a name, I knew you were the only one for me." Chong Sheng suddenly didn't know what to say, so he finally patted Ling Yu's head and turned to leave. It was only 7 days after this departure when Chong Sheng, who was in Spirit Sect, received news that foreign invaders had appeared from Heaven's Whale and were currently battling the forces on Yushan. Ling Yu resisted the enemy with his power and eventually suffered serious injuries. Exhausted, he fell off the cliff of Yushan. For 6 months, nobody could find any trace of him. All the disciples from other sects who guarded Heaven's Whale together with Ling Yu died, and Yushan was stained red with blood. The 9 lands Taoist sects suffered heavy losses. On a certain day half a year later, Ling Yu dragged his body out of there with a lame right leg, a broken hand tendon, and half of his face ruined. He climbed up Hidden Spirit Holy Sect with a sword in his left hand, his whole body covered in blood. He fainted in front of the gates and was saved by the gatekeeper. When Ling Yu woke up, the first thing he said was, "Evil Qi cultivators have invaded the 9 lands." It was the first time that Chong Sheng heard the expression evil Qi cultivators. Ling Yu was unconscious for several days, and when he woke up again, Dao Zhu asked him what he had experienced. First he was silent, but then he said that he had simply fallen down the cliff and had a hard time climbing up, that's all. Although Ling Yu's injuries looked serious, they weren't difficult to treat. Dao Zhu loved his disciple dearly and sent him the best medicinal pills and spiritual medicine. In a few days, Ling Yu's external and internal injuries were basically healed. But this young boy who was always so carefree and mischievous became increasingly silent, always sitting alone in a daze in a remote place, staring at the sky or staring at a leaf, saying nothing. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Lian Hua was still missing. Ever since evil Qi cultivators invaded from Heaven's Whale, all the sects sent elders with higher cultivations to mend and stand guard over the tier. So far, nothing major had happened, and nobody ever found a trace of the evil Qi cultivators that Ling Yu had spoken of. Chong Sheng, Kang Rong, and even the entire Spirit Sect spent all their attention looking for Lian Hua, but as for Ling Yu, who came back from the dead and turned peril into safety, they didn't pay too much attention to him. They were merely thankful that he had returned. But no one knew whether the person who came back was still the same Ling Yu as before. Even if evil Qi cultivators had appeared again, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan still had to return to Myriad Dao Academy first. They rented a phoenix feather stork at the suburban post outside the royal heavenly capital and rushed to Myriad Dao Academy in the northeast as quickly as possible. The wind whistled in their ears, almost blowing Yan Tianan's bangs into a mess. In reality, he could have used magic treasures or Taoist techniques to block the wind, but he did not do so. He wanted to calm down by feeling the wind, but the tormenting anxiety in his heart still didn't improve at all. In the next second, the wind lost its original majesty. Yan Tianan turned his head and looked at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji embraced him. Being in a bad mood is no reason to torture yourself so. Although your physical body is much stronger than before, it's still your own body. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yan Tianan turned around, on the back of the bird and hugged Lin Xuanji tightly. Only then did he feel the suffocating guilt and depression that almost drowned him recede a little, giving him some space to breathe. It was impossible to say that those evil qi cultivators had nothing to do with him. If he hadn't chosen to leave himself a chance of survival and allowed that blood cypress tree to survive, the evil qi cultivators who'd been sealed in the dark for so long would probably already be dead 10,000 years ago. Yushin Lingyu didn't want to die without any hope of reincarnation. He didn't want to part with Chongsheng forever. Therefore, he went against Dao Zi's dying wishes and failed to live up to the expectations of Spirit Sect. Instead of allowing himself to be completely destroyed, he chose to reincarnate himself and merely sealed the evil qi cultivators. Originally, he thought that the seal wouldn't be so easily broken. But now it seemed that he was very wrong. If the Nine Lands became a living hell again, then he would be the one to blame for everything. Yan Tianan gripped Lin Xuanji's clothes tightly, and his breathing was somewhat short. When Lin Xuanji noticed his trembling, he couldn't help but frown. He made the bird slow down and patted Yan Tianan's hair. He asked softly, "Ah Hen, what's the matter? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? We can fly slower, we're not in a hurry to get to Myriad Dao Academy." "No," Yan Tianan asked in a muffled voice, "Dage, if you find out that I've done something wrong one day, and the consequences are even very serious, what will you do?" Lin Xuanji's hand gave a slight pause, but then continued to pat Yan Tianan's hair. "What did you do wrong?" Yan Tianan shook his head. "I won't say it." Lin Xuanji also didn't insist. "It's alright if you want to say it later. No matter what you want to do or don't want to do, I won't force you. If you made an enormous mistake, I will bear the responsibility together with you and try every means to make up for the loss caused by this mistake." Yan Tianan stayed silent in his embrace. Lin Zan had a better idea of Yan Tianan's worries. Yan Tianan likely made a really big mistake behind his back and now felt anxious, fearful that Lin Xuanji would look down on him and abandon him when his mistake was exposed. But they were together every day, and Yan Tianan was so lovely and obedient, so what mistakes could he make? Lin Xuanji continued, "Ah Hen, no matter what, Dage will be with you." Yan Tianan's heart felt even more miserable. "I don't want you to pay for my mistakes together with me. I don't want you to become a bad person who will become the target of everyone's scorn together with me. I just want you to live well and live proudly. Never bend your knees and back for anyone." When one evil qi cultivator appeared, there would be a second, third, and fourth. The evil qi cultivator who had his cultivation personally crippled by Yushin Lingyu and his neck broken had been thrown by Lingyu into the dark prison like a dead dog and sealed. But now, with Yushin Lingyu's reincarnation, with his resurrection and the return of his memories, and with the collapse of Yushin Capital, that evil qi cultivator had climbed out of that dark prison. In that life, Yushin Lingyu had suffered for 100 years, lost half of his cultivation and half of his lifespan, and finally managed to seal that evil qi cultivator, but now everything was back to the beginning. Yan Tianan thought about that dark time and felt that lonely, sorrowful, and painful time again. But at that time, Chongsheng was not with him. Therefore, all this had never involved Chongsheng. But now, that evil qi cultivator was very vindictive, and he was also a monster who pursued monstrous power. Yushin Lingyu once played him and hurt him. Now that he had returned, how could he easily let go of his biggest enemy? Yan Tianan was nervous, but he didn't dare and didn't want to say it and drag Lin Xuanji down to become a target of the evil qi cultivator's hateful grudge as well. Can't say it, can't involve innocent people. He was the one who didn't listen to Dao Zi's advice and warning back then. Because of his own selfishness, he left such a big hidden trouble for the Nine Lands and Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan raised his head with difficulty, and a pair of clear eyes turned gently for a few minutes. Then he said very calmly, "Dage, that evil qi cultivator will likely recruit more forces soon, so we'd better make preparations in advance. Chapter 658, Visiting the Sect. Lin Xuanji said, so that's why you've been so nervous today. It turned out that you were scared by that evil qi cultivator. Yan Tianan nodded, leaning the side of his face against Lin Xuanji's chest. Lin Xuanji assured him, although evil qi cultivators are scary, they are not invincible. In ancient times, my Shidi was a demonic qi and evil qi dual cultivator. In the end, his cultivation was much higher than mine, and it was as close as Dao Zi's. No one in the world seemed to be able to stop him. Unfortunately, Dao Zu died at Yushin Lingyu's hands long ago, but in the end, didn't our forces still kill that Shidi? This evil qi cultivator today will be the same. No, it's not the same. Back then, Lingshan Lingyu had reconciled himself to loss and wanted to die, so he voluntarily met his own death. Yet that evil qi cultivator had been betrayed by Yushin Lingyu at a critical moment and thrown into the dark prison. How can this be the same? Moreover, Yushin Lingyu's heart was empty back then. He knew that there was no one in the world who loved him anymore and he no longer had any place to call home. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew he had to die, Chongsheng's strike could never have killed him, even if Chongsheng did pour his entire cultivation into that blow. After all, it was extremely hard for evil qi cultivators to die completely. Unfortunately, Chongsheng never understood these matters, even until his death, so the current Lin Xuanji also wouldn't know. And just as the former Yushin Lingyu chose to hide everything to the end, the current Yan Tianan naturally wouldn't let Lin Xuanji know about this either. Lin Xuanji continued, if the evil qi cultivator wants to recruit troops, the most likely place is the demon realm. If you're really worried, why don't we visit the demon realm and take a look after we're done with Myriad Dao Academy? Yan Tianan, however, smiled and slowly crawled out of Lin Xuanji's arms. He patted the bird's neck and motioned for it to fly faster. If I was that evil qi cultivator, I definitely wouldn't go to the demon realm first. Yan Tianan calmly explained, most demons are simple-minded and heartless, and it doesn't make much difference to them what kind of qi they cultivate. The human heart, on the other hand, is complex and difficult to fathom, and it's also the easiest to control. As long as that evil qi cultivator isn't stupid, 9 times out of 10, it will definitely look for allies and puppets in the human realm. However, the human world is vast and boundless, and there are still many regions that human beings have never set foot on. It'll be extremely difficult to find where that evil qi cultivator will hide and restore strength. They could only wait for the evil qi cultivator to produce rain and clouds first, thus revealing himself. Lin Xuanji paused slightly. In the end, he still didn't know enough about evil qi cultivators, but it seemed that Yan Tianan knew them well. Yan Tianan sighed and shrugged. Forget it, it's no use thinking about these things now. If the world really does become chaotic, then esteemed Lan Yu and the Prophet family will be the first to show some movements. So let's not make life difficult for ourselves right now. Yan Tianan sighed in his heart when he saw Hai Kuanglang. Shishang. Yan Tianan went forward and grinned at Hai Kuanglang, showing pearly white teeth. Hai Kuanglang first glanced at Yan Tianan, then stared at Lin Xuanji for a long time. Only then did he carelessly fiddle with a wisp of dark golden hair in front of his chest. You sure run fast. If Master hadn't divined that you'd be able to turn disaster into a blessing and wouldn't be hurt by a scoundrel, I'd definitely have gone to Reincarnation Palace to ask for justice. Hai Kuanglang's pair of pale blue eyes were extremely cold. No matter the reason, even if it was out of kindness, Lin Xuanji still acted alone and took Yan Tianan to the tomb of Yushin, a forbidden region where few people ever left after entering. This was extremely irresponsible in the eyes of Yan Tianan's senior martial brother. Although Lin Xuanji could have smoothly joined Myriad Dao Academy with his own strength and risen to his current status even if Fuyao Sect's sect master didn't vouch for him, in the end, Fuyao Sect still did intervene. Esteemed Lan Yu personally sent Lin Xuanji an opportunity and allowed him to soar, so they were still connected. At the same time, Fuyao Sect had always maintained a good relationship with King Yi's palace because Yu Ming was the sect master's junior martial brother and an elder, and the sect also accepted Yan Tianan as a disciple. But ever since Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan with him and fell into the tomb of Yushin, there was no news of them for 2 years. As a result, Fuyao Sect was put in an awkward position. The people from the Orthodox Dao complained that the Fuyao Sect couldn't manage its own disciples, which caused their light of Taoism to be imprisoned. And supporters of King Yi's palace were resentful that Fuyao Sect was actually partial to helping Warong's Sword Immortal, which made their little prince suffer disaster. In the past 2 years, Fuyao sect had been cursed as a villain by all sides. Although esteemed Lan Yu didn't care much, the disciples under him were dissatisfied. However, it wasn't really because they lost face. Instead, Yan Tianan's senior martial brothers were actually angry that Yan Tianan had foolishly run away with a wild man without telling them a single word. Yan Tianan also knew that his actions weren't very kind, so he thickened his skin and leaned over, rubbing his nose as he said, "Shishang, don't be angry. We left in a hurry back then and pulled a few powerful people along, so I didn't tell my senior martial brothers. Moreover, Master also said that blessings and misfortunes come in pairs. Without the experience inside the tomb of Yushin, my present cultivation wouldn't be so high." Speaking of cultivation, Hai Kuanglang gripped Yan Tianan's wrist and inserted a wisp of spiritual qi. Soon, his beautiful face showed surprise. Like a pebble sinking into the sea and a star in the boundless sky, he couldn't find the slightest trace of his own spiritual qi anymore. This, Hai Kuanglang froze. My current cultivation is at the minor attainment phase of Earth Realm's small perfection stage. Yan Tianan took back his hand rather proudly and even patted Hai Kuanglang on the shoulder. "Second Shishang, you must cultivate well, or else your junior martial brother will surpass you." Hai Kuanglang had a complicated expression. Before he left, Yan Tianan's cultivation was merely at the profound realm. Based on his cultivation progress, it would take at least 300 years for him to rise to the introductory phase of Earth Realm's small perfection stage, but only 2 short years later, he had actually reached the small perfection stage. What good luck! Did you eat some kind of rare treasure, or did you meet the remnant soul of a great power? In the end, Hai Kuanglang was still a cultivator. When cultivation was mentioned, other matters were immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Yan Tianan thought for a moment. It's a long story, but one thing is certain: 100 years in the tomb of Yushin is only 1 year outside. I've been cultivating in that place for over 200 years, so naturally my cultivation is much higher. Actually, Yan Tianan's current cultivation had already reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage, but he didn't dare say it and also couldn't say it. If a matter was unusual, then it implies that something must be wrong. Normally, once you reach the Earth Realm, advancing a small stage would attract tribulations. This was true for both spiritual qi and demonic qi cultivators. Those lightning tribulations were not only a test from the Tao of Heaven, but they were also the recognition of heaven. If you survived the tribulation, you'd be able to obtain the true great Tao. However, from beginning to end, Yan Tianan never encountered a tribulation. It was probably because the evil qi he cultivated wasn't recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Just like Yushin Lingyu back then, who also didn't encounter any tribulations. 200 years. Hai Kuanglang's mood was extremely complicated. Truly fortunate. An independent space that could make time fold or stretch was extremely rare, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to encounter this in their lifetime, because the existence of this kind of mysterious land was contrary to the Tao of Heaven. Yet Yan Tianan actually cultivated for 200 years in such a place. Since Yan Tianan had obtained such great benefits, Hai Kuanglang was too lazy to pay attention to the matter of Lin Xuanji running off with Yan Tianan. "Master divined that you would return today and had me wait here for you." Hai Kuanglang got to the point, and a pair of long eyebrows wrinkled slightly. "Master and several elders of the Prophet family came to Myriad Dao Academy 3 days ago, and they have very important matters to discuss with each other." Yan Tianan's heart skipped a beat. Is it because of the royal heavenly capital's evil spirit? Hai Kuanglang paused, then asked, "Evil spirits also appeared in the royal heavenly capital?" His information was still lacking. Hai Kuanglang frowned. "Master divined that chaos will befall the 9 lands due to the great changes in the tomb of Yushin, so it's necessary to activate Myriad Dao Academy's astrological platform, but this matter is of great importance. I'm afraid that just Master alone won't be enough, so he joined forces with the Prophet family to exert pressure on Myriad Dao Academy. Every activation of the astrological platform cost tens of thousands of pounds of spirit stones, and 300 people needed to protect the array. Of course Myriad Dao Academy wouldn't casually activate such a thing. However, something that esteemed Lan Yu had to pay so much attention to and pay a personal visit definitely wouldn't be a small matter." Yan Tianan said, "Let's go quickly and take a look." After crossing the sea by boat, they reached Ethereal City. The 3 flew quickly towards Myriad Dao Academy. It was spring at this time, so Ethereal City was full of flowers, buzzing with bees and dancing with butterflies, painting a vibrant image. Everything was growing. As soon as they entered the sect, Hai Kuanglang said, "Youngest martial brother, you should go back to hand in the mission first in exchange for star points. Warong Sword Immortal and I will go to the meeting hall." Yan Tianan asked seriously, "What are you going to discuss? Is it something that I can't listen to?" "It's not that you can't listen. After all, no matter what we discuss with Warong Sword Immortal, he will tell you anyway. But, Master's temper hasn't been very good over the past 2 years. He also said that if you came out safely, he would never indulge you again. He would be a strict teacher and send someone to watch over you every day. Moreover, Master's conversation with Myriad Dao Academy isn't going very smoothly. He's bound to be in a bad mood right now." Hai Kuanglang smiled as he said, "Of course, if Shidi insists, I naturally won't stop him. Esteemed Lan Yu won't get angry easily, but once he gets angry, not even Bei Shishan, the most stubborn one out of all of us, dares to offend him." Yan Tianan swallowed with difficulty. For the sake of his little life, he felt that it was more appropriate to slip away first. "Second martial brother, everything depends on you." Yan Tianan tearfully held Hai Kuanglang's hand and looked at him affectionately, then ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hai Kuanglang looked at Yan Tianan's back, and his lips curled into a malicious smile. He turned to Lin Xuanji and said, "Warong Sword Immortal, let's head towards the meeting hall." Lin Xuanji felt like he was walking into an execution ground. He was the chief culprit in the abduction of esteemed Lan Yu's beloved little apprentice. Esteemed Lan Yu probably wouldn't be kind. But, so what, if he could redo everything, he would still abduct Yan Tianan. Nobody can stop him. The meeting hall had already descended into noisy arguments. Although the statements to the public were very consistent that they would discuss matters while sitting and separate the two sides in reality, no one knew what it looked like once the doors closed. Chapter 659. Divided Struggle. Esteemed Lan Yu ran away from home many years ago because of his disagreement with the Prophet family, and he never returned to the Prophet family again for many years. However, he still maintained friendship with the family's disciples and juniors. The Prophet family also regretted the decision it made back then and even hoped esteemed Lan Yu could return to the family. Therefore, when esteemed Lan Yu invited the Prophet family, the current family head agreed to it without any hesitation and even came in person. The elder who divined fate and foretold that the first heir would be born in the Zan clan back in the old days had already died, and many Yin family disciples who protected him during that divination were still in closed-door cultivation as they tried to neutralize the backlash they suffered back then. The Prophet family was nowhere near as powerful as before. Besides esteemed Lan Yu, the strongest in the clan was the current family head, Yin Cheng. But it was rumored that Yin Cheng wasn't truly a member of the Yin family. He was merely adopted by the family and didn't know any divination. However, he was very accomplished with Taoist techniques and could fight very well. That they chose Yin Cheng as family head showed that the Yin family severely lacked talents and was now in a state of decline. In such a situation, it didn't matter whether the family head knew how to divine someone's fate. The most important thing was to protect the Yin family's foundations and roots. When Lin Xuanji arrived, he stood at the door and heard a voice that could be called cold. It was neither servile nor overbearing as it argued strongly, obstinately defending the astrology platform to the death and refusing to use it. The astrology platform is only an item. It exists in the world because it has value in being used. Its value is for our Prophet family to activate it to divine the celestial bodies in the sky to see the future of the 9 lands for the sake of the people's well-being. But every time the astrology platform is activated, it will waste manpower and resources. Who can afford to spend 10,000 pounds of spirit stones? And who would be willing to lose half of their entire cultivation in order to divine fate? The speaker was an elder who managed the astrology platform. He continued angrily, "Besides, the last time you activated the astrology platform, you caused turmoil in the 9 lands. What bullshit first heir? Until now, did that one in the East Lands Zan clan even have an egg, let alone a son?" Lin Xuanji, seriously, the actions your Prophet family took weren't entirely good. If I was sovereign Zan, I would have sent troops to destroy your Prophet family a long time ago. The 9 lands are very peaceful right now. There's no need for your Prophet family to be a hindrance here at all. Hai Kuanglang pushed open the door. Lin Xuanji then went in, and the originally noisy voices suddenly fell silent. Many pairs of eyes all turned towards the door. Lin Xuanji swept past, but his heart was full of joy. Fuyao sect's sect master and all of its core disciples were here, while several respectable elders from the prophet family also came. As for Myriad Dao Academy's side, besides the 3 hall masters, elders, and 4 courtyard deans, even the first elder, who was in seclusion and never came out, also sat here today. The people allied with Myriad Dao Academy and esteemed Lan Yu sat on opposite sides, separated by a wide long walkway in the middle. The situation was tense, as if they were about to draw their swords at any second. When he saw Lin Xuanji, Sword Saint Tianshu got up first and looked like they'd been saved. He said, "Hall Master has finally returned. I'm not good at this. It's better for the Hall Master to make a decision on behalf of my Sword God Hall." Before Lin Xuanji had time to respond, he heard Wan Yidong slap the table and say, "Decide what? Warong Sword Immortal is part of our Fuyao sect, so he should be on our side." Yu Heng blinked. "How can you say that? Since when did Warong Sword Immortal have anything to do with your Fuyao sect?" Wan Yidong gave a HMPH. "Lin Warong is one of my Fuyao sect's elders, and before he came to your Myriad Dao Academy, he was already part of Fuyao sect. Everything is on a first-come, first-serve basis." Tianshu coughed lightly. "We'll talk about this matter later. Warong Sword Immortal, long time no see. Is everything all right?" Lin Xuanji finally got a chance to speak and came forward, bowing to Myriad Dao Academy's first elder and Fuyao sect's esteemed Lan Yu respectively. When Warong rushed over from the royal heavenly capital, he saw an evil spirit flying out of the ground. The evil spirit looks like a human being, and its cultivation is extremely high. I couldn't catch up to it, even with my fastest speed. I wonder if esteemed Lan Yu came for this matter. When esteemed Lan Yu heard this, his eyes sank. The events in the royal heavenly capital have become known all over the world now. However, besides the royal heavenly capital, evil qi and demonic qi also appeared in the ruins of Yushan. On that day, I had already tried to divine it, but I found that evil qi had gathered from the northeast land. When I attempted to find out where that evil qi was going, I suddenly sensed a feeling of my divination being countered. If an evil qi cultivator really did appear, then his cultivation would surely be above mine. As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Then Tianshu frowned. "How can the appearance of an evil qi cultivator counter your divination? Esteemed Lan Yu, why didn't you mention this before?" Esteemed Lan Yu said, nonchalantly, "Don't tell me that I'll be allowed to activate the astrology platform if I say this. Since you all are determined to wait until Warong Sword Immortal returns before making a decision, why should I waste my breath before he comes back?" Lin Xuanji, however, could hear that esteemed Lan Yu was annoyed by Myriad Dao Academy's strong refusal to activate the astrology platform these days, so although he sounded polite, his words contained thorns and he did not give face. However, esteemed Lan Yu had this right. Just from the fact that he could judge that the evil spirit that appeared was very likely to be an evil qi cultivator, this showed that the secrets of heaven he'd mastered were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lin Xuanji calmed down and added, "In my opinion, it is indeed an evil qi cultivator." Someone gasped. This gasp was particularly prominent in the whole hall, where even a pin drop could be heard. Several pairs of eyes uniformly fell on the face of esteemed Fu Yi, the elder in charge of the astrology platform. He was very old, and he was one of the few remaining guardian elders in Myriad Dao Academy. The so-called guardian elders naturally didn't manage ordinary affairs. They would only come out and take charge when the sect faced a life and death crisis. The status of guardian elders was much higher than that of anyone in the 3 halls and 4 courtyards. Nobody knew how high their Dao attainments were, but everyone knew that as long as Myriad Dao Academy's guardian elders still existed, the sect would never die. After esteemed Fu Yi's gasp, his face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, with a clear solemn expression. He took a deep breath and asked gravely, "Lan Yu, Warong, how sure are you that the evil spirit is an evil qi cultivator?" 9 times out of 10. "I'm absolutely certain, there's no doubt about it." The two spoke at the same time. Esteemed Lan Yu's words still had some reservations, but Lin Xuanji basically guaranteed it. Even so, it was already enough to help esteemed Fu Yi realize exactly what kind of thing had emerged from the ground. Esteemed Fu Yi's face paled, and his beard trembled a few times. The people in the hall couldn't help feeling a little surprised when they saw his terrible expression. At the same time, they also felt somewhat apprehensive. What was an evil qi cultivator? Looking at esteemed Fu Yi's expression, it seemed to be a terrifying thing. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. A moment later, esteemed Fu Yi said slowly, do you know what evil chi cultivators signify to the 9 lands? Do you have any evidence? You can't talk nonsense about this, otherwise there will be chaos. Lin Xuanji understood something. Esteemed Fu Yi's attitude had already shown that he indeed knew a lot about evil chi cultivators and understood what made them so terrifying, which made things easier. Otherwise, Myriad Dao Academy probably wouldn't be willing to activate the astrology platform. Esteemed Lan Yu said, when divining, the spiritual light will flash once and disappear. Naturally, it will leave a clear, cloudless sky and won't leave any traces. If you want to keep the evidence, I'm afraid that isn't possible. However, I have never told a single lie in my life, and I never joke about important events that concern the survival of the 9 lands. Please trust me, if it is not necessary, I am also unwilling to damage my own Dao attainments for this. Esteemed Fu Yi once again became lost in thought. A moment later, someone couldn't help but ask, what exactly is an evil chi cultivator? I only know about evil spirits, evil chi, and fiends, but I didn't know that there's actually something called evil chi cultivator in this world. Wan Miantang lowered his eyes and speculated, the difference between spiritual chi cultivators and demonic chi cultivators lies only in the different chi refined inside the body. If you infer from this, then evil chi cultivators should be those who cultivate using evil chi. Lin Xuanji was still impartially standing on the wide walkway in the middle, as he had always been neutral. Dean Wan is right, Lin Xuanji explained, evil chi cultivators, essence is that of a cultivator, but it's normal for everyone to be unaware of them, since it's extremely rare to encounter them in the 9 lands. Evil chi cultivators are far more powerful than evil spirits. They are nourished by evil chi and can absorb other evil spirits' evil chi and cultivation in order to consolidate their own cultivation, which is why everywhere they go, vegetation will wither, the land will become uninhabitable, beasts will let out mournful wails until death, and human beings will shed tears of sorrow. These humans will hate and grieve for a long time, and they may even descend into madness. It was extremely difficult to become an evil chi cultivator, but once such a being appears, they would become an unstoppable monster capable of destroying gods, demons, and humans. For example, Yushin Lingyu back then was definitely the psychological shadow of all the cultivators of that era. Lin Xuanji's description inevitably made people feel terrified. However, Sword Saint Yaoguang thought that the words were a little exaggerated and funny. He couldn't help laughing and saying, if what you say is true, then won't evil chi cultivators be able to control the emotions of all living beings? But the human heart is clearly the hardest to control. Besides terrible curses and medicinal pills, I haven't heard of any way to control the human heart. Lin Xuanji said, it's just like how you've never heard of evil chi cultivators before. But how can someone cultivate evil chi? Wan Miantang was also puzzled. Evil chi is the most filthy and vile existence in the world. It's impossible for anyone to cultivate it. In this world, someone has indeed dual cultivated demonic chi and evil chi. Lin Xuanji looked at Wan Miantang. The great immortal demon war 10,000 years ago was caused by him. Everyone was shocked. This was getting more and more unbelievable. Everyone here had heard of the great immortal demon war and had read many records and scripts about it. They admired those ancient powerhouses and sighed with emotion at the war that almost destroyed mountains and rivers and sank the sun and moon. However, those gods fell to the demon clan. When were evil chi cultivators ever mentioned? Warong Sword Immortal, I've lived for a long time and have heard my clan members mention the great immortal demon war ever since I was young. But I only know that all the evil originated from the demon emperor Yushin. Where were evil chi cultivators mentioned? An elder who grew up in an aristocratic family asked. Sword Saint Tianshu, however, looked around with heavy eyes. He slowly replied, all the records you've read so far about the great immortal demon war, be they official records or legends, all originated from my Wrong family's records. Chapter 660, Demonic Chi and Evil Chi Dual Cultivators. Sword Saint Tianshu, whose real name was Wrong Chaoshi, was a disciple of the Wrong family of the Northeast Land Spirit clan. It's just that he hadn't mentioned his real name for decades, so gradually, no one remembered him anymore. Most of the events the Wrong family recorded about the great immortal demon war were true. For example, Sword Venerable Chong Sheng really did sacrifice his life to kill the demon leader and died in Myriad Dao Academy, incarnating at Hidden Sword Peak, attracting famous swords from all over the world. For example, the Janmu did cut its own roots, and Puluo Mountain sank and turned into the tomb of Yushin, thus sealing the location. After several long periods of time, no one could easily set foot on it again. Tianshu's sword saint sighed deeply, took another deep breath, looked at Lin Xuanji's eyes, and then continued, however, there are some extremely important facts that were hidden by the ancestors of the wrong clan. The hidden parts were about evil chi cultivators and the demon emperor. This statement was really subversive. Everyone present had different expressions, but most of them were impatiently curious. Why did your wrong family want to do this kind of thing? An elder couldn't help but ask. What the hell did your clan hide? Tianshu, please say it immediately, Yao Guang urged. I am not the young master or patriarch of the wrong clan, so I am not sure how much had been concealed, as well as the details. It is just that when I was young, I was rebellious. I once sneaked into the clan's ancestral shrine and saw only a few words from a scroll. That year, Tianshu's sword saint was still an idiot who didn't know the height of the world and hadn't entered the Tao. He only knew to be silly and happy every day, and the people of the clan always regarded him as nothing. He inadvertently broke into the ancestral shrine, climbed onto the altar, knocked off an unknown number of candlestick tributes, and climbed to the highest point. Behind the spiritual throne, made of black sinking wood, there was a scroll hidden. It looked like it had been sealed for a long time, but it had fallen more than one layer. Because of curiosity, he took down the scroll and opened it. It read, the demon emperor Yushin Lingyu colluded with the outsider invaders to become a traitor, opened the evil chi acupoints and meridians, and cultivated both evil chi and demonic chi simultaneously. Wherever he goes, the corpses became mountains, spiritual plants withered, souls were broken, and pedestrians cried bitterly. This was the biggest disaster in the world. Tianshu's sword saint paused, his face showing hesitation. Tianshu, just say it quickly. Yao Guang couldn't help urging again. At the critical moment, his words stuck. This kind of thing was the worst. Lin Xuanji looked at the hesitant sword saint Tianshu, but he knew why he hesitated. The record he saw shouldn't only contain those 2 paragraphs. After this paragraph, there should be another, the introduction of Yushin Lingyu. Third, Yushin Lingyu was once a direct disciple of the hidden spirit holy sect's Dao Zu. In the end, Tianshu still revealed this shocking secret to the public. What he said was like a splash of water, there was no taking it back. No one in the later generations knew what the real name of the demon emperor was. The Yushin they were supposed to know was actually the name of the place where the demon emperor had fallen. He almost wiped out the world, making the 9 lands fearful, and was extremely powerful. Even fewer people knew that demon emperor Yushin Lingyu, who almost unified the 9 lands, was once a direct disciple of hidden spirit holy sect's Dao Zu, the head of the Taoist sects whom later generations admired. If people knew about this, what an embarrassment it would be for the spirit sect. The disaster of the 9 lands actually came from hidden spirit holy sect. In this way, how could the hidden spirit holy sect's sacred status be preserved? And how would the people of the world denounce the sect that raised the culprit? How could the spirit sect dare to claim to be the leader of Taoism in the secular world when it couldn't even control its own disciples? After the end of the Great Immortal Demon War, the survivors of the spirit sect concealed the true identity of Yushin Lingyu for the sake of the glory and dignity of the sect. Even his real name never appeared in the later records. People only knew that among Dao Zu's direct disciples, the eldest martial brother, Sword Venerable Chongsheng, sacrificed himself for the Tao, and all the other direct disciples also died in the battle against the demon emperor. All 5 of Dao Zu's direct disciples died to protect the world. But who would know that this protracted war, in the final analysis, was actually an internal cleanup of the sect? Tianshu's words were really shocking. If what he said was true, the history of the 9 lands might be subverted and rewritten. However, it was precisely because it was such a major event that one must not just listen to the words of one person in one family. They must ask for evidence in everything, and no one dared to jump to conclusions easily before the hard evidence stood before them. Therefore, the judge, who was most concerned about the cleanliness of the law, finally spoke up, "Can I go to the wrong family to find the scroll?" Tianshu said, "You can go if you want. In any case, I won't go. The wrong family can't wait to capture me and chop me up. I'm just looking for death if I go back. What's more, how can the wrong family admit this? To tell you the truth, the wrong family is very cowardly when handling this kind of matter. Their first aim is to protect the lives of their disciples from being threatened. In those days, the wrong family's ancestors should have made a solemn oath to someone to never reveal the secrets on the scroll to future generations. It was probably because they were afraid of Ancestor Kang Rong's wrath that the truth was written on the scroll after all, so it was placed behind our ancestor's tablet to reassure our ancestor. Anyway, so this is the situation. Tianshu shrugged and added, there is only so much I know. I don't mind if you go to their door and force the wrong family to take out the scroll behind the old ancestor's tablet to find out, but I won't join in. Would anyone in Myriad Dao Academy really go to the wrong family to demand an explanation about their sins? Nobody would. Back then, when the former Hall Master of Sword God Hall accepted Rong Chaoshi, who had killed more than a dozen Rong family disciples and then fled to Myriad Dao Academy, the sect was doomed to break with the Rong family. If you talk about the relationship between Myriad Dao Academy and the Divine Clans, its relationship with the Rong family was definitely the worst. The people most condemned by the Rong family over the past few years were definitely the mentally disabled elders of Myriad Dao Academy. It was already great if the Rong family didn't come to seek revenge. If Myriad Dao Academy's elders actually dared to go to their door and ask about their ancestral tablet, then the Rong family would certainly use their clan's entire power to kill all these elders who didn't fear death. After a long ominous silence, even the judge couldn't think of a countermeasure for the time being. Lin Xuanji was well aware that Tianshu's words were true, but he also wasn't able to show any evidence. He did not intend to let people know that he was the sword venerable Chongsheng, yet this identity was the only evidence he had to prove the truth. Several pairs of eyes looked at esteemed Fuyi, hoping that he could prove it. Esteemed Fuyi shook his head, waved his hand, and said, I don't know anything about these past events. This is the first time I've heard of it. The reason why I know about evil chi cultivators is because when I was young, when my master first refined the evil spirit arrays, I asked him, what's the use of refining these evil spirit arrays? Master said, the evil spirit arrays connect us to both past and future worlds. If evil chi cultivators ever come back one day and, if these later generations want to find a solution, they can enter this evil spirit array and see. As for whether they can actually deal with the evil chi cultivators, it depends on their methods. This is all I can do to help them. That was the first time esteemed Fuyi heard the phrase evil chi cultivator. Esteemed Fuyi was only 15 or 16 years old at that time, and he was the age when a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. When his master finished refining the evil spirit array, esteemed Fuyi was the first one to sneak in. I almost couldn't return from that trip. Esteemed Fuyi mentioned the past hundreds of years ago, but he was still in shock, patting his heart and saying, I saw that dual cultivator of demonic chi and evil chi with my own eyes. Even insects could no longer survive on the land he stepped on, let alone plants and trees. It was full of despair. When I saw his eyes, I wanted to cry and wail, and I wished I could die. If my master hadn't noticed in time and taken me out of the evil spirit array, I'm afraid I would have died in there. Lin Xuanji's heart moved. Esteemed Fuyi, dare to ask your master, when did he refine this evil spirit array? Esteemed Fuyi thought for a while, and answered, 1,000 years ago, I can't tell specifically when. There are many different sets of arrays within the evil spirit array, there's not merely a single array. Some were indeed refined for the sect's disciples to gain experience, while others were for seeing the past or future. Lin Xuanji asked, may I inquire about the name of your master? Esteemed Fuyi said, Master's name is not known, but the people of the sect called him Esteemed Yue. Master is an illusion array Grand Master and only stayed in Myriad Dao Academy for 100 years. In addition to refining the evil spirit arrays, he taught me Taoism. Basically, he never came out to meet other visitors. After he finished refining the evil spirit arrays, he also told the sect elders before leaving not to record his name in the sect register, and just treat him as a passerby. Myriad Dao Academy's 81 consecutive series of evil spirit arrays were all esteemed Yue's work. However, such a powerful master of illusion arrays did not leave much record in the history of Myriad Dao Academy. He appeared out of thin air and disappeared like a gust of wind. If later generations didn't meet his direct disciple, they wouldn't even know who created these evil spirit arrays. The words of esteemed Fuyi could prove the existence of evil chi cultivators. However, there was still too little knowledge about the evil chi cultivators themselves. Besides knowing that evil chi cultivators were very powerful, so powerful that they were almost invincible, there was almost no other information. Lin Xuanji then asked, esteemed Fuyi, do you still remember the appearance of the dual cultivator of evil chi and demonic chi? Naturally, I remember. It could be seen that the psychological shadow left during esteemed Fuyi's youth was very heavy. He squinted his old but not muddy eyes. His voice was a bit distant as he said, "The dual cultivator of evil chi and demonic chi was wearing a dark red robe, with complicated embroideries on it resembling evil spirit arrays. A phoenix was embroidered with gold thread on the back of the wide robe. His hair was very long, almost dragging to the ground, and he was barefoot. He wore a pair of silver bells on his ankles. They clinked as he walked, like they were calling for souls." Chapter 661. Demon Emperor Yushin Lingyu. With a slight sigh, esteemed Fu Yi said with regret, "That person has a good appearance, with red lips and white teeth, and his face was like a bright moon. Although he was a bit demonic, he was also soul-stirring and had a different taste. Unfortunately, he had gone astray, and was covered in evil chi and bloody chi. The path underneath his feet was paved with white bones, and his hands were painted with red blood. It looked very ghastly and frightening." Lin Xuanji's heart sank, and another sigh came from nowhere. The person that esteemed Fu Yi saw in the evil spirit array was probably Yushin Lingyu. The hidden spirit holy sect valued the color white, and so white came first. Therefore, the robes of the disciples of the hidden spirit holy sect were all pure white, sub-white and jade white. They were all kinds of white. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white. Lingyu was naturally the same. But Lingyu also liked all kinds of fancy colors. He always pestered Chongsheng to refine complex and beautiful array patterns on his robes. It would not only make the robe look good, but also could be used for defense, killing two birds with one stone. Chongsheng naturally wouldn't refuse. However, most of the patterns Chongsheng refined for him were bright and beautiful things like clouds, waves, flowers, plants, butterflies, and birds. However, after Lingyu became Yushin Lingyu, he wore black and red, and never wore white again. He had a black robe with a golden dragon embroidered on it, and a red robe with a phoenix spreading its wings embroidered on the back. At that time, the Northland's dragon clan had all been slaughtered by him, and the phoenix in the Westland was also beaten by him so much that he had to hide in the old nest on Mt. Wudong and weakly be reborn from the ashes. Dragon and phoenix embroideries represented the fact that the aquatic clans headed by the dragons and the bird clans headed by the phoenixes had all fallen under Yushin Lingyu's rule. Since then, the aquatic clans and bird clans surrendered to the demon emperor and had no more freedom. And those bells were a pair of magic weapons. Lin Xuanji was even more familiar with them, because they were made by Chongsheng. But this pair of silver bells were not refined for Yushin Lingyu. Lin Xuanji gently closed his eyes. These bells dated back to many years ago. When he picked up Fanglang from that land of despair back then, he passed by a small town. There was a peddler selling longevity bangles in the town. The child who was already 10 years old didn't want anything else, but he stood beside the vendor and stared at the pair of little bangles with bells for a long time. That pair of eyes was full of longing. Chongsheng went to buy food for Fanglang next door and saw the child with a pair of black eyes, staring at the couple who bought a pair of bells and silver bracelets for their infant baby. Chongsheng asked, "Do you want a bangle?" Kangdi Fanglang bit his lower lip stubbornly, shook his head and said, "I don't want it. I don't need this kind of thing. It's not good looking at all." Hidden within such an item was the love parents held for their children. His father didn't care for him, and his mother didn't love him. If he didn't meet Chongsheng, he might have been killed by his stepmother now. He didn't want this kind of thing at all. Shishong. Yushin Lingyu tilted his head slightly, curled a pair of bloody red lips, and looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were cold. "Do you regret being so good to him? Do you regret bringing him back?" "Shishong, you should regret it. Everything is because of you." Every time Lin Xuanji thought about everything from that era, his heart felt like it was crushed by a huge mountain boulder weighing 10,000 catties, making him almost unable to breathe. Even if it was a long time ago and the wound should have been scabbed, it was still so painful that it felt like someone was digging apart those old wounds. The people he cared for and loved all left him one after another and died at the hands of another junior martial brother whom he had exhausted his efforts on and treated sincerely. It was said that Sword Venerable Chongsheng was the last hope of the Taoist sects, and he was also the one who stopped the war and saved the whole 9 lands with a single sword. However, only Chongsheng himself knew exactly how much pain and sorrow were in his heart when he killed Yushin Lingyu. What crime did the common people commit? What sin did they commit? Lin Xuanji withdrew from the memory, looked at esteemed Fu Yi, and said, "Is esteemed Yu Wei still in this world?" Esteemed Fu Yi shook his head. "My master had already disappeared 1,000 years ago." I heard that he once appeared in the battle to seal the demon in the 5 continents, but no one knew where he went after that. The Battle of the 5 Continents? Someone asked. The battle to kill Radiant Sky Demon Venerable. That's right. Esteemed Fu Yi nodded heavily. Precisely that Radiant Sky Demon Venerable. Over the past 10,000 years, the 9 lands have always been safe and sound. Although no one was able to ascend, there had been no great wars. There was only Radiant Sky Demon Venerable from 1,000 years ago, who, with the power of one person, tried to kill the entire Yan family of the Divine Clans. He also involved the Zan family, the Yan family's in-laws, and then the whole 9 lands. They joined hands to tear up the soul of Radiant Sky Demon Venerable and placed him in 5 directions on the 5 continents, sealing him for 1,000 years. If esteemed Yue really made a final appearance in the Great Demon Sealing Array, then matters would be simple. He would know the truth as long as he pulled Yin Changyu over and asked him. Lin Xuanji was suspicious. That esteemed Yue seemed to know what happened in the Great Immortal Demon War. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to imitate Yushin Lingyu's appearance. Moreover, he had been inside the Evil Spirit Array more than once. Although the Evil Spirit Array was realistic, he had never encountered any small worlds associated with that era. It seemed that if he wanted to know what was going on, he still needed to ask esteemed Fu Yi in detail. The judge opened his mouth and said, "We can't confirm that the evil Qi cultivator was born to destroy the world. The astrology platform is of great importance. Let's first figure out what happened tens of thousands of years ago and what impact it has on today, then make a decision." Yin Changyu said, "Everyone spoke so much, but it seems they've said it for nothing." The judge looked at him coldly. "How can you say that it was for nothing? This judge can't just make a judgment just by listening to your few words. We must see the physical evidence. This is also for the sake of all living beings in the 9 lands." Esteemed Fu Yi also nodded, stroked his white beard and said, "I also agree with Xianxia's point of view. Although I can confirm the existence of evil Qi cultivators in this world, I can't be sure that the evil Qi cultivator will have such a great influence on the 9 lands that we must use the astrology platform. Every time the astrology platform is activated, there would be no chance to activate it again in 100 years, so we must consider it carefully." Since he had spoken, the prophet family naturally couldn't force it. Yin Changyu stood up and said with a cold voice, "What if you get the scroll behind the wrong clan's ancestral shrine?" Tianshu said with a smile, "Then I'll admit that you have the ability, so I'll give you my vote if that happens. How about it?" Yao Guang looked at the smiling Tianshu and couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. Anyway, as long as the wrong clan was unhappy, Tianshu would be happy. He really didn't know what deep hatred there was between the wrong clan and Tianshu. At the end of the discussion, the elders of Myriad Dao Academy and the Yin family reached a somewhat comical agreement in Lin Xuanji's opinion. In order not to be kept in the dark and exercise the right to know the truth, both sides were ready to work together to find out the truth from the wrong clan. Lin Xuanji silently shed a tear of sympathy for the wrong clan in his heart. After dispersing the discussion, esteemed Lan Yu took Lin Xuanji with him. When they arrived at the place where he was staying at the sect, he put a barrier enchantment around the area before closing the door and said, "Xuanji, what opportunities did you run into at the tomb of Yushin?" It was indeed what Master had expected. Lin Xuanji's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring. After paying his respects, he continued, "As Master had said, as soon as I arrived at the tomb of Yushin, I met an old acquaintance. The Yushin capital is truly a place that has a great affinity with me. All my past memories have been recalled." Esteemed Lan Yu showed a rare hint of joy on his face. He patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder heavily and said, "I really didn't miscalculate. However, I only divined there would be fate between you and that place, but I couldn't figure out what that fate was. Is your so-called memory that of a past life or those hidden by the Tao of Heaven?" "It's a past life." Lin Xuanji didn't hide things when he faced esteemed Lan Yu. "Master, what Sword Saint Tianshu said was true. During the battle of the Immortal Demon War in ancient times, the evil Qi cultivator appeared out of nowhere and almost destroyed the world. Several direct disciples of Dao Zhu of the Hidden Spirit Holy Sect at that time died because of this." Esteemed Lan Yu heard a touch of anomaly. He raised his eyes slightly to look at Lin Xuanji. "Why are you so clear about these ancient events?" Lin Xuanji said nonchalantly, "After my memory came back, I found that I was actually Chong Sheng." Esteemed Lan Yu was silent. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji said with a faint smile, "Master, you don't have to think too much about it. Those are nothing more than past events. Chongsheng only lived in that era, and now he's merely a person of the ancient times. Today's Lin Xuanji is just Lin Xuanji. In the end, esteemed Lan Yu was still someone who had experienced a lot. He soon regained his usual calm. His tone was slightly complicated. At the beginning, when you bowed to me as a teacher and I accepted you as a disciple on profound sky sect sinking sword peak, I had the feeling that I couldn't accept your obeisance. I didn't expect that your identity would be so noble. Now it seems that it was pardonable that the Tao of Heaven prevented me from accepting your deep bow. Who was Chongsheng, the eldest direct disciple of Dao Zhu? He was a sword cultivator who had already become a venerable and was half a step away from becoming an emperor. Not only that, but he also sealed the demons and killed the evil spirits with one strike of his sword. He transformed himself into a sword peak to guard the 9 lands. He had long been regarded as a person with perfect merit and great virtue. On the other hand, esteemed Lan Yu was just an ordinary person who could deduce in divine fortunes. How could he accept Lin Xuanji's address of master? Lin Xuanji said with a smile, how can one's identity be noble? Noble and lowly are originally categories made by humans. Under the Tao of Heaven, all living beings are equal. Although they have different talents and opportunities in different circumstances, they are often the same. Master, how do you know that my meeting with you was not arranged by the Tao of Heaven? If I didn't meet, Master, how could I have known about my origins, and be guided by you to enter the tomb of Yushin by searching for the blood cypress sap, and gain the memory of my previous life? Chapter 662, Aged Wine. Suddenly, esteemed Lan Yu's spiritual platform flashed, and he seemed to have a thorough enlightenment. His mind was slightly agitated, and he slightly nodded, saying, you are right. In the dark, there is fate. Xuanji, it seemed that it was not only your cultivation base, but even your state of mind has greatly improved a lot. Well, in the final analysis, the reason why Lin Xuanji couldn't wait to go to the tomb of Yushin was that he had been instructed by esteemed Lan Yu. When the seal of the 5 continents was broken, although people related to Lin Xuanji had almost forgotten his existence, esteemed Lan Yu, being the most outstanding disciple of the prophet family, quickly discovered that something was wrong and used his clairvoyant eyes to look at the secrets of heaven and read the past. When esteemed Lan Yu found Lin Xuanji, he asked him what was going on, and Lin Xuanji also told him. Although to the outside world, the two met in the same generation as equals, privately, they were still master and apprentice, and esteemed Lan Yu helped Lin Xuanji enter the Myriad Dao Academy. In private, he always tried to find ways to clear the clouds and make Lin Xuanji's fate star image clearer. 3 years ago, when esteemed Lan Yu was spying on Lin Xuanji's fate, he discovered that he had a great opportunity and connection with the tomb of Yushin. Then, after careful consideration, he informed Lin Xuanji. But master, do you still remember that when you told me to go to the tomb of Yushin, I asked you to do a divination for Ahen? Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. I originally thought that if he had some fate with that place, I would take him with me. If he had nothing to do with it, I would consider going alone and not expose Ahen to danger with me. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded and said, naturally I remember. When I was doing divination for Ahen, I discovered that his involvement with that place was even deeper than yours, so I just wanted to ask you, did Ahen encounter a big opportunity at the tomb of Yushin? He did have a fortuitous encounter. His current cultivation base has reached Earth Realm's small perfection stage. If this is placed outside, I am afraid that there will never be such a fortunate encounter, but... After a pause, Lin Xuanji continued, I always feel that things are not that simple. Yushin Capital and I have a great chance because of my past life's identity and memories. But Master also said before that Ahen has a deeper connection with that place. How can he just get a higher cultivation? This was exactly what Lin Xuanji had been thinking about and couldn't understand. However, Ahen had not changed in other aspects except that he was now more mature. Lin Xuanji couldn't figure out what his connection with the tomb of Yushin was. Esteemed Lan Yu pinched his fingers and closed his eyes. After a moment's divination, he frowned and opened his eyes, looked at Lin Xuanji and said, now, I can't figure out the connection between Ahen and the tomb of Yushin anymore. What I see is a mess that can't be solved. Lin Xuanji was stunned. How can this be? Esteemed Lan Yu shook his head. When it comes to fate and opportunity, it is unpredictable. I can only see the effect, but not the cause. Sometimes I can't even see the effect. Xuanji, if you can't figure it out, you might as well go and ask him that question yourself. However, you should know something about what Ah Hen has experienced in the tomb of Yushin. Esteemed Lan Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although Ah Heng usually seems delicate, he is actually the strongest and most sensible, and he is the least willing to make others worry about him. With such a temper, he will easily suffer losses. Lin Xuanji was somewhat helpless but also proud of Ah Hen. After a while, he slowly replied, maybe the connection between Ah Hen and the tomb of Yushin is just a great improvement in his cultivation. It's also possible. Esteemed Lan Yu smiled faintly, and took a little bit of pampering to his disciple, and said, this child is too playful, and he has been cultivating for 3 days and playing for 2 days. You and Yu Ming also love him deeply. No matter what, neither of you can be strict with him and teach him to cultivate assiduously. So forcing him to concentrate on cultivating in such an isolated place just happened to place him on the rightful path again, but I'm afraid if you force him too hard, it will make you feel distressed. Lin Xuanji sighed. Esteemed Lan Yu knew his reluctance in forcing Ah Hen to cultivate. Ah Hen is a blessed person, and you don't have to worry too much. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to suffer a little. Although he understood the truth, it still hurt when the reasoning was used on Ah Hen. Yan Tianan's connection with the tomb of Yushin was indeed much deeper than Lin Xuanji. After all, that place used to be his burial ground and the place of his rebirth, but Yan Tianan was absolutely utterly sure to never mention his true identity, so Lin Xuanji probably could never guess that he was Yushin Lingyu. However, if he couldn't guess, Lin Xuanji wouldn't do useless work for the time being. Esteemed Lan Yu said, Warong, you probably also have a good understanding of evil chi cultivators, you might as well talk to me. Since the astrology platform and the evil chi cultivators were the reasons why he came here immediately, he naturally wouldn't let go of any useful information. Lin Xuanji picked and chose, and briefly and concisely talked about the origins and danger of evil chi cultivators, but when he talked about how to eliminate evil chi cultivators, Lin Xuanji's face was slightly dark. It is not easy to cultivate evil chi, you need to open up the evil chi meridians and acupoints. You will suffer from the pain of the evil chi entering the body. After surviving your inner demon, you can enter the path of evil chi cultivation. But as for how to cultivate specifically, in fact, for so many years, I have never figured it out. If he could figure it out and understand, maybe he would have been able to pull Yushin Lingyu back to the right path. So as for how to eliminate evil chi cultivators, I have never figured it out either. Lin Xuanji's thoughts returned to the night when the flames pierced the sky, and were even brighter than the stars. That night was their last battle. Before this battle, when Chongsheng failed to persuade him to return to the Hidden Spirit Holy Sect and left Yushin Lingyu's camp, he met with the Jianmu tree Shihi. Back then, Kang Rong asked him if there was any hope. Chongsheng shook his head and said slowly, there is no cure. Shihi didn't have any unexpected reactions, but his expression was a little regretful. After a while, he said, until now, we have never really found a way to completely obliterate evil chi cultivators. Yushin Lingyu is also a dual cultivator of evil chi and demonic chi. I am afraid that when the time comes, even if we risk our lives, we still won't be able to stop him. We can only take the trump card. The array from Hidden Spirit Holy Sect to Yushin, which has taken 100 years to build, has already been activated. Chongsheng looked at Shihi. His tone was light, but there was a kind of calm before he sacrificed himself. If someone sacrifices themselves to the array, they can drag all those who enter the array to die. Tomorrow, I will sacrifice myself to the array. You will stop Yushin Lingyu and his 3 major demon generals, and kill them all. But Shihi merely raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking distinguished. If you talk about sacrificing to the array, naturally I should go personally. After all, the core of the array is in Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven, where my true form has rooted and sprouted. Sacrificing myself to the array will have the best effect. And you, Shishang, your swordsmanship has reached its peak, and you're almost unstoppable in the world. You are the one who should slaughter the demons. How happy is life, and how bitter is death. Before leaving, Chongsheng and Shihi drank a jar of wine, which was made during the first year of Lingyu's ascent to the mountain. When Chongsheng buried the wine under the peach blossom tree, he filled the pit with soil to cover the tightly sealed wine jar, and at the same time, he laughed at the little boy standing beside him, holding the corner of his clothes with one hand and nibbling his finger between his teeth with the other. Chongsheng said gently, Lingyu, when you were in the demon realm, you didn't see the sun and were not happy. You can forget about those times. Today you entered Spirit Sect, it's the first year of your rebirth. This wine is also made by Shishong this year. In the future, this wine will be the same age as you. When you get married, you can take it out and drink it freely. When you drink it, you will find that life is full of bitterness and endless aftertaste. This wine was aged wine. When making wine, the materials used were naturally of the highest quality. The amber red liquid had a delicate fragrance and sweetness. It tasted soft but had endless aftertaste. This wine was brewed for the sake of Yushin Lingyu. But Yushin Lingyu, no matter what, could not drink it anymore. Chongsheng poured out a glass of wine, poured it under the old peach tree in full bloom, and said, I made this wine for you in the past. After drinking today, your Shishong will personally send you on the road tomorrow. It's very difficult to kill evil chi cultivators. Lin Xuanji said, in the last battle, Shihi activated the spirit sect demon sealing array. The spiritual power stretched for thousands of miles, causing the whole spirit sect to collapse and sink in an instant. The demons and monsters in the array were all killed. Even if they didn't die at that time, they were locked by the seal and their paths of retreat were cut off. All except the demon emperor Yushin Lingyu. A faint light flashed in Lin Xuanji's eyes, his fingers gently rubbed the hilt of the Zij sword in his hand, and said, anyone knew that there were 3 generals under the demon emperor. They were all evil chi cultivators. I was ready for a fierce battle, but when the matter came, I only saw Yushin Lingyu before Yushin Lingyu left the demon realm. The other 3 generals actually had their cultivation sucked dry by Yushin Lingyu and were thrown into the dark prison with no intact corpse left. This was what Yushin Lingyu personally said. And his cultivation base had indeed reached the peak. The grand array activated. The sky and the earth were colorless, the dark clouds were heavy, and the sun was covered up. Lingyu looked at the mountain of corpses under his feet. Dressed in a blood-red battle robe, and holding a crimson sword stained with too much blood, he looked up to the sky and laughed with arrogance and indulgence. Chongsheng's sword venerable, Shishong, you weren't a match for me before, and now you're even less of a match for me. Long before I came here, I killed my 3 most powerful generals, absorbed their cultivation base, squeezed out their souls, and threw their bodies into the black abyss. Do you think that you can kill me with your strength? Ha 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 ha, it's really the world's greatest joke. From beginning to end, he treated it as a joke. How can he possibly lose? He was an evil chi and demonic chi dual cultivator, and he also absorbed all the evil chi from the other 3 evil chi cultivators who had already reached Earth Realm's Grandmaster stage. If Yushin Lingyu dared to call himself the second in the world, no one dared to claim to be first. What he said was quite right. If he was already invincible at that time, how could you kill him? Esteemed Lan Yu frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Zaki, I'm really getting nervous. Ah Hen's previous self seemed so bad from Xuanji's recollection. What's going to happen when Xuanji finds out Ah Hen is Lingyu? Bites Nails Chapter 663. The men of today are sadly degenerated. Lin Xuanji looked down. His long and thick eyelashes concealed the color in his eyes, and esteemed Lan Yu only heard him say, I had the will to die, I sacrificed my life to the sword, fought with death, and merged my entire cultivation into that sword strike. In addition, the demon emperor at that time was too arrogant and underestimated his opponent, so I succeeded with that strike, scattered his soul, and tore apart his body. Then, I was afraid that he would come back from the dead, so I sealed his broken body near Yushin. After that, the Pulo mountain of heaven and earth had completely sunk thousands of miles around and turned into the tomb of Yushin in the future. The sword venerable Chongsheng, who had lost all his cultivation, knew that his life was about to end, so he went to the endless sea in the northeast, on a small island full of peach blossoms. He turned into a mountain peak and all the swords in the 9 lands cried together and broke one after another. Countless famous swords hummed and flew towards the peak of the sword venerable's transformation. They regarded this place as a sword grave and their final destination, and willing to protect this sword venerable who had died for a just cause. From then on, the peak was named the Hidden Sword Peak, which was the Sword Tomb. Myriad Dao sect was originally a small sect, and it was only after the sword venerable Chongsheng landed here that it gradually rose to prosperity. With miraculous help, it flourished, and it had now become the largest and #1 sect in the 9 lands. Esteemed Lan Yu frowned slightly. So, you suspect that the evil chi cultivator who escaped was Yushin Lingyu? Lin Xuanji said, I can't be certain. Why? Lin Xuanji thought about it now, and it felt a bit weird. The 3 evil chi cultivator generals under Yushin Lingyu were already in the Grandmaster stage. How could they be so easily killed by the demon emperor at the same time? Lin Xuanji had doubts in his heart, and analyzed each one. Evil qi cultivators are like fiends. They're not easy to kill completely. Even if their soul is scattered, their spirit is lost, and their bodies are broken, they still must be sealed, and they have to be completely burned to ashes with fire. But Yushin Lingyu kept saying that their bodies were thrown into the black abyss. You suspect that Yushin Lingyu actually sealed those 3 evil qi cultivators back then, and now it is one of those 3 evil qi cultivators who has escaped. Esteemed Lan Yu quickly understood Lin Xuanji's meaning. Lin Xuanji nodded. Probably so. Moreover, when I followed the evil qi cultivator, I only sensed the evil qi, but did not feel the slightest demonic qi. Yushin Lingyu dual cultivated demonic qi and evil qi, so that was not like him. Esteemed Lan Yu pondered for a moment, and said, if an evil qi cultivator can be resurrected after so many years, it is indeed too terrifying. Lin Xuanji said, evil qi cultivators are a product of a higher dimensional world, to begin with. If they arrive at the 9 lands, for us, it is naturally a very terrifying existence. In the end, although the evil qi cultivator had been trapped for so long and although he had the experience of fighting against evil qi cultivators in the past, Lin Xuanji's understanding of them was still particularly inadequate. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had chosen the method of mutual destruction so that Yushin Lingyu, who cultivated both evil qi and demonic qi, died with him. However, now, was it still necessary for him to lay down his life and die with the enemy? No, even if he had this ability, he wouldn't do it anymore. The sword Venerable Chong Sheng of that year had no attachments in his heart, so he had no complaints and no regrets. Today's Lin Xuanji still wanted to spend hundreds of years with Yan Tianan, discussing the Tao together, admiring flowers together, seeing the famous mountains and rivers together, and ascending into immortality together. Lin Xuanji said, before I was in the hall, I had already thought about writing my knowledge of evil qi cultivators into a book, so that all the cultivators in the 9 lands could be prepared in advance. However, to make them believe in the existence of the evil qi cultivators, it is up to Master to do his best. Every word of esteemed Lan Yu and the Yin family held great weight in the 9 lands. They were the family closest to the Tao of Heaven. This won't be a problem. Esteemed Lan Yu was still worried about the astrology platform. If I can activate the astrology platform, I will have the opportunity to measure the influence of the evil qi cultivator on the future of the 9 lands, and his general position. I can even find a way to resolve it. It's a pity. It's not a pity. Lin Xuanji looked at esteemed Lan Yu and said, Master, you insist on going to the astrology platform like this. I'm afraid that it's not for divining heavenly secrets, but to change the predestined fate, right? Esteemed Lan Yu became speechless in astonishment. Master, with your ability for divination, I am afraid that you have already seen the future where the blood of the 9 lands flows into rivers and mountains, and you have not found a way to resolve it, so you thought about using the Yin family as a sacrifice. The astrological array will be activated, the constellations will be reversed, and the fate of the celestial bodies will change, so as to resolve the disaster of the 9 lands, or postpone it until 100 or 1,000 years later, right? Esteemed Lan Yu was a little embarrassed, but still holding up his face, said, a bunch of nonsense. Lin Xuanji smiled, but he somewhat understood why even though esteemed Lan Yu was not the reincarnation of Dao Zu and did not possess his soul or his spirit, yet he could become Lin Xuanji's master in this life. They're too similar. They're truly too similar. Especially this kind of noble and proud boundless love where he would silently lay down his own life to benefit the beings of the 9 lands, was exactly the same as Dao Zu back then. Lin Xuanji felt touched and also a little helpless. Master, this method won't work. Lin Xuanji sighed and said, the forbidden method of changing fate by going against the heavens is too dangerous, and if there is a slight deviation in it, everything will spin out of control. Moreover, things have not yet reached the point where the forbidden method must be used. Master, don't make me worry too much. Lin Xuanji finally came to a conclusion, no matter what, I won't let Master go to the astrology platform. Esteemed Lan Yu. A moment later, the door of esteemed Lan Yu's room was closed from the inside with a bang. Several disciples of Fuyao sect outside looked up at Lin Xuanji, who had been kicked out. Wan Yidong took the lead in sneering and said, ouch, isn't this Warong sword immortal, the light of Taoism that moves the world? How can you be expelled from the room by Master? He thought that he was the only one who had ever gotten that treatment from Master before. Lin Xuanji straightened his clothes and spoke with profound mystery, take good care of esteemed Lan Yu. Don't let him have inappropriate thoughts. He can't step on the astrology platform. Why can't he get on? Is Warong Sword Immortal looking down on my master? Indeed, he can't step onto the platform. The voice came from the moon gate. Yan Tianan had already changed into his sect uniform. He stepped forward like a gust of wind and said, once the astrology platform is activated, the astrologer will either die or suffer grave injuries, and the participants' cultivation will be reduced by half. Moreover, the biggest use of the astrology platform is not divination, but to change fate by going against the heavens. If anyone dares to let Master up there, they would be a disgrace. As a disciple. Youngest martial brother Ahen Wan Yidong and Zan Fengting spoke at the same time. Yan Tianan rushed over. First, he laughed at his elder martial brothers. Then he kept a serious expression. Anyway, the astrology platform is not good. Zan Fengting said, the astrology platform. Besides divination, how can it be used to change fate and oppose the heavens? In Yan Tianan's mind, the astrological platform was originally built by Dao Zhu in order to change fate. Dao Zhu specially selected the Endless Sea, which was the most suitable place for astrology, and the people of later generations rarely knew about it. When the information was passed around too many times, people only knew that the platform was good for divination. But these people didn't use their brains to think about it. If it could only do divination, why would it consume more than 10,000 spirit stones and 300 talents to activate it? Yan Tianan took a deep breath and said, I've seen it in some secret records of the Yan family, so you'd better be careful. Hai Kuanglang held his chin and said thoughtfully, if that is true, we can't let Master go up there at all. After getting the agreement from other disciples, Zan Fengting sighed and said, I think everyone knows Master. I'm afraid we won't be able to persuade him. Wan Yidong laughed and said, so what? If he really doesn't listen to us in the end, we'll find a way to knock Master unconscious and take him away. Wan Yidong met Zan Fengting's eyes, which had an expression of you are such a disgraceful disciple, and said with great enthusiasm, to put it bluntly, although no one can stay out of helping the world, no one can bear it alone either. Why should my master be the one to die? It doesn't make sense. Indeed, it didn't make sense. But if people from 10,000 years ago heard this sentence, they would say, the men of today are sadly degenerated. During the period of Hidden Spirit Sect, as a disciple of the Hidden Spirit Holy Sect, you were destined to serve the world and take the lead. If you had other ideas, you would be drowned in the spittle of other people scolding you. While enjoying the respect and worship, the disciples of the Spirit Sect also had to bear the burden that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It seemed that at that time, for the sake of the world and the people, it was very normal to sacrifice one or two people. Just like when Lian Hua was used as the pillar of heaven in the sacrificial pool. It was like that when all the people of Spirit Sect surrounded Ling Yu and forced him, all of them looked righteous and awe-inspiring, forcing him to sacrifice himself for the world and take responsibility. However, no one had ever asked Lian Hua or asked Ling Yu whether they wanted to do that. In the end, the times have changed. It was just that the change only existed in a small group of people. Yan Tianan was almost certain that if someone in the future knew that they could obtain a peaceful and prosperous world by merely giving up one person's life, they would definitely have the same words as those people thousands of years ago. Zan Fengting made a final decision, we'll persuade Master to go back tomorrow. This is simply ridiculous. Everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. When the Fuyao sect disciples made a decision, they would immediately carry it out. They didn't have time to care about the younger martial brother they hadn't seen for more than 2 years. Anyway, for the elder martial brothers of Fuyao sect, Master's words were greater than heaven. Since even Master said at the time, Yan Tianan must be able to safely come out of the tomb of Yushin, then Yan Tianan must be able to come out. If he did not come out, then that meant the time wasn't right. After greeting Yan Tianan, Wan Yidong dragged away Bei Shishin, who was trying to become one with the darkness, and went to pack things together, just waiting for tomorrow to run away. Hai Kuanglang stood side by side with Zan Fengting. Zan Fengting did not have Wan Yidong's energetic and brash temperament. His temper had become more and more stable and calm in recent years, and he was very capable of standing as a leader. Zan Fengting pinched Yan Tianan's face and said with a smile, I haven't seen my Shidi for a long time. I didn't expect that my Shidi's cultivation had increased so much. Master said before that the tomb of Yushin is a great opportunity for you. It seemed that you really did have a fortuitous encounter. Yan Tianan was stunned. Master made a divination. Lin Xuanji's eyes moved slightly. Zaki this. It was like that when all the people of Spirit Sect surrounded Ling Yu and forced him, all of them looked righteous and awe-inspiring, forcing him to sacrifice himself for the world and take responsibility. My poor Ling Yu, then you were branded as the worst. Chong Sheng had done to you what LXZ had done to Ah Hen on his previous life. Poor Xuanji, what are you going to feel when you'll find out you had misunderstood and betrayed him twice in his 2 lifetime? Crying Face Chapter 664. Bragging Zan Fengting said, yes, if not, how could Warong's Sword Immortal be willing to take you there? Or did Master figure out that place had a great connection with Warong's Sword Immortal before he thought of going? Otherwise, you think that he would let you guys take such a big risk if it was just for a blood cypress sap? Isn't it a bit of a fuss? It doesn't make sense. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji, a little stunned. Lin Xuanji coughed lightly and said, I did want to look for the blood cypress sap, but the tomb of Yushin had a really great opportunity for you and me. Hai Kuanglang laughed and said, it seems that the opportunity for Ah Hen is his high cultivation, isn't it? Yan Tianan just felt a thump in his heart, but now he was grinning. Hai Shishang, you really are my own elder martial brother. He was just worried that Lin Xuanji might doubt something. He didn't expect that Hai Kuanglang would come around and accidentally cover for him. Tisk tisk tisk. Yan Tianan laughed and said, this cultivation is more important to me than any other opportunity. If I was outside, I don't know how many years it would take for me to cultivate to such a realm. You sure are self-aware, Hai Kuanglang said. Little Lang, how could you talk to our Shidi like that? Zan Fengting was a little helpless. Hai Kuanglang opened his hands and smiled. I'm just telling the truth, you do know what he looks like. Hai Kuanglang always looked cocky and indifferent when he was in front of others. But when he was in front of Zan Fengting, he was very lively. After a few words, they somehow started talking about the establishment of the Dragon Clan's crown prince. There was indeed an abnormality in the land of the Dragon Tomb. When Hai Kuanglang talked about the affairs inside his clan, his tone became colder. If there is no accident, he will issue a dream edict to the Dragon Emperor, saying that the Dragon Clan is about to encounter the greatest crisis and he needs to establish a crown prince immediately. Yet the position of the crown prince cannot be established at will. He needs to gather all the blood of the Dragon Clan and enter the Dragon Tomb. Whoever can get the inheritance of the Dragon God is the one who can truly lead the Dragon Clan to prosperity. Yan Tianan squeezed his chin thoughtfully and said, it seemed that Shishang will definitely go. Hai Kuanglang said, yes, I am sure to win the position of Dragon Emperor. Zan Fengting sighed and said, although I don't want you to fight for this position, I know you can't do without it. If you let other people become crown prince, I'm afraid you will be pursued. Speaking of this, Zan Fengting raised his eyes to look at Yan Tianan. In 2 months, it will be the day of the Dragon Clan competition. At that time, I will go to the North Land with Little Lang. According to the regulations issued by the Dragon Clan, every Dragon Clan main branch member can bring 1 to 3 people together, but are you willing to go with us? The Dragon Tomb was not really a tomb, but a treasure mountain that resembled a mysterious land. Although it was not as closed off as the tomb of Yushin, it still wasn't accessible to ordinary people. It was said that the Dragon Tomb was the place where the Dragon God buried his bones. The spiritual energy was very strong. The dragons have always liked shiny things, and it was said that in the Dragon Tomb, there were hidden gems and sparrow spirits collected by the Dragon God throughout his life. It was a great benefit, but Yan Tianan thought, don't tell me this so-called Dragon God is the little kid from back then who cried after I beat him up. Of course, they would know whether it was a mule or a horse after they take a look. They decided to gather in the East Land first on the 10th of the next month, and then rush to the North Land together. Sure enough, Fuyao sect left Myriad Dao Academy the next day. In the words of Tianshu Sword Saint, it was like their asses were on fire, which made the elders of Myriad Dao Academy feel that they were not hospitable, or that they were vicious. The Yin family also bade their farewell soon. On this day, Yan Tianan was doing his daily bragging. The ghost of the giant snake spits out a flame, which was as high as 100 zhong, and in a few moments, the tree that covered the sky and the sun was divided into ashes. There were beasts in front and ghost soldiers were chasing behind. At this moment, i.e. the wooden block in Yan Tianan's hand suddenly knocked on the table, making a pop sound, and everyone was shocked. What happened to you? Come on, say it quickly, what's the rush? After Yan Tianan baited their appetite, he chuckled and continued, First I stabbed the fierce beast as tall as a small mountain with a sword, and then used a backhand binding technique to strangle the fire-breathing mouth of the giant snake, so that it can't spew fire, and then Ji Ryu sat in the distance, expressionless and speechless, watching the group of people excitedly surrounding Yan Tian and listening to the story. This was already the third day. Every day, Yan Tianen could tell 3 different versions of the battle, and each version would be more dangerous than the previous one. But what happened was that he could save himself from danger every time, fight enemies from much higher cultivation realms, and slaughter all the monsters. Yan Tianen's ability to come out of the tomb of Yushin without any injuries meant that he was still very powerful. However, it did not mean that Ji Ryu believed his words. Qi Fiqing was the one who listened with the most interest. Every day he would gather in the first row, the place closest to Yan Tianen, to listen to his story. However, today's story may not be finished until dark. A disciple came over and said, "Is junior martial brother Yan here?" Ji Ryu raised his eyes, stood up to meet him, and said, "What's the matter, Shishang?" This disciple said, "It's Elder Tianshu of Sword God Hall, he wants Yan Shidi to go for a visit." Ji Ryu asked, "Can you tell me what's the matter?" The disciple shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that it may have something to do with his sword." Ji Ryu nodded, divided the flowers and swept the willows as he pulled away the people who were gathered around Yan Tianen. He grabbed Yan Tianen's collar and said, "Tianshu Sword Saint asked you to go to Sword God Hall, probably to ask what happened to your rusty sword." Yan Tianen was just telling his story with great enthusiasm, and suddenly he became dispirited. Speaking of this rusty sword, it was a long story. He knew that someone would ask about it, and they would not be as easy to fool as his Dage. Yan Tianen sighed with regret and said to all the senior martial brothers, "Unfortunately, something came up today. Let's continue to talk about it tomorrow." These elder martial brothers who were listening to the play for free left regretfully. Qi Fiqing was lying on the table, looking at Yan Tianen with bright eyes, and said, "Ah Hen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I want to admire you." "Easy, easy. Anyway, these are all bragging. If there were so many strong monsters in the tomb of Yushin, I wouldn't have been able to survive." Yan Tianen pinched his chin happily and said, "Say, if I go to write a book someday, will I be able to earn a lot of money?" Ji Ryu glanced at him. "You'd better think about why you came back dragging a rusty sword even though you went to the tomb of Yushin and obtained the blood cypress sap." Yan Tianen went to the Sword God Hall anxiously. In the Sword God Hall, in addition to Tianshu Sword Saint, Lin Xuanji was actually there as well. "It's over." Yan Tianen's heart sank down. "Tianshu Sword Saint, Warong Sword Immortal." Yan Tianen bowed and said, "I don't know why you are looking for me." Tianshu looked at Yan Tianen, squinted his eyes, and said, "Don't pay attention to these false ceremonies. Just now Warong Sword Immortal and I mentioned the matter of the tomb of Yushin. I heard him say that you have found the blood cypress sap, but you don't want to temper your rusty sword. I just want to ask, why is this?" After all, Yan Tianen spent so much effort to go to the tomb of Yushin in order to find the blood cypress sap for the rusty sword that the hidden sword peak gave him. He was only half a step away from giving the rusty sword a new life, yet Yan Tianen had not explained the reason for not derusting. Yan Tianen settled down. When he was walking to the hall he was thinking about what to say. At this time, he arranged the words in his heart and said them one by one without stumbling. In recent years, my cultivation has been quite mixed. I use not only a sword, but also a whip, chain, longbow, and so on. I also control corpses, so in this respect, the sword is not the most useful for me. Secondly, I found that the sword move decline in prosperity I practiced doesn't require the weapon to be sharp. After all, this move emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Yan Tianen touched the rusty sword and sighed. This sword is really too temperamental. When I don't use it to practice the sword, it will lose its temper. It's already like this when it's half useless. I'm only worried that this sword has consciousness. If I use the blood cypress sap to return it to its original appearance, it might become a big bucket of vinegar, let alone a sword. I'm afraid I won't even be able to use my yin flame whip and yin flame bow." Tianshu Sword Saint didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your thoughts are simply nonsense. You are quite talented in sword cultivation. How can you give up a peerless sword because of these inconclusive speculations?" Yan Tianen pursed his lips. "Elder Tianshu, how do you know that this sword is a good sword behind the rust? What if it's still a piece of scrap metal? It's enough for me to lose face once, and I don't want to lose more face." In the latter words, his voice was very small, but it didn't prevent them from being heard. Tianshu Sword Saint pulled his mouth back and turned to look at Lin Xuanji, who was always smiling, and said, Warong, he is actually afraid of embarrassment. It's rare. It's truly rare. Yan Tianan's face was hot, and he said, I want to save face too, okay. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan with a smile and said, if he doesn't want to get rid of the rust, let's put it off for a while. Ah Hen's cultivation base today is enough to protect himself even if he doesn't use a sword. In the future, if he figures out when he wants to use the sword, it will not be too late to remove the rust then. Look at you. Tisk. Sword Saint Tianshu had an expression like he couldn't bear to see this anymore. You just give in to him and spoil him like this. Let me see how spoiled this kid will become in the future. Yan Tianan was very happy and grinned. Elder Tianshu, don't be jealous. The big deal is that you'll find someone who loves you. Tianshu scolded with a smile, brat, you're going against the sky. Naturally, Yan Tianan didn't dare to go against the sky. He just didn't want to let people pester him about the rusty sword. He knew that Tianshu Sword Saint and other people who cared about his sword were all had good intentions, but he just didn't want to let the sword see the light of day ever again. That day, Lin Xuanji once proposed to smelt for him and remove the rust on it. Yan Tianan also laughed and changed the subject. When it was not a last resort, this sword would be sealed up like this, and would never see the sun even if this sword always protested such treatment, but who cares what the sword thinks? Big deal. Worst case scenario, I just won't use a sword for the rest of my life. Chapter 665. Warning Shusho. After Yan Tianan explained, he found some reason to run away, as if he was afraid that Tianshu Sword Saint would force him on the spot to hand over the rusty sword and the blood cypress sap. He even let go of the opportunity to be under the same roof as Lin Xuanji. After Yan Tianan ran away, Tianshu Sword Saint pondered on something that seemed off and said, after all is said, who doesn't want the sword they take from Hidden Sword Peak to be a peerless sword? But that boy isn't even curious about the sword's actual appearance behind the rust and gave up just like that. Something's wrong with this. There must be something strange going on. Yan Tianan was not dumb, he just thought they were dumb. Aren't you suspicious at all? Tianshu Sword Saint pondered as he turned to Lin Xuanji. What can I be suspicious of? Warong Sword Immortal simply curled his lips into a mysterious smile. If he doesn't want to use a sword, then I can't force him to use one. The shusho in his hand seems to possess some intelligence of its own. Perhaps Ahen and shusho already have some telepathic communications between them, so why force him so urgently? Yan Tianan can do whatever he wants. It's nothing more than a sword. If he really doesn't like it, then so what even if I break that sword and personally refine a new sword for him? You, Tianshu Sword Saint couldn't help saying, aren't you spoiling him too much? It's simply absurd. Lin Xuanji smiled without a word. So what if it's absurd? How many more years can this child remain so carefree? He simply wanted Ahen to be as free as he could be. Lin Xuanji wanted to spoil his person to the heavens. It wasn't like this would hinder the people around them. Yan Tianan walked faster and faster, until he broke into a run. The nearby scenery blurred together as he became a shadow. He ran to the foot of Hidden Sword Peak, unsheathed the rusty sword, and forcefully threw it onto the ground. Clang! The rusty sword was thrown 10 meters away. The rusty sword was lying on the ground pitifully, completely unlike its energetic appearance on Hidden Sword Peak that day. That made sense. No sword could still have so much energy after leaving Chongsheng's grave. Yan Tianan took a deep breath. His gaze became somewhat cold as he pointed at that sword. It's fine that you don't acknowledge me as your master, but I don't care what material you're made of, and I don't care what relationship you have with Chongsheng. Behave yourself, do you hear me? If you dare to have inappropriate thoughts and do things that I don't want to see, then be careful that I'll break you into 8 pieces and throw you to the mortal realm. Shusho suddenly stood up and gave a trembling sound, as if it was protesting Yan Tianan's words. Yan Tianan's expression darkened even further when he saw this. A purple and black yin flame whip materialized in his hand. Black for demonic qi and purple for evil qi. Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes. You should remember me, so you should also know that I'm not a soft-hearted person. In the past, you didn't want to submit to me or touch any blood, but in the end, didn't you still have to follow me as I slaughtered all the living beings and crossed the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, killing everything from the demon realm to the 9 lands? Now that you have been stained with blood rust, you can live out your life in peace as an old sword. Don't get any ideas. The rusty sword seemed to be scared and immediately fell to the ground with a bang, pretending to be dead. Although Yan Tianan spoke fierce words, his eyes became slightly watery. However, he still steeled himself and grabbed the sword, about to throw it out once again. What did your shusho do wrong? Did it offend you? A soft voice came from behind him. Yan Tianan suddenly stopped his throwing motion and turned to see Yin Changge no, Rong Zishui standing behind him with a face full of bewilderment. Yan Tianan's heart beat loudly, and his expression darkened a little. When did you come here? How much did you see? Yan Tianan had a guilty conscience right now. In this instant, he emitted some killing intent. Rong Zishui was also scared by the cold violence in Yan Tianan's eyes. He almost turned around and fled, but on second thought, he guessed that the killing intent was because Yan Tianan still held a grudge about being screwed over in the tomb of Yushin, so he became calm again. Rong Zishui's beautiful face, which was deeply loved by the male disciples, looked very apologetic, which made people unable to bear reproaching him. I just came over and saw you venting your anger on your sword. Rong Zishui rubbed his nose and continued, I'm here to apologize to you. I wronged you over the matter regarding the tomb of Yushin, and I also concealed my actual identity from you earlier. Yan Tianan sized up Rong Zishui. After a while, he calmed down. It seems that Rong Zishui didn't see anything. Yan Tianan put shusho away and replied, I've stopped blaming you a long time ago for what happened before. In any case, as the Rong family's young master, you would never have been able to persuade the wife of your Rong family's ancestor. Rong Zishui, what do you mean? Even now, you're probably still in the dark. The person in Yushin capital isn't your family's ancestor at all, but his lover. He's called Lian Hua, not Kang Rong. Rong Zishui. Rong Zishui's mouth became an O at a speed visible to the naked eye. How about it? Are you scared? Have you been tricked? Ha 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 ha. Yan Tianan threw his head back and laughed demonically. I know this name. Rong Zishui's breathing was a little short. Yan Tianan's laughter suddenly stopped. Rong Zishui grabbed Yan Tianan's hand. His eyes were wide open and he appeared very excited. To think he's actually Lian Hua. I saw this name on my ancestor's tablet and on the scroll behind that tablet. Oh, heavens, I've actually met my ancestor's Dao companion Yan Tianan. What kind of development is this? Shouldn't you feel angry after being tricked? How did it turn into excitement? Ah Hen, you're too kind. Ah Hen, I must treat you to dinner today. Oh right, where did my ancestor's Dao companion go? Since the seal on Yushin has been broken, he should have come out as well. Why can't he be found? Yan Tianan looked at Rong Zishui expressionlessly. He has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Right now, who knows where he is? He probably became a baby right now. First Rong Zishui was stunned. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. That's also a good thing. I feel miserable when I see him waiting year in and year out in that place without sunlight for a person who will never return. If he can reincarnate and start again, then that's also a blessing. After sighing for a moment, Rong Zishui finally remembered the reason he went to look for Yan Tianan. Ah Hen, have you heard about how your Fuyao sect's disciples all came to Myriad Dao Academy a few days earlier to ask for the astrology platform to be activated? Of course I know about that. Rong Zishui then said. During their argument, they mentioned the great immortal demon war of the 9 lands and also mentioned evil chi cultivators. Myriad Dao Academy's judge has already rushed to the Rong family, determined to see what is recorded on that scroll. In recent days, there were rumors that the Rong family's uncle, who had left the family a long time ago, revealed the greatest secret that the Rong family had been trying to hide all these years. Yan Tianan had also heard of this. Myriad Dao Academy's judge, xianxia, was an extremely fair and impartial person who couldn't tolerate a single speck of sand in his eyes. Let alone the Rong family concealing the truth about the great immortal demon war, he couldn't even tolerate a slight error in the sect's records and would insist on correcting it. Yan Tianan walked to the east courtyard with Rong Zishui. While walking, he answered, of course I've heard about that. Moreover, it's said that the judge's attitude is extraordinarily tough. Rong Zishui said with a bitter smile, it wasn't just tough. He practically wanted to tear down the Rong family. He was determined to enter the Rong family's ancestral hall and personally look at the scroll behind our ancestors' memorial tablet. Yan Tianan, how is that any different from openly robbing the Rong family? Yan Tianan asked with confusion, shouldn't Judge xianxia be the most law-abiding? He probably wouldn't do such things. Rong Zishui sighed. Then his gaze sharpened as he stiffened his posture and spoke in an extremely cold and solemn voice, cultivators are those who dare to fight against heaven and snatch from other cultivators. Moreover, this matter is related to the Nine Lands' survival. If the wrong family wants to avoid any involvement, then it must take out the scroll to prove their innocence, or else I will certainly investigate this to the end. Your impersonation is quite good. After Yan Tianan gave a significant evaluation, he looked at Rong Zishui sympathetically. You guys really have bad luck, to actually provoke the judge. Once Judge Xianxia found even a spider's thread, he would certainly get to the bottom of the matter. But the wrong family is also to blame. Their actions back then were too vicious and first offended that uncle of mine. This entanglement can't be explained in a few words, but the story will make people sigh. I will tell you later. Rong Zishui's face was full of worry. He was somewhat speechless as he added, right now, Tianshu Sword Saint is using his real name as guarantee. He swore to heaven that the Wrong family definitely has a second set of historical records about the immortal demon war and that it's related to evil chi cultivators. He even swore that the Wrong family also concealed other heaven-shocking secrets. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Nine Lands' other families also start exerting pressure on the Wrong family. Yan Tianan, Sword Saint Tianshu and the Wrong family really have a deep hatred against each other. He seized this opportunity to throw stones at the Wrong family while it was down, refusing to delay this for even a minute. Rong Zishui's eyes looked at Yan Tianan with a burning gaze. Ah Hen, are you interested in the things recorded on that scroll? Yan Tianan, number. I'm more interested in the enmity between Tianshu Sword Saint and the Wrong family right now. Rong Zishui. Rong Zishui looked at Yan Tianan with hidden bitterness. Yan Tianan laughed. You keep telling me about the scroll. Could it be that you want me to do something? I really can't hide anything from your highness. Rong Zishui blinked. If you're interested, what do you say we steal the scroll together? Yan Tianan stared blankly for a moment, then looked at Rong Zishui suspiciously. What would we steal it for? We steal it and make the entirety of the contents public, so that the whole world knows what really happened in the past instead of being kept in the dark like a bunch of fools. Yan Tianan couldn't help turning to face Rong Zishui. He had always felt that the Rong Zishui who was disguised as Yin Chang'e was a pretty timid person. He wouldn't look for trouble on his own. If trouble found him, then he would try to endure the trouble. If he couldn't endure any more, then he would suddenly explode with a scheme and give the enemy a head-on attack. Author's notes. Shusho's thoughts. Why are you threatening me like this? I'm just a sword. AQAQ Chapter 666, written by Kang Rong. Stealing the scroll and making it public. If this isn't handled right, then not only will you become the Wrong family's sinner, but you'll also make the entire Wrong family the target of criticism. Although Spirit Sect has declined, 6 of the current 12 secular sects were all created by descendants of Spirit Sect, and they've always set up their sect with the slogan of reviving Spirit Sect. If you let people know that the disaster of the world originated from Spirit Sect, how can they let the Wrong family go easily? Yan Tianan said solemnly, you have to think hard about this. Once you do this, there's no turning back. Rong Zishui also knew that the matter was of great importance, but he had a balance in his heart. It was impossible for this balance of his to be influenced by the Wrong family or people of the Nine Lands just because of fear and worry. Rong Zishui said, since I dared to put it forward, I've naturally thought about it. Only the Wrong family's young master, patriarch, and first elder are qualified to see what is recorded on the scroll, but everyone actually sees different parts of the scroll. Someone with more affinity can see more. Many people have seen the scroll over the years, but the Wrong family still wasn't able to read the entire scroll. Every one of us can only transcribe what we saw ourselves. Currently, we only know the Demon Emperor's identity, how powerful demonic and evil chi dual cultivators are, the core disciples of Spirit Sect, and what Spirit Sect did for the Nine Lands in that great immortal demon war. Yan Tianan's gaze carelessly swept over the flowers on both sides of the road, and he spoke even more indifferently, isn't it enough to know these things? Compared to other people, what you guys know is closest to the truth, and you've more or less pieced together the whole story. Why are you still unsatisfied? Of course there are a lot of unsatisfactory places. Rong Zishui calmly looked at Yan Tianan. Is everything we see in the scroll true? Yan Tianan was stunned. What do you mean? Rong Zishui replied, I didn't tell anyone else in the Wrong family that the sum of the contents I saw was different from what they all saw. Yan Tianan gazed at Rong Zishui. Rong Zishui continued, everyone believed that this scroll was written by the survivors of the great immortal demon war, but in reality, I saw the characters, Kang Rong, on the last page of the scroll. The magic on this scroll is very profound. I don't think it could have been written by anyone else besides the Wrong family's first ancestor. Moreover, I once traced that signature from memory and had my ancestor's Dao companion take a look. Rong Zishui's eyes glittered. He said that this was indeed written by Kang Rong. Yan Tianan. Since Lian Hua stamped his seal of approval, then it must have been written by Kang Rong. If it truly was written by Kang Rong, then Yan Tianan was actually a little curious. He really wanted to know what the battlefield was like from the perspective of someone who had participated in the Great Immortal Demon War. But this wasn't enough to truly tempt Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows. So what if it came from Kang Rong's hands? In any case, this scroll has nothing to do with me. Besides, I'm an outsider. How can I justify going to your Wrong family to steal something? I won't go. You can find someone else. I promise I won't sell you out. Rong Zishui asked, aren't you curious about what actually happened in the Great Immortal Demon War? I didn't expect you to like gossip so much. Yan Tianan smiled. You flatter me. People should be full of the desire to explore the unknown world. Rong Zishui watched Yan Tianan stroll towards the dormitory. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, then rushed up and threw an arm around Yan Tianan's shoulder, whispering in his ear, didn't I just say that I saw something that no one else in the Wrong family could see? What are you doing so close to me? I can't give and accept such affections. I won't be able to explain if Warong Gerger sees me. Get away. My old ancestor said that most of the scroll's earlier records are bullshit. The reason Yushin Lingyu cultivated evil qi was because he had no choice. He was backstabbed when keeping watch over Heaven's Whale, and half of his cultivation, Dantian Qi Si, and meridians were destroyed. Someone forcefully poured evil qi into his body and was scheming him from beginning to end. They forced him to fall to evil qi cultivation and become a vessel for evil qi. And that person is the true culprit of the Nine Lands disaster. The Dao Zu that everyone today worships and respects. Yan Tianan's steps suddenly stopped. His brain exploded. First everything was blank, then an overwhelming pain appeared in his dantian, spreading throughout his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones. Why did Kang Rong record these things? He had already forgotten all that dark past, and he also thought that it was a good thing to bury it all in the sands of history. So why did someone still insist on mentioning it again after all the dust had settled 10,000 years later, and why did they want to help him reverse the verdict? No, that's wrong. There are some mistakes in Kang Rong's records. Yan Tianan took a deep breath to calm down. He hid the confusion deep in his eyes, and his black eyes were fixed on Rong Zishui. Rong Zishui was so startled that he took a step back. Yan Tianan suddenly smiled and placed his arm on Rong Zishui's shoulder, half holding him and half hugging him. He blinked at Rong Zishui. Alright, isn't it just stealing a scroll? Your Gerger is the best at it. When shall we act? What's the plan? Rong Zishui, you changed your mind just like that. It's a little sudden. Yan Tianan nodded. How very interesting. The Demon Emperor became a pitiful little thing in Kang Rong's records, and Dao Zu became the main culprit. This is much more interesting than information that the Demon Emperor originated from Hidden Spirit Holy Sect. Rong Zishui revealed a smile full of deep meaning. I knew you would be interested in this. Yan Tianan also showed a meaningful smile. The two of them hit it off and prepared to collude together to do something big. Of course, they couldn't go to the Northeast Land without any reason. Yan Tianan immediately accepted a mission to go to the Northeast Land near the Rong family's old residence. He planned to use that as a cover. Even if others suspected him, he would still be able to cover it up. Since he wanted to go out and gain experience, he naturally had to say goodbye to Lin Xuanji. When Lin Xuanji heard that he wanted to go to the Northeast Land, he said, the Northeast Land is relatively chaotic right now. If Ah Hen doesn't need to go there, then it's best to avoid that place. If you absolutely have to go, then you must remember to avoid any conflict with the Wrong family. Nobody knew what had gotten into Sword Saint Tianshu recently. He seemed determined to oppose the Wrong family. Not only did he spread rumors that the Wrong family was hiding the truth, but he also united many sects and acquaintances, asking them to use their secret networks to exert pressure on the Wrong family to force it to hand over the scroll and show the truth. The Wrong family's gates had a lot of guests coming and going every day, which gave the Wrong family's current patriarch a splitting headache. He eagerly wished to crush Tianshu to death. Naturally, Lin Xuanji didn't want Yan Tianan to join in on the excitement. After all, the royal heavenly capital hadn't actually said anything, and Yan Tianan could more or less represent the Royal Heavenly Palace's stance on this matter. If possible, it was best to avoid this muddy water. Yan Tianan promised that he was just going to find the spiritual plants and ingredients specified in the mission and wouldn't do anything else. Lin Xuanji was concentrating on compiling the book regarding evil qi cultivators these days, so he had no time to manage Yan Tianan. He also thought that Yan Tianan's cultivation wasn't low anymore, so there shouldn't be any problems. Thus, he waved his hand and let him go. Lin Xuanji probably never would have imagined that Yan Tianan would be so daring as to steal the scroll inside the Rong family's ancestral shrine together with the Rong family's young master. However, when he found out, the timber had already been turned into a boat, and everything was too late. 10 days later, the Rong family announced that the scroll was missing and suspected that it was the work of those people who kept visiting the Rong family with ill intentions. The family head immediately became furious and mercilessly drove out all the sect elders and family disciples who had been visiting the Rong family. He then turned around to contact Reincarnation Palace and gave a lot of money to ask Reincarnation Palace to find the Rong family's scroll. So far, many people in the Nine Lands were speculating that this was a ploy by the Rong family to advance forward while seemingly retreating. They suspected that this was a thief crying, "Stop the thief," in an attempt to confuse the public and hide the scroll while claiming that they had lost it. But even more people believed that the Rong family actually did lose the scroll. Otherwise, why would they rush to search for it everywhere using the Rong family's entire power? But only the people involved knew the truth. After not finding the scroll even after 10 days of searching, the Rong family majestically sent someone to slaughter their way to Myriad Dao Academy, demanding that Myriad Dao Academy hand over the suspect, Tianshu Sword Saint. Tianshu Sword Saint, I'm innocent. According to disciples from Myriad Dao Academy, during that time, several Rong family elders and Sword God Hall elders discussed the Dao every day. Banging, crackling, and clanging sounds often came from Sword God Hall, as if there were swords clashing, or as if they were trying to tear down the building. In any case, it was not peaceful. 7 days later, the Rong family finally stopped its attack on Myriad Dao Academy for the time being after receiving Reincarnation Palace's conclusion. The reply from Reincarnation Palace was clear: the Rong family's ancestral shrine was protected by an ancestral array. Nobody outside the Rong family could enter, so outsiders were crossed off the suspect list. Additionally, there should be a bloodline seal on that scroll, so only the legitimate main branch successor who had been recognized by the Rong family's ancestor would be able to touch it. Anyone else would suffer a backlash. Since that person took the scroll away and didn't suffer any backlash for such a long time, then the culprit must be someone who had status in the Rong family. Rong Chaoshi, who was also known as Sword Saint Tianshu, had long been removed from the Rong family tree and was no longer protected by the ancestor, so it couldn't have been him. Thus, it went without saying who the thief was. The Rong family's elder majestically came to Myriad Dao Academy and left just as furiously. Before he left, he said that he would kill Rong Chaoshi one day. The Rong family hurriedly tried to call back Rong Zishui, who had supposedly been gaining experience in the Northeast Land's dense forest. However, it seemed that Rong Zishui had evaporated from the world. Besides his life tablet, which indicated that he was still alive, there was no other contact with him. So, after they lost the scroll, the Rong family suffered another heavy blow: they lost their young master. Compared to the scroll, this was truly a big deal. Can you see what's written on the scroll? Yan Tianan and Rong Zishui were squatting in a cave, and a blank scroll was open in front of them. Rong Zishui touched the scroll. What's the hurry? Everyone can see different parts. I have to carefully search for the part one saw before. Chapter 667. He scared Yan Tianan sat down on the ground next to Rong Zishui, no longer disturbing him. The process of stealing the scroll was rather dull. The strict ancestral array of the Rong family ancestral temple made it difficult for even him to step into, but they were very lenient with their own people. They probably never thought that someone inside the Rong family would steal it. In addition, Rong Zishui was the heir recognized by Lian Hua. When he took the scroll from behind Kang Rong's memorial tablet, he didn't trigger any security precautions, and naturally he did not attract anyone's attention. As a lookout, Yan Tianan did nothing else besides taking a nap on a tree, and they stole the scroll and disappeared without a trace. Rong Zishui was worried that the family would soon find out that he had stolen the scroll. After thinking about it again, He actually snuck back inside the wrong family residence and took away the life tablet that could track his location, replacing it with one that could only show whether he was alive or not but held no other connection to him. Speaking of which, Yan Tianan really admired Rong Zishui. This kid used the excuse that he was training and gaining experience in the Northeast Land's dense forest to avoid returning home for many years, but in fact, he secretly changed his name and his surname to enter Myriad Dao Academy, which could only be described as daring and brave. Even Yan Tianan was willing to bow down to him. If the Rong family were to be notified of this, he still didn't know how much chaos it would cause. However, Yan Tianan also really felt that this kid was full of ideas, could stir things up, and was capable of doing great things. About an hour later, Rong Zishui opened his eyes. Yan Tianan immediately leaned over and asked, "What did you see?" Rong Zishui frowned, staring at the scroll. "Why can't I see anything?" Yan Tianan was stunned. How could this happen? Look again. Rong Zishui shook his head and said distressingly, "There's a seal on this scroll. The ones who can read the scroll can effortlessly do so with a simple touch. For those who can't read the scroll, it's useless to keep trying. They won't be able to read it, no matter how much effort they put in." Yan Tianan. Rong Zishui suddenly yelled and said nervously, "It can't be that I stole the scroll and angered the heroic soul of the ancestor, so he has opinions about me and won't let me read the scroll anymore, right?" Yan Tianan's mouth twitched. "You're overthinking this. Your family's ancestor has already reincarnated a long time ago. His remaining one soul and one spirit are still in the soul-gathering device. He has no time to torment you." Ah, it must be so. Rong Zishui had the urge to kill himself by running into a wall. Yan Tianan. "I already said that's not true." Soon his vision returned to normal. This place was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Jade Ocean Jasper Heaven. The man with a snake body coiled around the Janmu tree, slowly opened his misty light-colored eyes. Yan Tianan felt his heart palpitating suddenly, but his feet seemed to be firmly grasped by something, unable to move away. "Ling Yu." The man's pale but graceful lips opened and closed lightly, and called out a name that made Yan Tianan tremble. Yan Tianan barely held his figure, raising his eyes to the man whose eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and said, "Kang Rong." Kang Rong said, "You've come. You can actually recognize me." Kang Rong looked at him and said, "This seal can only be opened by you and Chong Sheng. I had hoped that the one to come here would be Chong Sheng." Yan Tianan took a deep breath, looked at Kang Rong, with anger, and said, "You once promised me that you would never mention the things you shouldn't have known, and they would rot in your stomach forever, but what are you doing now? Kang Rong, you should not leave this hidden danger. You are not helping me, you are harming me." Kang Rong was a very cold man, and he was only gentle when things involved Lian Hua. Kang Rong looked down at him from above. His calm eyes met Yan Tianan's eyes, which burned with anger. Kang Rong met his gaze without fear. "Ling Yu, among all the disciples of the spirit sect, you are the most courageous, the most temperamental, and the most fierce. You shouldn't have been the one who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the world's righteousness, but in the end, you still chose to be that blade." Kang Rong's voice was extremely indifferent. "The word, love, has harmed people since ancient times. Ling Yu, I only know a part of the story but not the whole story. But I dare to guess that your actions and your choices were related to Chong Sheng. Don't presume to guess without any basis." Yan Tianan turned pale and clenched his fist. "Even if Dao Zhu decided to have me become the blade to slaughter the evil Qi cultivators with, it still has absolutely nothing to do with Shishang. It never had anything to do with him." Kang Rong looked at his anger, but he smiled softly and said, "I don't care whether it was related to him or not. But you have to know it in your heart. Ling Yu, do you know why Chong Sheng failed to ascend in the end, even though he accumulated many merits and virtues by slaughtering the demons and exterminating the evil Qi cultivators?" Yan Tianan gave a pause and said, "Because Janmu cut off his roots and severed the path of ascension to the upper realm." "You are too naive," Kang Rong revealed. "It's because he still had attachments in his heart. It's also because you've accumulated great merits and virtues, yet you forced him to end your life with his own hands. In the end, not only did his merits not increase, but they even decreased." "Ling Yu, did you really believe you were helping him?" Yan Tianan was suddenly stupefied. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his heart was thundering, and his hands and feet were cold. "No, impossible. It can't be because of me. How could it be impossible? Dao Zhu had already made a divination many years ago that there would be a major tribulation in Chongsheng's life, and his tribulation was you. You are not helping him, but harming him. Kang Rong sighed and said, I just don't want the only evidence in the world that can prove your innocence to disappear. I don't want the fact that you made such a sacrifice for the 9 lands to no longer exist, so I left this will here. If you make a decision, you can completely obliterate this will. It's just that between heaven and earth, no one else will know of your great merits, and the name Yushin Lingyu will live in infamy for tens of thousands of years. You have to think carefully. After speaking, Kang Rong remained silent. This was a strand of will left by him. The characters written on the scroll were left behind by his will. Once his will dissipated, those characters would no longer exist. Let it stay, or obliterate it. Yan Tianan dropped his eyes, which were full of turbulent waves. Didn't he want someone to help him settle his grievances and clear his name? Didn't he want someone to cut a path for him when he was in a muddle and had nowhere to go and had to cut open a new path for himself to walk alone? Didn't he want someone to help him when he was so desperate, even if it was something as simple as lighting his path? He certainly wanted those things. In the darkest 100 years of the 9 lands, he dreamed day and night that someone would give him a hand. But there was no such person. Such a person never existed. His master schemed him, and his most beloved Shishong did not want him. He fulfilled Dao Zi's expectations and deceived the world, deceived the greedy people, and killed his own life with his own hands to return peace to the 9 lands. He sacrificed too much, but he wasn't the only one who sacrificed something. Chongsheng, Kang Rong, Shihe, Lianhua. But also those sects that devoted their entire power in the great immortal demon war, and all the nameless disciples of those sects. Too many people had been sacrificed. But there were even more innocent people. I just want the past to be buried completely. After a long time, Yan Tianan raised his head, fixed his eyes on Kang Rong. His voice was a little hoarse. When I hoped someone could redeem me, no one answered my cries. Now, I don't care about those people's superficial actions or words. For me, Yushin Lingyu's life is over. It's completely finished. No one has the right to mention it again. Are you willing to keep Chongsheng in the dark forever? Kang Rong asked after a while. But Yan Tianan said with a smile, what's wrong with keeping him in the dark? With his temperament, if he knew that everything I did had never violated the precepts of Spirit Sect, he would definitely feel miserable and blame himself. Especially now, when his relationship with Lin Xuanji was already extraordinary. Of course, he was afraid that Lin Xuanji would not accept him once he found out that Yan Tianan was the lawless Yushin Lingyu who destroyed the heavens and earth. He was afraid that even if Lin Xuanji was willing to accept him, they still wouldn't be able to return to the original beautiful times when there was no distance between them. But compared to being abandoned, Yan Tianan knew better than ever. He was most afraid that he would end up telling Lin Xuanji about all the hardship and grievances he had suffered just because he could no longer bear these pains. Look, how miserable that life of mine was. None of you understood me, and all the grievances of Eden are numerous enough to become the sea. Half of my life I had been smashed by the world, and in the end I was stabbed to death by you. You killed the person who loves you the most. You killed the person you love the most. Yan Tianan didn't dare to think about how Lin Xuanji would accept this truth after he found out. He could never bear to see Lin Xuanji being even a little sad, so how could he dare to mention it? How could he dare say it? He would rather bear all the criticisms than let the truth have the opportunity to surface in front of Lin Xuanji. He would rather conceal the identity of Yushin Lingyu from Lin Xuanji for life. I owe my Shishong too much. Even if it takes my whole life to pay it back, the debt still wouldn't be cleared. Yan Tianan's eyes were a little dim. So I don't want him to have any worries in his heart. I want him to be calm and unaffected by the past, and one day he will be successful in his cultivation and ascend. Please, I earnestly request this of you, don't say it. In the end, Kang Rong sighed and said, you are stubborn, but the truth is the truth. It will see the light of day eventually. But these so-called truths shouldn't exist in this world to begin with. Kang Rong, you may know that I was forced to cultivate evil qi and destroy the world, but there are many more things you don't know at all. It's a fact that my hands were stained with blood. It's also a fact that I have cultivated evil qi. It's a fact that innocent people died in my hands. It's also a fact that I have slaughtered 12 Taoist sects. There are many despicable and filthy things I've done to my eldest Shishong, and I have no face to mention them. Yan Tianan clenched his fist as he recalled those past events on the Phoenix Terrace that made even himself unable to breathe. Those moments of intimate skinship that he forced upon Chong Sheng and made him suffer humiliation and torture against his will were all debts that could not be repaid, no matter what. Zaki, the last paragraph. Just leaving it to your imaginations. Chapter 668. Late-night pillow talk. Yan Tianan also fantasized about inadvertently letting Chong Sheng discover that he was actually not that bad, and that he too had suffered a lot of grievances and injuries, and maybe because of this, Chong Sheng's view of him would change, and he might even treat him better because of the heartache. But later, his dreams were destroyed by a landslide. Even if he was a demon, he still had a heart. After suffering too much injustice, too many injuries, too much burden, and too many curses, Ling Yu was no longer the good child who used to laugh carelessly and held good intentions to the world even after being cursed at. Initially, he killed people because he had no other choice. Later it became a cathartic indulgence. Dao Zhu was dead, and no one in the world knew and understood him, so he would be like this for his entire life. He hated his past self, so he didn't want to let Chong Sheng know all about his past, and he didn't want Lin Xuanji to suffer from a heart demon because of his past life that shouldn't be mentioned. He wanted to watch Lin Xuanji walk to the pinnacle of the orthodox Tao. He wanted to repay everything he owed Chong Sheng. Kang Rong, just forget all this, Yan Tianan said. You will regret this. Kang Rong looked at the stubborn and strong young man with a bit of pity. Indeed, I have done a lot of things that I regret. Yan Tianan smiled softly, as if laughing at himself. But this matter is definitely not included. Since it had come to this point, Kang Rong naturally had nothing more to say. His last will slowly dissipated, and the body of the man with long hair gradually became transparent, and finally became a faint gleam of flashing light, scattering in the wind like dandelion seeds as he gradually disappeared. The light dimmed, and when Yan Tianan's consciousness returned, he was still in the cave. Rong Zishui's eyes were full of shock. When you put your hand on it just now, this scroll lit up. It took Yan Tianan a long time before he recovered. He turned his stiff eyeballs and looked towards Rong Zishui. How long did it light up for? Rong Zishui said, it's fleeting. It dimmed again as soon as you took your hand away. Yan Tianan paused, then asked, how long was my hand on it? Rong Zishui's eyes revealed a little inexplicable color. Didn't you pull your hand away as soon as you touched it? Don't tell me you lost your memories. Rong Zishui nodded, not thinking about it anymore as he put the scroll in his storage bag. Thank you this time. If you want my help in the future, just ask. Yan Tianan showed an enigmatic smile. If there were no accidents, all the characters recorded on this scroll should be erased completely, and those past events would never be mentioned again. The people of the Rong family searched for their young master everywhere, stirring up a fuss so that the entire 9 lands knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that Rong Zishui's life tablet showed that he was still alive, the Rong family would definitely blame Myriad Dao Academy for everything and indiscriminately slaughter their way to the sect gates. Although Rong Zishui himself knew that there was a big disturbance, he did not care about it and he continued to follow Yan Tianan to complete the mission. He completely regarded himself as Yin Changge who came out of the backwaters, and didn't care how worried the Rong family was. In Rong Zishui's words, anyhow, it's not the first time that I suddenly disappeared. They're simply going through the motions. I know there are many people in the clan who hope that I never return. Yan Tianan said that, he could understand it very well. The mission the two of them accepted this time was very simple and could be completed by only 2 people. However, the spiritual plant that was required for the mission was grown alone in a deep mountain valley in the northeast land, located on a cliff. It took some effort to get it. For Yan Tianan and Rong Zishui, picking the spiritual plant was naturally not a difficult task. The two spent half a day completing the sect mission, and then they prepared to return to the sect. When they arrived at the border town of the northeast land and the east land, it was getting late, and the two of them were not in a hurry, so they looked for the most expensive and most magnificent inn in the town. Originally, Yan Tianan wanted to choose 2 rooms, but Rong Zishui insisted that it was only safe to be together when going out, and finally they booked only 1 room. Yan Tianan took off his shoes and crawled to the bed with only his inner clothes on. He was quite worried and said, after we return, you absolutely must forget about me sleeping on the same bed as you. If my Dage finds out, I won't be able to explain myself. If I wasn't worried about my family coming after me and if I wasn't such a heavy sleeper who needs someone to wake me up, I would never sleep with you. Rong Zishui thought that Yan Tianan was climbing too slowly, so he kicked his ass and pushed him to the inner part of the bed. He then kicked off his boots, threw his clothes to the ground, and rolled onto the bed. Yan Tianan, having known each other for so long, he didn't even notice that Rong Zishui was so formidable and wild in private. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. The two laid down side by side on the bed. In this atmosphere, it would be too incomprehensible to not have a late-night pillow talk. So Rong Zishui said, "This can be considered experiencing trials and tribulations together, right?" Yan Tianan said, "Don't be so melodramatic, we are simply allying because of useful talents, villains colluding together, and a snake and rat living in the same nest." Rong Zishui was amused. "Can't you use something good to describe yourself?" Yan Tianan side-eyed Rong Zishui. "I mainly want you to recognize the mistakes in your behavior. So you'll even drag yourself into the water." Rong Zishui turned over and laid down on the pillow, with a pair of raised eyes looking at Yan Tianan. He chuckled twice. "Ah hen, how in the world did you and Warong Sword Immortal hook up?" I don't think he looked like the kind of person who has emotions, but he was willing to follow you, even when you're messing around. No matter how you look at it, this is true love. Yan Tianan said, "No, wait. I approve of the true love part, but what do you mean he follows me even when I'm messing around? He went to the tomb of Yushin without regard for his life just to find you the blood cypress sap. Isn't this messing around?" Yan Tianan felt happy in his heart, but on the surface, he said, "Since my Dage was willing to go, he must have a plan already. A plan that involves your dantian shattering and your meridians breaking." Rong Zishui's eyeballs turned slightly and continued, "Speaking of which, I didn't expect that when I saw you again, not only did your cultivation completely recover, but it even increased instead of declined. What method did you use to repair your dantian so quickly?" Yan Tianan sat up. "The medicinal pill you gave me is very effective." When Rong Zishui mentioned this matter, he suddenly remembered that he had never told Lin Xuanji about Lian Hua shattering his dantian with a single finger. When they were in the tomb of Yushin, Lin Xuanji didn't know and definitely did not suspect anything. But since they came out and Yin, Changyu and other insiders were around, Lin Xuanji would discover what he had concealed sooner or later. That medicinal pill can only heal your wound at best, but it can't completely repair your dantian. Rong Zishui said suspiciously, "You should have had other help. A shattered dantian, broken meridians, and the celestial prison, which had accumulated tens of thousands of years of resentment, were the most suitable conditions for cultivating evil qi." Naturally, Yan Tianan couldn't tell the truth, so he threw all the blame to Lian Hua, who was dead and therefore couldn't expose his lies. "Your ancestor's Dao companion is a pretty good person, and his skills are even better." Although he didn't say how he recovered, he left enough space for imagination. Rong Zishui let out a sudden realization. Yan Tianan let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Xuanji asked him in the future, he wouldn't be afraid of exposing his identity. "Ah hen." Rong Zishui thought of something. He looked at Yan Tianan and asked, "Have you ever done something that you regret, but nevertheless still had to do?" Yan Tianan paused and asked back, "What about you?" Rong Zishui turned over and laid on his back on the bed. He looked at the ceiling and said, "I have. I regret that when I was 10 years old, I was tricked into entering the tomb of Yushin by a disciple of the clan. At that time, the tomb of Yushin was still a forbidden place. Rong Zishui was just a son of a concubine in the main branch, so he became the object of insults and humiliation by the main wife and other concubines. Rong Zishui did not dare to resist. His mother, after he was bullied, could only hold him in her arms and weep in silence. She never stood up for him. As a result, the weak were always weak, and gradually the bullying from the main branch disciples became more and more excessive. Until he was tricked into entering the tomb of Yushin. The tomb of Yushin was a terrible place. Even Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji must be cautious when they entered, for fear that they would die there if they made a mistake. Rong Zishui was just a 10-year-old kid, so how could he not be afraid? But he was lucky because Lian Hua happened to be too bored at that time. Maybe it was because Lian Hua discovered that the intruder had the blood of the Rong family, so he saved Rong Zishui in passing, who was about to be gnawed into bones by monsters. Most of my Taoist techniques were taught by ancestor Lian Hua. He took me in for many years and only allowed me to leave when my cultivation reached the profound realm. Rong Zishui's voice was long and quiet, but his words were full of tears and blood. Only after I came out did I realize that so many years had passed. I went back to the Rong family to find my mother. Thinking that now I have a lot of strength, I am no longer the child who was humiliated but could not resist. I planned to take my mother out of the wrong residence, but I didn't expect that. They said that my mother, as early as a year ago, when I had just left for half a year, had already entered the tomb of Yushin to look for me. She still hasn't come out yet. At this point, Rong Zishui's eyes dimmed a little. But the tomb of Yushin has been quiet for a long time. Ancestor Lian Hua can control everything in the tomb of Yushin. Since he said there was no one in the tomb, there must be no one in the tomb. The Rong family lied to me, but the patriarch of the family who had been in secluded cultivation for a long time suddenly left closed-door cultivation. Just when I was about to demand justice for the crime, he personally appointed me as the successor of the Rong family. I really didn't know what to do. I accepted the position given to me by the patriarch of the Rong family. I never let off a single one of those disciples who had humiliated and bullied me before, but I never killed them. When I accepted this position, it meant that I accepted their lie saying that my mother got lost in the tomb of Yushin trying to find me. Rong Zishui said, I know my mother didn't die like that, but I can't continue to investigate it further, otherwise my current status may not be preserved. Chapter 669, Rong Family's Past Affairs. Rong Zishui turned his face to look at Yan Tianan and suddenly laughed. He spoke with a bit of self-depreciation and indifference, do you think I am an unfilial son? Yan Tianan stared at him. Zishui, if your mother's death was not cleared, but you chose to ignore it in order to accommodate the status of the young master of the Rong family, you're really unfilial, but in fact, I don't believe you truly gave up on the truth. Otherwise, why would Rong Zishui hide his identity and come to Myriad Dao Academy to study? However, it's just that even if he cultivated the Taoist techniques of his clan, it would still be hard for him to surpass the elders in the clan in a short time. But once he entered Myriad Dao Academy, he could find another way. Maybe in the next decade and a half, he could become a cultivator to be reckoned with. He has never forgotten his hatred. Rong Zishui sighed softly and clenched the quilt under his hand. One day, I will make those people pay the price. What in the world is a family? Not only do they fear the strong and bully the weak, but families are also full of political intrigues. It's so messy. Just like Rong Chaoshi's story back then, if you count it, I don't know which is worse. Yan Tianan asked, I've been curious for a long time. Why did Rong Chaoshi kill so many people in the Rong family after entering the Dao overnight? I could never guess what his deep hatred was, and it shouldn't be entirely his fault, otherwise Myriad Dao Academy wouldn't risk offending the Rong family by accepting Rong Chaoshi into the sect. Rong Zishui was silent for a while before he said, the former patriarch position of the Rong family absolutely wouldn't have fallen on my father, who married 18 concubines. 50 years ago, the Rong family had a heavenly prodigy named Rong Kai. Some people say that he was the reincarnation of the Spirit Emperor. He could understand the voices of all living beings and plants as soon as he was born, and he could also control the plant spirits. Everyone believed that he could lead the Rong family to new glory. If you count the age and generation, Rong Chaoshi should call him uncle, but Rong Kai was about the same age as my father. There were geniuses and fools, and Rong Chaoshi was the latter. After he was born, he couldn't learn to walk for 3 years, and he couldn't learn to speak for 5 years, let alone cultivate and enter the Tao. His whole person looked stupid. When placed in a divine clan, any such idiot was regarded as a humiliating existence in the clan, and the parents would be ridiculed by others. Rong Chaoshi grew up under this kind of ridicule. His parents were truly cruel. When he was 7, food would fall from his mouth when eating. In the winter of that year, his parents threw him down from the cliff to die. However, fortune favors fools. After falling off the cliff, Rong Chaoshi was picked up by Rong Kai, the young master of the Rong family, who was cultivating at the bottom of the cliff, and was saved easily. Rong Kai was only about 16 or 17 years old, but he seemed to have the aura of a family head. When he found out about this, he was furious. First, he punished the couple severely, and then he announced that he would take Rong Chaoshi under his wing and support him personally. Because when he saw Rong Chaoshi, he thought of his brother who fell off the cliff and died when he was 7 years old. Rong Kai was very patient. In less than a year, he taught Rong Chaoshi how to walk and talk. At least it was no problem to take care of himself. The Rong family disciples despised and envied Rong Chaoshi, and some people even said, to think we're even inferior to a fool. How could he have died? Yan Tianan frowned and asked, even if you lose all your cultivation, most of the time it won't be permanent. In most cases, it will come back in a few days. What exactly happened? Yes, Rong Kai was at the critical point of breaking through. In fact, he just needed to recuperate for a while. However, there was more than one person who had malicious thoughts. Rong Zishui showed an extremely mocking smile. Do you know that the Rong family's ancestor had a beautiful face? That Rong Kai who was truly blessed by the ancestor. When I saw his portrait, I just felt that I was a firefly compared to him. Compared with the morning sun, I am dimmer. Yan Tianan felt his heart skip a beat. Suddenly bringing up his appearance was not a good sign. That face that could bring about the downfall of a country was naturally good when he was strong enough to protect himself, but when he suddenly lost his cultivation and was unable to protect himself, it became his greatest disaster. Those disciples, at that time, led by the young master of a main branch elder, were so jealous and dominated by their desires. They took advantage of the time when Rong Kai was recuperating in seclusion. They broke into the secret cultivation room and tried to treat him unfairly. You could imagine what a person whose cultivation no longer existed would suffer when he met these enemies who had coveted and hated him for a long time. Yan Tianan felt cold at the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help wrapping himself tighter in the quilt. It can't be, right? They're from the same clan. They are blood related. How can they do such things even lower than animals? What's more, didn't they use their heads to think that Rong Kai just lost his cultivation temporarily, and the elders of the clan can't give up on him? If they make a move on Rong Kai, they will be punished. But, the law doesn't punish a crowd of people. Rong Zishui sneered. At that time, the disciples who went there were all from the Rong family's main branch. They just relied on the fact that their parents were reluctant to punish them all, so they swarmed on. Only one timid main branch member didn't follow them and was ridiculed. No one knew what Rong Kai had experienced, but when Rong Chaoshi came back to the Rong residence, what he saw was already a corpse. They caused such a major event. How could it be hidden? And those people completely regarded Rong Chaoshi as a fool who couldn't even speak well, and discussed the event without any fear that he would overhear them. It's a shame that he died. Those main branch disciples are really extremely daring. When the elder saw Rong Chi's corpse, he didn't say anything. He punished a few unfavored disciples and settled the matter. Which of the remaining main branch disciples were punished? It's just a matter of calming things. Poor Rong Kai. He was such a noble person, but his clothes didn't even cover his body when he left the world. It was really pitiful. If the elder hadn't arrived in time, even his corpse would have been desecrated. How can the inside of the Rong family be like this? Rong Chaoshi stood stupidly, listening to these gossiping people rushing to piece together the truth. He just felt that the pain in his heart made it hard to breathe, and he couldn't wait to die. He laid on Rong Chi's corpse, bawling, clinging to Rong Chi's body. At this time, maybe my uncle didn't have the idea of killing people yet. Rong Zishui's face was a little sad and said, however, later those who killed Rong Kai still wanted to bully him. Stupid pig, from now on, no one will protect you. I tell you, this young master has long been unhappy with you. Didn't he protect you from being cursed at? Honorable me wants to see if he can jump up from the grave and curse even if I beat you now. Ha ha ha. Although he looked cold and indifferent all day long and despised his family's disciples, his body was very warm and had a good taste. If you were also there that day, I would have reluctantly also given you a taste of him. You are so loyal to him, so you probably also have those dirty thoughts about him. It's a pity that he had a strong personality, but he died like that. Rong Zishui couldn't help but click his tongue a few times. That night, Rong Chaoshi entered the Dao overnight and killed all those involved in this matter. He even wanted to kill the elders, but his cultivation level was not enough, and he was beaten. After being seriously injured, he fled in the direction of Jade Ocean City. You should have heard of what happened next. Next, Rong Chaoshi entered Myriad Dao Academy and the Rong family came to ask for him. The elders of Myriad Dao Academy refused to hand him over. The Rong family was really angry, and they recalled all the Rong family disciples who were studying in the sect, and completely cut off relations with the academy from then on. The name Rong Chaoshi was hung on the bounty list, and his head was worth 10,000 gold. After Yan Tianan heard this story, he felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He felt that Rong Chi's luck was really bad, and he felt that Rong Chaoshi's life was full of frustrations. He finally had a person who loved him and protected him, but he died like that. If it was him, let alone enter the Dao overnight, it was extremely possible he would enter the demonic path overnight. And how can this be the only matter that the family covered up? It was just that Rong Chaoshi made the matter bigger. The two were speechless for a moment, and then Rong Zishui said, "The elder of the Rong family ordered no one to mention this matter again. My father told me the truth." But Rong Zishui's father, who was now the head of the family, told Rong Zishui about it not to ask him what was right or wrong, nor to let him know that the Rong family, which had been independent of the world for tens of thousands of years, was rotten to the core, but to ask him if you were the one who was allowed to make a judgment for the family, how would you make a decision in such a case? Rong Zishui asked Yan Tianan again. Yan Tianan thought for a while. All of them should be executed, or kept alive, but their cultivation base should be abolished and they would be forced into the clan prison for the rest of their lives, so that they will never come out. Rong Zishui said, "What I said at that time was basically the same. But my father later said that each of the disciples involved in the incident were all deeply rooted in the Rong family. More or less behind them are the elders of the Rong family and the main branch is a backer. If you really put a heavy hand on them, the Rong family probably wouldn't be far away from falling apart. A clan was a big ship. The ship was strong and powerful, and could withstand the stormy seas. However, due to its heavy weight and massive size, it was difficult for the captain to turn the direction, and it would only be more and more difficult to move forward. It's easy to say that we want to get justice back for innocent people, but how difficult is it when we're really trying to do it? It was impossible to allow the entire clan to fall apart just because of one person, and he had already passed away. The surface reputation of the clan still needed to be maintained. Yan Tianan also thought deeply. Things in this world are just like this, but if I were a Rong Chaoshi, I would also make those people pay with their lives. Rong Zishui nodded, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, "I recounted the Rong family's affairs, so how about you? Have you ever come across such a thing?" Yan Tianan thought for a while. "I have never encountered anything that I will do, even if I regret. But I once did something that made me regret. If I had been given a choice, I would never do that again." Rong Zishui curiously asked, "What did you do?" After a pause, Yan Tianan answered, "I hurt the person who loves me most in this world. Zaki, the Rong family is so rotten to the core. You, Tianshu and Zishui are better off without them." Chapter 670. 7-Day Covenant. Who knows if Rong Zishui realized that Yan Tianan meant platonic love, not romantic love. That person was naturally Lin Xuanji, who was also Chong Sheng. However, Yan Tianan was only sure that Lin Xuanji really liked him in his heart. But during the first life, Chong Sheng's feelings for Yushin Lingyu could only be described as platonic love. Not even the current Yan Tianan dared to have such a big face to attach gold to himself and believe that Chong Sheng loved him romantically. Before the most intense final battle of the Great Immortal Demon War, Chong Sheng personally went to the heart of the demon camp by himself and removed his sword and weapons in order to make peace with Lingyu. The chief disciple was still dressed in white with long black hair rolled up behind his head. The style was meticulous. Even with his words and actions, anyone could hardly find a single flaw. The sun on the mortal realm hardly ever shone in the demon realm, but there was also a sun here. It was just that the sun was always shining yellow and red, as if it was covering everything in the world with a layer of fog and blood. But this kind of scenery was still magnificent and beautiful. Yushin Lingyu was still barefoot, yet no dust stained his toes. He sat on a soft nest made of dragon skin and phoenix feather, holding a slender tobacco pipe in his hand. His scarlet lips gently closed around the pipe mouth, swallowing clouds and mists. His eyes were narrowed lightly, giving off a lazy appearance. He knew that Chong Sheng would come to find him, and that he would come alone. Because he has a chip that Chong Sheng couldn't give up. It was the soul of a person who had not yet dissipated and was collected by him in a soul-condensing artifact. He sent someone to pass the message to Chong Sheng. If Chong Sheng didn't come today, he would crush the soul with his own hands, so that the person could never be reincarnated. Chong Sheng arrived as promised. With his temperament, once he accepted a younger martial brother, he would be responsible for them to the end, to the point of never giving up on them. Shishong Chong Sheng had no choice. Yushin Lingyu looked at the man who was walking towards him step by step through the fog, cold as moonlight amid the hazy smoke and heavy shadows. How many years had it been since he'd last seen him? It had been many years. After he killed Dao Zhu, defected, left the spirit sect, and became the demon emperor, he had never met a Chong Sheng who wasn't pointing a sword at him. Last time he saw Chong Sheng, he was still at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Now he had entered the Sky Realm and became a sword venerable. Chongsheng looked at him, and after a while, said, I've come to pick up the soul of Fanglang to take him home. Pick him up and take him home. The first word you say after seeing me is to pick up someone else and take them home. Yushin Lingyu was stunned at first, then he hooked his lips and smiled, breathing out the smoke in his mouth. If you can take him away just by saying so, then isn't it unnecessary for me to ask you to come here? Why would I do this then? Chongsheng's voice was as cold and indifferent as his eyes. He said, since you let me come alone, there are naturally conditions, and there is no need to talk nonsense between you and me. If you want me to do something, you might as well say it directly. Warong Venerable is really bold. Yushin Lingyu chuckled, and his smoking pipe fell to the ground, making a tinkling sound. He clapped his hands and stood up from the soft nest, moving slowly, which made the anklets on his feet ring. Chongsheng's cold eyes swept through every inch of Lingyu's face like a knife, cutting his skin, so strange and disgusted. You are a madman, Chongsheng said, even if I die, I will not be humiliated by you. Yushin Lingyu's smiling eyes sank in an instant. He raised his hand and grabbed Chongsheng's chin. Although his head was shorter than the other parties, his momentum was not weak at all. The enemy is strong and you're weak, but you still don't show weakness. I think that you really don't want the soul of your dear little Shidi. Yushin Lingyu always knew how to take advantage of others' weaknesses best. However, it wasn't like Chongsheng could never be threatened. Chongsheng raised his hand, pinched the wrist of Yushin Lingyu, which was full of bones, and squeezed the restless hand from his chin. He was still indifferent and acting calm. It is possible. Yushin Lingyu was stunned. It is possible. Chongsheng looked down at him and said, if you really do this, I will cut my neck and commit suicide, and then I will scatter my soul. Like him, I will never be able to resurrect myself. Yushin Lingyu's expression solidified on his face, and his eyes suddenly widened. He threw away the warm hand pinched on his wrist, stepped back 2 steps and said, you wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I dare? If you die, no one else in the world can kill me. If I can't even save one person, how can I save the world? Chongsheng just looked at Yushin Lingyu, whose expression suddenly changed. Lingyu, you are always wrong about one thing. Even if there is no me in this world, there will still be others to save the world. Your enemy is never just me. Have you ever seen the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who are ready to cut demons under broad daylight? The road you are taking is a dead end. Even if I die, some people will go on and on to finish this unfinished business. Yushin Lingyu slowly recovered his calm. He stared into the eyes of Chongsheng and said, you are not afraid of death, but you're merely taking advantage of the fact that I don't want to hurt you. Chongsheng said, I came here not only for the soul of Fanglang, but also for you. Yushin Lingyu didn't speak. I want you to stop. The voice of Chongsheng echoed in the empty hall. Shidi, I want you to stop. I want you to stop. Yushin Lingyu looked at the man who couldn't bear the disappointed look in his eyes, and great sorrow rose in his heart. It was no use crying over spilt milk. The hatred of the whole 9 lands had all already gathered around him. Even if he stopped at this time, what good end could there be for him? There was no going back on the road he'd taken. However, before Yushin Lingyu opened his mouth, Chongsheng continued to say, Lingyu, the Heaven's Whale had not yet been completely repaired, and the 9 lands are still in turmoil. If you are willing to go back and join me in mending Heaven's Whale and saving the 9 lands, I am willing to bear all the sins you have committed. I will go to the execution platform for you, receive punishment from heaven, and even die for you. No, I don't need you to do this. Lingyu, too many people have already died. Chongsheng grabbed his wrist, his eyes filled with sadness. I don't want to lose any more, even you, I don't want to lose any more. Just take it as your Shishong begging you please stop, Shidi. Yushin Lingyu's nose suddenly became sour. At this moment, he almost uncontrollably wanted to say okay. He thought if he really took a step back, he could end everything and end all of the sins. However, the evil chi in his body stirred and engulfed his Dantian chi si and meridians, making him almost unable to stabilize his body from the pain. He suddenly sobered up and calmed down. I can't stop. The fire in Yushin's beautiful eyes gradually went out. He smiled slightly and stared at the handsome man who looked like a fallen immortal. Shishong, I will stop after you have been here with me for 10 years. What do you think? Chongsheng asked. How can I accompany you? Yushin Lingyu said, naturally, on the bed. Chongsheng's eyes darkened. Ling Yu, I have been thinking of you as my Shidi until now. But in your heart, is there any friendship left for your Shishang? Of course. If so, Chongsheng said, at least for the sake of treating you like a Shidi, let me take away the soul of Fanglang. Yushin Ling Yu sneered. In the end, this is your only goal. But I just can't bear to see you being kind to him and risking your life for him. The more you do for him, the more I want to completely destroy him. Chongsheng frowned. You are really a madman. Yushin Ling Yu said, I am a madman. If I am not a madman, how can I boldly fall in love with my Shishang? Chongsheng went silent for a few moments before he clearly said, but I am Chongsheng, and what I hate most in my life are madmen. If you hate it, then hate it. Yushin Ling Yu thought, even if you hate it, you still need to meet me face to face. He didn't intend to really keep Chongsheng here for 10 years. He just missed his Shishang too much, so he tried to force him to come and see Yushin Ling Yu. Just looking at him was enough. He was happy to listen to him talk, and even if these words seemed to cut a knife in his heart, he was happy and satisfied. I've already gone crazy. Yushin Ling Yu thought so and smiled. Since Shishang doesn't like me, it's always possible to stay here for a few days. No, after 7 days, you can take his soul, and I will never stop you from leaving. Yushin Ling Yu pretended to say casually, but his heart was already tense. Please agree. It's just for a few days. I won't do anything out of line with you. A few days later, I will let you go. As he thought, Chongsheng agreed. Since the Demon Emperor invited me, there is no reason why Chongsheng should not stay here. Chongsheng said. In an instant, Yushin Ling Yu lit up. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. He couldn't make any expressions for a while. Chongsheng glanced at him and said, on the 7th day, I hope that Shidi can keep his promise. Yushin Ling Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Naturally, Yan Tianan's heart sank, and he even felt out of breath. At first, he really only had the idea of staying with him for a few more days, and never gave birth to more messy thoughts. It was just wishful thinking to let him accompany himself for 10 years, but in the end, why did he become like that again? Yan Tianan clenched his fist and his body trembled slightly. Their 7 days, in fact, they lived very well. Without cynicism, they were just like a pair of disciples who were originally in the spirit sect. They talked about chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and flowers, from one region to another, from ancient times to the present, but they tacitly kept silent about those things from the outside world at the same time. If, when he was happiest, a subordinate didn't tell him that 100,000 disciples of Tao cultivators were lying in ambush outside the demon world, just waiting for Sword Venerable Chongsheng to let them enter the demon world at his command if it weren't for the spies sent by Chongsheng to him when he personally sent Chongsheng to the boundary of the demon world, and they stabbed him from behind as he gave Chongsheng one last hug, he would not have gone so crazy that he even felt terrified of himself. It was a red tasseled spear with a demon-killing array, which could instantly turn demons into ashes. It was unknown how many demons had fallen from it. Any demon would be scared even at the mention of the weapon. Yushin Ling Yu had always known that the leader of his demon guard was the young and famous son of the Northland's Ling family, but he never thought that Chongsheng would let him pierce his heart at that time. The spear pierced his heart. It was the most painful time in the world. Yushin Ling Yu's blood sprayed on Chongsheng's face and stained his pure white robe. He was in terrible pain, clutching his broken heart and screaming bitterly. He pulled out the red tasseled spear that pierced his heart from behind and threw it into the distance. Under the gaze of Chongsheng's blank expression, Yushin Ling Yu, with a pair of red eyes, panted, groaned, and screamed in pain. He drew out his weapon to fight with Ling Quechen. Chapter 671. Wrong family's pursuers. Even with such a serious injury, Ling Quechen was still no match for him. Since he hurt Yushin Ling Yu, then he had to die. Although Ling Quechen fought bravely, the gap in strength was too large. After countless rounds, Yushin Ling Yu finally found a flaw and wanted to claw down to rip away Ling Quechen's beating heart. However, a sword came behind him at this moment. Yushin Ling Yu couldn't avoid it in time and was stabbed through the right shoulder. His fingers stopped at a distance only an inch away from Ling Quechen. Ling Quechen seized this opportunity. Instead of escaping, he slammed a palm towards the hole in Yushin Ling Yu's chest. After a heavy blow, Yushin Ling Yu's heart and veins were all shattered. Yan Tianan touched his chest and felt the powerful beating of his heart. His mind was a little chaotic. He couldn't even remember what he had done at that time, how many cultivators he had killed in that ambush while he was seriously injured, and how he slaughtered his way out. He also forgot how he had grabbed xianxia, who stabbed him behind his back, and brought him to the demon realm. He locked him up in the demon palace, in the phoenix terrace filled with phoenix flowers. On the phoenix terrace, he made love to his sweetheart for the first time. The red waves rolled and he tasted the most painful and sweet taste in the world. He planted a lover's gu in him, fed him a lover's pill, and smeared a drop of top-level seduction medicine. He also sealed his cultivation, fettered his hands and feet, and made this cold and frosty man become his prisoner and his bed warmer. Shishong. Don't you hate me? But whose thing is inside my body right now? Looks like this thing of yours likes me very much. Shishong, does it feel good? Shishong, are you comfortable? Happy? Joyful? Shishong, in the future, you will stay on this phoenix terrace and accompany me to death. If you accompany me for 1 day, I will go to the 9 lands 1 day later and use you in exchange for the stability of 9 lands. Doesn't it fit your spirit sect style of sacrificing the few for the good for the many? Ha ha ha. At that time, he had already gone crazy. Crazy to the point that he looked at xianxia's face full of sweat, pain and despair, almost pervertedly letting xianxia run rampant in his body, desperately feeling the pain of his insides. Being split open, he didn't feel the pleasure of sex. He just heard people mention that it would feel very good to do this kind of thing, but he didn't have any experience in it. And even though xianxia understood it, how could he be gentle to such a vicious and evil person who forced him into such a situation? xianxia closed his eyes and didn't want to see this unfamiliar demon emperor again. So, are you really happy? xianxia asked him later. Happy? Of course he was happy, but this happiness was distorted, complex, perverted, desperate. But if he restarted everything all over again, and Yushin Lingyu was given a chance to choose, he would rather not have such happiness. He regretted it. He regretted until his intestines were green, and he wished he had never lived in this world. That way, he wouldn't have to see his most beloved person get hurt and be so deeply disgusted, to the point that xianxia would pull out one of his ribs with his own hands. He was willing to even suffer pain comparable to Lingqi in order to seal this humiliating, dirty, and vulgar memory without leaving a trace. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. If the gods could give him a chance to return to the time when xianxia went to the demon realm to find him, he would certainly swear that even if Ling Quechen's spear pierced his heart, even if xianxia just stabbed him from behind, he would never imprison xianxia in the demon realm's phoenix terrace and force him to do those disgusting things. Rong Zishui had been waiting for Yan Tianan to calm down his mood and tell him the story. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Rong Zishui then turned suspiciously and looked at Yan Tianan. Hello, it's your turn to talk. Rong Zishui felt that he had been fooled. He immediately cursed and beat the bed, then turned over and went to sleep angrily. This boy was really unreliable. The night was heavy, the moon was dark with the winds high. Yan Tianan suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the window. He then firmly pinched Rong Zishui under the quilt. Rong Zishui woke up with a start, and just wanted to shout, which god was killed, when his mouth was mercilessly covered by a hand. Rong Zishui turned his gaze and didn't need to ask more. He immediately understood why Ah Hen woke him up. They were being ambushed. Moreover, Rong Zishui seemed to sense the trail of the divine dog from the Rong family. Rong Zishui whispered, "The Rong family." Yan Tianan rolled his eyes and whispered, "Coming for you." Rong Zishui grabbed Yan Tianan's arm and said nervously, "No, it's to catch us." Just then, someone at the door sneered and said, "Young master, and the friend inside, why don't you come out together? It's impossible for you to escape today." Rong Zishui opened his mouth and whispered, "It's over. It's Rong Tianxian. He has a very bad relationship with me." Yan Tianan replied, "Rong Tianxian? Somebody actually has that name?" Rong Zishui nodded. "Yes, I don't know what his parents were thinking, to believe that it won't be embarrassing to shout this name when fighting." Yan Tianan took a deep breath. He got out of bed and asked, "How does he know we're here?" Rong Zishui was also ready to fight. When he was young, he got an ancient demonic beast, named Divine Dog. Although there's the word, dog, in his name, he looked like a fox. His barks are smooth, and his nose is more sensitive than a dog's. It was probably when we went to the ancestral temple to steal scrolls, the divine dog smelled us and tracked us from thousands of miles away. Yan Tianan, why didn't you tell me in advance that there was such a sacred animal in your family? Outside, Rong Tianxian couldn't wait anymore. He said impatiently, "I'll count 2, 3. If you don't come out, I will bang." Before Rong Tianxian's words were finished, the door was kicked open from the inside. A masked man with a whip calmly flashed in front of Rong Tianxian, forcing him to quickly retreat backwards. Then the masked person flashed again and had already jumped out from the carved window to the end of the corridor. Rong Tianxian was immediately angered. Chase him. He brought a lot of subordinates. They were well-trained Rong family secret guards. Half of them immediately chased after the masked person, while a small number of them were lying in ambush outside. Soon, Rong Tianxian heard the sound of banging and fighting. "Rong Zishui, I know you are still in there. Get the fuck out." Rong Tianxian didn't want to set foot in the place Rong Zishui was hiding, so he scowled at the door. However, after a short time, there was still no movement inside. Rong Tianxian thought that it was not good. He kicked the door off and rushed in. The window was wide open, the wind was blowing and the curtain was swaying. On the table, there were 3 large words written in water: "You big idiot." Rong Tianxian was so angry, he kicked the table in front of him and the candlesticks, cups, and pots fell all over the floor. The dog beside him let out a cry, then suddenly turned its direction and spread its paws to jump out of the window, and ran towards the northeast. Yan Tianan and Rong Zishui ran in separate directions. Soon, those well-trained Rong family secret guards caught up to Yan Tianan. He was stuck in an alley with a stone wall at the end. In all directions, 6 masked guards were each holding a sword, their eyes flashing fierce light in the moonlight. Once the cry of a crow pierced the night air, the 6 dark guards and Yan Tianan moved at the same time. The yin flame whip was already carrying a black-red flame, like a dancing snake spirit. Its movements formed a shield around Yan Tianan, so that those secret guards could not find any openings at all. Yan Tianan's current cultivation had reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage, and the highest cultivation of these guards was just the same level as him. If these people just wanted to catch him, he would not lose anytime soon. There was even a chance to slip away. However, Yan Tianan soon found out that these people actually wanted to kill him. Almost all the moves were fatal, trying to kill him in one shot. Yan Tianan didn't feel this was good. At the moment when the light of the sword came, he suddenly raised his body like a magpie and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. He saw that where he was standing, the stone slab was lifted 3 feet high and broken into powder. Boom! A house collapsed behind him. Yan Tianan shouted loudly, "You've got the wrong person." "I am not Rong Zishui," they answered with a more powerful strike. If Yan Tianan was still the Yan Tianan from 2 years ago, he would have died under this sword a long time ago. Yan Tianan didn't ask them why they were pressing on him to kill him. There were 10,000 reasons for killing people, and he just needed to save his life. I'll only say it again. Yan Tianan's eyes were cold, standing on the eaves of a tile-roofed house, and the yin flame whip in his hand was scattering little purple lights. He looked at the guards posing as killers, and said in a heavy tone, "I want to sleep now. Those who hinder me will die." "Kid, you talk big." A secret guard sneered. The sword in his hand was as powerful as swallowing mountains and rivers, aiming to kill Yan Tianan. Several other people also tried their best to assassinate him from different directions. Yan Tianan suddenly grew angry. He wanted to let these people go, but why were they still so determined to kill him? His yin flame whip was filled with evil qi. He wrapped his whip around the long sword in the leader's hand. Then he turned his wrist, and the body of the sword made of unknown material was crushed into several pieces. The secret guard, Yan Tianan's gaze met a pair of eyes that were full of shock. He chuckled and said coldly, "Get lost." However, after hesitating for a moment, the man in charge said with darkened eyes, "Everyone, attack together and kill him." Yan Tianan. "Fuck your ancestors, fuck your uncle. I've seen people who are not afraid of death. I've never seen people who seek death like this." Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes. As soon as he was about to kill them, he heard a loud "ah" from afar, and near the end of the street, someone shouted at him, "Ah, help! Ah, hen, these people are going to kill me." Chapter 672. External aid arrives. Looking at Rong Zishui, who was being chased by a divine dog, Yan Tianan smirked and hid the Yan flame whip in his hand, which was becoming increasingly thick with purple evil qi. Although Rong Zishui couldn't succeed at matters but excelled at messing things up, it was also thanks to Rong Zishui coming in time, which prevented him from embarking on Yushin Lingyu's old path. When Rong Zishui interrupted, Yan Tianan lost his advantage. The most important thing about fighting was the atmosphere. If the atmosphere was gone, you would always feel that there was something missing in the fight. Even if you won, you wouldn't feel happy. This was how Yan Tianan felt right now. After Rong Zishui joined in the fray, Yan Tianan waved his whip, only dodging and never attacking. The divine dog had yin attributes. It was said that it could swallow the moon. It wasn't small, it was as big as an adult white tiger. It had a pair of barbed tongues sticking out. Its wolf-like eyes glared at the enemy fiercely. Its whole body exuded the fierce atmosphere that was unique to ancient demonic beasts. Ancient demonic beasts were good at fighting. Any one of them could destroy the existence of a city by itself. Yan Tianan and Rong Zishui stood back to back on the rooftop. Around them were Rong Tianxian and 16 secret guards in the same clothes. They formed a formation, which made it difficult for the two to escape. Yan Tianan swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, "I don't think we can run away." Rong Zishui replied, "Even if we can't run, we must still run." "Did he come after you or me?" Yan Tianan asked. Rong Zishui answered, "The Rong family has clan rules, and those who break into ancestral temples will be killed without fail." Yan Tianan said, "I didn't enter your ancestral temple." Rong Zishui coughed softly. "Those who watch the crime are guilty of the same crime. Fuck your ancestor, you must have known this when you asked me." With a sneer, Rong Tianxian flicked the whip in his hand and glared at Rong Zishui and Yan Tianan narrowly. "You two are really bold. You even dared to steal something behind the memorial tablet of our ancestor. Even if I kill you here today, no one will pursue this matter with me. Rong Zishui, I intended to let you go, but unexpectedly, you just threw yourself into the net, landing into my hand. And now, you can't escape." Yan Tianan cleared his throat. "Rong Tianxian, let's have a civilized conversation. What did you call me?" Rong Tianxian clenched his fist and suddenly threw a punch at Yan Tianan. The punch came with the momentum of pushing mountains and collapsing seas. Yan Tianan cursed Rong Zishui in his heart as his whole body flew away with the powerful strength. He hadn't forgotten to pull Rong Zishui away together with the yin flame whip. A whole tile house was cracked by this fist. Bricks and tiles were scattered everywhere. Yan Tianan suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. He pulled Rong Zishui and ran away. He yelled, "Rong Zishui, you bastard. Didn't you say he's called Rong Tianxian?" Rong Zishui also used his chi and ran wildly. "Rong Tianxian is the nickname I gave him. He hates people calling him this the most. His real name is Rong Sha Yan Tianan. Hee hehehehe. Fuck your uncle." The divine dog took the lead with 4 legs sprinting fast as if he were flying on the roof of the house. After a few jumps, just as Yan Tianan and Rong Zishui were about to run to the edge of the town, the dog suddenly jumped and flew over their heads. He turned around and blocked their way. Yan Tianan skidded to a halt, almost throwing Rong Zishui forward. Several sword strikes shot out behind them. Yan Tianan suddenly turned around and waved the yin flame whip, powerful chi blocking out all of the sword moves. Rong Zishui's eyes were wide open. So powerful, Yan Tianan said, "Shut up." Rong Sha's original attention was almost exclusively on Rong Zishui. The person he was going to kill was just Rong Zishui, but Yan Tianan was always obstructing him, and his cultivation could not be underestimated. Rong Sha's gloomy sight fell on Yan Tianan and said, "Meng Mei, kill him for me." The dog, Meng Mei, suddenly became huge. He was as high as a house. His fangs were bared, and eyes green. A thick tail pricked up, and the hair on its back stood up. He lowered his body and roared at Yan Tianan. The fishy breath sprayed on Yan Tianan's face, which almost made him stumble. "Ah hen, be careful." The clouds in the night sky suddenly gathered and dispersed. The wind blew fiercely, killing intent thick in the air. A thick bolt of lightning struck down toward Yan Tianan's head. Bolts of lightning struck in all directions, blocking all his escape routes. Yan Tianan was also shocked by this attack power. Even when he was Yushinling Yu, he seldom met such a powerful monster. But now was not the time to be in a daze. Yan Tianan took out a shield hidden in his storage ring, and an inverted bowl-shaped shield enveloped him, blocking out all those attacks. Roar, roar. When the dog saw that his blows were missing, he flew into a rage. He bared his claws and reached for Yan Tianan's chest. Yan Tianan's yin flame whip turned into a pike. Yan Tianan rolled over and stepped on the dog, who rushed toward him with his head down. The pike thrust hard at the dog's neck. However, he forgot that ancient demonic beasts were like deities. This divine dog had lived for many years, and his flesh was too hard to stab. In addition, Yan Tianan was holding back as he didn't dare expose his true cultivation easily. How could he kill him in one shot? Instead of being killed, he cut a wound on the dog's neck, which completely angered the beast. Roar! Several lightning bolts suddenly struck down. When those secret guards saw that the situation was not right, they set up an array for another killing move. It turned out to be an array that allowed people to launch attacks equivalent to the Grandmaster stage in terms of power. Rong Zishui's pupils suddenly shrank. He ran towards Yan Tianan with all his strength. Run! It's the life redemption gate. Run! Rong Sha cruelly raised his lips. There was no need for him to do anything to kill Rong Zishui, who was always a hindrance in his eyes. It was all thanks to Rong Zishui bringing himself to death's doors. Although there was the word life in life redemption gate, the trapped person would surely die. Tens of thousands of willow branches and pine needles turned into sharp blades. They rose to the air and surged forward to kill the two besieged people in the array with a speed beyond the naked eye. Yan Tianan clenched his fist. He was about to raise his hand and use evil chi to reflect these killing moves back to the attacker. However, a distant and ethereal music sounded, suddenly slowing down the speed of the blades. Then a teal light almost cut through the sky as a sword broke through the array. Who are you? Rong Sha drew out his willow whip. He saw that the 16 Rong family's secret guards were spitting out blood. They fell to the ground after suffering a backlash. The divine dog was also seriously injured, shrieking and turning back into his original size, hiding behind Rong Sha. He saw two people descending from the sky as if they were stepping on the moon. One held a sword, while the other had a zither. Myriad Dao Academy's Lin Warong. It was like an immortal descending from heaven, his long hair swaying in the breeze. The sky was high and wide. Waves of clouds rolling in as if welcoming the immortals that had come from afar in an unexpected time. Yan Tianan's eyes were hot. He felt his heart beating like a drum. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Timely aid was just like that. Lin Xuanji held his sword, Zij, which was already unsheathed. He looked as cold as frost. He landed in front of Yan Tianan, blocking his whole body behind him. The one who followed was Wan Miantang, holding a zither. Wan Miantang curled his lips and smiled. Using your superior numbers and cultivation to bully others. Since when did the Rong family fall so low? When Rong Sha heard the name Lin Warong, he was already horrified. When he saw Wan Miantang holding the zither, he immediately stepped back half a step. Why are you here? Rong Sha looked warily at the two people whom he could not afford to offend. The cleanup of our Rong family should have nothing to do with Myriad Dao Academy. You you want to interfere with the Rong family's affairs? Wan Miantang plucked a string, and the dog, who was not very well behaved, immediately fell to the ground. I don't care about your Rong family's affairs, but as I have been entrusted by others to handle a matter. Sword Master Tianshu has always been friendly with me. He asked me to protect Rong Zishui's life. So naturally, I couldn't refuse. Wan Miantang glanced at Rong Zishui lying on the ground and said, you still won't get up. Rong Zishui hurriedly got up. He didn't even dare to shout the word Dean for fear of exposing the fact that he hid his identity to enter Myriad Dao Academy. However, since Wan Miantang had mentioned Rong Chaoshi's name as an excuse, he probably didn't intend to expose Rong Zishui's disguise. He could deceive everyone today, but he wouldn't be able to hide it tomorrow. It was just a matter of time before his identity became public. Rong Zishui had many wounds on his body, but he didn't feel any pain at this time. After all, these wounds were nothing in the face of life and death. When Rong Sha heard this, his face turned dark and he gritted his teeth. Dean Wan, Rong Chaoshi is someone our Rong family put a bounty on. He and our family's grudges haven't even been settled yet, so it's unreasonable to meddle in other people's affairs. Besides, Dean Wan, as Myriad Dao Academy's dean, you shouldn't be intervening in worldly affairs, especially from the divine clans. I'm afraid it would damage the reputation of the sect. Wan Miantang said with a smile, no need to say more. I'll take the person away. If the Rong family refuses to accept it, then by all means, come and find me in Myriad Dao Academy. After that, Wan Miantang pulled up Rong Zishui, then held his zither and left. He made it clear that he was unwilling to waste more words with Rong Sha. Rong Sha was livid but he could do nothing. All the secret guards he brought with him were seriously injured now. They were not Wan Miantang's opponents at all. Warong's sword immortal. Rong Sha clenched his teeth and pointed his finger at Lin Xuanji. This person is not a member of our Rong family, but he has stolen the relics left by our Rong family's ancestors. Does Warong's sword immortal want to cover up this great transgression? Paw across the air, a slap landed on Rong Shaw's face and he directly flew 10 meters away. Rong Shaw held his swollen cheek with disbelief and looked at a man in white who was motionless, resembling both an immortal and a ghost. He was speechless. This person belongs to this venerable. Lin Xuanji's voice was mixed with endless ice and snow, as if to freeze the killer in front of him, and then throw him into a cold abyss. You shouldn't have tried to kill him. Chapter 673, that rusty sword. Rong Shaw's pupils suddenly shrank. His brain even went blank. The burning pain on his face made him recover quickly. He didn't even care about his status and hurriedly cried out, Warong sword immortal, pardon my sins. I didn't know this young master was your person. Otherwise, I would never have put him in the same category as Rong Zishui. Lin Xuanji lightly swept his gaze over Rong Shaw's pale face. Now that you know, you won't attack him again. Of course, Rong Shaw repeatedly agreed. A gust of wind blew by, and in front of him, the man, who had landed on the eaves and stepped on the rubble looking like an immortal, seemed to have disappeared. Even Yan Tianan, who had been besieged here, had also disappeared. Lin Warong, Myriad Dao Academy. Rong Shaw stood up, his swollen face moved slightly as he hissed. He was deeply hateful and cursed useless things to the secret guards around him. Then he turned around to leave. Although he lost his target and his guards on this trip, it was not without harvest. Lin Warong, as the light of the orthodox Tao, actually had his heart moved and stood up for a brat who had offended the Rong family. If he spread this, it would surely set off a great disturbance in the whole Nine Lands orthodox Tao. And Wan Miantang came forward to save Rong Zishui. The Rong family sent him to track Rong Zishui, but he didn't allow him to kill Rong Zishui. He just had to bring the target back, which was not in line with Rong Shaw's original intention. After all, if the scroll fell into Rong Zishui's hands, it was no big deal. It could always be found. However, if it involved Myriad Dao Academy and Rong Chaoshi, the Rong family's attitude would no longer be as soft. With new and old grudges, the elders of the Rong family had long been dissatisfied with Myriad Dao Academy. He could guarantee that the elders would be furious after this. If they weren't, then he would twist off his own head to use as a soccer ball. Yan Tianan felt the speed of the wind and lightning. He heard that Kunpang, the legendary ancient demonic beast, was the fastest flying monster in the world. It soared up 90,000 li through the wind, and one flap of its wings could let it fly 18,000 miles away. After a sneeze, there was no trace. He felt like a Kunpang at this time, or a Kunpang that had been forced to fly. One of Lin Xuanji's hands was holding his back collar, the other hand was around his waist, so that Yan Tianan would not easily fall off as they flew to the northeast very fast. Life was going up and down, up and down, up and down. Just when Yan Tianan was about to throw up because Lin Xuanji took his sword high and low between the mountains, Lin Xuanji finally found his conscience and let his feet touch the ground. Yan Tianan took Lin Xuanji's handkerchief and wanted to wipe his mouth conveniently, but he saw the fine decorative pattern and smelled the cool smell that belonged to Lin Xuanji. It was like the cold fog of a snowy mountain. He turned his wrist and put the handkerchief in his sleeve. Yan Tianan wiped his mouth with his sleeve inattentively. Revenge, this was definitely revenge. Yan Tianan's stomach was full of rivers and seas, and when he faced Lin Xuanji, he couldn't be angry. Instead, with a pleased smile he leaned to Lin Xuanji's side, pretending to pitifully pull on the corner of his sleeve. Dage, I know I was wrong. I was afraid that if I told you earlier, you would not let me go. I won't dare in the future. You're quick to admit your mistakes. It seems that you believe I can't do anything to you, right? Lin Xuanji gently smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Yan Tianan immediately felt like he was hit by a bolt. If Lin Xuanji quarreled with him or scolded him, then the situation could still be salvaged. But now, Lin Xuanji was carrying a smile that was totally different from his mood. He was obviously very angry. Yan Tianan's heart suddenly panicked, and abruptly remembered the last time he saw Lin Xuanji smiling at him. At that time, Chong Sheng was refining Unified World. Originally, Unified World wasn't called that. Instead, it used to be called Killing Heart Sword, but Yan Tianan later renamed it Unified World. It was a sword with a rib bone as the sword bone and essence blood as the primer. It took only 3 days to forge a sword in the difficult dreamland of the Phoenix Terrace, a narrow slit in the demon world where the wind was fierce and narrow. It was precisely Shusho, the sword that Yan Tianan took down from Hidden Sword Peak after thousands of years. That year, Yushin Lingyu hugged an empty sword Venerable Chong Sheng from behind as he buried his forehead on his shoulder. His voice was soft and hoarse, which seemed to be mumbling, begging for help that he could never find, where a man could not see him. He said, "Shishong, you refined that pair of anklets for Kangdi Fenglang with your own hands, and I like it very much. Please also refine something for me. Anything is fine, as long as it's made by Shishong, I'll like it and be satisfied with it. Shishong, I know I was wrong, I was obsessed. I shouldn't have done this to you, I regret it. I really regret it, I'm sorry. Shishong, can you forge something for me and leave me a memory? There is no golden sun or stars in the sky in the demon world. It is dark and cold here, and the wind is biting. After you leave, I will be left alone in this huge demonic palace. Shishong, they are all afraid of me and don't want to talk to me. Even I can feel lonely and afraid. Shishong, if you agree to my little request, I will let you go, all right." At the end, he was almost pleading. Perhaps because Chong Sheng was irritated from being pestered to the extreme, or perhaps because Lingyu personally vowed to let him go. Finally, after a long silence, Chong Sheng said in a slightly dry and hoarse voice because he had not spoken for a long time, "You're the one who said this. No matter what I forge, you will let me go after giving it to you." Yushin Lingyu suddenly looked up with starlight scattered in his eyes. He nodded hastily, regardless of whether Chong Sheng could see it. "Shishong, you are finally willing to talk to me, you no need to say anything else." Chong Sheng interrupted coldly, "I will only ask this, are you serious about this?" "Very serious. Of course I'm serious." Yushin Lingyu was excited like a child, at a loss on what to do with his hands and feet. "What does Shishong want to refine for me? Do you want me to send someone to bring some materials? I want a hairpin, that is, the style that Shishong always likes, ebony or white jade, with auspicious clouds or lotus flowers on the hairpin's tip. Feathers also work." Chong Sheng's cold eyes stared at him. Being stared at by those eyes, Yushin Lingyu felt very guilty. He pursed his lips and whispered weakly, "Of course, if Shishong wants to refine something else, I think that's also very good, very good. As long as it's forged by Shishong. He would like them all." Looking at him like that, he didn't know what Chong Sheng was thinking in his heart. Finally, Chong Sheng said, "I need to go into closed-door seclusion. Don't bother me before I go out." Although Yushin Lingyu was reluctant to not see Chong Sheng for a long time, he knew that he was still in the demon world, above the Phoenix Terrace, so he reluctantly suppressed his inner impulse and nodded. However, at this time, Yushin Lingyu could never have imagined that Chong Sheng would give him a magic weapon that made his blood run cold and made him sorrowful enough to vomit blood. Chong Sheng had pulled out one of his ribs, took out a drop of blood from his heart, and refined a sword made of white bone in just 3 days. 3 days later, Chong Sheng's face was bloodless, his pair of eyes were bluish-black. He gently pressed his chest, over the position where his rib was pulled out. He came out of the narrow place with a sword in his right hand. The phoenix flowers on the Phoenix Terrace were always blooming, brilliant and splashing, strong and enthusiastic. This was the most beautiful place in the whole demon realm. Because standing on the Phoenix Terrace, you could overlook the entire demon world's beautiful scenery, which was cruel but still tragic. There were huge red clouds roiling in the sky. The black fog was like an immortal carrying a brush, staining the sky with a wave of his hands. On this day, in the loneliness and majesty of the sky and clouds, Chong Sheng, covered in blood, carrying a long sword made of white bone, was walking to him step by step. "This is my gift to you," Chong Sheng said softly, "a sword that can be used to commit suicide. I have already made up its name. Just call it, Killing Heart." Chong Sheng picked up the new sword, then pulled up the right hand of the person who seemed to have been struck by lightning, and stuffed the hilt into Yushin Lingyu's hands. Yushin Lingyu seemed to have been burned, so he flung it aside and let the sword clatter to the ground. "No, no, 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 I don't want this. Why do you want to give me this kind of thing?" Yushin Lingyu shook his head desperately in a panic and repeatedly retreated, looking into the eyes of Chong Sheng, like watching a ghost who had come to kill him. Chong Sheng bent down, picked up the sword, and looked at the red flower sap staining it coldly. He smiled softly. Blood suits it. Step by step, he forced himself to move to Yushin Lingyu, and once again, handed the sword to him. Yushin Lingyu was stunned. After a long time, he trembled and asked, "Why? Why do you want to do this to me?" I already promised to let you go. Why do you still have to force me like this? Why? There were too many whys in his heart, but Chongsheng would not give him an answer. I'm tired of all the things you've done, Yushin Lingyu. The thing I regret most in my life is that I believed you had any kindness left in your heart. I deserve all the insults and pains I've suffered over the years. Serves me right. Chongsheng was very quietly looking at Yushin Lingyu's pair of eyes whose pupils had shrunk. If he wasn't so overconfident, then how could he, with his own strength, bear all the pressure exerted by the Orthodox Tao and persuade them to postpone the invasion of the demon world and give him a chance to pull Lingyu back? Now he was in a mess, and he had no face left. Laughable, truly laughable, he was arrogantly trying to transform the devil into a human being. This was really the biggest joke in the world. Author's notes, most of the memories are abusive. If there's no abuse in the previous life, then this life won't exist. It's necessary for the plot, and the outline can't be changed. After this hurdle, everything will be sweet to those that said Xuanji has lost some IQ, prepare to be face-slapped. In the whole novel, no matter which character loses IQ, the main character will never lose IQ. After all, flipping everything over is also a big hobby of mine. 23,333, ha ha ha. Chapter 674, Do You Take Me for a Fool? Yushin Lingyu gradually calmed down. The blood in his whole body first went cold from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, then it rose back up all the way from his toes, stirring within himself the endless anger that he could no longer control, blood rushing to the top of his head. Good, good. Yushin Lingyu laughed angrily, gritting his teeth so hard that they rattled. Chongsheng, you really know how to make me angry. If you had obediently made a magic weapon for me, I would really have let you go as promised. But now, since you had to make me unhappy, I won't let you do whatever you want. I'm going to waste your cultivation and break your hands and feet, so that you can only be dependent on me in this life. You wouldn't even be able to climb down the Phoenix Terrace's bed. You'll be a complete waste. In the face of the Demon Emperor's threat and anger, since he was already the trapped beast sword venerable Chongsheng, he just calmly and fearlessly said, I'd rather die with incense than fall into the north wind. Lingyu, give it a try. Yushin Lingyu chuckled twice. Okay, I want to see how prideful and different venerable Warong is from others. Chongsheng just gently smiled, but his eyes held an emotion that Yushin Lingyu couldn't read. You no longer have this chance. Yan Tianan felt a spiritual shock, and Chongsheng from the past and Lin Xuanji of the present seemed to match up completely in front of his eyes. He really didn't get the chance, because Chongsheng used his unyielding determination to die to tell him that some people could be humiliated, but you could never make them surrender. Yan Tianan was suddenly flustered, and he kept fidgeting with his hands at a loss. He said incoherently, I don't want to do that. It's all my fault, I won't do this kind of thing again. Don't smile like this, don't look at me like this. Dag. Don't look at me like this. Lin Xuanji was stunned. He looked at the overflowing panic and confusion on Yan Tianan's face, and suddenly had the illusion that he had just done something heinous to Yan Tianan. However, he was just angry, so his attitude was tough and sharp. How could Ah Hen be so afraid? Did he really scare this child? Although Lin Xuanji's heart was hard, it was always soft and messy in front of Yan Tianan. He stared at Yan Tianan, who looked as if he was about to cry. In the end, he sighed slightly, pulled Yan Tianan's cold sweaty hands, and frowned. Since you're afraid that I will get angry, why did you do this without telling me? They're different after all. Yan Tianan felt the warmth from the palm of his hand, and his beating heart slowly calmed down. He took a deep breath, hung his head, and did not dare to look Lin Xuanji in the eye. He whispered, I was screwed over by Rong Zishui. He vowed that if he got the scroll, he would tell me what happened in the ancient great immortal demon war. I was too curious, and my heart was tickled and fooled by him. Who would have thought that when he got the scroll, only a member of the Rong family could see parts of the content, and the Rong family's divine dog would follow our sense. Lin Xuanji approached Yan Tianan slowly, his beautiful, lustrous, and plump lips almost touching Yan Tianan's mouth. Yan Tianan could feel Lin Xuanji's breath and cold fragrance. Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji opened his lips lightly, and his voice was clear and bewitching. I don't know where you went and what you experienced in the first 100 years in the tomb of Yushin. Yan Tianan gulped and swallowed his saliva. He resisted the impulse of rolling his eyes and said weakly, Does Dage want to hear about it? All the things about you, I've only ever pretended to be blind, acting like I didn't know or didn't want to know. However, there is nothing that I can't know. Lin Xuanji kissed Yan Tianan's slightly open mouth, then loosened his chin and straightened up. Do you really think that I wouldn't recognize that sword of yours if you covered it with blood and gave it a dragon skin sheath? Ah Hen, you forget who I am, and who I used to be. Yan Tianan's brain suddenly burst all at once. He was so stunned that he almost fell on his knees. What did Lin Xuanji mean? Did it mean what he thought it meant? But how was it possible? How could he possibly? No, he must be bluffing on purpose. I didn't reveal too many things. However, no matter whether it was the past life's Chong Sheng or this life's Lin Xuanji, they were both sword venerables and the world's top craftsmen. That was the sword he had forged himself with his own rib and the blood shed from his heart. Could he really not recognize it? Even though he couldn't remember how the sword was refined and what it was made of, he would certainly sense that it came from his hand. Yes, Yan Tianan's voice trembled, like it had gone through 18 bends on a mountain road. I don't want to hear your explanation now, and I don't want to hear you lie to me again. Lin Xuanji interrupted Yan Tianan's unspoken words. The sky was high and the clouds were far away. I never forced you to do what you didn't want to do and say what you didn't want to say. I will give you some face today. From now on, you don't have to rack your brains to try and fabricate lies to deceive me. The past has already passed for so many years. You don't want to mention it, neither do I. Yan Tianan opened his mouth and couldn't say anything anymore. It turned out that Lin Xuanji really knew everything from beginning to end. He thought that he was the only one who was afraid to mention the past, but he forgot that Lin Xuanji was the one person who didn't want to bring up the past the most. He couldn't figure out what kind of mood Lin Xuanji had when facing him these days. He continued to be gentle with him as before, but this was a person who once almost destroyed the world and went against Chong Sheng's heart of Tao. This was a bad person who had hurt him so deeply. Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan's dazed eyes and confused expression and could not bear to reproach him anymore. Ah Hen, do you remember the first spirit sect rule that I taught you to recite? Lin Xuanji asked. It took Yan Tianan a long time to open his mouth with difficulty. If the heart is pure, the mind is clear, and the spirit is bright, one will achieve merits and virtues. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's face. After a long time, he slowly said, this statement is not from spirit sect's rules, but a comment Dao Zhu gave you when he divined your fate at the beginning. He said that all your life, you should follow this divination. What is right and wrong in the past can't be tested. I can only hope that in this life, the one standing in front of me right now is still the one I first knew, a pure heart, a bright spirit, and a clear mind. Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly turned red, and his nose became sour, so he turned around and closed his eyes. Lin Xuanji didn't offer any consolation and said nothing more. He waited for Yan Tianan to calm down by himself. A moment later, Yan Tianan turned around and stared at him with red-rimmed eyes. When did you find out? That I was him. I suspected before, but I wasn't sure. You didn't show many clues. Lin Xuanji said calmly, I couldn't be sure until you said the spirit sect's rules that only you could have recited. If you stubbornly refused to admit it, then I wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. Alright, let's put this matter aside. Lin Xuanji said quietly, I'll let it go just this once. If you dare to do these dangerous things behind my back again, I will punish you. You've already been sold, but you're still helping your seller count the money. You probably have water in your brain. As expected, I'll be more reassured if I'm watching over you. Yan Tianan sniffed. He looked dazed. How could I be sold? Lin Xuanji said, why didn't Rong Zishui look for others to steal the scroll with him, but insist on you specifically? Yan Tianan said, because I'm his only friend in the sect. Lin Xuanji said, he has been together with Shen Kongrong for more than a year. Emotionally or rationally, I think Shen Kongrong is more suitable than you. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. What? He has already gotten Shen Kongrong. He's amazing. Ah. Lin Xuanji's lips twitched. He knew there was a divine dog in the Rong family, who could find people for thousands of miles and pursue them. He just wanted to take advantage of your identity, and calculated that if you got involved, even if the Rong family knew it was you who did it, they still wouldn't be able to get the scroll in the end. He was sure that I wouldn't allow the Rong family to force you and would protect you. Yan Tianan was very angry and stamped his foot. Bitch, that Rong Zishui, I knew he had bad intentions when he asked me. I didn't expect him to be so calculating. This kid's conscience is a hornet's nest. Then Yan Tianan realized something. Suddenly, he stopped talking and stared at Lin Xuanji. How did Dage come on time? Plus, protecting me sounds like sweet talk. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. If my family's child is traveling outside, I will always worry about him. Therefore, he had followed him from beginning to end and did not dare to follow too closely, so as to avoid frightening his family's child like a scared bird. He also didn't dare to be too far away, for fear that he would not arrive in time when he needed to take action. He really was so worried. Yan Tianan's eyes became red again. Dage. However, Lin Xuanji didn't intend to give him a chance to be too touched. Since you still recognize me as your Dage, you will be under my control. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and let Yan Tianan see the dangerous meaning of his words. Before he left, Lian Hua handed over the original spirit sect admonitions to me, and also gave me the rock as a gift. Right now, both of these items are in Little Penglai. Originally, it was placed there for sentimental reasons, but now I feel that this kind of thing always has to be used to the best of its ability. Chapter 675. I can come to the mountain after you return. Copy the first 49 lines of the Spirit Sect admonitions. For every 7 lines you finish, go outside and kneel for 4 hours. Yan Tianan sweated profusely. Both his legs seemed to have turned into noodles. He wiped some cold sweat and pleaded, Dage, in any case, I'm no longer a disciple of Spirit Sect now, and you and I are no longer martial brothers. I'm your closest and most obedient darling. Can we not do this? In total, there were 49 rules, plus 28 hours of kneeling. Yan Tianan seemed to see a cycle that he could never escape from. Even if tens of thousands of years passed, he would never forget the fear of his eldest martial brother's discipline. Too terrifying. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and sighed lightly. Yeah, you're right, Spirit Sect doesn't exist anymore, and I'm no longer your Shishong, so how can I be qualified to punish you? Forget it, just treat it as though I didn't say anything just now, and I won't mention it again. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. With that, Lin Xuanji turned to leave. Yan Tianan suddenly became so scared that he hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed Lin Xuanji's arm like a scaredy cat. He spoke anxiously, Dage, don't be like this. I was wrong, okay. How can you not be qualified to punish me? You're qualified anytime, you'll always be my eldest Shishong. I definitely listened to you. Isn't it merely 49 rules plus some kneeling? We can even double it if you want. Dage, don't ignore me. Dage, please say something. Dage. When Lin Xuanji saw that in his desperation, Yan Tianan was practically plastering himself to him, he slowed his pace. Looking at Yan Tianan, who was about to cry, he asked, do you accept the punishment? Accept? Of course I accept. Whoever doesn't accept is a grandson. Yan Tianan patted his chest. Lin Xuanji curled his lips. In the future, am I allowed to discipline you? Definitely. If you tell me to say one thing, I won't say anything else. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to kneel on the world's hardest rock, I will never lie down on it. Lin Xuanji also couldn't maintain a serious expression anymore and showed a smile. Yan Tianan was almost blinded by his sudden smile. First, he stared blankly, then, unable to restrain his emotions, he threw himself onto Lin Xuanji and bit those red lips. He didn't care that they were in the wilderness. He hugged Lin Xuanji's neck tightly and kissed him for a long time. Finally, he gasped for air and said, you still want me, that's great. Lin Xuanji sighed and held Yan Tianan in his arms. Otherwise, what else can I do? Since I said I would protect you for a lifetime, how can I possibly give up halfway because of any excuse? Why, does Ahen like the me who was always indifferent to you and ignored you? Lin Xuanji arched his brow. If you really like that, then I might consider it. Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji really got worse. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and silently encouraged himself. He summoned his courage to say, Dage, there's actually another very important matter that I didn't tell you. Now I think it's better to tell Dage. Only one matter. Lin Xuanji said with deep meaning, I thought there would be multiple matters. Yan Tianan almost broke into a cold sweat again. He immediately made an innocent expression and blinked. Anyways, since I've already let the cat out of the bag, I'll answer anything Dage asks. Look at you taking the initiative. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's pair of dark eyes and suddenly curled his lips teasingly. He raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's cheek. In any case, I have many ways to make you into a conscious child. Yan Tianan. This time, He felt his chrysanthemum tighten. Many things can't be explained in a few words. I'm not in a hurry to know. We've been delayed quite a bit. Let's head to Jade Ocean City first and meet up with Dean Wan and Sword Saint Tianshu. Yan Tianan jumped onto the sword and hugged Lin Xuanji's waist. He rubbed his shoulder intimately. Sword Saint Tianshu also came. Why didn't he go save Rong Zishui? At least they're from the same family. The Zij sword flew through the sky. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan's hand around his waist and explained, Wan Miantang refused to let him go no matter what. He's worried that Sword Saint Tianshu will snap and kill all the Rong family disciples. If that happens, this matter will no longer be as simple as a stolen scroll. To be honest, Wan Miantang's worry was not unfounded. With Lin Xuanji leading the way, the two soon arrived at Jade Ocean City and met with Tianshu and Wan Miantang, who were waiting in the city. Because the scroll was still a treasure left by the Rong family's ancestors, even if Rong Zishui already stole it, Myriad Dao Academy's elders still couldn't allow the scroll to enter the sect's gates. Otherwise, they would be harboring and covering for a fugitive, which would give the outside world ammunition against them, and the sect would suffer. However, they also weren't willing to give up on the secret contained in this scroll, so they thought of a compromise. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I can come to the mountain. Since the scroll couldn't enter the sect, then it wouldn't be against sect rules for the elders to go to Jade Ocean City to study the scroll, right? Thus, when Yan Tianan stepped into the inn where the sect's elders stayed, his entire person became dumbfounded. Not only were Sword Saint Tianshu and Wan Miantang there, but esteemed Fu Yi, Dean Mei, the hall master of Tool Ocean Hall, and Judge Xianxia were also sitting in the room. Besides them, even Hai Kuanglang and Zhang Fengting were waiting here. Rong Zishui sat on the ground with the scroll, his face full of worry. When he saw Yan Tianan, he said miserably, I suspect that the scroll we stole is a fake. Not only me, but even Uncle can't see any records on the scroll anymore. Yan Tianan somewhat guiltily rubbed his nose. Maybe the Rong family switched it. After all, when we went to steal it, all kinds of sects and families were visiting non-stop. Perhaps the Rong family was worried that they would lose the scroll, so they put up an illusion and replaced it with a fake scroll instead. It must be like this. Rong Zishui beat the ground with a fist and seemed angry that he'd been tricked. They put up a fake scroll for me to steal, but they actually had the face to chase me down with that dog. Rong Tianxian is truly shameless. Yan Tianan coughed as he thought, well then, I've successfully thrown the blame onto someone else. Although he somewhat sympathized with Rong Tianxian, who let Rong Tianxian be so merciless. But Sword Saint Tianshu was still a little suspicious. He looked at the blank scroll and sneered disdainfully, 9.5 out of 10 Rong family members are stupid. I don't think they have anyone smart enough to switch the scroll ahead of time. Rong Zishui asked innocently, what about me? He thought he was pretty smart. You, Sword Saint Tianshu smiled coldly. Tomorrow, you can return to the Rong family with a humble apology and ask for punishment. I'm afraid the sect can't accommodate the noble young master of the Rong family, and the Rong family will never allow you to continue studying in the sect. Rong Zishui said very stubbornly, I'm not the same as them. Sword Saint Tianshu replied, I don't care whether or not you're the same as them. There isn't a single good person in the Rong family. Rong Zishui mumbled, you're also part of the Rong family. However, Sword Saint Tianshu coldly said, I've severed relations with them a long time ago. My name will never be on the family tree again. Nobody knew whether Rong Zishui's brain was cramping, or whether he was overly emotional, but he actually spoke recklessly, but Rong Kai is still on the family tree. I've seen it. What answered him was a slap from Sword Saint Tianshu. Who allowed you to mention him? Tianshu's face was dark and gloomy, and he came up to Rong Zishui like a ghost, lifting him off the ground by his collar. Tianshu furiously gnashed his teeth and spoke, Boy, the only reason I'm somewhat tolerant of you is because your father spoke a few fair words that year. Don't think that you're so different from them. Rong Zishui was so scared that his face paled, at a loss on what to do. Judge Xianxia's expression wasn't good. He walked over and pried Tianshu's hand off, freeing Rong Zishui. As an elder of the sect, you actually attacked a student in front of me. You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Judge Xianxia continued, since we can't see anything from this scroll, we can just return it to them when the Rong family comes. Xianxia then frowned. I've already been out of the sect for too long. I don't have the time to waste. I'll return to the sect today. However, I'll still send someone to keep following the matter about the scroll. I have another way. Sword Saint Tianshu was also too lazy to continue bothering Rong Zishui. He rubbed his chin and suggested, Reincarnation Palace is powerful. Previously, they were tasked with investigating the theft of the Rong family's scroll, and they actually gave such a quick reply. Yan Tianan subtly glanced at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji gave him a calm look. Yan Tianan, Sword Saint Tianshu continued, why don't we ask them to look for the contents on this scroll directly? What do you think? Xianxia said, I don't think so. Even if we never mind the business of the 9 lands divine clans, we still can't brazenly make a deal with Reincarnation Palace. Yeah, Wan Miantang nodded. The Yan family is openly targeting Reincarnation Palace. While saying that, he even glanced at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan, like hell that's any of my business This is my Dao companion's personal property. Of course I want it to be in high demand. Esteemed Fuyi touched his beard and cleared his throat. I have a suggestion. Since we can't do it openly, we might as well do it secretly. Although Reincarnation Palace accepted a lot of assassinations, it's still very trustworthy. We can assume that it won't sell out the customer's identity. So as long as we keep a low profile, we won't necessarily have to worry about others finding out. Judge Xianxia nodded with a serious expression. I agree with esteemed Fuyi. Wan Miantang said, I also agree. The other elders all agreed as well. Thus, everyone hit it off and decided to secretly collude with Reincarnation Palace. No, wait, it should be very honorably cooperating. Yan Tianan coughed lightly. He couldn't help feeling that Myriad Dao Academy was truly the 9 lands' top sect. Its way of handling matters was indeed extraordinary, blazing a new trail. The scroll was practically useless, so these sect elders who came for the scroll immediately went to take the boat back to Ethereal City. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan also planned to return with them. They might as well have some company. Before leaving, Hai Kuanglang said, I'll wait for you here for a while. The road to the North Land is long and arduous, and it also isn't easy to enter the Dragon Clan's old nest. After you guys finish handling the sect's affairs, you can go with me. Yan Tianan nodded and looked at Hai Kuanglang miserably. I hope that when Shishang sees me again, I'll still be as lively and energetic as I am today. Chapter 676. The so-called punishment. Hai Kuanglang curled his lips up in delight at Yan Tianan's misfortune. I heard that the Rong family regarded that scroll as the most precious treasure in the family. You stole the scroll and was even discovered, so it's not a loss to suffer a little. Yan Tianan looked bitterly at Zan Fengting, who was smiling beside him, and tattled, eldest Shishang, Hai Shishang is throwing stones at me when I'm down, and he even likes to watch me make a fool of myself. He's wrong to watch you make a fool of yourself, but you were too daring this time. You should be punished. Yan Tianan. Hai Kuanglang immediately laughed. The discouraged Yan Tianan felt that he was like a little cabbage no one loved, so he could only follow Lin Xuanji back to Myriad Dao Academy dejectedly. After reaching Little Penglai, Lin Xuanji smiled slightly as he placed the spirit sect admonitions in front of Yan Tianan. Originally, you'd have to copy this inside the sect's ancestral hall, but the conditions on Little Penglai are simple and crude. We only have these bamboo houses, so after thinking about it, Ahen should just lie on that meteorite and copy the rules. Yan Tianan stared with wide eyes. He almost knelt down. Dage, are you joking? I can't even kneel on the world's hardest rock, yet you're actually willing to let me suffer through copying the rules on there. Dage, can you leave me a way to live? Are you kidding? When he finishes copying, his knees would probably be broken. Lin Xuanji, however, still had a slight smile. It's non-negotiable. Just obediently accept the punishment. Yan Tianan. Fine. Your fierce. Yan Tianan angrily took the brush and paper and walked towards the world's hardest rock. He placed the brush and paper on top and laid down on the rock, as though his entire person was plastered to the stone. Yan Tianan grimaced as he used spiritual chi to lift him up by his elbows. A rabbit squatted next to him, looking clever and cute as it raised its head to watch Yan Tianan. 2 white tigers transformed into human shape and stood beside the rabbit, also watching Yan Tianan. The tall, young, and handsome tiger said, Your posture just now looks like a dog eating mud. Shut up, are you so bold now? Yan Tianan turned his head around with difficulty and almost fell from the stone. He asked in surprise, How did you become so big? He saw a young man in white with a high ponytail on his head. The man's pair of purple eyes looked a bit sinister. Isn't this Abai? What kind of master was I? I only left for a little over half a month, but how come my family's Abai had grown into this? Bai showed his tiger teeth and said happily, I can grow up once I've reached a certain age and my cultivation becomes high enough. Look, don't you think I'm particularly handsome? Yan Tianan, ha 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 Hu Po. Looks like you're still quite free. Lin Xuanji walked over leisurely as his black eyes swept a glance over these people. Bai and Hu Po immediately turned into white tigers and ran into the forest without stopping for even a second. Rongrong looked at Lin Xuanji, then at Yan Tianan. It seemed to be hesitating over whether it should stand up for its master right now. Ow ow ow, are you stupid? If you don't run right now, are you waiting for death? Bai ran back and roared twice, resentful that the rabbit didn't grow smarter. He picked up the rabbit's collar in his mouth and ran for his life at an even faster speed. Yan Tianan, TCH, every single one of them is more of a scaredy cat than the previous one. They're all unreliable. Yan Tianan coughed twice to clear his throat. About that, Dage, they were the ones disturbing me. This isn't my fault, you can't blame me. Lin Xuanji asked, when did I say I would blame you? If you didn't do anything wrong, then why do you look so guilty? After thinking about it, I'm afraid that you would be lonely, so I decided to stay by your side. Do whatever you need to do. Yan Tianan, bitch, I can't even slack off. What hatred and what grudge do you have? Yan Tianan said, the dew is heavy at night. Dage had better go back and rest early, it would be bad to catch a cold. No harm. Yan Tianan could only snort and bitterly lie on the world's hardest stone while copying the sect rules. At first, he could still barely persevere and stop himself from making any sounds. After copying a few characters, he could no longer endure the burning pain on his back and the heavy weight of the meteorite, so he gnashed his teeth and let out a few grunts of pain. Lin Xuanji stood to the side and watched quietly. A scene from the past came to mind. Chong Sheng had a scroll in his hand. Although it was placed in front of his eyes, he couldn't read a single character on it. Do you admit your mistake? The man in white asked calmly. No, I'm not wrong. He cursed at me first. The child wasn't tall, but he was extremely stubborn. He was just punished, and the cold sweat from his body almost soaked his clothes. His small face looked like he'd faint immediately. But even so, he still refused to admit that he had done anything wrong. Chong Sheng asked, just what did he say? Was it worth you breaking both his arms and giving him a poison pill that brought unbearable pain all over his body? If someone didn't find him in time, even his cultivation realm might have fallen. Did Dao Zhu teach you alchemy just so you can poison the disciples in your sect? Ling Yu stuck out his neck, so angry that his eyes almost became red. He said I was a little bastard with a father but with no mother to raise me. I'm not a bastard, I'm a pure demon. He's the bastard, his entire village is a bastard. Chong Sheng. The more Ling Yu spoke, the angrier he became. Shishong, he also said, he said you. I can't say it, he actually dared to curse you. It's fine if he curses me, but he dared to insult you. I absolutely had to make him regret it and swallow his own words. Chong Sheng's heart suddenly softened. So he was actually protecting me. He had already looked after this child for a year. Although this child was generally a little naughty, he still knew what lines he shouldn't cross. This was the first time he had been punished. Chong Sheng raised his hand and gently rubbed the child's head. Will you attack anyone who says something you don't like? If so, then Ling Yu's future days will contain a lot of excitement. Ling Yu pouted, but I just can't bear anyone speaking ill of Shishong. Shishong is so great, how can they curse you? In this world, even saints will be gossiped about. The higher their status, the more rumors, slanders, and idle gossip there will be. It's enough to simply hear it. Just pretend that you didn't hear it. You can cover their mouths, but you can't control their thoughts. Even if they take back their words one time, they'll say even harsher things when you're no longer there in the future. So why should we bother putting so much effort into this? Ling Yu's eyes were wide. He thought for a long time but didn't know how to refute this. Chong Sheng continued, however, my family's Ling Yu can't be cursed at for nothing. If someone dares to curse at you again in the future, just tell me, and Shishong will stand up for you. Ling Yu's eyes were red. He raised his hands and hugged Chong Sheng's thigh, rubbing his waist. He whispered, Shishong, that rock really is the world's hardest rock. Even the rock I slept on in the demon realm was much more comfortable than this one. Once I knelt on it, I couldn't stand up no matter what. I thought that after I did something wrong, Shishong would no longer want me and would ignore me from now on. Chong Sheng let this child rub snot and tears all over his clothes. You're my Shidi. If you do something wrong, I will only teach you and punish you. How can I give up on you? Chong Sheng patted him on the back. All right, go take a bath, change clothes, and get some rest. There's no need to worry about other things. After Ling Yu recovered, he energetically sought to make a comeback. Fucker, we agreed that no matter who lost the fight, no one was allowed to go back and tattle. That brat actually dared to sell me out. I'm going to beat him up again. Ling Yu couldn't swallow this anger, so he went to find the culprit and give another warning. Ah, the little attendant spoke. Ling Yu, I'm afraid you won't be able to find him anymore. What, did he go to another peak? No, when you were recovering from your injuries a few days ago, Chong Sheng told Dao Zhu that this boy's moral conduct was dishonorable and humiliated other disciples, and he even sold people out when he was equally guilty, so he was expelled from the sect. Ling Yu, can this be the legendary ruthless person of few words? With Lin Xuanji standing watch beside him, Yan Tianan absolutely didn't dare to slack off. He carefully copied the spirit sect admonitions, howling as he did so. He even glanced at Lin Xuanji from time to time, hoping that Lin Xuanji would have a change of heart after seeing his miserable state and give him a way to live. Finally, when Yan Tianan was copying down the third line, Lin Xuanji put down the scroll in his hand. What, are your eyes uncomfortable? Lin Xuanji looked calm and unruffled as he asked Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan laid pitifully on the stone, wailing, I don't want to copy anymore. My entire body hurts. Dage, I was wrong. I really understand that I was wrong. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. I seem to have heard this before somewhere. Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji said, admitting your mistakes, but never repenting. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xuanji bitterly. What are you staring at me for? You still haven't finished copying these few lines. Back then, it took Lian Hua 10 years to finish copying everything. Since you have such a good relationship with him, how about moving closer to the number of lines he copied? Yan Tianan immediately denied, I don't have a good relationship with him at all. I hated him when he screwed me over. If your relationship wasn't good, then why did the two of you still work together to deceive me, Lin Xuanji's tone was light. Yan Tianan knew that Lin Xuanji was determined to punish him this time, so he could only sigh sadly. He finally gave up and obediently started earnestly accepting his punishment. Are you kidding? Right now, he was most afraid of Lin Xuanji wanting to settle old debts with him. He would die without a doubt if Lin Xuanji ever wanted to settle old accounts with him, and there wouldn't even be room for a dying struggle. When Yan Tianan was copying the fourth line, Lin Xuanji left Penglai Island. These days, Lin Xuanji had always been waiting for visitors from afar. As expected, the Rong family really couldn't swallow this anger. They sent 7 clan elders, and even the Rong family's patriarch made a personal appearance at Myriad Dao Academy to demand an explanation. The Rong family's best skill was conversing with all living things. They were all born with the magic to control plants. It's just that different members of the clan had varying strengths of this skill. Long willow branches covered the sky and earth, blocking the sky above the sect. The yin qi was thick and dense, very much resembling the environment in the tomb of Yushin. Author's notes, it can be seen that there are still sweet flashbacks. Chapter 677, Grandmaster comes to the door. Several sect disciples were lying on the ground. Some were coughing up blood, while others had broken arms or legs. It was obvious that they had been defeated by someone more skilled. The Rong family elders stood in a row. The leader was the first elder, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years. His Taoist name was Taoist Ling Qi. It was impossible to know his age, but this person's cultivation could be ranked among the top 10 in the 9 lands. Even in the entire Myriad Dao Academy, the only person whose cultivation could rival him would be the former sect master, who had gone into secluded cultivation for 500 years. Others in the sect, even if they were guardian elders, wouldn't even dare to face the Rong family's first elder. Unexpectedly, a single scroll had actually caused Taoist Ling Qi to come in person. Blood dripped out of the corner of Sword Saint Tianshu's mouth. His Taoist robe had been cut apart by the willow branches, and several bloody gashes could be seen, looking very ghastly. But he still didn't concede and had an imposing manner. He was standing in the forefront of Myriad Dao Academy's elders, holding a sword made of peach wood in his hand and confronting the Rong family's people with a cold gaze. Dark clouds covered the sky, and cyclones even reached the heavens. The sect's disciples all hid for fear that this battle involving Grandmaster stage cultivators would affect their lives. The Wrong family's first elder came so suddenly that myriad Dao Academy's deans and teachers could only hurriedly take the students to a safe place and protect them. This is Myriad Dao Academy. Even if the Wrong family has a reason, they should still abide by the agreement between the sect and the 9 lands' divine clans. If Taoist Ling Qi accidentally injures any divine clan disciples today, I'm afraid that will bring trouble to the Wrong family. Esteemed Fu Yi touched his beard as he tried to reason. Originally, his duty was to guard the astrology platform, but Taoist Ling Qi's cultivation was too high. As soon as he came here, he defeated all the new generation of elders led by Sword Saint Tianshu. It was unbearable to watch, so he could only fulfill his duty as a guardian elder and personally make an appearance to mediate. Taoist Ling Qi had been in the peak of the Grandmaster stage for hundreds of years. He looked a little old, but his aura was still extremely imposing. He was protected by the thick and strong willow branches flying behind him, looking as though they would pierce anyone who disagreed with him. Taoist Ling Qi said, "So what even if I injured them? This one will not show mercy to every single divine clan disciple. Myriad Dao Academy's bullying is a bit intolerable. Do you really believe there's nobody strong in my Wrong family?" Esteemed Fu Yi replied, "You can't say that. You and I are already so old. Why do you have to appear for such a trivial matter? The scroll left by our ancestors was casually stolen and completely destroyed. Is this a trivial matter in esteemed Fu Yi's eyes?" Taoist Ling Qi snorted coldly. His finger moved, and several strong tree trunks rose from the ground and stabbed towards the sect elders. If the elders didn't dodge quickly, they would have been stabbed in half. Esteemed Fu Yi immediately became angry. He pressed both of his hands down on the ground and instantly crushed the land under the Wrong family members' feet. The Wrong family people all jumped onto the willow branches to avoid the debris flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already exchanged many blows. After another round, the open space inside the sect was completely destroyed. Esteemed Fu Yi slapped away a Wrong family disciple who was launching a sneak attack on him. "What exactly do you want to do? You might as well say that there is no one called Wrong Zishui in my sect." Esteemed Fu Yi narrowed his eyes and touched his beard. "If you don't believe me, you can check my sect's register. If you can find it, then I'll admit defeat." Wrong Sha shouted, "Wrong Zishui is Yin Changge, and Yin Changge is Wrong Zishui. That day, I personally witnessed Dean Wan rescue him, so what?" Wan Miantang plucked the zither's strings twice with his slender and powerful fingers. He said almost lazily, "I don't care who he is and what his identity is. As long as someone enters Wan Miantang's door, I will protect him so that he will never be bullied inside the sect. If you want to educate your family's disciple, you'll have to wait until his student career ends and until he's no longer protected by the sect." You the Wrong family was so angry that they couldn't speak. Taoist Ling Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. "The inheritor of the Phoenix Zither from the music family." Wan Miantang replied, "Precisely myself." Taoist Ling Qi said, "The Wan family and the Wrong family have never interfered in each other's business. Don't get mixed up in this." Wan Miantang said, "Pardon me, I was already expelled from the Wan family a few years ago. I have only one identity right now, which is the Dean of the East Courtyard." Taoist Ling Qi, another Wrong family elder, yelled at the Wrong family patriarch, who was still standing at the back and watching the excitement, "Wrong Xianxia, what a good son you have. He made such a big mistake and committed such a heinous crime. Don't tell me you're just going to forget it." Wrong Xianxia, who was mentioned by name, looked handsome, but his aura was a little frivolous. When he heard this, he finally reluctantly took 2 steps forward. He looked around and asked, "Since that boy Wrong Zishui wants to be a turtle that shrinks its head in and does not come out, what about that other boy?" "I'm afraid that uncle cannot afford to provoke the other boy," Wrong Sha answered. Wrong Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Who is he?" Wrong Sha cupped his hand. "He is Warong Sword Immortal's person, and he's probably the prince from King Yi's palace." Wrong Xianxia was stunned for the first time, and the folding fan in his hand that still hadn't been opened almost fell to the ground. He tsked and said, "This is really, indeed can't afford to provoke." The Wrong family looked at him. Wrong Xianxia said with some distress, "King Yi is not easy to provoke. I've also met that consort of his, he also can't be provoked. Why don't we just end it here today? In any case, the scroll has already been destroyed. Even if we get the culprits, the scroll would still be destroyed." "Nonsense!" a Wrong family elder roared and kicked at Wrong Xianxia. Wrong Xianxia hid towards the back without regard for his image. "What good is a patriarch like you? Don't you think you've already been shameful enough? No matter what, whether it's Rong Zishui or Yan Tianan, we must see them today. If not, then so what if we shed all pretense of cordiality? A person can be killed but cannot be humiliated. If the Rong family can even tolerate such things, then everyone will know in the future that my Rong family is full of cowards and useless wine sacks. If even this can be tolerated, then what cannot? Sword Saint Tianshu interrupted, what are you shouting for? The Rong family truly can't change their style of relying on numerical superiority to win. We won't hand over the people. Either change your conditions to resolve it or fight it out using our abilities. You all talk too much. Rong Chaoshi, don't forget that you still have a bounty on your head. You killed 13 of the Rong family's main branch disciples back then. I still remember this death. The only female Taoist within their ranks had flames of hatred burning in her eyes. She wished to slice apart the person in front of her with thousands of knives. Tianshu also sneered as he gently stroked the peach-wood sword in his hand. Great. I also remember clearly that your 3 sons deserve to die. They have only themselves to blame. I'll even whip their corpses if I have the chance. The female Taoist was the Rong family's daughter-in-law. Her Taoist name was Fairy Bai Yun. She was also a cultivator who was ranked among the top in the 9 lands. Right now, she was already in the major perfection stage, and she was also the main branch heir of Flame Cloud sect. She had a single fire spiritual root and was extremely powerful. If they talked about who within this group of Rong family elders had the greatest hatred for Tianshu Sword Saint, then it must be Fairy Bai Yun. It wasn't easy for cultivators to give birth, but she actually had 3 sons in succession. One of them would have definitely been able to become the Rong family's heir if not for the appearance of the terrifyingly talented Rong Kai. And her 3 sons all died in Tianshu's hands. Fairy Bai Yun felt grief and indignation to the extremes. Both her fists were burning with fire. A bird of flames appeared behind her. You heinous evildoer, I will kill you today and avenge my dead sons. Tianshu jumped up and slashed at the firebird rushing towards him. The feeling is mutual. Boom, the ground shook frequently. The flames, which had been slashed apart, mixed with burning hot air and rushed forth in all directions, scorching the ground instantly. When hated enemies met each other, their eyes turned red. Fairy Bai Yun and Sword Saint Tianshu started fighting. Every single one of their attacks was deadly, and they tried to suppress each other with every move. Taoist Ling Qi stood with his hands behind his back and looked at esteemed Fu Yi. Fu Yi, the former sect master, has already been in closed-door cultivation for 500 years, so the current Myriad Dao Academy no longer has anyone in the peak of the Grandmaster stage, right? Esteemed Fu Yi's heart tightened, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Didn't Taoist Ling Qi also remain in seclusion for many years? Taoist Ling Qi's words are really not appropriate. Taoist Ling Qi raised his lips and sneered. This one has always wanted to know whether he was still alive. Since you won't hand over those 2 no matter what, this one will try it myself. If I destroy half of the sect, but that old bastard is still a shrinking turtle. Before his words fell, all the sect elders' expressions changed. Those vines flew wildly into the air and coiled together, becoming a 300-meter-long snake, which roared and slithered towards Myriad Dao Academy's library. Not good. Protect the library quickly. Protected. Unfortunately, it was too late. This was an attack from a powerhouse at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Although he didn't use his full power, it still wasn't something that could be stopped by these elders who were merely major perfection stage or had just stepped into Grandmaster stage. Esteemed Fu Yi's face suddenly changed, and he flew towards the snake made of vines. However, even after crushing one vine snake with a palm strike, another vine snake flew over from a different direction. The disciples, elders, and teachers standing in the safe area looked anxiously at those towering brownish-green snakes and watched them rush toward the library, which had been regarded as the foundation and heart of Myriad Dao Academy for many years. Inside this library, there were collections of records from the first Myriad Dao era to the present, spanning tens of thousands of years. Be it humanities, history, geography, or Taoist techniques, they were all displayed in the library. But now, someone actually wanted to destroy it. No, our library, fuck, those lunatics. Where is Rong Zishui? Shen Kongrong suddenly realized that Rong Zishui, who was originally standing beside him, had disappeared. His expression immediately changed. He didn't even have time to worry about the sect rule that prohibited flying on swords. He immediately pulled out his sword and flew towards the place covered with dark clouds. I will take responsibility for my own actions. Stop it, Rong Zishui ran wildly as he roared loudly. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the wrong family's elder. With a thud, he fell to his knees and kowtowed several times, knocking his forehead on the ground so hard that it bled. I was the one who stole the scroll. It has nothing to do with the sect. If you guys want to punish someone, then punish me. Author's notes. He didn't appear today, but tomorrow Xuanji will continue being amazingly cool. Chapter 678, Warong Sword Venerable. Too late. Taoist Ling Qi lightly swept his gaze over Rong Zishui. When a grandmaster gets angry, who dares to fight? Dozens of long vine snakes slithered forth from all directions, trying to smash the 9-story tall library into rubble. Many disciples' hearts tightened anxiously at the sight. Suddenly, a golden teal sword light lit up in the air above the library, splitting into many smaller beams of light. Then, they bloomed like golden lotuses as they surrounded the library and struck towards those vine snakes coiled around the building with the momentum of a power that could devour mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly, the momentum from this attack actually didn't lose out to the attack from Taoist Ling Qi, who was at Grandmaster stage. The golden lotuses cut down all the long snakes before they could reach the library, not letting a single one go. The severed vine snakes let out sorrowful sounds as they fell all over the ground, smashing all the pavilions and trees around the library. Dust flew everywhere, a white fog filled the area, and pieces of rubble were all over the ground. The wind rushed to the sky, lifting into the air many disciples who were hiding and watching in the distance. For a moment, there was turmoil and chaos. The so-called broken and ruined walls was precisely this. People saw a man dressed in white with hair as dark as ink flying down while holding a slender and thin teal longsword. Although slender, the sword looked full of vigorous character. Like a feather, the man landed in front of the wrong family's elders. Who are you? Taoist Ling Qi's eyes suddenly widened. He stared unblinkingly at this man who looked just like a celestial being, detached from the mortal world. Lin Xuanji cupped his hands. His temperament was cold and clear, his voice was like broken jade as he spoke without being servile or overbearing. Myriad Dao Academy's Lin Warong has come to ask Taoist for advice. You are Warong Sword Immortal. Taoist Ling Qi was very surprised, and his eyes widened greatly. You were only in the major perfection stage 2 years ago, but to think you've actually reached the Grandmaster stage already. Lin Xuanji replied nonchalantly, it's nothing more than a lucky coincidence. I happened to receive a fortuitous encounter in the tomb of Yushin. Now I'm merely in the minor attainment phase of Grandmaster stage. His words actually admitted that he was indeed in the Grandmaster stage. Someone gasped. Impossible. Nobody can reach the Grandmaster stage in 2 years. This is absolutely impossible. It's possible to enter the Dao overnight, so how can this be impossible? Sword Saint Tianshu, who had fought for a while, sheathed his sword and stood behind Lin Xuanji. He continued coldly, don't get so worked up by your narrow-minded knowledge. It's unfit for an elegant hall. You ignorant thing, so shameful. Taoist Ling Qi was shocked. Countless thoughts had already flashed through his mind in a single instant. The reason he dared to ruthlessly attack was to test whether the current Myriad Dao Academy still had guardian elders who could fight on equal ground with him. However, according to the information he received, Myriad Dao Academy's previous Grandmaster stage powerhouse had long since either died in seclusion or failed his ascension, suffering a decrease in cultivation, so that person wouldn't be his match. If it wasn't for this, Taoist Ling Qi really wouldn't have attacked so ruthlessly. But unexpectedly, the Grandmaster stage powerhouse who slaughtered his way out was actually so young and even had many fortuitous encounters. Taoist Ling Qi secretly clenched his fist and sized up Lin Xuanji. The younger generation is to be feared. Lin Xuanji replied, senior is to be feared even more, wanting to destroy Myriad Dao Academy's 10,000-year-old foundation as soon as he attacks. It is perhaps too impulsive. Fairy Bai Yun was stunned and immediately shouted. First Eld Taoist Ling Qi ignored her and spoke directly to Lin Xuanji. Who would have thought that Myriad Dao Academy could still get someone with great fortune like you? This one was rude today. Lin Xuanji said, I don't dare. I assume the wrong family elder personally came here for the scroll. It's unlikely for the two sides to start a feud over this. It's better to discuss how to resolve it. The implication behind Lin Xuanji's words were very clear. Your wrong family only had one excuse for starting a fight, the stolen and destroyed scroll. The fact that it involved some sect disciples was just a trivial matter. Don't use this as a pretext to make a big fuss over a minor issue. Taoist Ling Qi's original goal was not to destroy Myriad Tao Academy. He didn't actually want the Wrong family to become the public enemy of all the 9 lands divine clans, nor did he want to give the other 8 families ammunition on the Wrong family. His ultimate goal in attacking the library was merely to determine whether Myriad Tao Academy still had a Grandmaster stage powerhouse, and whether the sect could really continue to sit firmly in the position of the leader of the Taoist sects in the cultivation world. It was rumored that those in Earth Realm's small perfection stage could split open a mountain and establish a sect, those in the major perfection stage could become a sect's guardian elders, and those in the Grandmaster stage would truly be able to create millions of corpses if angered. Those in the Grandmaster stage were existences that could produce clouds and rain with a wave of the hand and could determine the future of the 9 lands. Although Myriad Tao Academy had ample amounts of wealth and a long history, it would still be helpless if it didn't have the protection of a Grandmaster stage expert. What can they do, even if they had 10,000 years of foundation? They would still fall to a lowly status. In fact, this would be the Wrong family's greatest revenge on Myriad Tao Academy. And the reason Taoist Ling Qi dared to act so ruthlessly was because he was 80% to 90% sure that the former sect master, who had been in seclusion for 500 years, was already dead. The longer a Grandmaster stage powerhouse spent in secluded cultivation, the more likely the fact that they were already dead. After all, the Grandmaster stage experts nowadays had an unwritten rule, which was the opportunity to break through Earth Realm's Grandmaster stage and successfully ascend to Sky Realm would never appear in closed-door meditation. Instead, it would be found in some corner of the 9 lands. Thus, they must abandon their previous advancement methods and travel the 9 lands in order to look for great opportunities and fortuitous encounters. However, whether or not the former sect master was still alive no longer seemed as important. Even if Myriad Tao Academy didn't have the former sect master's protection, there was still a newly advanced Grandmaster stage expert like Lin Warong defending the sect. This announced to the world that Myriad Tao Academy could still sit at the top of Taoist sects and couldn't be casually provoked. Taoist Ling Qi narrowed his eyes. Since Warong Sword Venerable has already spoken, this one will give Warong Sword Venerable some face this time. Regarding the scroll, you know in your hearts who's right and who's wrong. I can stop pursuing the matter of the stolen scroll, but I must personally ask Rong Zishui and Yan Tianan some questions. Warong Sword Venerable wouldn't deny me even this face, right? Rong Zishui is the Rong family's younger generation. If the Rong family wants to ask him, this venerable cannot control that, Lin Xuanji said indifferently. Rong Zishui opened his mouth and almost kowtowed to Lin Xuanji for help. However, since he has been studying in my sect, the sect is responsible for him. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Rong Zishui. Taoist is probably more knowledgeable than I am about the darkness inside the Rong family. Due to the Rong family's previous attitude towards its disciples, this venerable believes that if he is to be questioned, it is more appropriate to do so in public and inside the sect. The words pierced Fairy Bai Yun's ears. Lin Warong, what kind of thing are you? Since when was it your turn to criticize my Rong family and make thoughtless remarks? As soon as Fairy Bai Yun stopped speaking, someone slapped her. Everyone was surprised. They all looked towards Rong Shengxiao, who had been sloppily standing in the back from beginning to end. Rong Shengxiao shook his hand and said unhappily, "How dare you call Warong Sword Venerable directly by his surname? It's simply disgraceful." And rebellious Fairy Bai Yun's face turned green and red. For a moment, she was so humiliated that she became speechless. Rong Shengxiao turned and cupped his hands at Lin Xuanji. This woman from my clan has never seen the world before. Warong Sword Venerable, please forgive her. Only those whose cultivation was at Grandmaster stage could be referred to as venerables. Even if they were young and of low seniority, they were still popular existences that people worshipped. Anyone who dared to mock them was trying to start a feud as the Rong family's patriarch. Rong Shengxiao naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Even if they had any conflicts, those should still be resolved in secret. Whoever dared to openly annoy Grandmaster stage cultivators would become the world's enemy. Normally, Fairy Bai Yun would never make such a mistake. However, Lin Xuanji had just revealed his Grandmaster stage cultivation, and he also normally kept an extremely low profile, so Fairy Bai Yun naturally underestimated him. Lin Xuanji said, "No harm. What does Taoist think of my suggestion just now?" Taoist Ling Qi narrowed his eyes. Warong Sword Venerable truly cherishes the sect's disciples. In that case, I'm relieved to entrust the Rong family's future patriarch to the sect. When the wrong family people heard his words, their expressions changed one after another. They all had different expressions, but most were full of shock and disbelief. Rong Sha's expression was the most obvious, while Rong Xianxia merely curled his lips into a distinguished smile. Rong Zishui also stared blankly in surprise, then kowtowed to Taoist Ling Qi on the spot. Taoist Ling Qi looked at the Rong family's young master and continued, "It's nothing more than questions regarding the scroll. Since Sword Venerable is worried, I can ask the questions here." Lin Xuanji replied, "Many thanks to Taoist's leniency." Taoist Ling Qi looked around and asked, "But where is Yan Tianan?" "No matter what, he still owes my Rong family an apology." What does Warong Sword Venerable think? Those who had already reached Grandmaster stage would no longer put anyone besides other Grandmasters in their eyes. So what if Yan Tianan was the second successor to the Qianyuan dynasty? Even the emperor had to retreat somewhat when standing in front of a Grandmaster to show respect. Lin Xuanji lowered his eyes slightly. "My wife is stubborn and frank, but he doesn't have a bad heart. This Venerable has already confined him to Little Penglai and personally disciplined him. He is still in the middle of his punishment right now. I'm afraid it will take 10 days to half a month for him to get out of bed and go out. Regarding my wife's mistakes, Warong will bear them for him." Everyone was in an uproar. Some even doubted their eyes. "Wife?" Rong Shengxiao couldn't help exclaiming. What was wife? The term meant both the identities of a legitimate wife and a Tao companion, all rolled into one as the light of Taoism and a newly advanced Grandmaster. Lin Warong actually addressed the future emperor as wife. What a shocking and unbelievable event this was. Taoist Ling Qi, on the other hand, was still calm. Not even his eyelids twitched. His calm appearance formed a sharp contrast with the rest of the Rong family. After all, he was someone who had experienced big waves already. However, he thought, to refer to the Yan family's heir apparent as wife, did those people in the Yan family accept this? Looks like there will be an exciting show in the future. Taoist Ling Qi also didn't insist upon it. He waved his hand and said, "Since he has such a relationship with Warong Sword Venerable, forget it. However, if Venerable's wife has any information related to the scroll, please tell me. This matter is of the utmost importance. I'm afraid it will affect the Nine Lands' future stability. Otherwise, this one wouldn't leave seclusion to personally intervene in this matter." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Thank you, Taoist. If there is any news, Warong will offer it personally." Taoist Ling Qi nodded and settled the matter. He turned to Rong Zishui and ordered, "Show me the scroll." Rong Zishui hurriedly handed over the scroll. Taoist Ling Qi carefully held the scroll in his hands and sent a thread of spiritual qi inside. A moment later, his expression changed. "The seal on this scroll has been broken." "What? Impossible. This seal was made by ancestor Kang Rong himself. It's impossible for anyone from my Rong family to break it." Lin Xuanji's eyes sank slightly and he immediately remained silent. Taoist Ling Qi narrowed his eyes. "Zishui, who has touched this scroll?" Rong Zishui swallowed with difficulty and answered, "Almost all the sect elders present have touched it." Taoist Ling Qi. Taoist Ling Qi took a deep breath and gripped the scroll tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "This scroll was made by Spirit Emperor Kang Rong himself. The seal on it can only be opened by those who are destined, but now it's been broken. Who is it? Just who is it?" Rong Zishui opened his mouth, but he suddenly remembered the blinding golden light from the scroll when Yan Tianan's hand touched it inside the cave. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. But he immediately lowered his head and dared not let out the secret. Author's notes. Xuanji must be handsome and cool every time he appears. Wahahaha. Chapter 679, Reaching an Agreement. Esteemed Fuyi was also shocked. What does it mean that the seal was broken? It means that person saw all of the contents recorded by ancestor Kang Rong so far. No one has seen all the contents in the scroll that ancestor recorded. Taoist Ling Qi's hand trembled imperceptibly, which was probably caused more by excitement than by anger. The people in the sect exchanged glances and asked each other, "The scroll was already blank when I touched it. I didn't see anything. Who touched the scroll before me? I remember Dean Wan was in front of me. Sword Saint Tianshu was before me. I didn't actually touch this thing. I disdain the Rong family's stuff. I don't remember any seal being broken." In any case, after a circle of questioning, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Nobody admitted anything. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji thought a little and suggested, "Since this matter is of great importance and we can't get to the bottom of it on the spot, it would be better to hand it over to the sect to investigate for the time being." The sect can inform Taoist when there are results. Everyone in the wrong family looked hesitant. In fact, this kind of thing was also difficult to say. If they didn't strike while the iron was hot today, who can say that Myriad Tao Academy won't cover up for its own people? However, Taoist Ling Chi was very generous. He gave a big wave of his hand and said, "Since Warong Sword Venerable has spoken, this one naturally trusts him. Who broke the ancestor's seal is merely secondary. What I'm most concerned about is the so-called truth contained inside the scroll." Lin Xuanji looked at Taoist Ling Chi and also showed a meaningful smile. "Of course, I also want to know what exactly the scroll contained." Taoist Ling Chi nodded. "Then that's settled." A wrong family elder frowned. "First elder, how can it be settled so easily like this? Won't it make people feel that my wrong family is weak and easy to bully? What are you even thinking?" Wrong Shengxiao couldn't help feeling amused. "After today, everyone in the 9 lands will know that my wrong family's Grandmaster First Elder nearly destroyed Myriad Tao Academy's library. Who would dare to look down on the wrong family after that? Do you really believe my wrong family is an ant that can be crushed to death with one hand? Besides, not all the divine clans currently have Grandmaster experts protecting them. They should worry about their own positions instead." Taoist Ling Chi swept a glance over all these wrong family elders. Then he looked towards Sword Saint Tianshu. Sword Saint Tianshu raised his eyebrow. "What are you looking at me for?" Taoist Ling Chi sighed. He seemed to think it was a pity and also seemed to be lamenting. After a while, Taoist Ling Chi spoke, "From now on, all wrong family disciples can come to Myriad Tao Academy to study. No one in the wrong family is allowed to stop them for any reason. First elder, we absolutely must not. This wrong Chaoshi killed 13 members of the wrong family's main branch back then. His crimes are heinous and evil, and he is the wrong family's sinner." Fairy Bai Yun's eyes were full of shock. She immediately called his decision into question, her expression extremely ugly. However, Taoist Ling Chi's expression instantly turned cold. He swept a glance over these elders who held great power to sway the wrong family and snorted coldly as he berated them. "Although this one has been in seclusion for many years, do you think that made me so blind and deaf that I don't know anything? Outsiders might not know why wrong Chaoshi entered the Tao overnight and killed his blood relatives, but don't tell me that you all don't know either. Covering up monstrous sins, deceiving all levels of the wrong family, and never repenting. If the wrong family falls into your hands, it will collapse sooner or later." Everyone in the wrong family kept quiet out of fear and dared not speak. Taoist Ling Chi had been in seclusion for many years and didn't ask about worldly affairs. This time, he left seclusion because of the scroll. He personally learned about what happened in the wrong family all these years. Unexpectedly, his questioning made him aware of the event that happened to Wrong Kai and Wrong Chaoshi many years ago. That event could practically be called the disgrace of the family. However, the big mistake had already been made. Although Taoist Ling Chi was extremely furious, he was still helpless to do anything. He could only find a way to make up for the mistake. Sword Saint Tianshu, however, curled his lips and said plainly, "Even if I cut those 13 bastards into 1,000 pieces, my anger still won't be sated. But, I have a request." Back then, they buried Wrong Kai in the wrong family's ancestral grave. He probably doesn't want to stay in the wrong family any longer. I want to move the grave for him. Taoist Ling Chi stared at Sword Saint Tianshu. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Ultimately, the wrong family owes you this. This one will agree to your request, but similarly, you cannot kill wrong family disciples as soon as you see them in the future. If they don't offend me, then I naturally don't care whether they live or die." Sword Saint Tianshu's eyes brightened, and he clenched his fist. "I will never be able to settle my hatred against the wrong family in this lifetime, but I'm still capable of just treating each other like strangers." "Okay," Taoist Ling Chi said, "find a good day and I'll personally help you move Wrong Chi's grave." Tianshu's eyes were slightly red, and inside his sleeves, his hands shook uncontrollably. One side hated the other for killing so many wrong family main branch disciples, almost destroying the wrong family's entire younger generation. The other side wanted to move Wrong Chi's grave for him, but the wrong family would never agree to it. Although he entered the Tao overnight, his cultivation wasn't high enough to fight the entire wrong family. It was impossible for him to take Wrong Chi's corpse away after killing 13 people. So his wish dragged on until now. Now, someone in the wrong family finally stepped forth and promised that he could take Wrong Kai away. His cherished desire was finally complete. First Elder's status in the Rong family was supreme. Since he agreed to allow Rong family disciples to study in Myriad Dao Academy, the ban placed by the Rong family was completely lifted. This could also be regarded as helping Rong Zishui so that he wouldn't be punished even more for violating family rules. As for the theft of the scroll, Taoist Ling Qi indicated that if he could know what exactly was written in it, then he could let bygones be bygones. Finally, Taoist Ling Qi said to Lin Xuanji, "Since you have already entered the Grandmaster stage, go to the Grandmaster Holy Alliance to make an oath as soon as possible." Lin Xuanji said, "I will go in 3 days." Thus, Taoist Ling Qi left majestically with all the Rong family members, just like their grand entrance. After the Rong family members left, those vines that covered more than half of the sect finally pulled back to their original places and turned back into their original states. However, the stone floor had been pushed apart by the expanding willow roots, which left a lot of debris everywhere. The damage was especially severe around the library. Esteemed Fuyi felt a lingering fear. He touched his beard and said, "Grandmasters are indeed extraordinary." Although esteemed Fuyi wasn't young and had lived for 1,000 years, his cultivation was actually half a step away from Grandmaster stage, so he wasn't truly a Grandmaster powerhouse. Wan Miantang also breathed a sigh of relief. It's all thanks to Warong's sword immortal this time. Otherwise, the library will be destroyed, and we will be forever condemned by history. He can't be called Sword Immortal anymore. Sword Saint Tianshu responded, he should be called Sword Venerable now. I really don't know how Warong can reach such a profound cultivation level after a short time of 2 years. It's truly admirable. Lin Xuanji explained, it was 2 years on the outside but already 200 years inside the tomb of Yushin. In these 200 years, I've cultivated every day and didn't slack off at all. Warong is too modest. Esteemed Fuyi sighed, I've cultivated for 1,000 years, but right now, I'm still nothing more than a pseudo-grandmaster. From beginning to end, I couldn't make a further breakthrough. Yet you only used 200 years to break through the major perfection stage. Your talent is already monstrous, a genius among the rare geniuses throughout history. We are ashamed. In the future, we will need to rely on Elder Warong. Lin Xuanji could naturally afford to be addressed as Elder. Within 2 hours, the entire 9 lands should know that Myriad Dao Academy now had one more Grandmaster, and this Grandmaster was Lin Warong, the one known as the Light of Taoism. After this, Myriad Dao Academy could steadily sit in its position as the #1 Taoist sect. With Shen Kongrong's help, Rong Zishui trembled as he got up from the ground. He bowed to Lin Xuanji. Many thanks to Elder Warong for his help. Rong Zishui will never forget this great kindness and benevolence. Lin Xuanji replied nonchalantly, you and Ah Hen are brothers, so I naturally have to help you. Rong Zishui couldn't help feeling guilty. I dragged him into the water. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly without answering. It wasn't yet clear who dragged whom into the water. However, during the earlier questioning, Rong Zishui should have suspected that Ah Hen was the one who broke the seal but hid the matter for some reason, refusing to mention it. This mistakenly coincided with Lin Xuanji's intentions. Rong Zishui was a smart person. If the Rong family fell into his hands in the future, it would be a great help to Yan Tianan. Sword Saint Tianshu frowned. Warong, you just promised to explain the contents of the scroll to the Rong family. How can you find the records? The Rong family had pieced together parts of the scroll over thousands of years. If we casually make up a story, I'm afraid Taoist Ling Qi will know we're fooling him as soon as he hears it. Lin Xuanji curled his lips and spoke with deep meaning. Didn't I say earlier that if we want to know the scroll's contents, the easiest way is to do business with Reincarnation Palace? Sword Saint Tianshu also smiled. Although we said that, not even Reincarnation Palace can know everything from the ancient era to modern times, right? They might have mentioned Reincarnation Palace, but it was just a casual idea. Tianshu really didn't have much hope for this. No matter how much foundation Reincarnation Palace had, how could its foundations be deeper than that of the Divine Clans or Myriad Dao Academy? Not even Myriad Dao Academy had a sacred record of the great immortal demon war similar to the scroll Kang Rong left behind. How could Reincarnation Palace know everything in the world? Unreliable however, Lin Xuanji smiled. Reincarnation Palace couldn't guarantee a 100% completion rate of other matters, but when it came to the scroll, he really did have enough confidence to fool the Rong family. So what if they had already read some of the scroll's contents? Could they know more than Lin Xuanji, someone who had personally experienced the great immortal demon war? Thus, Lin Xuanji assured, just leave this matter to me. Sword Saint Tianshu need not worry about it. Sword Saint Tianshu raised his eyebrows. Then I look forward to it. After settling the wrong family's matter, Lin Xuanji didn't remain any longer and returned to Little Penglai. The 5 elements converging soul plate had already opened on Little Penglai. The island had become a small world that couldn't be disturbed from the outside. It wasn't like Yan Tianan was wholly ignorant of outside events. Although Lin Xuanji left in a hurry, Yan Tianan still had several subordinates he could use. Bai and Hu Po followed Lin Xuanji outside to see the situation. When they returned, they wildly told him how incredible Lin Xuanji was. The wrong family actually sent a grandmaster over. When Yan Tianan saw Lin Xuanji, he immediately changed his posture of lying on the rock to make himself look more distinguished. Lin Xuanji glanced at the 2 white tigers who had already returned to their true forms and ran away. The wrong family places great importance on the scroll. It's the wrong family's treasure. If someone lost it, they would naturally be concerned. Yan Tianan scratched his face with a guilty heart. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. You're the one who broke the seal on it. Yan Tianan, how come it wasn't even a question? You're so sure on not just anyone can break Kang Rong's seal. I also asked Wan Miantang. The scroll was already blank when he touched it. Lin Xuanji asked lightly, what did you see inside the seal? Chapter 680. I'm a good person. Yan Tianan wanted to pretend to be dumb, and his eyeballs glanced diagonally upwards. Before he could speak, he heard Lin Xuanji say, I seem to have said before, if you want to tell lies, then you don't have to say it. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji, he bit the bullet and said, it's not that I don't want to tell the truth, but that I don't know how to say it. Lin Xuanji, if you want to say it, you naturally know how to say it. Yan Tianan was quiet for a while, squeezed his fingers together, and only then gathered the courage to look up at Lin Xuanji. Dage, do you believe that I am a good person? Lin Xuanji was slightly startled. What kind of a good person? In your previous life, or in this life? Yan Tianan blinked. I have always been a good person. From beginning to end, from ancient times to the present, from the past life to this life, he has always been a good person. However, how difficult is it to believe in a world-destroying madman who used to be full of words and exterminated an unknown number of unruly creatures? Yan Tianan lowered his eyes slightly, and felt bitter in his heart. These were things that he didn't even believe in, and things that he couldn't accept, so how could others possibly believe them? Lin Xuanji's eyes gradually darkened, and after a while, he slowly said, I have always believed, but you are constantly telling me with your words and actions that I was wrong, and all my trust was just a ridiculous illusion. Hey, Xuanji laughed at himself and said, now, you want to say that you were actually forced to do that and was full of hardship at that time. And you think, everything is definitely not what I saw with my own eyes, but something else. Was there a secret? Yan Tianan could not grasp Lin Xuanji's attitude at this time. He felt that Lin Xuanji's attitude was not so friendly. In fact, when I was the demon emperor in my previous life, I cultivated evil qi and killed people all because I was forced. In essence, I was still a positive and sunny young man. It's just that Yan Tianan stammered. He had never thought he would tell the truth to Lin Xuanji before, so he couldn't speak smoothly at first. Lin Xuanji, straighten your tongue before speaking. Yan Tianan immediately stretched out his tongue and his eyes became cross-eyed as looked down at his straight tongue. Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan and said, the wrong family has already left. You don't have to worry about coming into contact with that Taoist Ling Qi and having your identity revealed, but in the future you have to stay away from anyone in the Grandmaster stage, lest they see you have cultivated the evil Qi, and deal with you like an enemy. Yan Tianan's eyes were stunned, and his eyes almost came out of the frame. Shishong, how did you even know this kind of thing? When did you know it? Lin Xuanji said, no need to kneel anymore. After all, kneeling here, he would just feel a little tired, but copying the spirit sect's admonitions would cause him pain all over. Yan Tianan kept complaining, but looking at Lin Xuanji's reaction, he obviously didn't trust what he said. What can he do? But he's telling the truth. Well, he was worried that after Lin Xuanji knew of his difficulties, he couldn't hold back for a while and feel uneasy. Now, Lin Xuanji didn't even believe that he was a righteous man who dared to sacrifice himself for the world from beginning to end. On the other side, Lin Xuanji's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Dage, I did all these things because Dao Zhu asked me to do. I also wanted to be like you, like Shihi, and Kang Rong. You were all glamorous and respected and worshipped. But this kind of thing was not something I could choose. Dao Zhu was so good to you guys, but cruel enough to me, but he was also helpless, and I don't blame him for, nor am I complaining about him. Who let my life be so bad since I was a child? All bad things will rush to me. Any good things will avoid me. Dage, I was a good person at first, but who can guarantee that I will be a good person for the rest of my life? Lin Xuanji squeezed the Zige sword in his hand. There was no truth in Yushin Lingyu's mouth. But the person who was saying this now was his family's Ah Hen. However, Ah Hen and Yushin Lingyu were the same person. Speaking of it, although he could separate Ah Hen and Lingyu and treat them as two people, he understood better than anyone else that they were actually the same person. He could convince himself that he didn't care about what Ah Hen had done in his previous life. Whether it was good or a bad thing, the past was the past. Even if he committed heinous crimes, he had already paid the price with his life. Lin Xuanji has always been a person living in the present. He wouldn't use the faults of their previous life, and also punish them in this life. No, in his last life, he was the one who let Yan Tianan down. If there was no revert world mirror, if he had not been reborn in Qing City on the 5 continents, would he never see Ah Hen again? Lin Xuanji sighed softly. Through the bamboo window, which was neither loose nor tight, he looked at the boy lying on the top of the stone, biting his teeth and copying the spirit sect's admonitions. He had asked Yushin Lingyu countless times whether he had any difficulties in doing so, whether someone forced him, and whether his Shishong did anything wrong. You can say it, Shishong will support you. Believe Shishong, I won't spare any effort to help you. But how did Yushin Lingyu answer? He had an expression that was asking for a beating and said sarcastically that you are trying to control too much. If you don't want to be nice to me, then don't pretend to say that you want to help me. This venerable doesn't care for it. In other words, who do you think you are? Although your appearance is extraordinary, you don't want to take off your clothes and lie on the bed of this venerable and let this venerable play with you. You're so beautiful, but it's useless. The 9 lands aren't pleasant to this venerable's eyes. This venerable wants all the people to submit to him, and watch the appearance of spirit sect's head disciple kneeling at the feet of this venerable. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter echoed in his mind. Lin Xuanji's breath suddenly sank. Yan Tianan was struggling to endure the pain like 1,000 whips on his back. He had a hard time writing the complicated divine script. If he didn't have a firm mind, he would have cried. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. Yan Tianan looked up and saw Lin Xuanji standing beside him without expression. Yan Tianan wailed. Dage, why should the punishment be increased? I clearly said that I was wrong. I can explain the matter of cultivating evil chi. Lin Xuanji continued to be expressionless, the Zige sword in his hand lightly knocking the palm of his hand. Seeing that made Yan Tianan's eyelids jump wildly. I remember, you said you wanted to see me kneeling at your feet and surrender to you. Lin Xuanji asked indifferently. Yan Tianan had been kneeling on the ground and his knees had turned soft. He struggled to get up, sweating all over his head. He didn't even dare to lift his head. He swallowed hard and said, didn't we agree not to count those old accounts? We won't calculate old accounts, because if I really counted, I'll never finish settling all the old debts, Lin Xuanji said softly. Yan Tianan almost burst into tears and said wrongfully, if you settle accounts, even if you count 8 or 10 years it would not be finished. I know I used to be a bastard. I said a lot of dirty words and did a lot of dirty things. If you don't want to be nice to me anymore, just say it. What are you going to do? Lin Xuanji asked coolly. Yan Tianan lifted his neck and shouted, I'll tie you up and lock you up in a small black room so that no one can see you. After shouting, Yan Tianan made a vehement gesture, pursed his lips and straightened his spine. You sure have ability now. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's chin and twisted his face toward the lake so that they were staring at each other. Lin Xuanji said, I didn't intend to settle the old accounts with you before. The past is the past. Why should I torture myself with the previous things? But just now I thought about some things. I really can't forget it. You just said that everything you did was forced and you were helpless, but is this true? Yes. Yan Tianan pretended to be deep as he sighed. Anyhow, it was like this at the beginning. Not even he himself could tell if this was still true in the end. Lin Xuanji stared at his slightly guilty eyes. After a long time, he said, but I remember I asked you countless times whether you were bullied, whether someone wronged you, whether there was any hardship, and how did you answer me? Yan Tianan was obviously stunned. He remembered what had happened at that time. No matter what, Chongsheng didn't believe that he killed Dao Zhu, that he cultivated the evil qi, and killed half of Spirit Sect. He didn't believe that Ling Yu wanted to fight against the Taoist orthodoxy in the world and was already a crazed murderer. Despite the dissuasion of the people, he found Ling Yu who was being chased and hunted by the people. He didn't blame him, didn't look at him with the same hatred in his eyes, but healed him, applied medicine, wiped his face full of dust and blood, and then patiently asked him if he was forced to be helpless or if someone bullied him. At that time, Ling Yu was full of sadness and despair. He only felt that there was no way for him to turn back in the world, and he was full of doubt about the world. But the appearance of Chongsheng was like heaven's redemption. Ling Yu wanted to jump into his arms and cry and tell his grievances, but when he just opened his mouth, he began to feel pain from his heart and spread to all his limbs. A wave almost grinding him on a steel needle and iron plate. The sharp pain of constant friction made him unable to say a word. The voice of Dao Zhu was vivid. Ling Yu, with my life, swear with your essence blood that you must never tell anyone the truth, otherwise you will suffer heart-piercing and bone-deep pain. The day you tell the truth is the day your whole body bursts and dies. He couldn't say. He could not betray Dao Zhu, let alone let the sacrifices of his predecessors be in vain. So, he lifted his lips, his expression seemed to cry and smile, and condensed together into a ferocious expression. I just think that cultivating evil qi would make me more powerful, that's all. Shishong, I'm a demon who climbed up from the 7 layers of the abyss, you know. Do you know divine devils? The most powerful kind of demon. We demons all have black hearts and rotten lungs, and even our hair is black. Although Dao Zhu always treated everyone equally, in fact, he despises us demons in his heart. Like you, he preferred Fanglang, the half-demon with a sad life experience. Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to swallow his cultivation. Shishong, you asked me why I did this. If you had cared more about me, it wouldn't have come to this today. Chongsheng didn't kill him. The Zij sword had been pressed against his neck, but until the end, Chongsheng couldn't do it. Chongsheng asked him more than once, whether he had any difficulties, whether he was wronged, and whether there was another secret. This was the only person in the world who didn't hate him, blame him, chase him, and still cared about him even after seeing him kill Dao Zhu. Yan Tianan lowered his head and said apologetically, Dage, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear you say sorry again. Lin Xuanji said, you have indeed wronged many people, but among them, I was never included. You are included, Yan Tianan whispered. Just how did you wrong me? Lin Xuanji asked. Chapter 681. This is a cursed oath. Yan Tianan didn't say a word, but Shusho, which hung on his waist, suddenly jumped out and stood on the ground, as if announcing its existence. It even waved its body proudly. Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. He remembered that he personally crafted this sword for Yushin Ling Yu, but questions like why did he craft this sword for him, where he crafted this sword, and what materials it was made of, those memories were all vague and he couldn't remember. Yan Tianan's foot flew up and suddenly kicked Shusho away. Fuck, get out of here. The meal has to be eaten one bite at a time, and the dishonest things he had done must be exposed little by little. Shusho was kicked 10 feet away, it fell into the lake and disappeared. Withdrawing his foot contentedly, Yan Tianan said sincerely, Dage, back then, I didn't dare to admit that I actually had secret troubles. Of course I wanted to tell you everything, but I couldn't say it. Lin Xuanji originally wanted to pursue that further, but looking at Yan Tianan's pitiful eyes, there was really nothing to pursue. You can talk now, Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji probably misunderstood what he meant by couldn't say. After taking a deep breath and hesitating for a moment, Yan Tianan hardened his heart and spoke, when I killed Dao Zhu, he schemed and made me swear an oath with my heart for as long as I live, I will never be able to make the truth public, otherwise I will suffer pain akin to the 18 layers of hell where thousands of ants eat my heart. Lin Xuanji was stunned. Actually, there was another heavy curse that Dao Zhu forced him into. Dao Zhu said, your Shishong Chongsheng will never meet a peaceful end in all his lives. This is not an oath, it's a curse. It will come true. That was too vicious. How could he still dare to have any ideas after that? Dage, I'm very afraid of death, so I dared not tell you back then. Yan Tianan smiled bitterly. His face was pale and his hand pressed his heart. He stepped back half a step. His face was full of helplessness and sadness. Even now that I've reincarnated, I still dare not mention the most secret matters. Lin Xuanji's expression was confused at first, then suddenly became furious and terrified. He saw blood flowing out the corners of Yan Tianan's lips, burning his soul like a flame. Ah Heng Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji's complexion paled, and even his breathing became short. He grabbed Yan Tianan's wrist and looked at the blood that had gotten on it. He only felt like something was piercing him severely in his heart. Yan Tianan patted his chest. The pain in that place made him frown suddenly. Then he sighed and said in a joking tone, "It's good that I wasn't drooling. I thought I was drooling at Dage's beauty to such a shameful extent." As he said that, he blinked at Lin Xuanji a few times. Lin Xuanji had an unbearable forbearance, and his every hair strand seemed to be trembling. This matter was actually related to Dao Zhu. What happened between Dao Zhu and Ling Yu that he didn't know? Why did Ling Yu suddenly want to kill his master and destroy Spirit Sect? This was a cursed oath. However, if it wasn't a matter of utmost importance and if he hadn't been forced into it, why would he make a cursed oath? Whether it was the former Yushin Ling Yu or the current Yan Tianan, he was afraid that neither of them knew this Lin Xuanji, the head disciple of Spirit Sect and Chongsheng's Sword Venerable, had suspicions in his heart all along, even when he ultimately killed Yushin Ling Yu with his own hands. This was the child he brought up with his own hands. He personally raised this child by his side and even taught him how to read and write. How could this child suddenly do such unimaginable things that harmed both himself and others without any reason? He killed Yushin Ling Yu because he had no other alternatives and because the circumstances forced him. The 9 lands were at the brink of destruction that left him with no other choice, but he always believed that the Demon Emperor had secret reasons for his actions. Lin Xuanji's face was deathly pale. Warong's Sword Venerable, whose expression remained unchanged even when facing a Grand Master whose cultivation far surpassed his own, didn't even have the strength to lift his sword at this time. He asked, "What exactly happened?" "Ah Hen, what happened between Dao Zhu and you?" Yan Tianan was just about to speak, when he heard Lin Xuanji yell in anger. "You shut up!" Yan Tianan immediately shut up and muttered in his heart, "Why are you yelling at me?" Lin Xuanji took a deep breath, gently eased out, put down Yan Tianan's hand, wiped the blood stains on the corner of Yan Tianan's mouth with his sleeve, and said slowly word by word, "There is no need to say any more. There is no need to mention anything. I will find the answer myself. One day, I will find out all the fine dust buried in the soil. It doesn't matter whether Yushin Ling Yu was good or evil. You Yan Tianan, if you dare to take even half a step away from me in this life, I'll break your leg." Yan Tianan. Breaking a leg or something sounds familiar. It seemed to be the threat that Yushin Ling Yu liked to say. Times had indeed changed, and it was now his turn to see Lin Xuanji flip out and be terrified. Yan Tianan nodded hurriedly and said, "Dage, please calm down. You'll grow wrinkles if you're not careful." A cold light shone from Lin Xuanji's eyes, and Yan Tianan immediately said obediently, "I'll continue to copy the admonitions. If I don't copy them quickly, I'm afraid I won't have time to go to the north with Hai Shishang." Lin Xuanji took a deep breath. "No need to copy any more." Yan Tianan was stunned. "Ah, I said, no need to copy any more. Perhaps the person who should be admonished is me, not Ah Hen." He was the chief disciple of Spirit Sect and the leader of Taoism in the world. He had killed demons and evil spirits, leading the charge against them. He was worshipped and respected by tens of thousands of people. However, it turned out that he didn't even know the truth. Truly laughable. Just what kind of demon was he slaughtering, and what kind of evil spirit was he destroying? This was truly one big joke. What a good Shishang he was. Yan Tianan sighed and said in a low voice, "Even if Dage wants to ask further, I can't say it. I can only talk about this much at most. For other things, once I think about telling Dage some details, my heart would feel distressed and uncomfortable. At first, I thought it was because of panic and fear, but then I found out that it seemed to be the shackles from the cursed oath. A cursed oath would be branded onto the soul. It's just that after reincarnation, the mark became a little lighter, so I wouldn't immediately die with 1,000 arrows piercing my heart after revealing some secrets just now." 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, Lin Xuanji murmured. Yan Tianan felt uneasy when he saw this. He took Lin Xuanji's hand and immediately changed the topic. "Dage, don't you want to ask me what happened inside the scroll seal?" Lin Xuanji wanted to say that he was not in the mood, but Yan Tianan had already opened his mouth. "I saw Kang Rong." Kang Rong didn't say much, but he seemed to know some parts of the truth. Lin Xuanji suddenly paused and looked at him. Yan Tianan, but I was afraid because of my guilt, so I erased all the records he left behind. At this point, Yan Tianan's voice became lower and lower until it was like a mosquito buzzing. He asked me if I would regret it. I said no, and pridefully told him that I would never regret it in my lifetime. Then he disappeared, the seal was destroyed, and the scroll became useless. Finally, under Lin Xuanji's increasingly pressuring gaze, Yan Tianan closed his mouth, then quickly closed his eyes and said, I regret it now. I regret it so much. After a long while, Lin Xuanji was so angry that he laughed. He pinched Yan Tianan's ears and said, my family's Ah Hen has truly grown up, and his wings have hardened. He has his own opinions now. Good, very good. Yan Tianan saw that Lin Xuanji was about to leave, so he quickly hugged Lin Xuanji's waist. I'll never do this again. I'll always tell the truth in the future and never lie. Dage, don't be angry. Lin Xuanji stopped walking, but did not speak. I'm not angry. After a long time, Lin Xuanji turned around. His voice was low and he looked at Yan Tianan with misty eyes. He grabbed Yan Tianan's hand and pressed it to his heart, saying, I am sad. Yan Tianan was stunned. He had never seen Lin Xuanji look so fragile and miserable. Dage, Yan Tianan was very sad. He looked at Lin Xuanji with a pair of crystal clear eyes. It's because I don't want you to be sad that I held back from saying. No need to say any more. Go back and rest. Lin Xuanji kissed Yan Tianan's nose. I need to be alone for a while. Be obedient. Yan Tianan was suddenly worried and upset. He stamped his feet fiercely in his mind, cursing that he shouldn't have babbled nonsense. He shouldn't have tried so desperately to clear his name even while risking the danger and pain from the curse's backlash on his heart. Dage, I want to say that no matter what happened in the past, it has already passed. If you don't care about the bad things I did, then you don't need to care about the other stuff either. Yan Tianan used to care. When he first restored his memory, he did care and even blamed the gods and others. But he was truly grateful to Lian Hua for putting him in that prison for 100 years. Those 100 years allowed him to think clearly. Humans couldn't immerse themselves in the pain of the past and couldn't blame others. The important thing was to look forward and cherish every day in the present. Don't need to care about it. Lin Xuanji uttered a smile that even he couldn't tell the meaning of. He looked at Yan Tianan's clear eyes and said, but I do care. How could he not care? Why couldn't he care? This is the darling he loves on the cusp of his heart, and he can't bear to have his beloved suffer even a bit of pain. Of course I care. Lin Xuanji accentuated his tone and repeated it again. He looked at Yan Tianan, as if seeing the Shidi who stood in front of him 10,000 years ago, who was extremely daring but also carefully told him that he liked Chongsheng. On that day, the pear blossoms bloomed all over the garden, the wind was full of sweet fragrance, the moon was perfectly round, the larks crowed at night, and the ground was scattered with flower petals that fell down like butterflies. Melting moonlight poured down like wine, covering the ground in a layer of silver light. Xishang, I have something to tell you. What I said at the Taoist ceremony was not just to scare away those who had any designs on you. I really like Xishang from the bottom of my heart. I miss you when I'm awake, I miss you when I'm asleep, I miss you when I eat, and I miss you when I breathe. Can you like me just a little bit too? If Xishang doesn't believe me, then I'll say it again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'll say it again every day. But if Xishang doesn't want to accept me, then don't ignore me either. After all, I care about Xishang the most. I care about you the most in this world. Chapter 682. The unpopular one. The known grandmasters in the world today, together with the new grandmaster Lin Xuanji, there were only 10 in total, respectively in the divine clans and the top sects. Several divine clans had no grandmasters, such as the Divination Emperor or the South Sovereign's clans, but no one dared to look down upon them just because they didn't have any grandmasters. After all, the strength of a clan was reflected in all aspects. However, if there was a grandmaster in the clan or sect, it was natural that the organization would be more confident. In fact, no one could tell how many grandmasters there were in the 9 lands. After all, the real great powers had entered seclusion and disappeared many years ago. No one was sure whether they had fallen or just secluded themselves from the world. The grandmasters mentioned today were all ones who had shown their grandmaster stage cultivation in front of others and people who had been confirmed to still be alive. As a new grandmaster, it was natural to go to the Grandmaster Holy Alliance to make an oath. The so-called Grand Master Oath was the oath made by the Grand Master in front of heaven and earth, and the contract concluded with heaven and earth. Once someone reached the Grand Master stage, if there was a fight, it would often collapse the mountains and overturn the seas. Just a wave of their hands would destroy the cities between the floating clouds. Everything would wither and the harm would be comparable to natural disasters. Therefore, even if all living beings envied and yearned for the Grandmaster's power, they were also afraid of such existence. Therefore, when it was not a last resort, the Grandmaster must not interfere with the mundane affairs lower than their cultivation realm. If Grandmasters wanted to spar with each other, they must go to an uninhabited island or desert with nobody living within 10,000 miles. If the grudge between them wasn't extreme hatred from having their wife, son, city, or sect destroyed, then Grandmasters weren't allowed to kill, or else they would be destroyed by the heavens. The restriction on Grandmasters made the 9 lands stable for tens of thousands of years. However, these were the rules of the human world, but they didn't count in the demon realm. The demon realm had 7 domain masters and 3 demon venerables. It was said that their cultivations were comparable to the Grandmaster stage. Lin Xuanji took a turn on his way to the North Land with Hai Kuanglang and others to go to the Grandmaster Holy Alliance and set down the Grandmaster's oath deed. The process did not take much effort, but the subsequent constraints would be relatively large. It's just that Lin Xuanji never did things like bullying the weak, so he never did care about such vows. Leaving the Grandmaster Holy Alliance, Lin Xuanji caught up with Hai Kuanglang and the others traveling northward, and he officially returned to the team. There were only Hai Kuanglang, Zhan Fengting, Yan Tianan, and Lin Xuanji at this party. Because they were thousands of miles away to the north, the 4 rented flying birds, and every few cities they passed by, they would get a new one, so as not to get stuck midway. Demons were born from this, and human beings stopped their tracks here. The North Land's fortress had always been garrisoned by the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital Yan family's vassal family, the Ling family. There was also a fief belonging to the Yan family. Of course, if someone didn't make a fortune in this place, then they would be buried in this place. It depended on the ambitions and powerful methods of the people who chose to live here. Obviously, King Zhen was a man with both means and ambition. Back in those days, King Zhong was very powerful. King Yi had just lost his position as the first successor and was banned from stepping outside the royal heavenly capital. King Zhen Yan Weijun had nothing but a few old, weak, sick, and disabled men. He came here alone by relying on the sacrifices of his many death guards. The front line of the North Land had always been defended by the Ling family. The Ling family had powerful generals in each generation. They were the first people who were stationed in the North Land's border with the demon realm. Although they obeyed the orders of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, they also directly obeyed the Emperor. They could treat any prince except the Emperor with contempt. What's more, before Yan Weijun came, no royal family had come to the North Land's fief for many years. The Ling family's army naturally rejected them, but they didn't expect that King Zhen would be able to subdue the genius general of the Ling family who never interfered in worldly matters, Ling Chigu. This was also a legend. Although the area around the North Land was barren and bitter, the more the party went towards the central region, the more it was a water village. The Longyao clan liked water, so the Dragon Palace was full of winding corridors and waterside pavilions, and even more than half of them were built on the lake. Even half of Seda City, where the Dragon Palace was located, occupied thousands of miles on Lake Mia, which was backed by the mountains. Lake Mia meant the most beautiful crystal in the dragon language. As the divine clan closest to the demon realm, the Longyao clan were naturally famous for their bravery and good warfare. As soon as they stepped into Seda City, Yan Tianan and the others felt a strong aura belonging to the dragon clan. They seemed to be ready to draw knives and kill people at any time, Yan Tianan said with emotion as he looked at the rows and rows of uniformly dressed soldiers patrolling on the wide avenue in the city. The soldiers were all heavily armored and heavily armed with weapons and equipment. They were all burly and tall, and their steps fell neatly on the ground, making a banging sound, which sounded extremely shocking. Hai Kuanglang also said with some pride, the Longyao clan could be regarded as the most powerful family in terms of combat power. These people who have lived in the North Lands all year round have gradually become like this in the process of fighting against the demons after being baptized by wind and frost. But how come those princes of your Longyao clan look a little delicate? Asked Yan Tianan. Looking at Longyao Lingung and Longyao Lingguang, each of them looked like a young master of the mortal world. Their clothes were not dusty, and their faces were as white as jade. They didn't look weathered like the patrolling soldiers at all. Hai Kuanglang said, these soldiers were all recruited from the northern border. They are replaced by a new group every 10 years. The Longyao clan rules the North Land by magic and doesn't specialize in martial arts. In fact, most of these people are martial arts cultivators. Of course they would look quite different from the Longyao clan. Yan Tianan nodded thoughtfully. The Longyao clan sure is very good at making the best use of everything. Hai Kuanglang said, although I don't want to admit it, to be honest, the Longyao clan is quite wise. Yan Tianan looked around and said to Hai Kuanglang, Shishang, anyhow, you are a prince of the Longyao family. You have come back to Seda City from thousands of miles away, but why did no one come out to welcome you? Hai Kuanglang slightly hooked his lips and said, if I can give them a big surprise, then why should I tell them in advance that I'm going to return? Yan Tianan. Hai Kuanglang hooked an arm around Yan Tianan's shoulder, smiled at him very evilly, and said, why Shidi, don't you want to see the sudden change in the faces of those people? Yan Tianan replied sincerely, not just want to, I really want to. Then they looked at each other, and they laughed treacherously at the same time. Hai Kuanglang had not been welcomed by the Longyao clan for a long time. This was all about what happened in the past. Rather than voluntarily leaving home, it was better to say that he was helpless and desperate to leave the Longyao clan. Outsiders were not very clear about what happened, and the Longyao clan also kept their mouths shut, as if they were afraid that if they said it, it would bring shame to the whole family. Hai Kuanglang. From the fact that his surname was Hai but not Longyao, we could already see how his relationship with his family was. Yan Tianan had also heard some gossip about Hai Kuanglang. It was said that he broke up with his family because of his mother, but who was his mother? Some outsiders say it was a concubine of the Dragon Emperor. Some said it was a woman in the mortal world the Dragon Emperor met by chance, and some said it was the princess of the Dragon clan who had died on the way to her wedding many years ago. The fact was that no one knew except the core members of the Longyao family and the people involved. Naturally, Hai Kuanglang wouldn't be unaware of it, but no matter how curious Yan Tianan was, he would never say a word or ask more about any gossip that would poke others' sore spots. It was originally a very serious matter to select and establish the crown prince. In particular, the Longyao family, who were extremely concerned about inheritance, would decide the successor with great solemnity several years in advance, after several years of competition and experience, as well as the secret assessment of the elders of the family. Finally, they would consider the purity of the dragon bloodline's inheritance inside their bodies and settle on a successor. This time, due to the holy edict from the ancestors of the dragon family changed its previous cautious style and hurriedly sent a letter to all clan disciples who were qualified to inherit the throne, calling them all to participate in the election of the crown prince. As for Hai Kuanglang, although he had not been in the family for many years, according to the genealogy, he also had the right to inherit the throne, so the Longyao family naturally had to give him this qualification. In fact, if not for the dragon ancestors' holy edict, specifically stressing the need to gather all disciples with dragon bloodline to enter the dragon tomb for the test, those old people would never tell me about it. But this time, not telling me would bring great disaster to the dragon family. Hai Kuanglang raised his eyebrows and said playfully. Yan Tianan touched his chin and smiled. What I like most is the way they despise you but can't kill you. He and Hai Kuanglang shared a smile again. Zan Fengding smiled and said with some worry, you will probably suffer a lot of humiliation again when you return to the Longyao family this time. Hai Kuanglang said with great disdain, humiliation? It's just a few harsh words. Are they going to fight me? Even if they attack, I'm still not afraid. After all, after so many years, I'm no longer the waste who could be bullied wantonly but couldn't fight back. Zan Fengding took Hai Kuanglang's hand and gently pinched it. Little Lang is not a waste, even when he was young. He still remembered the little dragon who knew he was no match for those disciples, but nevertheless tried his best to stand in front of Zan Fengding to protect him. Finally, he was beaten back to his original form and almost couldn't be saved. When Hai Kuanglang came back to Seda City, he was always in a state of mania and wanted to beat people. After all, this was the territory of the Longyao family, and it was also the place where he was forced into exile and suffered humiliation. He would never forget those humiliations. However, Zan Fengding could always easily appease his anger and calm his mood. Hai Kuanglang also mischievously scratched Zan Fengding's fingers with the tips of his fingers. He leaned in his ears and whispered, I'm especially not a waste on the bed. Xianxia, do you want to give it a try? Chapter 683. Dragon Clan's holy maiden Zan Fengting was startled and quickly glanced at Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji. He saw Yan Tianan secretly laughing while covering his mouth. Zan Fengting's face turned red. He was already very thin-skinned, and Hai Kuanglang was so frivolous and bold, it made him a little embarrassed. But even if he was embarrassed, he was still reluctant to part with this responsibility. What nonsense, you just talk a lot. Zan Fengting pinched Hai Kuanglang's face and glared at him. Hai Kuanglang's eyes were smiling, his gaze swept away sloppily, and suddenly stared at the chariot that was being pulled by 8 sea green horses flying past everyone's heads from the widest avenue. His face changed suddenly. All of a sudden, his pair of eyes became cold. The wind blew, lifting up the dazzling bead curtain of the carriage, and a woman with a white gauze with misty clouds covering her face flashed past his sight. Zan Fengting looked up in that direction and was also startled. Who is that? Yan Tianan asked, raising his face. It's not that he deliberately noticed the magnificent carriage that flew past, but the fragrance around it was so conspicuous that Yan Tianan couldn't help but look up in the direction where the fragrance was dissipating. Hai Kuanglang answered, she's not a good person. Next time you see her, just stay a little farther away. There's no need to say anything to her. After speaking, Hai Kuanglang stepped forward. Let's go quickly, there is still a long way to the Dragon Palace. Zan Fengting sighed softly and lowered his eyes. Yan Tianan was very surprised. As long as Hai Kuanglang saw someone from the Longyao family, he would act like, lousy is number one, so I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. However, Yan Tianan had never seen this reaction before. Yan Tianan asked, Xianxia, who is that woman? If you don't tell me now, it won't be long before we arrive and I might meet that woman. You might as well say it early so that I can prepare early. What if that woman decides to seduce me? If she wants to seduce you, what will you do? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan lightly. Yan Tianan immediately expressed his loyalty. He patted his chest and vowed, of course, I will refuse her honestly. After all, I have a family now, and my feelings for Dage can be known by heaven and earth, and can be expressed by the sun and moon. This oath is constant and unchanging even if the sea turns dry and the rocks break apart, or even if the world ends. Lin Xuanji gave him a satisfied smile. Zan Fengting couldn't help laughing. How many times have you practiced this in your heart? You said it so smoothly and skillfully that it doesn't seem to be the first time you said it. Yan Tianan smiled and said proudly, I never need to prepare in advance when I say this to Dage. After all, it's what my heart wants, so nothing about it is exaggerated. Yan Tianan asked, do you envy our good feelings? Our deep affections? Aren't you and Hai Xianxia the same? Hearing this, Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji involuntarily right. In the eyes of unsuspecting people, they were really smooth sailing. They got together almost without any setbacks, as if heaven was promoting their marriage for them. But in fact, only they themselves knew how much pain they had suffered and how many joys and sorrows they had experienced before they finally reached this day. However, as long as the final result was good, then so what if they experienced setbacks? Hai Kuanglang slowed down to eavesdrop. Zan Fengting said, the woman just now is named Longyao Yiju, and has a very special identity in the Longyao family. She is a holy maiden of the dragon family. She has the bloodline of the true dragon. At the age of 18, she was already a holy maiden recognized by the true dragon. Yan Tianan suddenly realized, the dragon family had always attached great importance to bloodlines, but the true dragon only existed in the upper realm. If descendants of the dragon family in the 9 lands wanted to turn into a dragon, one of the essential conditions was the purity of the bloodline. If the bloodline was impure and mixed with the blood of other dragon races, they were basically doomed to have no chance to turn into a dragon. The purest true dragon bloodline in the world was not actually the offspring born by the union of the 2 members with the purest blood in the dragon clan, but the offspring born by the union of a member of the dragon clan and the holy maiden of the family, who was selected by the true dragon. The dragon tomb was the most sacred place in the dragon clan. Even descendants find it difficult to enter freely. However, the dragon clan's holy maiden recognized and selected by the dragon ancestor can withstand all the damage from the dragon tomb and even communicate with the soul consciousness left by the dragon ancestor. In the eyes of the Longyao family, the holy maiden was the closest to the existence of God. Every dragon emperor chose the holy maiden as his dragon queen without exception, which was also an important reason why the Longyao family could keep their blood pure for tens of thousands of years and enjoy unique advantages among the other aquatic clans. Lin Xuanji lifted his eyes slightly and said, "But I can't feel any holy aura on her." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji and said, "I can't feel it either." The holy maidens of the dragon clan were said to have existed since tens of thousands of years ago, and Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, who had seen the great world in their previous lives and had directly dealt with the dragon clan, had both met the holy maiden of that era, the wife of the dragon emperor back then. Lin Xuanji remembered clearly that when the dragon queen appeared for the first time, he could even see with his naked eyes the almost thick pale golden blessings and merits lingering around her. It was extremely rare. In fact, the holy maiden was not called the holy maiden completely because of the purity of blood, but because the birth of the true dragon's bloodline required an absolutely special constitution. After all, the birth of divine creatures like dragons and phoenixes could take anywhere from hundreds to thousands of years. If ordinary people became pregnant with the blood of a true dragon, they would die in a few days. They wouldn't be able to bear such a natural blessing at all. Only those with a special constitution born with great blessings, great fortune, and great merit would be able to suppress the backlash from the pregnancy. But for Longyao Yiju, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan could only see her back then, which was enough for him to see the blessing around her. Although there was a trace of blessings around her, it was definitely not enough to support the birth of the true dragon bloodline. However, Hai Kuanglang didn't care and said, "In any case, I don't want her no matter what. What does it matter whether she is a holy maiden or not?" Zan Fengting looked at Hai Kuanglang and said, "If you become the dragon emperor, you are bound to marry her." Hai Kuanglang looked back at Zan Fengting and said wildly, "If I become the dragon emperor, I don't care what clan rules there are. You are the only one I want." Zan Fengting was helpless, but he felt sweet. Finally, he could only say, "Oh, you." Yan Tianan covered his mouth and smiled, winking at Lin Xuanji again, which meant that if he became the emperor one day, he would only marry Lin Xuanji as his wife. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, "Are you sure you want me to be the wife?" Yan Tianan. The group arrived at the dragon palace before sunset. The high gate stood tall, the white jade served as the pillar, and a coiled dragon was overlaid on the sky pillar, with its eyes looking down on all sentient beings. Standing in front of the gate, they could feel the grandeur and majesty of the dragon clan, which was indeed the royal clan of the entire Northlands. The Longyao family was heavily guarded. Before reaching the gate, there were disciples of the Longyao clan in light armor and soldiers who had come down from the battlefield of the northern border in heavy armor patrolling back and forth. During this period of time, because of the Longyao clan's competition for the crown prince position, many people from other divine clans of the Nine Lands were invited to come to watch and cheer, so there were quite a few strangers coming and going. The general of the light armored cavalry was a junior of the Longyao clan. He saw Hai Kuanglang coming from a distance. He grabbed the reins, and turned over and got off the horse, leveling his sword at Hai Kuanglang and the group of people. "Hai Kuanglang, how dare you come back?" After hearing the cold voice, Lin Xuanji and the others looked up and saw a tall and handsome man with snow-green hair and bright green eyes walking straight towards this side. Hai Kuanglang saw this person and recognized his identity, so he raised his lips and said, "Longyao Xuanyan, long time no see. You have been promoted." The man who was called Longyao Xuanyan stared at Hai Kuanglang angrily, squeezing the hilt of the sword in his hand. He looked like he could attack at a moment's notice. "Coward Pa!" Longyao Xuanyan cursed. Hai Kuanglang couldn't help laughing. He went over and spread his hand. "Haven't I come back again? When I left back then, I said that I will come back and get back what belongs to me one day. How about it? Am I a man of my word?" Longyao Xuanyan glared at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He opened his hand and hugged Hai Kuanglang heavily, pounded his back and said, "You fucker, you just left without leaving a word. I thought you were killed by those people who didn't like you. I've been looking for you for a long time until you finally wrote to me afterwards. Bitch it, I'm still thinking, if you still act wantonly and refuse to return to compete for the crown prince position, I will definitely not admit that I once made friends with you, a coward." Hai Kuanglang also smiled sincerely. "Of course, after all, I am not a coward." There were people coming and going. Longyao Xuanyan quickly let go of Hai Kuanglang and looked at the people next to him. When he saw Zan Fengting, he couldn't help being taken aback. He hesitantly said, "Are you Zan Fengting?" Zan Fengting nodded and smiled kindly. "We have met a few times before. I even held you when you were young." Long Yao Xuanyan's handsome face blushed suddenly, and he said in a bewildered manner, "This kind of thing, you don't have to mention it now. But indeed, I seem to have been held by." Cough cough cough. Hai Kuanglang coughed abruptly, narrowing his eyes at Long Yao Xuanyan. Long Yao Xuanyan asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Yan Tianan, ha ha ha. Hai Kuanglang even ate this kind of vinegar. He really admired Hai Kuanglang. These two, one is my direct junior martial brother, and the other is an elder of Myriad Dao Academy. Hai Kuanglang glared at Yan Tianan in warning, and then began to introduce Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan and Warong's Sword Venerable. He went on to introduce his childhood friend. "This is Long Yao Xuanyan, one of my few friends in the clan. He also has a younger brother, Long Yao Yushuo. We will see him soon." When Long Yao Xuanyan heard the names of the two, even his eyes clung to them, especially Lin Xuanji, who had now been listed as the 10th known Grand Master. "You actually found the two of them to attend the ceremony?" Long Yao Xuanyan gasped. "Not just to watch the ceremony," Hai Kuanglang corrected. "One of them is the helper who was dragged down by me to fight for the crown prince position, and the other is to support me and cheer me up." Long Yao Xuanyan. Chapter 684. Meeting the Dragon Emperor. Long Yao Xuanyan looked at Lin Xuanji with complex eyes full of respect and mixed with various unidentified emotions for a moment, and then he said, "Recently, I have heard that Warong's Sword Venerable has protected the 10,000 years foundation of Myriad Dao Academy with his own strength. I, Long Yao Xuanyan, really admire you. I will go now and inform the Dragon Emperor. The Grand Master is worthy of being greeted by the Dragon Emperor in person." Speaking of this, the major characters being invited would all inform the Dragon Clan of their arrival time in advance. This was not only for the convenience of the host's arrangement, but also a psychological preparation for the host. After all, the most important thing for major figures was the ostentation, and the host going out to welcome them personally meant these figures were of great importance. Lin Xuanji stopped Long Yao Xuanyan. "You don't need to disturb the Dragon Emperor. I haven't received the invitation and came uninvited. It's difficult for the host to welcome me in person." Long Yao Chunayan felt his back grow cold. He felt that there was some other meaning in Lin Xuanji's words. Hai Kuanglang also sneered. "There is no need to bother the Dragon Emperor. I really want to give him an unexpected surprise." Long Yao Xuanyan. "I still need to tell the Dragon Emperor. After all, a Grand Master has come, and..." He quickly glanced at Hai Kuanglang, and lowered his voice. Long Yao Lingguang also returned from Myriad Dao Academy yesterday, and he also brought a great power. He was said to be a sword god hall elder of Myriad Dao Academy named Tianquan. The Dragon Emperor was very happy, and welcomed the sword saint Tianquan with a grand show, and made the two brothers, Long Yao Lingguang and Long Yao Linggang, unparalleled in the limelight for a time, and extremely arrogant. "I am afraid you'll suffer." Long Yao Lingguang was also a disciple of Myriad Dao Academy, and he was also a disciple of the sword saint Tianquan. It was reasonable for the sword saint Tianquan to come to cheer and support him. As soon as Yan Tianan heard that the person he hated was very ostentatious, he even yelled, "Then go and tell the Dragon Emperor that this prince, the second heir to the Qianyuan dynasty, has personally come. I want to see just whose pomp is bigger." Long Yao Xuanyan immediately cupped his hands. "Prince, wait here, I'll come back soon." On ordinary days, Yan Tianan never put on airs for being the second heir of the Qianyuan dynasty. However, when it was time to put on a show, he still did that. Otherwise, he would be crushed by people he didn't like, which would ruin his mood for no reason. Long Yao Xuanyan climbed onto his horse, and the divine horse spread its wings and flew quickly towards the palace, making a distant cry. Inside the Long Yao family, the status of Long Yao Linggang and Long Yao Lingguang among the younger generation of the Dragon family could be regarded as transcendent and unparalleled, not only because they were of the same lineage and their mother was the previous generation's holy maiden, but also because they themselves had inherited a very thick dragon bloodline. Their true forms could transform into a half-dragon, with superior strength and talent. "Did you sleep well yesterday?" Long Yao Linggang asked. "It's always more comfortable to sleep at home." Long Yao Lingguang stretched out his arms sloppily, yawned, and said, "You didn't look for me when you came back yesterday. Where did you go?" When Long Yao Linggang turned to his brother, he was naturally a little more sincere and straightened out the somewhat messy collar for him. "Get dressed and come out again. Our father sent me to entertain some distinguished guests for him yesterday, and it was already evening when I came back. You had already gone to bed, how can you have the face to blame me?" Long Yao Lingguang stuck out his tongue. So it wasn't because you were with my future sister-in-law. Longyao Linggong slapped Longyao Lingguang's head. You talk too much. Longyao Lingguang touched his head and said, Brother, speaking of this competition, have you already chosen someone to enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land with you? Yesterday I asked about the rules. One person can bring 3 people in at most, and the cultivation base must be controlled at the peak of the major perfection stage. These 3, you have to choose well. Longyao Linggong said, Fu Li of the Tiger Clan is my best friend, and his cultivation has now reached the major attainment phase of the major perfection stage. In addition, there's also my master, so there probably won't be any major problems. Longyao Lingguang asked, then who is the 3rd person? Longyao Linggong paused. I don't know. Longyao Lingguang froze. What do you mean by you don't know? Longyao Linggong answered, he is a great power my master chose for me. It is said that he is already at the peak of the major perfection stage, but he always wears a cloak and a mask on his face from morning to night. I'm not clear about his appearance, and his cultivation base is indeed unfathomable. I can be sure that I'm no match for him. But I will inevitably feel a little uneasy about such a person, whose origin is unknown. When Longyao Lingguang heard this, he didn't take it seriously. Master Yuquan is already half a step into the Grandmaster stage and is the most enshrined guest elder of the Longyao clan. He is wholeheartedly devoted to Dage. It is impossible for him to mistreat you, so that mysterious black-clothed powerhouse must have some great abilities. Longyao Linggong had been involved in the world for a long time. He frowned slightly. I always feel that at this time, if you don't know their origins, there will be some accidents. Brother, you are too careful. Longyao Lingguang smiled. Even if he is not reliable, don't you still have me? Besides me, there are also most of the disciples of the Longyao clan who have the right of inheritance. Among them, who doesn't know that you are the recognized heir of the Dragon clan? Even if you haven't been to the Dragon Tomb Holy Land for the time being, you have already been recognized by our ancestors, so looking at the whole family, who is more qualified than Dage? They know this in their hearts. Longyao Linggong felt a lot of comfort when he heard these words, but he was still not dazzled by his usual stability. In the face of power, people's hearts are unpredictable. In the whole clan, I only trust you. That's natural. No matter when, I wholeheartedly support Dage. Longyao Lingguang raised his chin, looking quite proud. Longyao Linggong smiled knowingly, and then exhorted, after entering the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, you will follow me. The danger in the Holy Land is unknown. If you are by my side, I can rest assured. Longyao Lingguang nodded. However, Gerger must be very careful about that bastard. Longyao Lingguang thought about the Hai Kuanglang and couldn't help frowning. You don't know this, his junior martial brother Yan Tianan is also studying in Myriad Dao Academy. Although he took a rusty sword and his cultivation base is not great, he's very good at making trouble. He actually hooked up with Warong's Sword Venerable, which is the new Grand Master. I am worried that Warong's Sword Venerable will support them and go with him to the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. When Hai Kuanglang was mentioned, Longyao Linggong's eyes darkened. He stopped and stood in place, looking towards the magnificent Lake Mia. That kid has always been ambitious. I really should be on guard. If he comes back this time, he will definitely be my biggest opponent. After a pause, Longyao Lingguang's eyes sank. No, he will definitely come back. And will bring that bitch with him. As soon as his voice fell, a person flew over on a spirit crane. When the man was 10 meters away from Longyao Linggong, he flipped off the bird mount and got down on one knee. Young master, just now, Longyao Xuanyan went to report to the emperor. The second heir, Yan Tianan, Prince Yi, and Warong's Sword Venerable, the elder of Myriad Dao Academy, have already arrived outside the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor has personally led the incumbent elders and several direct disciples of the clan to greet them. Longyao Lingguang's face changed, and he cursed, "Bitch it, I knew this bastard definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with." He actually invited Warong's Sword Venerable to be his backer. Dage, I have seen the swordsmanship of Warong's Sword Venerable with my own eyes. If he's allowed to enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, then we will be in danger. Why panic? Although Longyao Linggong's complexion did not look very good, he was always calm and determined. Even if he is a Grand Master, his cultivation will be suppressed to the major perfection stage forcibly when he arrives at the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Besides, he made the Grandmaster's oath, so he has an additional layer of suppression than other people. There is no need to worry about it. But even so, the return of Hai Kuanglang, making such a big show, was also unpleasant in people's hearts, as if they had swallowed a fly. Externally, among the juniors of the Dragon Clan, the most qualified person to compete was Longyao Lingang. Although he had not been baptized and recognized by the Dragon Ancestor Holy Land, he was already the next heir almost by default. Whoever overshadowed his limelight, in a deeper sense, meant challenging his inheritance. Longyao Lingguang was still young, however, he came from a divine clan, and the meaning of this could be seen at a glance. Longyao Lingguang sneered, "I don't want to go out to welcome him and give him such a big face. However, in the future, I want to see what he is capable of. He is just a bug in the mud, yet he still wants to make waves. It's just laughable in the end." Longyao Lingguang especially emphasized his tone. "I absolutely won't go." Longyao Lingang was supposed to be there, but since Longyao Lingguang was being petty, he was also willing to spoil him. "If you don't go, then don't go. What does it matter?" When the Grand Master came in person, even if he had little pomp, the host still needed to pull up the pomp immediately to make the Grand Master feel at home, especially when the one with the highest cultivation level in the family had not reached the Grand Master stage. At least, they must give him lots of face, otherwise it was possible to annoy the Grand Master and he could destroy the whole clan at any time. Led by the Dragon Queen, the Dragon Emperor hurried to the square of the Heavenly Arch, which was several meters high in the Dragon Palace, with the grandiose 110 elders, children, and house guests to welcome the arrival of Warong's Sword Venerable. Yan Tianan was stunned. If he wasn't so worried about losing face, his eyes would have turned so big and his jaw would have dropped. Naturally, the Dragon Emperor had seen Lin Xuanji's portrait. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "I didn't know that Warong's Sword Venerable would come all the way. Excuse me for not going out to welcome you. I hope Sword Venerable will forgive me." The Dragon Emperor was a very young-looking man. He was gentle and introverted in his gestures. However, his imperial aura was not strong. At first glance, he didn't seem to be the leader of the whole Northlands, but like a noble young master from a scholarly family. Lin Xuanji also gave a half-bow, then held up the Dragon Emperor and said, "I came uninvited." The Dragon Emperor doesn't have to be so polite. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yan Tianan and asked, "This one is Prince Yi?" Yan Tianan said, "It's this prince. My father has received the invitation from the Dragon Emperor, but my father is in a critical period of seclusion recently, so he may not be able to come." Chapter 685. Unpopular. When the Dragon Emperor heard this, he smiled and said, "To be honest, early this morning, I received a reply from King Yi from Purple Emperor's heavenly capital saying that since Prince was coming, he would also drop by. It seems King Yi has deep feelings for Prince." Yan Tianan. Deep feelings? What deep feelings? His father and dad must be coming to demand an explanation. The eyes of the Dragon Queen darted between Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji several times, and her lips hooked into a smile. "I heard later that when the Rong family's first elder led the Rong family to ask for an account from Myriad Dao Academy, Warong's Sword Venerable addressed Prince Yi as, 'my wife.' Since one of them is part of the Orthodox Dao and the other is the successor to the Qianyuan dynasty, how can there be such a relationship? I don't know who would spread rumors to slander the two. Who says it's slander? This is the truth." Yan Tianan felt a little unhappy when he heard this. He spoke with a dark expression, "Although the address, 'my wife,' is a little biased, Xuanji and I are indeed Dao companions. We only need to perform the Dao companion ceremony." The Dragon Queen's smile suddenly froze, and a slight and undetectable trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put it away. "I didn't expect that the light of Taoism and my future emperor of the Qianyuan dynasty would really have such a relationship. I wonder when the two of you are going to hold a ceremony. It'll have to wait until Hai Shishong gets what he wants, and we'll finish on a happy note with a Dao companion ceremony." Yan Tianan smiled meaningfully, "When the time comes, I will send an invitation to the Dragon Queen." The Dragon Queen must not be stingy with gifts. Since others dared to beat around the bush to say that he and Lin Xuanji weren't suitable, of course he wouldn't just endure it. When was he ever a soft persimmon? What's more, when the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen came here, they didn't say a word to Hai Kuanglang, as if they hadn't known such a person at all, which greatly upset Yan Tianan. If you dared to respond to him, he would naturally respond back. As soon as the Dragon Queen heard this, her face looked really ugly. She glanced at Hai Kuanglang with contempt, and her heart became more and more disgusted and vigilant. This little bastard used to annoy her every day when he was in the family. Now that he came back, he definitely wants to rob the position of the heir reserved for her own son. As a Dragon Queen, how could she like Hai Kuanglang? However, the Dragon Emperor looked at Hai Kuanglang with calm eyes and smiled faintly. Little Lang is willing to come back. I thought you had a big temper and would never come back for a lifetime. Hai Kuanglang's eyes were cold, but the corners of his lips raised into a smile. He looked at the Dragon Emperor and said, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint the Emperor. When I left, I made an oath in the land of the Dragon Clan. One day, I will move my mother's grave to the holy land of the Dragon Clan, so that her spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Now, I'm just coming back to complete my oath. The Dragon Queen was instantly livid. All the elders, younger generation, and disciples of the Dragon Clan arrived in a uniform manner. A 5 or 6-year-old child held his mother's leg and asked curiously, who is this big brother? Is he also competing for the position of prince? But why haven't I seen this brother before? Shish. The mother of the child quickly covered the child's mouth for fear that he would say something wrong and cause trouble. The boy is arrogant. When the cold voice rang out, a man with thick hair came out and stood beside the Dragon Queen, staring angrily at Hai Kuanglang. Longyao Jing is a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. It was the kindness of the Emperor that didn't have her bones lost and ashes thrown away in those days. But you have made no contribution to the Dragon Clan, and your blood is impure. How can you make up a tall story and try to compete for the position of heir? I, Longyao Wuji, will be the first to refuse. Yan Tianan turned his head and asked Hai Kuanglang, who is this? Hai Kuanglang clicked his tongue and replied, he's the father of the Dragon Queen and an elder of the Dragon Clan. His cultivation is not high, but he has always been pretentious and self-righteous. What did you say? Longyao Wuji immediately turned red, his anger aroused. Elder Wuji, what you said just now doesn't make sense. Zan Fengting, who never spoke, saw that Longyao Wuji's fist was gathering spiritual qi, about to strike Hai Kuanglang. Then he came forward and said softly, Princess Jing was the holy maiden in those days. Her bloodline has the right of inheritance. However, the current Dragon Queen does not have the bloodline of the holy maiden. It's only because the Emperor's bloodline power is strong that her son can have the inheritance. Opportunity. If you really want to talk about blood, Hai Kuanglang will never lose to anyone. The Dragon Queen immediately clenched her fist, and her carefully trimmed fingernails almost broke into her palm. Her old blood made its way to her throat, and she almost felt her chest tighten and her breath shorten. The Dragon Emperors throughout history had always married the holy maidens. Naturally, their descendants had the right of inheritance, and they could guarantee the purest bloodline in order to obtain the most inheritance. However, everything changed when it came to the Dragon Clan's current emperor. The Dragon Queen he married wasn't actually the holy maiden. Instead, he married a woman from the side branch with the purest bloodline, Longyao Lanji. And this generation's holy maiden also left a child, but she never revealed anything about the father's identity. Because she became pregnant before marriage, she was regarded as the shame of the Longyao family. Hai Kuanglang was that child. Therefore, he was rejected and despised everywhere, but at the same time, the Longyao clan also had no choice but to admit his right of inheritance in accordance with the ancestral teachings. This was a great insult to Longyao Lanji. If anyone in the Longyao family hated Hai Kuanglang the most, it was Longyao Lanji. She wasn't the holy maiden. This was the biggest hidden pain in Longyao Lanji's heart since she lived to this day. The existence of Hai Kuanglang undoubtedly poked her sore spot plainly and put it under the sun, so that everyone could take in everything at a glance. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, what you said is true. Ah Jing didn't save you in vain back then. Even after all these years, you're still with Hai Kuanglang. Zan Fengting looked at the Dragon Emperor. The kindness of a drop of water should be rewarded with a gushing spring. In the presence of many outsiders, they couldn't reveal the Longyao clan's inner conflicts any further. The Dragon Emperor spoke out and invited Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to enter the Dragon Palace, interrupting the argument between Hai Kuanglang and the Dragon Queen for the time being. The buildings in the Dragon Palace were mostly carved with white jade, and they were magnificent, solemn, and gorgeous. The top of the palace was extremely high, resplendent and spectacular, looking very lavish. Because Warong Sword Venerable was fond of peace and quiet, after entering the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor let others go ahead and continued to prepare for the heir election in half a month, while he personally accompanied Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to walk around the Dragon Palace. Although the Dragon Emperor turned a blind eye to Hai Kuanglang, he was very considerate to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. The Longyao family has not been in contact with the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital for a long time. The last time we sent someone to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, it was to pay the Sparrow Spirit tribute. Seeing the prince today, he truly is a dragon and phoenix among the people, the Dragon Emperor complimented. Yan Tianan waved his hand. My eldest martial brother is also a dragon and phoenix among men. Why doesn't the Dragon Emperor favor him more? This was only because Yan Tianan dared to question him. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have the guts. The Dragon Emperor said, this matter involves the old affairs of our Longyao family. Prince doesn't know the situation, so he thinks I'm not treating him well, but back then, I also spent considerable effort to save his life. Lin Xuanji looked up and asked faintly, Hai Kuanglang's mother should have originally married the Dragon Emperor, right? The Dragon Emperor nodded, but it was hard to know what he was thinking. He sighed lightly and said, that's it. But the holy maiden of my generation is actually my younger sister. Who knows what kind of joke the dragon god is playing on me? So what if she's your younger sister? Yan Tianan asked. If she can't marry you, she can always marry someone else. The dragon bloodline can't just die like this. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. The holy maiden can only marry the future Dragon Emperor. If not, she will have to worship the dragon god all her life and keep her virginity, or else she will have committed a great taboo in the dragon clan rules. Lin Xuanji said, the dragon clan's selection of heirs is perhaps too sudden. Warong's sword venerable seems to be implying something. The Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Xuanji rather inquisitively. I just think the timing is too opportune, Lin Xuanji replied. As soon as evil chi cultivators appeared, there was a movement in the dragon clan. Others didn't know this, but he knew that the dragon god in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land was the very same dragon ancestor who died at the hands of Yushin Lingyu 10,000 years ago. This made Lin Xuanji wonder what the inevitable connection was, or what the dragon god had predicted. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and looked at Lin Xuanji with profound meaning. No, what I meant was, Warong's sword venerable was just talking about my younger sister, but brought up the Dragon Tomb in the next sentence. What is the profound meaning behind this? Lin Xuanji paused. Why do you think so? The Dragon Emperor naturally said, my grandfather once earnestly warned me that a grandmaster's every word contains deep meaning. When I don't understand something, I should ask clarifying questions without worrying about my status. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan coughed softly. Dragon Emperor, it's a misunderstanding. My Dage changed the subject because he realized that you didn't want to talk more about the secrets of the dragon clan, so he didn't inquire further. The Dragon Emperor. Now this is a little fucking embarrassing. The Dragon Emperor also coughed softly and said, to tell you the truth, the matter of my younger sister is taboo in the whole dragon clan. No one has mentioned it since little Lang left for so many years. When it comes to Ah Jing, it's always strange. It's not like I can't mention it. As soon as the Dragon Emperor turned his eyes, he saw Yan Tianan's eyes full of desire for gossip. The Dragon Emperor, seeing such a gaze on him, he would feel guilty if he didn't recount the story now. This matter should not have been said, but since Prince is a fellow martial brother of little Lang and came to help him out, I can talk about it a little. Looking at the twilight sky, the Dragon Emperor looked disappointed. Since Ah Jing's birth, she was recognized as a holy maiden by the last holy maiden of the dragon clan, that is, our mother. This incident brought great shock to the dragon clan. Ah Jing and I are of the same blood and are destined to be unable to give birth to a dragon son, so the dragon clan fell into panic for a while. Chapter 686. Dragon Clan's secret. Everyone's surname was the same. The Longyao family had several side branches, and it was no longer possible to judge how closely related they were by their surnames. Despite many people sharing the same surname, their blood could be 10 generations apart. But Longyao Zan and Longyao Jing were siblings born from the same mother. There could only be one holy maiden. Unless Longyao Jing was killed, there could never be another quasi-dragon queen who could marry the then-crowned Prince Longyao Zan. At that time, many elders in the clan proposed to kill Ah Jing in her infancy, so as not to bring disaster and irreversible consequences to the dragon clan. But how could I and my mother let that happen? She was my biological sister. In a dragon family with many males but few females, it was good fortune to have a female dragon born. The Dragon Emperor sighed lightly and then said, but my father was cold-blooded and ruthless. He thought that the overall situation should be the most important, and the fate of the dragons could not be harmed because of his own private interests. The result of the confrontation between my imperial mother and emperor father was to send Ah Jing to the dragon tomb and let her live or die on her own. The Dragon Tomb was not just a place where bones were buried. It was already another domain that did not belong to the Nine Lands. Legend says that sandstorms were always raging, harsh knife-like rains were always falling, and heavy snow blocking paths left no retreat. There were so many bones there that it could make a forest of bones. For younger generations of the Dragon Clan, if they stepped into the Dragon Tomb without the permission of the Dragon God's remnant soul, they would be injured and perhaps even killed. It was simultaneously the holiest and most terrible place in the Dragon Clan. Only those who obtain the inheritance can become the heir apparent. When Ah Jing was born, I had already been inside the Dragon Tomb and obtained the inheritance. I became the destined crown prince. Once a prince was given the inheritance, it could no longer be changed, so the only thing that could still be changed would be the holy maiden who had just been born. After the queen dragon and crown prince tearfully put the newborn little dragon into the Dragon Tomb, they watched her disappear into the barrier. Because Long Yao Zhan had already been recognized by the Dragon God, he could go in and out of the Dragon Tomb at will. He often went to look for the little dragon who couldn't even transform yet. In this way, decades passed in a flash. But really, he didn't know how many years went by. Tens of thousands of days and nights passed. However, the young and handsome Dragon Emperor did not mention what they had experienced and suffered in these days, but only made a passing remark in an airy manner. Finally, the Dragon Emperor said, "My grandfather fell in the battle to seal the Divine Devil thousands of years ago, and the divine clans of the Nine Lands declined. The Yan family ascended the throne, the Zhan family retired, and the Longyao family suffered heavy casualties in the Demon Sealing War, so its position among the divine clans also fell to rock bottom. Other would-be divine clans were eyeing the North Land in an attempt to seize it. After my emperor father ascended the throne, the living environment in the clan only grew worse and worse. After being attacked by the three quasi-divine clans from the North Lands, we almost lost our status as a divine clan. So several people proposed to marry Ah Jing to the Northwest Land's Fu family. In this way, it would not only let the Holy Maiden marry far away, but it also allowed the Dragon Clan to have the next Holy Maiden once she gave birth to a child. The Fu family's power would have helped the Dragon Clan retain its status as one of the divine clans, leaving us with an opportunity to recuperate. After that, things grew simpler. Naturally, the Fu family would not want a woman who had already given birth. Long Yao Jing also violated the taboo of the Dragon Clan. After the egg broke its shell, it was determined that the child was by no means of noble blood. Long Yao Jing was put to death and regarded as an unfavorable and unclean person. Her bones were discarded to the barren mountains. After the death of Long Yao Jing, Hai Kuanglang left the North Land and never came back since then. After listening, Yan Tianan couldn't help sighing. The past events were so tangled up, he really didn't know what evil the Dragon family had done to have the Holy Maiden and the Dragon Emperor be biological siblings. It was really fate joking with people. I have another question. Lin Xuanji looked at the Dragon Emperor. Who is Zhan Fengting? He was a person whose appearance nobody had ever paid much attention to, but he would always follow Hai Kuanglang, whether it be leaving the Dragon Clan, climbing the mountain to learn from a master, or going to the 5 continents together, even following Hai Kuanglang back to participate in the Dragon Heir succession. From beginning to end, Zhan Fengting was inseparable from Hai Kuanglang, just like his shadow. Such people, if they had never experienced anything, it would be difficult to achieve this level of loyalty. And Hai Kuanglang would sometimes mention his own past, but Zhan Fengting would always stay silent. When asked, he would only sigh sadly or laugh it off. Zhan Fengting, this child was saved by me when I went to the northern border to personally lead troops against the demons. I passed a small village burned by battle. Although there had been no major wars between the demon world and the Taoist sects in the past 1,000 of years, the small friction disputes had never stopped. The Dragon Emperor led his troops to fight, which was a war that gave them an edge in the world 300 years ago. The Dragon Emperor seemed to cherish the memory with a smile on his face. At that time, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. I picked him up, and his eyes looked straight at me and smiled at me. I saw that he was cute and pitiful, and it moved my heart, so I took him back to the clan for personal guidance. I didn't expect that eldest Shishong had such a past. Yan Tianan also sighed and asked curiously, but why did eldest martial brother follow Hai Kuanglang everywhere? According to this story, Zhan Fengting should have the closest relationship with the Dragon Emperor. But when they were outside the Dragon Palace just now, Zhan Fengting and the Dragon Emperor had no interactions from beginning to end. It seemed like they had never even known each other. After a moment's silence, the Dragon Emperor said, "It's inconvenient to say more about the reason. If we talk about it, it can be said that I can't educate children and almost caused a great disaster." It's really hard to speak about. Yan Tianan was puzzled by this. He had already imagined all kinds of dog blood scenarios in his head based on this sentence. However, the Dragon Emperor didn't spit out any more secrets, which made Yan Tianan smile and say, "I will never inquire about the private matters that others don't want to say." But in fact, he was secretly cursing the Dragon Emperor up and down inside in his heart. If you want to say it, then just say it. Why mention a sentence or two if you didn't want to say the rest? After Yan Tianan returned to the room prepared for them, he closed the door and rolled his eyes heavenward. Lin Xuanji said, "I don't quite understand the Dragon Emperor's meaning." Yan Tianan looked up. "I don't understand either. What did he stop talking about halfway through?" Lin Xuanji. So the boy just had thoughts full of Zan Fengting during the second half of the conversation and didn't pay attention to the Dragon Emperor's words after that. Lin Xuanji patiently explained, "The Dragon Emperor asked us to help Hai Kuanglang win the fight for Crown Prince." Yan Tianan felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. We're supposed to help him anyway. Who else are we going to help otherwise? Longyao Lingung and Longyao Lingguang. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "The Dragon Emperor asked me to personally help him." Yan Tianan was stunned. Dage is already a grandmaster. If people know that you personally helped Shishong compete for the succession, wouldn't it make people laugh? It was one thing to cheer him on from the sidelines, but it was another thing to personally help Hai Kuanglang. A grandmaster always had to possess a moral character to appear extraordinary. Except for major events that would affect the life and death of the 9 lands, grandmasters would always agree to a common custom of not asking or interfering in other small matters. What's more, of all the confirmed backers for the other participants, the one with the highest cultivation was merely half a step away from the grandmaster stage, and there was only one person like that, the master of Longyao Lingung. There was no grandmaster as backer. Lin Xuanji was a grandmaster. Once he made a move here, it would always seem strange. Therefore, Lin Xuanji's original plan was not to enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land with Hai Kuanglang, but to send Reincarnation Palace's Wind Envoy, Feng Juqing, in his place, while he secretly sneaked into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land alone to investigate what he wanted to know. But the Dragon Emperor hinted that he wanted Lin Xuanji to help in person. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "It doesn't matter whether it will make people laugh. It's just that if I do help, the odds of Hai Kuanglang becoming heir will be several times higher. Isn't the Dragon Emperor afraid of the Crown Prince's position falling into the hands of Hai Kuanglang? As a father, even if he loves his younger sister's child, he still shouldn't ignore his own children." Yan Tianan seemed to have finally grasped the key point. He slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, yes, how can he help others out instead? Although I also feel that Longyao Lingung doesn't deserve that position. However, if I was his father, I would hope that he can inherit the throne. Tisk, is it because, like me, the Dragon Emperor also saw through the essence of his son and felt that he can't be placed in an important position? Lin Xuanji, I've always felt that the Dragon Emperor had no eyes to actually value Longyao Lingung, who looks like a peacock. Today, I realized that I was the blind one. I didn't expect that the Dragon Emperor had already seen through everything and already had the idea of making Hai Shishong the heir apparent. Yan Tianan's expression of seeing through everything had Lin Xuanji laughing and scolding him. Nonsense. Yan Tianan refused to accept that. Then, why do you think the Dragon Emperor did that? How would Lin Xuanji know? If he could figure it out, why would he have to ask such a question? Although Warong's Sword Venerable knew everything and looked at people accurately, the human heart was the most unpredictable thing in the world. How could he see through the thoughts of the Dragon Emperor whom he had never met before? However, Lin Xuanji had several conjectures. There are a few possibilities. First, Longyao Lingung did something to disappoint the Dragon Emperor so much that the Dragon Emperor would rather give the throne to his nephew than to his own son. Second, when the Dragon Emperor went to the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, he got important information related to the Crown Prince position. That information was most likely related to Hai Kuanglang, so he has no choice but to push Hai Kuanglang to succeed the throne. Third, the Dragon Emperor owes Princess Jing a great debt, so he wants to make it up to her only son. Or, he had honest and deep feelings for her, so his feelings for her also extended to her son, and he wants to give the best to Hai Kuanglang, which also makes sense. Under Lin Xuanji's consideration, these possibilities were the greatest. Yan Tianan thought for a moment and touched his chin. Dage's words make a lot of sense, but I always feel that things are not so simple. The timing of when news came out from the Dragon Tomb Holy Land is too coincidental. Chapter 687. Clues. The emergence of evil chi cultivators didn't attract too much attention in the Nine Lands, to be honest. Firstly, the evil chi cultivator ran out from the wilderness surrounding the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. At that time, it was only Lin Xuanji who could almost catch up to them. Even though the Yan family sent someone to track them, there'd been no follow-up news since. Thus, many people were skeptical about this. People in the Nine Lands rarely saw evil spirits, not to mention evil chi cultivators who had never appeared in the Nine Lands since the Great Immortal Demon War. Most people didn't even know what an evil chi cultivator was. Therefore, the existence of evil chi cultivators did not attract too much attention, and even when someone talked about this matter, the people would feel that they were exaggerating and attracting others' attention. Although Lin Xuanji sent the Reincarnation Palace to search for traces of evil chi cultivators, there had been no progress, as if the evil chi cultivator he saw that day was just a dream. The divination of esteemed Lan Yu, who had also calculated the reappearance of evil chi cultivators in the world and that a storm was approaching the Nine Lands, gave support to Lin Xuanji's claims. Without esteemed Lan Yu's divination, Lin Xuanji was afraid that not even the elders of Myriad Dao Academy would believe him. However, even though they believed him, no one became vigilant. This was the most terrible outcome, one where there was no sense of crisis. Lin Xuanji said, "Originally, I wanted to hide my identity, avoid other people's eyes and ears, and sneak into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land to find clues about evil chi cultivators. But now that the Dragon Emperor has personally spoken and invited me, I have to accompany Hai Kuanglang inside. I'll leave the matter of the evil chi cultivators up to fate." Yan Tianan lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes fell like a half-arc fan, only to hear him say, "Dage, I have cultivated evil chi again now, so I can be considered half of an evil chi cultivator. If they're willing, evil chi cultivators can sense each other. I can search for him if necessary." After he finished speaking, Yan Tianan found that there was no sound around him. With a curse in his heart, he couldn't help but look up. He was confronted with Lin Xuanji's dark eyes that held cold light and anger. "Yan Tianan, I'm done for." He might as well not have said anything. Why did he want to seek death? Lin Xuanji replied, "Don't even think about it. Don't mention it. If I find out in the future that you have contacted that evil chi cultivator, be careful that I'll break your legs." Lin Xuanji was really afraid that Yan Tianan would be abducted and taken away by those dirty dogs. He was even more worried that if those evil chi cultivators were really those people from 10,000 years ago, then they would pester Yan Tianan after discovering his identity. Yan Tianan blinked and tried to make himself look clever. "I dare not." Lin Xuanji looked at him for a moment, but he didn't know whether to believe it or not. He didn't let this issue rest until Yan Tianan rushed over and kissed him on his lips for a while, acting spoiled. Yan Tianan's heart was full of worries. When he mentioned the evil chi cultivator, Lin Xuanji became hostile. He really didn't dare to casually mention it again in the future. On Little Penglai that day, Lin Xuanji was alone on the cliff, the night wind blowing against him for a long time. He had set up a barrier around him. Even if Yan Tianan wanted to say something, he was blocked 100 feet away. Yan Tianan didn't know what Lin Xuanji was thinking. He just stared at the man who stood still for a long time alone in front of the pale silver waning moon, and felt a pain like a dagger in his heart. Although the cursed oath was cruel, it wasn't like he didn't have any method to get around the cursed oath. Not all truths needed to be expressed in words. He didn't reveal too many secrets, and because he was also bound by the cursed oath, he forgot what he wanted to say the moment he opened his mouth. Thus, he used a trick. When Lin Xuanji asked, he deliberately made his words vague and misleading. Lin Xuanji was so wise that he could speculate he was Yushin Lingyu based on a sword refined by himself alone and by the clues left by Yan Tianan. So, how could he not understand what kind of person his sweetheart was? Even if he didn't know Yushin Lingyu, he knew who Yan Tianan was and what temperament he had. The phrase "Do you believe that I'm a good person?" and the blood from the oath were enough to make Lin Xuanji doubt the past, doubt good and evil, and doubt truth and lies. As long as there was doubt, he would try his best to find the truth. The old friend had returned, the old enemy had appeared, history was very likely to repeat itself, and all the secrets hidden in the dust in the past would eventually be revealed to the world. Yan Tianan lowered his eyelids. He was scheming Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji probably also knew this. After all, he used to be the demon emperor Yushin Lingyu, who was full of lies and schemes. In the meantime, Lin Xuanji and his wife were treated very well because they were guests and their status was valuable. Naturally, their treatment was the best. Even if some people didn't like them, they didn't dare to dip a toe out of line. Even the Dragon Queen, who was humiliated in public, still needed to maintain the superficial tradition by sending a servant to be caring and attentive, while bringing them additional clothes and warmth. On the other hand, Hai Kuanglang, who came to fight for power against his siblings, and elder martial brother Zan Fengting, who was more attentive than him, were not treated so well. Even the rooms arranged for them were the worst in the entire Dragon Palace. Hai Kuanglang immediately refused to accept this. In his eyes, he could bear it even if those people bullied him, despised him, and didn't even bother arranging accommodation for him. After all, it wasn't a big deal if he were to stay outside. It wasn't like he didn't have money. However, Zan Fengting had followed him here. Not only did nobody show Zan Fengting courtesy, there were also people looking down at him everywhere. That was what Hai Kuanglang couldn't stand. This is not a place where people can live. This prince doesn't want to live here. Go and tell the Dragon Queen, if she doesn't arrange a residence of this prince's specifications, I will let everyone know that the Dragon Queen is hard on the illegitimate child of the Dragon Emperor. Hai Kuanglang acted calm, and his lips were still sporting a smile that looked very kind, but between the lines, he was full of the desire to stir up trouble. The servant who had arranged the accommodation for him was naturally from the Dragon Queen's side. When he heard this, his heart pounded, and he inadvertently felt as if he'd learned something terrifying secret. He was so scared that he quickly lifted his head and said, "This little one will report back to the Dragon Queen at once. Please wait a moment." Then the servant ran away quickly. The yard was littered with dead plants that had not been taken care of for many years. Looking towards the eaves angle, one could also see cobwebs that had seized territory, and cobwebs that were still wrapped in fresh dead insects and birds. Zan Fengting looked around and said with emotion, "The Dragon Queen really thinks highly of us." "It's been so long since I came back," Hai Kuanglang said, "so much so that this woman forgot my temper." When he was a child, even if he was given one less piece of charcoal, the wild Hai Kuanglang could throw a tantrum to upset the whole Dragon Palace. Because of a flower, he could fight with Longyao Lingung and cause him to spit a mouthful of blood. Even if he was in the lower position, he would never suffer any loss and always take his revenge. In those days, he provoked the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Queen so much, but they were helpless against him, even after racking their brains. Now, the Dragon Queen had taken the initiative to provoke him. She had really been living in peace for too long. Zan Fengting naturally knew what he had done when he was a child. He smiled and even said with some nostalgia, "When you were young, you really made people worry. The scariest time was when you broke into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land alone. You were only over 1 meter tall that year. Where did you get the guts?" When mentioning this matter, there was coldness in Hai Kuanglang's eyes, but his voice was gentle. "I still remember that it was that bastard Longyao Lingung who tricked me away and forced you into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. I will remember this account my whole life." Zan Fengting replied, "I won't forget it either." It was not only Hai Kuanglang who held grudges, but him as well. He just never talked about them casually, just as he never put his feelings for Hai Kuanglang into words. That year, Hai Kuanglang had just transformed into a lovely 1 meter tall child. Although he wasn't young, his intelligence was still that of a child's. He had a natural perception of good and evil. A child as young as that, after discovering that Zan Fengting had been forcefully thrown into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, didn't care about danger and slaughtered his way into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land without another word, despite danger lurking everywhere. If Zan Fengting hadn't seen Hai Kuanglang in time, he was afraid he would have already been frozen into ice by the blizzard and curses inside. But even so, there were still some aftereffects on Hai Kuanglang. For many years afterwards, he coiled in the shape of a small snake around Zan Fengting's wrist to keep warm and sleep. He rarely even woke up. This obviously hurt his foundation. He was afraid of the cold even when practicing ice spells. This was really rare in the world. If it weren't for later joining Fuyao sect and meeting esteemed Lan Yu and Yu Ming, who had profound alchemy attainments, Hai Kuanglang might have suffered even more. Zan Fengting didn't hold a lot of grudges only because those things hadn't touched his bottom line, but this matter did. When the servant came to report, the Dragon Queen had just had dinner and was chatting with her two sons to enjoy the happiness of heaven and man. In addition, there was the next holy maiden, Longyao Yiju, sitting beside Longyao Lingung with a pair of clear eyes like autumn water. From time to time, she would look toward the majestic Longyao Lingung. It had to be said that over the years, Longyao Lingung looked more and more handsome like a prince. It was unknown how many girls had fallen in love and were eager to spend a night once with Longyao Lingung. However, this man was destined to be hers alone. The Dragon Queen was saying, "Today, I saw that little bastard. He didn't know how to behave or how to advance and retreat. At first glance, he is not as good as my son. He is not even your match. When my son enters the Dragon Tomb Holy Land this time, he must watch out for that bastard who might kill you in the dark." I think Warong Sword, Venerable and Yan Tianan who followed him also aren't anything good, especially that Yan Tianan. The Dragon Queen naturally remembered Yan Tianan's public humiliation of her, so she also hated Prince Yi now. However, the two people didn't have interactions after that, so she couldn't find an opportunity to retaliate yet. Yan Tianan really is annoying. So what if he's a prince from the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital? King Zhong has made a comeback, and King Zhen in the North Land is recuperating and is now ready to move. Who can guarantee that it will be King Yi's palace who will sit on that throne in the future? The more that the Dragon Queen thought of this, the angrier she became. She hadn't felt this humiliated for many years. Now she was contradicted in public by a boy whose hairs weren't even fully grown yet. Chapter 688. All Parties Inquiry. Mother, be careful of what you say. Longyao Lingung immediately said, "Even though this place belongs to the family, the walls have ears. The Yan family doesn't like it when other divine clans talk about the succession. Mother should still be cautious." Hearing this, the Dragon Queen frowned. "Even you dare to contradict me?" Longyao Lingung was somewhat helpless. "That's not what this child meant. It's just that our North Land never took a side in the dispute over the throne of the Qianyuan dynasty, let alone favored any party. Queen Mother, why bother giving others ammunition to use against you?" The Queen Mother was just upset, so she needed to vent a few words. "Your Highness doesn't have to be so nervous." Longyao Yiju's perception was very good. When she saw the Dragon Queen was about to get angry, she smiled and comforted. "Besides, Your Highness just said that there are only our people here. So why worry about these words spreading?" Longyao Yiju was delicate and charming, and she was also the holy maiden of the Dragon clan. In her early years, because she had no father and mother, she recognized the Dragon Queen as her adoptive mother. Her status was not low, and because she knew what to say, she was naturally liked by many people. Among them, Longyao Lingung was also included. Longyao Lingung gave Longyao Yiju face as he bowed his head and said, "It's the son who worries too much. Queen Mother should not be angry. If she is angry, it's the child's fault." The Dragon Queen's face turned from cloudy to sunny. She looked happy for a while and lightly scolded, "Look at you. All I've done is for you. You're not as sensible as Yiju." Longyao Lingung quickly pleaded guilty. Longyao Lingguang came up to the Dragon Queen and said with great enthusiasm, "Yan Tianan really isn't easy to deal with." Soon after he arrived at Myriad Dao Academy, he shamelessly stuck himself to Warong Sword Venerable. Likely because Warong Sword Venerable has connections with Fuyao sect's esteemed Lan Yu, he didn't refuse Yan Tianan but maintained a superficial relationship. Later, Yan Tianan pushed his nose and face more and climbed up the ladder. I don't know what dirty means he used, but it made Warong Sword Venerable regard him with special respect. The Dragon Queen frowned. "I heard that Warong Sword Venerable's fate is extremely noble, and he is probably the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. It is said that when he was in the major perfection stage, he sneaked into the tomb of Yushin alone, and 2 years later, he actually broke the barrier of the tomb of Yushin and became a great power in the Grandmaster stage. Such talents are really shocking. Now he is standing on the side of Hai Kuanglang, which is really unfavorable to us." Longyao Lingguang nodded. "This is what I was most worried about before. Warong Sword Venerable and esteemed Lan Yu are close friends, and Hai Kuanglang is esteemed Lan Yu's disciple. If he also enters the Dragon Tomb, wouldn't it give Hai Kuanglang a big boost?" The Dragon Queen took a deep breath. "He's a Grand Master. Is he truly shameless enough to join this fight?" Longyao Lingguang replied, "It's hard to say. Yan Tianan is shameless, and Warong Sword Venerable is obsessed with him. He really believes his words. If Yan Tianan asks, he won't refuse." It had to be said that although the direction was wrong, Long Yao Lingguang's guess was not bad. What do you know? The Dragon Queen took a deep breath and said with dark eyes, once a Grandmaster, always a Grandmaster. Even if he is suppressed by the array to major perfection stage, his aura is still that of a Grandmaster's. I need to find a way to stop Lin Xuanji from ruining your victory. Long Yao Linggung looked down for a moment. The Dragon Tomb Holy Land doesn't forbid Grandmasters from entering. There is also no such restriction in the rules of this competition. I am afraid that if Lin Xuanji insists on going in, there is nothing we can do. It's not like we can't do anything. Long Yao Lingguang's eyes turned, and he hooked his lips into a smile. If something happened to Yan Tianan, I think that because Warong's Sword Venerable loves him so much, he will never help Hai Kuanglang again. Long Yao Lingung's eyelid twitched. You mean, you want to do something to Yan Tianan? Haven't you forgotten what his status is? If he finds out afterwards that we are the culprits, the entire King Yi's palace will not let us go so easily. Long Yao Lingguang replied, wouldn't it be resolved if he didn't find out that we did it? There are 2 white tiger cubs with Yan Tianan, which are extremely stupid. If he's not careful, one of them might have some problems. Hee. Truly, the silence made Long Yao Lingguang's intention clear. Long Yao Linggung frowned. No, it's too risky. However, the Dragon Queen said, I think it's feasible. After all, we don't have to do these things ourselves. If something really goes wrong, someone else will take the blame. Long Yao Linggung shook his head. This matter has to be considered for a long time. We can't be rash. Just then, someone called from the outside, saying that it was the person who arranged accommodation for Hai Kuanglang. After coming to report back to the Dragon Queen, she stopped the previous conversation and sat dignified. Let him enter. When the servant arrived, the Dragon Queen asked, what did he say about the place you arranged for him? The servant lowered his head. He's not very satisfied. The Dragon Queen sneered, good, let him be dissatisfied. Moreover, he still has to hold back his dissatisfaction, otherwise there will be no other place for him to live in the Dragon Palace. The servant spoke with some hesitation, but, Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen swept him a glance. The servant took a deep breath and continued, Hai Kuanglang said that if I didn't give him a more comfortable place, then he would announce to the entire public that he's the illegitimate son of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, and he also said that the Dragon Queen mistreated him like a bastard. When the Dragon Queen heard this, she was immediately furious. She slammed her hand on the table. He actually dares to babble blatant nonsense. How can he dare to casually say these things? The Dragon Queen bullying him was a secondary matter. More importantly, those words involved the Dragon Emperor's illegitimate son. Even if it was proven to be false in the end, the spread of those rumors would still have a major impact on the Dragon Emperor's reputation. If at that time the Dragon Emperor found out that Hai Kuanglang had gone crazy and spouted nonsense because the Dragon Queen didn't give him good arrangements, the Dragon Emperor would be angry. This man had a wild temper and truly deserves his name, Long Yao Linggung commented. Long Yao Lingguang suddenly stood up and said in a cold voice, I'm going to meet him and see how he can act so wild inside the Dragon Palace. You don't have to do that. Long Yao Linggung acted as if he were already crown prince. My father told me a few days ago that the competition for succession is just around the corner, and visitors from all sides are coming. No accident must happen. Let's not make trouble now. It's just a place to live. My Long Yao family is not unable to afford it. Let him settle down for a few days first, and we can deal with him after entering the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Long Yao Yiju also said, Your Highness is right. Even if you hate him, you must still tolerate him on the surface. Who knows what will happen once Hai Kuanglang succumbs to madness? At special times, you still need to be patient first. The Dragon Queen took a deep breath and squeezed her fist tightly. In that case, it's up to Linggung to do it. I'm really too lazy to deal with that bastard again. Queen Mother, rest assured. Long Yao Linggung raised his lips slightly. I will make it so that he can find nothing wrong. If you want to take it, you must give it first. When it was time, he would never show mercy. The day of entering the Dragon Tomb Holy Land was coming soon. All the guests who should be here have arrived, and the assistants who would be following the descendants of the Dragon Clan to enter the Dragon Tomb were already in place. When Lin Xuanji reported his name, it caused a lot of gossip and made the results confusing. Originally, Long Yao Linggung was basically sure that he would get the crown prince's position. Even though Hai Kuanglang occupied a position in Fuyao sect, he had no foundation in the Dragon Clan, and many people didn't even know there was such a dragon in the clan. However, When the new Grand Master Warong Sword Venerable, who was unparalleled in the limelight, stood so blatantly behind Hai Kuanglang with the Qianyuan dynasty's second heir, the results became uncertain. There were still 7 days left before the Dragon Tomb opened. During this time, the descendants of the Dragon clan would be winning over people and polishing their claws. Even though the disciples kept saying that this position had nothing to do with themselves, who didn't want to become heir. What if in the Dragon Tomb, the remnant soul of the old ancestor recognized their genius and found that one of them was the one with strong blood and continuous blessing? They wouldn't lose anything by taking a chance. However, if anyone's name was mentioned the most, it must be Warong Sword Venerable. Many dragon elders came to find Lin Xuanji, trying to beat around the bush or bluntly tell him to withdraw from supporting Hai Kuanglang. They pressed him using a sense of honor and also mentioned the Grandmaster's oath. Unfortunately, it failed. Longyao Wuji came over to scold him, pointing to Lin Xuanji's nose and saying that he was shameless, bullying the small with the big and so on. After a series of bad words, Hai Kuanglang was finally willing to take Zan Fengting to visit the 2 people who would help him in the future. Yan Tianan was cleaning the table with a handkerchief. Seeing this, Hai Kuanglang asked, "Shidi, what are you doing?" Yan Tianan said with disgust, "Just now, Longyao Wuji sprayed spittle all over the table. It made me sick. He didn't even clean it up before leaving." Hai Kuanglang showed a color of disgust. "Why don't you have him clean it?" Yan Tianan was even more angry. "I told him to wipe it clean, so he ran away." "He must have run away because he didn't want to wipe, say, isn't he too much?" Hai Kuanglang nodded. "It's really too much. No respect for the elders." Zan Fengting, Lin Xuanji. Zan Fengting apologized. "I'm really sorry that you've been disturbed so much these days." Yan Tianan blinked and said, "What is eldest martial brother saying?" "We volunteered. It's not like you ordered them to come to our door. Why would you apologize?" Hai Kuanglang hooked an arm around Zan Fengting's waist and said, "I told you not to be so formal, but you still had to come and be annoying. Tisk, a human can't be too rigid." Zan Fengting pushed Hai Kuanglang. "Little Lang, tell Ah Hen and Warong about your recent discovery." Yan Tianan asked, "What did you find?" "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can win every battle. That's why these days, Longyao Lingung has sent people to inquire about the situation of the 2 of you, and Shishong and I have secretly explored the identity of the black-clad guy beside Longyao Lingung who is afraid to show his face. Finally, some progress has been made." Chapter 689, Who Are You? Longyao Lingung reported he had 3 people going to the Dragon Tomb Holy Land with him. One of them was his master Yuquan, who was half a step into the Grand Master stage. He was a miscellaneous scholar, who knew everything and cultivated anything. He really was something, to cultivate all those miscellaneous paths to the major perfection stage, and he was also a strange man who was quite famous in the 9 lands. For the other 2, one of them was a famous priest of the Tiger clan in the Fu family. He was qualified to select the Beast Emperor in the Tiger clan. It was said that the Beast Emperor of this generation was selected by his own hands from hundreds of young tigers, but why he had such a good relationship with Longyao Lingung was unknown. There was another one whose name was Lord Yushu. Where did Lord Yushu come from? Only Yuquan could give an account, saying that he met him when he was traveling outside. As for his cultivation, it was at Earth Realm's major perfection stage. Yuquan didn't even know his age, but somehow, Yuquan used his identity as a guest of the Longyao family for hundreds of years to vouch for him. He even vowed that he would certainly be able to help the true Dragon Prince in ascending the throne. Yan Tianan also asked Lin Xuanji about the origin of this Lord Yushu. However, not even Reincarnation Palace could find any news about this person. He was just like a powerhouse that appeared out of thin air. Hai Kuanglang said, "I found out that even Longyao Lingung doesn't know the identity of Lord Yushu. This Lord Yushu never took off his mask, not even when he slept or took a bath, but he especially liked to bathe in hot springs. Someone once saw that there was an unknown flower on his back, which was brilliant red. It ran across his entire back. I wonder if Warong Sword Venerable had ever seen a similar symbol." Lin Xuanji said, "It's just a red flower. How can I judge?" Hai Kuanglang smiled falsely. "Isn't Warong Sword Venerable knowledgeable? It's impossible to make a judgment out of nothing." Zan Fengting said, "The person who saw the flower wasn't good at painting or describing. After a long time, I never figured out what the so-called slender and thin petals that look very flirtatious and seductive meant. But this is merely secondary. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. This Lord Yushu was able to inspire flowers to bloom and change seasons. It was now the early winter in the Northland. Although the first snow of this year had not yet fallen, however, the bitter north wind had suddenly arrived, and all the leaves of thousands of trees withered. Even for the plant spirits who were hundreds of years or even thousands of years old, most of them let the old leaves fall, and concentrated the spiritual chi in the root system, so that they could wait for the next spring to stretch new shoots. It was a scene of devastation. It was very cold. After taking a bath, Lord Yushu got up in his clothes and stepped on the pebble path. As soon as he was ready to leave, he looked at the withered dead branches and sighed that it would be too long if he waited for the next spring, so it would be better to get a bonus every day and be green every year. After listening to him, all the flowers and trees around the entire hot spring grew into new buds, stretched young leaves, and quickly swelled. Later, when the servant saw the red flowers behind him, Lord Yushu suddenly turned his head back and leaned against the pool. He said, "Tell your master to act openly and honestly, why act like a thief? If he wants to know anything, let him come to me in person." Therefore, Zan Fengting had to clean up after Hai Kuanglang, who sure knew how to stir up trouble, and decided to pay a personal visit to this mysterious Lord Yushu and make amends. After all, no matter what, Hai Kuanglang's behavior was not gentlemanly at all. It was really too much to watch others take a bath. When Zan Fengting went, he saw the scene described before. Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows and said in amazement, being able to control flowers and plants, ignoring the rules of the 4 seasons. This is really a strange man. It seems that his cultivation must be above the major perfection stage. Lin Xuanji said, it's also possible that he's afraid of people recognizing him. So he has a story behind him. Yan Tianan said, why don't we go and meet him? Whether it is a mule or a horse, you can know which at a glance. Lin Xuanji nodded. All right, Yan Tianan said, I'll go. You're already a Grand Master. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to visit him in person? Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. There are many Grand Masters, but there is only one second heir to the Qianyuan dynasty. Yan Tianan blinked. Dage, don't tell me you forgot your identity. Lin Xuanji knew that he was talking about being the first heir, but this matter had not been mentioned for a long time, and no one knew what happened. Lin Xuanji naturally did not care about it. Lin Xuanji replied, let's go together. Yan Tianan smiled. That's better. Hai Kuanglang said, youngest martial brother, I'm afraid you won't be able to go. Why? Maybe you're afraid that I'm too handsome, and that person will become envious and bear a grudge against me, so he'll be even more ruthless against us in the future. Hai Kuanglang burst into laughter, and looked at the really handsome face of Yan Tianan thoughtfully. I just forgot to tell you that an hour ago, the Longyao clan received the news, saying that His Royal Highness King Yi and his consort had arrived 300 miles outside the city. I'm afraid they have already arrived at the Dragon Palace now. Yan Tianan, why didn't you mention such an important thing at the beginning? Hai Kuanglang really could jinx things. As soon as his voice fell, he saw a young man with silver blue light armor and well-proportioned eyes and a doll-like face coming towards them. He looked around, then his gaze landed on Yan Tianan, and said with a smile, this subordinate, Zhou Yan, greets His Highness the Prince. Your Highness, the Lord wants to meet you in the front hall. Yan Tianan, Zhou Yan was the top-ranked fierce general under Yan Zhonghua. He looked very fragile, but in fact, he could fight with a pair of meteor hammers which were very powerful. To bring Zhou Yan in person, it seemed that this trip was inevitable. Yan Tianan felt a headache. He looked to Lin Xuanji for help. Lin Xuanji said, I will go with you. Zhou Yan cupped his hands at Lin Xuanji, and his baby face smiled naively. Warong Sword Venerable, please wait. Before coming, the royal consort made a special request to tell me that if Warong Sword Venerable appeared together with the prince, he would immediately kidnap the prince and leave. I ask Warong Sword Venerable to not embarrass the prince. Yan Tianan was shocked, but I have already reported my name as a guest of the Longyao clan. Can my dad still tie me up? Zhou Yan replied, Prince should understand the royal consort's temper. Yan Tianan, Yu Ming really would dare after thinking about it, Lin Xuanji said, not even a poisonous tiger would eat its own children. Go and see your father first. I'll wait for you outside the hall. Yan Tianan sighed, forget it, they must keep a close eye on me these days. Let's not see each other for the time being. In case it really annoys my dad, he will knock me out and carry me away. I don't really care about that, but it'll screw over Hai Shishang. Hai Kuanglang, Therefore, Yan Tianan, the little tyrant who was not afraid of heaven or earth, finally succumbed to the authority of Yu Ming. He obediently clamped his tail between his legs and followed Zhou Yan to see King Yi and the royal consort. On the way, Yan Tianan asked tentatively, "Zhou Yan Gerger, didn't my parents already know about my relationship with Xuanji before? Why are they so angry?" Zhou Yan said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "If Prince can ask such a question, that means his heart knows the answer." Yan Tianan was silent for a moment before he said, "Does it really have such a big impact?" Zhou Yan pretended to sigh, saying, "It's comforting for Warong's sword venerable to tell the world. But recently, the threshold of King Yi's palace has been trampled, so it's very lively. You also know that the relationship between the Orthodox Dao and King Yi's palace has been bad ever since King Yi married the royal consort. Now you have abducted the light of Taoism. Anyway, you will know when you think about it." Yan Tianan immediately became like a shrinking turtle. It was one thing to know this, but another thing to experience it. His father also said at that time that it was not yet time for the world to know and told them to keep a low profile. However, things were like this now. Yan Tianan couldn't help thinking, in order to save my life, should I break up with Lin Xuanji for the time being to avoid the wind these days, and talk about future plans later? Yan Tianan was so worried that his hair was going to fall off. On the other hand, Lin Xuanji decided to visit the mysterious Lord Yushu alone. After all, Lord Yushu was a distinguished guest of the Longyao clan, and his place of residence was also Green Tile Dream, with beautiful castles and cloisters. Lin Xuanji walked slowly along the 9-turn corridors towards the white jade hot spring pool, which was always warm. It was rumored that if Lord Yushu was idle, he would soak in the pool. It was unknown whether it was due to chills or cleanliness. Even if winter was approaching, the palace was full of vitality. Duckweed was everywhere, lush with green, and some newly opened and withered plum blossoms had fallen to the middle, but if you look at the branches of plum blossoms, there were still brilliant red berries blooming proudly. The smoke swirled around, and as he turned a corner, he saw the shadow of a man bathing safely in the depths of the flowers. His long black hair fell in front of his chest. His pale skin was whiter than the white wall. After being soaked in the hot spring, it was still just a faint crimson color. On the back, there were indeed red petals, extending along the skin. The flower bloomed brilliantly, like the red clouds at dusk. Thunder hit Lin Xuanji's mind and his eardrums were ringing, even his temples were almost jumping. His eyes stared at the back that could be said to be smooth perfection, but suddenly his footsteps stopped, and he did not dare to take another step forward easily. Even though there were thousands of kinds of red flowers in the world, he had only ever personally inscribed one flower onto someone else's skin. That was a red spider lily. Lin Xuanji could hardly believe his eyes. If the person in front of me is the real Ling Yu, then who is Yan Tianan? Lin Xuanji stood, waiting for the man to turn around. The skin was pale, like a man who couldn't see the sun all year round. As he wished, the man turned around and looked in the direction of Lin Xuanji. His face was covered with a black veil, but his purple eyes made people palpitate. He seemed to smile at Lin Xuanji through the black veil. After the black veil waved for a few minutes, the man gently pushed it down by a hand steaming with water vapor. A pale and flirtatious face appeared in Lin Xuanji's sight. "Shishong, long time no see," the young man with Ling Yu's appearance said. Lin Xuanji took a few steps forward, stared at his purple eyes, and said, "You are not Ling Yu. Who are you?" Chapter 690. Strange person. However, the young man smiled again and spoke in a hoarse voice that didn't reveal his age. "Me. I also don't know what my name is. I haven't been able to remember anything about myself for a long, long time. All I know is that in my entire lifetime, I want to find a person. That person is named Chong Sheng. That person is my Shishong and the one I care about the most. I recognize the aura on you. It smells so good." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath like he was intoxicated. With a deep smile on his face, he slowly exhaled. "It's you, right? I've already waited for you for a long, long, long time." Lin Xuanji felt like this was inconceivable. The feeling this person gave him was similar to Ling Yu, but also dissimilar. "Where did you come from?" Lin Xuanji heard himself ask. "I probably climbed up from hell, that kind of dark, ice-cold, and never-ending place." The young man suddenly stood up from the hot spring and faced Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji instantly saw the reddish-brown scar on his chest, right above his heart that was caused by a piercing weapon. He still remembered that the light Zij gave off when it pierced Ling Yu's chest was harsh, blinding, and yet so sacred. It was as if his own heart had also broken into the petals destroyed by the north wind, withered and crushed into mud and dust. It was that kind of pain. Couldn't withstand a single blow. Am I called Ling Yu? The young man tilted his head and casually covered his body with a black robe left on the stone, covering up the scar on his body. He pulled his long hair behind him and smiled as he blinked at Lin Xuanji. Then my name is Ling Yu. You probably recognize me. Lin Xuanji's brain was in chaos. He didn't understand all this, but he also felt that something was wrong. Lin Xuanji calmed down and met that person's gaze. Lord Yushu. I'd better call you Lord Yushu. Lord Yushu tilted his head with some confusion. This was just a name I casually made up. Isn't Ling Yu my name? If not, then why did you call me that? Lin Xuanji replied blandly, perhaps I recognized the wrong person. Lord Yushu thought for a moment. What kind of relationship did we have? Lin Xuanji answered, if you are Ling Yu, then probably martial brothers. Lord Yushu pondered, but you think I'm not Ling Yu. Why do you think I'm not? Is it because you've already found the one you believe to be the real Ling Yu? Or perhaps, there's some special mark on that Ling Yu, but it's not on my body. Lin Xuanji thought expressionlessly, I'm afraid that even if I ask about this person's background now, I still won't get an answer. I had a premonition that I can find my past if I come here. Something in the dragon tomb is calling me. Lord Yushu tilted his head and looked at Lin Xuanji. Also, I know that I can meet the person I've always been looking for here. I was watching from afar that day when you came to the Longyao family. They called you Warong Sword Venerable, but I know you're Chongsheng. Too strange. Everything about this is too strange. I asked many people who Chongsheng was, but they didn't know. Later, I met Yuquan. Lord Yushu blinked and smiled, looking both innocent and beautiful. He actually knows who Chongsheng is. The oldest disciple of Hidden Spirit Holy Sect Chongsheng Sword Venerable. I never would have imagined that I was actually looking for a man who no longer existed. Say, just what kind of relationship did you and I have? I don't know. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. I don't know whether you imitated this appearance on someone's orders or whether you had other reasons, but before I find the answer, I will never believe your words. Moreover, don't show this appearance to avoid bringing trouble to yourself. Lord Yushu showed a look of astonishment, followed closely by a somewhat wronged expression. He took out the black veil that he hid somewhere and covered his face. Although I think I should cover my face, that's just because I look so good. I'm afraid that others will become envious and jealous when they see my face. They might feel sorry for themselves and believe that they shouldn't live in this world, going so far as to mutilate themselves. If that happens, wouldn't I have sinned? However, since Shishong doesn't want others to see my face, I'll cover it. Lin Xuanji. There was no change in Lin Xuanji's expression, but in reality, there was already an uproar in his heart. These words sounded so familiar. If he thought about it carefully, he once heard Yushin Ling Yu say such a thing. Not only that, but even Ah Hen said similar words. It's just that the former said these words out of narcissism, while the latter was trying to find joy in sorrows. If this person isn't Ling Yu, then how did he imitate Ling Yu so well to the point that not even I can tell the truth anymore? If he really is Ling Yu, then who would? Yan Tianan be? It was impossible to unravel, and truth and lies were indistinguishable. Lin Xuanji said, I have some other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Lord Yushu asked, I feel so intimate when I see you. Will you come see me in the future? Lin Xuanji looked at him faintly. Perhaps I will, but don't call me Shishong. I have no sect. Naturally, I won't have martial brothers. Lord Yushu said sadly, you're truly a heartless man. As soon as I woke up in this world, I could only see the mountains, rivers, moon, and stars, but I didn't have a single friend or a single relative. The only person whose name I remember now sees me as a snake and scorpion. Is it really true that I shouldn't exist in this world? Lin Xuanji saw how pitiful he was and was suddenly a little moved when he saw this face. He resisted the strong urge to comfort this person and spoke, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. His white clothes fluttered, his character was lofty and unyielding. The instant he turned around, the North Land's first major snow of the year suddenly started falling from the gray sky. The snowflakes mixed with cold fragrance fell on Lin Xuanji's eyelashes. His footsteps paused slightly. When the snowflakes melted on his eyelashes, no trace of Warong's sword venerable could be seen anymore. In the midst of the snowflakes swirling in the air, that man in a black robe and black veil raised his jade-white hands and took off the veil. His face was still Yushin Lingyu's face, but there was no more innocence and bewilderment in his eyes. What replaced it was dark coldness and hatred. He curled his lips and gently stroked his face. He said with a low, hoarse smile, "Oh Lingyu. Back then, you couldn't bear to fully eliminate me. You cut the grass but didn't destroy the roots. Now, it's my turn to kill you." The first snow of this winter fell heavily. In less than an hour, the entire city had been covered with white snow. Looking at it, a vast expanse of white could be seen. Lin Xuanji stood in the pavilion with two teenagers, one black and one white. The one in white held a black umbrella, while the one in black held a white umbrella. The two had a somewhat similar appearance, but they could be distinguished from temperament alone. "I've already investigated a little just now." Young Umbrella gently turned the black umbrella in his hands and spoke softly, "The person you spoke of seems to have never experienced reincarnation, and I also can't see his actual cultivation. It's just that his Tao attainments must not be low. Who knows if this heavy snow has anything to do with him?" Lin Xuanji instructed, "You and Yin Umbrella will continue to keep an eye on him these days. Report to me as soon as there are any abnormalities." The Yin Umbrella and Yang Umbrella exchanged gazes for a moment, then simultaneously disappeared in front of Lin Xuanji's eyes. Lin Xuanji's mood right now was heavy, complex, and indescribable. His experience today could be said to have already toppled his understanding of the world and even surpassed his wildest imagination. It was hard to accept. He didn't expect that when seeing Yushin Lingyu appear so solidly in front of him again after 10,000 years, his heart would actually have the urge to escape from this person. This shouldn't have been the case. He was able to face Yan Tianan calmly. He thought that he was already able to accept the fact that Yan Tianan was Yushin Lingyu. He thought he didn't care about this at all. But why? After Lingyu cultivated evil qi and became the demon emperor, he always had the upper hand against Chongsheng in terms of cultivation. But even so, Chongsheng had never felt any fear in his heart, so how could he be afraid? Lin Xuanji couldn't find the reason for this. He seemed to have entered a separate dimension. Everywhere he looked, there seemed to be knots that he couldn't untangle. Yan Tianan slipped back in the middle of the night. He first knocked on the window twice and signaled Lin Xuanji to verify his identity. Then he carefully deactivated the barrier Lin Xuanji placed outside and finally pushed open the window. He flipped over and quietly jumped in. As soon as he jumped in, he was hugged by Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan wriggled. "Beauty is so enthusiastic, throwing yourself at me in the middle of the night. Why don't we spend this beautiful night together?" Seeing him blinking and pretending to be seductive, Lin Xuanji couldn't help smiling as he lightly flicked Yan Tianan's forehead. "Did your dad make things hard for you?" Yan Tianan shrugged and sighed. He went to the bedside and laid down on his back. "He didn't blatantly embarrass me in front of so many people, but my dad seems to be extremely dissatisfied with some matters." Lin Xuanji asked, "What matters? Let's hear it and see if it can be resolved." Yan Tianan sat up and looked at Lin Xuanji with burning eyes. He spoke with Yu Ming's voice, "Yan Tianan, Yan Tianan, what do you want me to say? It's fine that you found a man to be your wife, and finding the light of Taoism is just your excellent ability. It's not like we're not fit for him. But you, little rabbit, was called wife instead of husband, yet you still follow him around with your head raised and with a foolish smile on your face. Tell me, did water enter your brain?" Yan Tianan spoke so vividly and realistically, and even his expression was the same as Yu Ming's. He reconstructed the event perfectly. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji raised his slender eyebrows and asked with some surprise, "So, the reason your dad slaughtered his way from the royal heavenly palace to here is because I called you wife?" "No, not just that," Yan Tianan said bitterly, "it's also because I didn't refute that address in time." Lin Xuanji, "That bastard King Zhong is to blame for everything." Yan Tianan ground his teeth together. He was actually so bored that he went to our door and asked my dad when he would marry his son off to the Orthodox Tao. My dad was deeply humiliated and expressed that he would never marry his son off like a wife in the future. Chapter 691. The injury on his back. Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's head while he secretly marked King Zhong's name in his head. "Hey, King Zhong seems to have 2 sons. Who knows if he'll have to marry off his son one day? If not, I'll have my subordinates think of a method to marry off one of his sons." Yan Tianan felt depressed for a long time. When he saw Lin Xuanji standing beside him wordlessly with his eyes down, he felt that the situation seemed a little wrong. He stood up and pulled Lin Xuanji. "Dage, did you go see that Lord Yushu today? Do you think there's something wrong with him?" When Lord Yushu was mentioned, Lin Xuanji's expression became slightly more complicated. Yan Tianan was stunned. "What happened?" Lin Xuanji gazed into his eyes and asked, "Ah Hen, do you think there will be someone exactly like you in this world?" Yan Tianan didn't even need to think about it. Of course it's impossible. Even a puppet that's made based on my real body will still have emotional differences. Isn't it the same with the magic treasures you refine? Originally, I also believed this. Do you know what Lord Yushu looks like? He actually looks like Yushin Lingyu. Not only was his face similar, but even his expression and tone were the same as Lingyu's. For a moment, I actually couldn't tell whether he was real or fake. Yan Tianan opened his mouth. To be perfectly honest, Yushin Lingyu died very thoroughly back then. His demonic core was destroyed, all 5 of his veins were broken, and all the demonic and evil chi in his body returned to heaven and earth, dissipating into smoke. He's definitely not me. Yan Tianan immediately denied. That was actually a blow with sword. Venerable Chong Sheng's full strength. Ah. If someone can still live after that, then they wouldn't be giving you any face. Lin Xuanji, don't be mischievous. I'm serious. Yan Tianan cleared his throat. Anyhow, he's definitely not me. Maybe he just looks like me. But Dage, why do you think he's exactly the same as me? How could Lin Xuanji not know what kind of person Yushin Lingyu was? Even if the appearance was the same and the gestures were similar, every person was different after all. People with clear eyes would always be able to find clues from the details. Lin Xuanji, who was so observant and perceptive, shouldn't fail to see any difference. Originally, I didn't believe it either, but then I saw something. Lin Xuanji's dark eyes were like stars. He looked at Yan Tianan calmly. On his back, I saw the red spider lily that I personally tattooed. During my life as Chong Sheng, I've only ever tattooed this kind of thing for one person, and that was Lingyu. The 7th region was the deepest part of the entire demon realm. Even the venerables who commanded the entire demon realm didn't want to visit such a place. It was because the environmental conditions here were truly horrendous. Even demons created from fire or ice found it hard to step into the 7th region. The vast majority of demons who grew up there would later become the leaders of the demon realm, because they would have to withstand the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, endure the Blade Mountains and flaming seas, and escape from the hands of the ugly but extremely strong undead ghost clan. Those who could accomplish that showed that they were not only leaders of outstanding talent, but they were also blessed with luck and fortune. Yushin Lingyu walked out from the 7th region. At first, because he had no parents and no background, he had been sent into the 7th region's dark abyss by a demon venerable's spoiled youngest son. At that time, he was nothing more than a little demon born less than 50 years ago. He stumbled around and bumped into things in a muddle-headed manner. After experiencing countless hardships and miseries, he was finally brought out by Dao Zhu, who was passing through that area. The first time Chong Sheng bathed Lingyu, he saw a large purple and black wound on his back that covered a wide expanse of skin. Chong Sheng felt shock, followed by heartache. He held that soft handkerchief but dared not touch those ghastly injuries. Why didn't you say anything? Lingyu had already been here for 3 months. If Chong Sheng didn't get the sudden impulse to give Lingyu a bath today and experience the feeling of taking care of a child, then even until it healed, would he still be ignorant of the fact that Lingyu actually had such a serious injury? The child, however, was unconcerned as he looked at Chong Sheng's face with his big, grape-like eyes. Although his back hurt, he was already used to this kind of pain. Moreover, compared with other injuries he received, this was nothing at all. Chong Sheng was actually the one making a fuss about nothing. Chong Sheng probably would never have imagined that he was being looked down upon by a small child. Lingyu thought about it, then shook his head and didn't speak. He always kept silent like this. Even when people pointed at him in the 2 days when he first came, he just kept silent as if he hadn't heard. Chong Sheng felt his heart hurt more and more. He took Lingyu out of the hot water, held him in his arms, and placed him on the soft futon. Lingyu was extremely nervous. He was naked on the soft futon, rubbing his legs nervously as he fixed his gaze on Chong Sheng without blinking at all. Are you afraid? Chong Sheng took some bottles and silver needles over. He could always easily sense this child's emotional changes, even if this child didn't like to talk. He could feel that Ling Yu was afraid right now. Ling Yu lowered his eyes and looked at his hands, afraid to say a word. Chang Sheng touched his head and had him lie down on the futon. He took out the silver needle, and a cluster of blue flames jumped out from his fingertip, burning the silver needle for a moment. Only then did he say, "Ling Yu, it will hurt a lot later. Bear it for a while." Then, he added, "There's poison from the departed spirit's flower in this wound. If it's not removed, this wound will never close up. It will extend to your limbs and bones, and it'll be even more uncomfortable when that happens. If you just endure it this time, you'll get it done once and for all." Ling Yu laid down on his stomach without saying a word. Chang Sheng said, "If you don't speak, then I'll take it as your agreement." As soon as his voice fell, the silver needle that had been burnt red was inserted along the wound. Ling Yu gave a muffled grunt as his hands tightly gripped the cushion under his body. His entire body was shaking non-stop. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Chang Sheng's speed was fast, and his hand movements were steady. In less than an instance's worth of time, he had already made the silver needle baptized by fire pass all the wounds on Ling Yu's back, absorbing all the remaining poison into the silver needle. Ling Yu's back was drenched with blood, flesh and blood blurring together. It was too horrible to even look at. Even Chang Sheng, who was used to seeing the big wind and waves, couldn't help feeling heartache right now. How painful must this be? But from beginning to end, this child never once shouted that it was painful. It was probably because he had suffered too much and received too much blame before that he was used to enduring everything now. Who wasn't afraid of pain? Chang Sheng sighed gently and applied the spiritual medicine on Ling Yu's wounds. "I'll change this medicine for you every day. It will scar in a few days. It's just that these scars can't be removed, even with a miraculous pill or medicine. The venom of the departed spirit's flower should be unique to the 7th region, right? Once the venom penetrates, even if it's removed later, the wound will still remain forever." Ling Yu closed his eyes and didn't speak, but his body was still trembling slightly. Chang Sheng continued, "If you are injured in the future, you should speak up. Don't keep silent and endure it." Ling Yu felt something cool touch his mouth. He opened his eyes and saw Chang Sheng holding an amber ball and placing it by his mouth. "Try it," Chang Sheng asked. When he was in the 7th region, Ling Yu firmly remembered a rule in his heart: he couldn't casually eat things given by the nearby demons. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his little life. But right now, he wanted to eat it. He stretched out the tip of his tongue and rolled the amber thing into his mouth. A strong sweet taste diffused in his mouth, which lessened even the pain on his back. Ling Yu felt the candy in his mouth. "What is this?" "It's candy I made using Bodhi fruit, spring jasmine, ice poria, and some other things." Ling Yu said, "It's delicious." Chang Sheng took out a bottle and placed it in front of Ling Yu. "If you answer Shishang's questions, then Shishang will give you all the candy in this bottle, okay?" He looked like he was abducting children, but he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Ling Yu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't resist the lure of candy and nodded nervously. Chang Sheng asked, "Why didn't you tell Shishang if you're hurt?" Ling Yu whispered, "It doesn't hurt too much. I'm used to it." Chang Sheng paused, stunned. "Used to it?" And Ling Yu's voice became smaller and smaller. "They said, don't make trouble for Shishang and Master, or else I'll be driven out of the sect. I don't want to go back to the demon world. I don't want. Shishang, don't drive me away. I'll be good. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Chang Sheng's eyes, which were black as ink, gradually sank. However, his voice and actions were very gentle. He rubbed the child's head, thought about it, then kissed him on the forehead. He said softly, "Ling Yu is the best. Shishang likes you, so how can I send you away? Once a disciple of Spirit Sect, always a disciple of Spirit Sect. In the future, Shishang will protect you and won't let anyone bully you." Then he said, "Take a good rest. The schoolwork during this period will be paused for the time being." Chang Sheng left the bottle to Ling Yu and turned to find the disciples who bullied his youngest Shidi and settle accounts with them. Scars that covered his whole back like a cobweb still remained on Ling Yu's back. At first, Ling Yu didn't care. At that time, he didn't pursue beauty. In other words, he wasn't yet the Ling Yu in the future who was so vain that he had to take good care of every single strand of hair. However, one day after he grew up, he suddenly wanted to cover up the scars on his back. "You want to get rid of the scars on your back?" Lien Hua raised his brows and felt like the sun was rising from the west. He smiled and said, "Our family's little Yuer has also begun to pursue beauty now. Don't tell me that you understand human affairs now, after taking a trip down the mountain." "Understand human affairs?" Chong Sheng's voice came from behind them. He walked to their front and asked, "Just what did you experience when you went down the mountain to eliminate monsters?" While asking, Chong Sheng looked at Lien Hua as if he had corrupted Ling Yu. His gaze was full of accusations. Lien Hua shrugged and put on an innocent expression. "This is not my fault. Who let the monster we had to catch this time be a flower thief?" Chapter 692. The flower on his back. That day, Ling Yu went down the mountain with Lien Hua to get rid of a monster in a prosperous city. That monster had a promiscuous nature and had defiled many innocent young men and women. They followed the traces of the monster and came to a brothel. That monster's cultivation was so high that they needed to kill him in one fell swoop when he was unprepared. Thus, Ling Yu and Lien Hua lied on their stomachs on the roof and placed arrays around them. They then used scrying arts to observe the situation inside through the roof. Ling Yu saw a slender young man lying on the bed, with a strong man with disheveled hair pressing him down. That man was thrusting quite violently. The young man's white back, which was full of fine sweat, was shaking with this force, like a dying butterfly. This was probably the most intense love scene Ling Yu had seen in his life. Ling Yu immediately stood there blankly and stared until he was cross-eyed. He only felt that this scene was utterly obscene, making people red in the face, but he also felt his abdomen turn hot. He originally wanted to tear his eyes away from the scene, but he couldn't stop himself from secretly peeking at it again. Lien Hua sent a message to Ling Yu, "When I say attack, attack with me." Ling Yu tapped the back of Lien Hua's hand, indicating that he had heard. The noise inside became louder and louder, and the young man's chant also became more urgent and attractive. Just when Ling Yu could hardly stand it anymore and wanted to escape, Lien Hua suddenly gave Ling Yu a signal, and the two attacked the inside of the room simultaneously, taking down the lewd beast in one fell swoop, giving him no time to escape. Later, Ling Yu asked Lien Hua, "How did you determine when that monster would be the most vulnerable?" Lien Hua gave him a smile and gaze that was full of deep meaning and patted his shoulder. He held the monster's core and said, "You'd better just ask Chong Sheng directly about these matters after returning to Spirit Sect. If he finds out that you understand everything after I took you out for a trip, then won't he blame me?" Ling Yu was unable to make any sense of the matter, but he also intuitively knew that this kind of thing was probably difficult to talk about and made people embarrassed, so he stopped asking more questions. But his heart felt like ants were biting all over. It was very itchy for some reason, and he couldn't stop thinking about the scene. However, after returning to the sect that day, Ling Yu had a charming and gentle dream in the middle of the night. In his dream, he seemed to have become the naked youth, and that strong monster became Chong Sheng. He laid on the ground, surrounded by fields of large phoenix flowers in full bloom like flames, burning directly to the horizon and connecting with the fiery clouds. It was in this enchanting and gorgeous flower cluster that Chong Sheng covered his back. His long hair slipped down the shoulder, resembling the finest silk. It was cool and smooth, but his body felt scorching hot, like he was going to burst into flames. When he woke up, Ling Yu's face suddenly turned green, white, and red, and there was a shameful stickiness between his legs. Ling Yu made life difficult for himself. First he sullenly threw the beddings and pillows all over the bed, then thought angrily, if the dream really did come true one day and my Shishong wants to use that position, won't he be disgusted upon seeing the ugly scars on my back? Ling Yu was annoyed for a while. Suddenly, it seemed a switch was turned on, and he abruptly realized that he was actually dreaming about Chong Sheng doing those extremely obscene things. Anger, fear, shame, and a trace of sweetness that couldn't be ignored attacked his heart at the same time. After a long time, Ling Yu finally reluctantly but happily accepted this fact. He likes eldest Shishong. It wasn't the sort of like he held for a senior martial brother. In this life, I only want this person. Oh, Ling Yu hung his head, looking like a puppy that had been wronged by heaven. However, it's not like there's no way. Chong Sheng's gaze fell on the flowers blooming all over the mountains and fields and smiled. If I can tattoo something along the scars, they can be covered up. Ling Yu's eyes lit up in an instant. Chong Sheng originally wanted to tattoo a defensive array on his back, which could protect his life at a critical moment, but Ling Yu strongly opposed it. If he ever gets to do that with his Shishong in the future, he absolutely doesn't want Chong Sheng to stare at his back and still lecture him about a raise. Anyhow, Chong Sheng just might do something like that. After repeated selections, Ling Yu drew a picture and gave it to Chong Sheng. This is a flower unique to the 7th region. Ling Yu drew the flower from the depths of his memory. He didn't know why he chose such a flower. It looked enchanting, bewitching, and a little ominous. He felt that he suited this flower. The river there was colder than the icy springs and deeper than the sea. If anyone fell in, then they would never be seen again. This kind of flower was watered by these rivers. From the moment I arrived at the 7th region until the moment I left, I've never seen this kind of flower wilt, nor have I ever seen leaves sprout from it. At that time, Chong Sheng had never seen such a bewitching and thoroughly red flower before, let alone its name, meaning, and implications. Forever blooming without withering. Not bad. Chong Sheng held the drawing in his hand and looked at it for a moment. It's in line with the scars on your back. Then we might as well use this one. It took Chong Sheng 3 entire days to tattoo this flower onto Ling Yu's back. His design was elaborate, his technique was unique, and his tattooing was exquisite and peerless. Not only did he cover up all those scars, but he even made a picture of flowers in full bloom that would never wilt. Ling Yu was very happy when he saw it. Later, when Chong Sheng went to the demon realm, he suddenly saw a picture of the red spider lily on one of the demon palace's murals. What kind of flower is this? The servant who came to serve him knelt down first, then lowered his head and answered, "Sword Venerable, this is a flower that grows at the junction of the demon realm and the ghost realm. It's unique to the 7th region." Chong Sheng's fingers gently brushed the petals. "What hidden meaning does this flower have?" The servant answered, "This is a flower that receives people into the Pure Land. It's said that it can receive souls, but demons don't have souls, so this flower probably receives human souls. Moreover, it's said that the red spider lily's flowers bloom for 1,000 years and wilt for 1,000 years. When the flowers bloom, the leaves fall, and when the flowers wilt, the leaves sprout. The flower and leaf will never see each other in any lifetime, so it also represents separation and despair." Only then did Chong Sheng know that the flower he was so satisfied with tattooing on Ling Yu's back actually had such tragic implications. Is it because the ending for Yushin Ling Yu and I had been doomed from the start? If he was given another chance, he definitely wouldn't let Ling Yu have his way and forever burn that kind of flower onto his back. Unfortunately, he no longer had this chance. "I haven't seen that picture for a long time." Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. "Shishang's technique is excellent, but that picture is on my back. Usually, I couldn't see it even if I wanted to." Lin Xuanji raised his hand and pinched Yan Tianan's cheek. "I haven't looked carefully at the picture on his back. Perhaps if I look carefully, I can see what's wrong with it." "What, you actually want to look at other people's naked backs?" Yan Tianan pretended to be angry. "I don't agree. In this world, you can only look at my naked body." Lin Xuanji. "A little too playful here?" Yan Tianan asked. "Since Dage thinks that person seems to resemble Ling Yu so well, why doubt him?" Lin Xuanji replied, "If I didn't already know that you're Ling Yu, I'm afraid I would have to think carefully before I can confirm that he isn't you." Yan Tianan was even more confused. Were there any flaws in his acting? Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. Everything he did was a little too deliberate. Only after the people Hai Kuanglang sent saw the flower on his back did he deliberately indicate that he wanted Zan Fengting and Hai Kuanglang to go in person. His goal was to eventually lead me there. After I went, he allowed me to see that picture on his back, giving me the preconceived notion that he is an old acquaintance of mine. Then he looked back and had me see his face, which looked exactly like Yushin Ling Yu. Everything about this feels too coincidental, so it seems like a trap." Yan Tianan said angrily, "So you really did look at his back? Fuck, that little wench actually dares to seduce you naked. I'll slaughter my way over right now and beat him up." He even dared to casually seduce someone who belonged to Prince Yan. Did that fake not want to live anymore? Yan Tianan was about to walk out, but Lin Xuanji hooked an arm around his waist and dragged him into his arms. "How come you're in such a rush?" Lin Xuanji couldn't help smiling. "Don't alert the enemy for the time being. I want to see exactly what kind of medicine this person is selling inside his gourd." Yan Tianan thought for a while, then reluctantly said, "I'll let him off for the time being and talk about it later." But besides being too deliberate, were there any other flaws? Lin Xuanji said, "If he was the real Yushin Ling Yu, then he would want to run away after seeing me. Why would he be willing to meet an enemy like me? But he, on the other hand, insists on getting close to me instead. If I don't doubt him, then who else can I doubt? Yan Tianan couldn't help feeling guilty. Lin Xuanji could see things clearly and thoroughly. After Yan Tianan unlocked the seal on Fuzhou, he wanted to shrink himself into a ball and hide inside a tree. How would he dare to swagger around and take the initiative to have Lin Xuanji find out his identity? Lingyu represents a dark, cruel, and bloody past. Yushin Lingyu's entire life was a tragedy. He still remembered that when he was on the verge of death, his mouth was filled with blood as he showed a sincere smile to Chongsheng. He said, "Finally, it's over." That messy and terrible life was finally over. His exhausted body could finally embrace eternal rest. You've never wanted Yushin Lingyu's life to repeat itself. Lin Xuanji sighed gently and picked up Yan Tianan. Placing him on the bed, he leaned down again, his nose almost touching Yan Tianan's nose, and gazed at him gently. Yan Tianan readily followed the flow and hooked his arms around Lin Xuanji's neck, smiling. That's right, anyone who has lived that kind of life for a long time will get tired of it. If I see Dage, I would certainly hide myself, so he is a fake. No matter how good the fake was at acting, a fake was still a fake. Chapter 693. Major wedding. It's just that I didn't commit to the conversation, but left a little room. Lin Xuanji lowered his eyes slightly. I pretended to be in disbelief, but I also showed some wavering. I think that this Lord Yushu will contact me in the near future. We might as well wait and see what he wants to do first. That works. Yan Tianan's eyes sank. Actually, I want to slaughter my way to his door right now and slap this fake to death. One more thing. Lin Xuanji scraped the tip of Yan Tianan's nose. Don't let him know your identity. I wield the Zij sword and became a sword venerable in such a short time, so it's not hard to guess my identity. On the contrary, both your appearance and cultivation techniques changed, so others wouldn't be able to guess your identity easily. Yan Tianan nodded. I know that. After all, the heinous crimes committed by Yushin Lingyu back in those years were too numerous to be recorded. Yan Tianan didn't want to attract trouble just over his identity. Yan Tianan asked, Dage, who exactly can that person be? Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. Probably an old acquaintance. The appearance of Lord Yushu brought Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan a lot of trouble. Yan Tianan didn't sleep well all night. He dreamed of Lin Xuanji and that fake Lingyu holding hands, while he couldn't get over there, no matter what he did. The fake proudly flaunted this, I am the real Lingyu. Shishong has already seen through your disguise. He will never be with you again. Just give up. But Lin Xuanji had a cold and cheerless appearance. He just looked at Yan Tianan with eyes devoid of emotion, but he didn't want to say a word to him. Yan Tianan then dreamed of the scene on the Phoenix Terrace in the Demon Palace. He stretched out his fingers and gently stroked Chongsheng, whose forelimbs were chained down and who could only lie flat on the white jade bed. He couldn't help being agitated when looking at the man who was like an immortal. His fingers gently went down Chongsheng's face, brushed past his lips, trailed down to his Adam's apple, and finally traveled along the collarbone, opening that irksome white clothing. Chongsheng had his eyes tightly closed the entire time and didn't want to look at him. Why are you pretending to be so proper and aloof? Don't you like this kind of thing, all the same? Yushin Lingyu smiled happily, with some lewd meaning. He only wore an outer robe, but was naked inside. When he opened his eyes, he could have a panoramic view of the lovely garden. Shishong really is violent, making that place of mine bleed. Yushin Lingyu laid in Chongsheng's arms and whispered soft complaints in his ear. This kind of thing really isn't comfortable at all. Everything written in the book is a lie. I'll kill off everyone who wrote that book. He couldn't sit down, and even lying down felt uncomfortable. Probably because he used it too much, he always felt like that place had something there. It felt painful and tight. Inexplicably, he remembered the decadent scene he saw when peeking from the roof with Lian Hua that year. The teenager below and the man above clearly looked like they were in seventh heaven. Could it be that the teenager was only pretending to enjoy it? Chongsheng opened his eyes. His cold and dark eyes held an indescribable emotion as he calmly stared at Yushin Lingyu, whose face was full of grievance and anger. This is naturally the happiest thing in the world. Chongsheng actually hooked his lips into a smile. His voice was still a little husky and languid from the earlier lovemaking. However, his words weren't tactful at all. If the two are harmonious and mutually loving, then naturally it'll be gentle, comfortable, and happy, but if it's you and I regard you as an enemy and feel sick when I see you, but I'm forced to do such a dirty, vulgar affair with you. Naturally, I won't let you feel comfortable at all. Ling Yu only felt miserable. His heart seemed to be pierced by something. Chong Sheng hates him this much. He actually hates me this much. No, I also deserve this. Even in his dream, Yan Tianan couldn't help crying and woke up crying. Just now, you were continuously shouting, Shishong. Yan Tianan froze, stunned. Lin Xuanji continued, if I didn't know that I was also your Shishong, I would have thought you were shouting for Hai Kuanglang or Zan Fengting. Yan Tianan, what did you dream of? Lin Xuanji asked. I dreamed of those events in the demon realm. I dreamed that you led the Taoist sect's troops and laid in ambush near the demon realm. When I sent you back, Ling Quechen stabbed me through the heart with a pole. He really was fearless. He wasn't afraid that I would kill him. Truly, it was too painful. Even after tens of thousands of years, he still felt the same pain when he remembered it again. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Your dream really is strange. When have I ever bullied you like this? You really were dreaming, but didn't even dream about my good qualities. Yan Tianan hesitated at first, then realized something. At that time, the killing heart sword pierced Chong Sheng's chest. The sword drawn from his own rib pierced his heart, allowing the essence blood in his heart to flow into the sword. What was also sealed in the longsword was Chong Sheng's memories inside the demon realm. Perhaps it was a defensive mechanism, but while he forgot the humiliating events on the Phoenix Terrace that were hard to accept, he unexpectedly also generated a set of new memories that shouldn't exist but fit reality closely, which filled in the blank gap of his missing memories. In Chong Sheng's memory, he remembered that he went into the enemy camp alone just before the demon troops launched the last major attack on the Nine Lands. He wanted to persuade Yushin Lingyu to stop. Yet Yushin Lingyu refused. After that, he left. He left the same way he arrived. Nothing ever happened in between. There was no Ling Quechen piercing Lingyu's chest. There was no Yushin Lingyu imprisoning him on the Phoenix Terrace. There were no intoxicating yet repelling memories. Even if he reincarnated, these memories still didn't exist any longer. Yeah, I also don't know why I would dream about these things. Yan Tianan smiled and whispered, I also dreamed that Dage was together with that fake, and ignored me no matter what I did. Everything was the opposite in that dream. It must be fake. It's all fake. Events that happened and events that never happened, they were all fake. Since it was fake, then there was no need to talk about it further. Last night, Yan Tianan sneaked over without Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming knowing, so he naturally had to sneak back before dawn, but Lin Xuanji stopped him. Why act like a thief? I'll go with you to see your parents. It won't do to go on like this. Yan Tianan, however, refused. They all say that a wife isn't as good a concubine isn't as good as stealing someone else's wife, and stealing isn't as good as getting someone who can't be stolen. So, this is also good. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan went through the window and left. Even though Yan Tianan had a lot of strange theories, Lin Xuanji should naturally still visit his future father-in-law. Just as Yan Tianan was dining with his parents, Lin Xuanji came over. As soon as Yu Ming saw Lin Xuanji, he threw away his chopsticks and declared, I can't eat this meal anymore. Yan Zhonghua picked up the chopsticks, asked a servant to bring over a new pair, and placed it in Yu Ming's hands. What did I tell you before? Did you forget everything? Yu Ming gripped his chopsticks tightly and said angrily, he wants to marry my son, like taking a wife. Can I endure this? No, Lin Xuanji said at the right time, I can also marry into your family. I don't mind, but I do. A voice that held some ridicule even without laughing traveled over. Everyone in the room looked towards the door. Unexpectedly, they saw Lin Zan walking over with a fan in his hand. Lin Zan, East Empress. Daddy Yan Tianan was very excited and ran over. Daddy, why are you here? Lin Zan pinched Yan Tianan's small face and spoke with a smile. Naturally, I'm here to discuss your marriage with Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had a headache and couldn't help thinking, all the parents in the world are the same. Yu Ming stood up. I'll say, Lin Zan, why are you getting involved in this kind of thing? Lin Zan smiled. I naturally need to participate. After all, this Warong sword venerable and I are still relatives. Warong doesn't have many relatives in this world, so I will stay here for the time being. Yu Ming wondered, what kind of family relations do you have with him? Lin Zan said, our last names are all Ellen. What do you think? Yu Ming's eyes kept wandering between Lin Zan and Lin Xuanji. Lin Zan smiled and told Lin Xuanji, the East Sovereign has just greeted the Dragon Emperor, and he should be waiting for you now. You might as well go see him first. I'll resolve the matter here. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath. No need. I want to personally resolve problems with my wedding. Lin Zan waved his hand. You can't handle it. What betrothal gift can you afford? A single reincarnation palace isn't enough for them to swallow. At a critical time like this, you still have to rely on your own family. You can't be looked down upon by your in-laws, now can you? Lin Xuanji, Yu Ming, I feel like they're about to have a catfight. Thinking about it, I actually feel a little nervous and excited. Yan Tianan beamed with joy. He felt that Lin Zan was the most reliable person out of everyone here, so he pushed Lin Xuanji out. Dage, hurry and go. The East Sovereign must have something important to discuss with you. You don't need to be here. Lin Xuanji had no choice but to leave first. After Lin Xuanji left, Lin Zan patted Yan Tianan's shoulder. Good Hen, you can also leave and play nearby for a while. Yan Tianan blinked at Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming, made a face, and also ran away. Since the younger generation was no longer here, Lin Zan slowly pulled out a chair and sat down. First he poured a glass of water and gulped it down to moisten his throat. Then he finally spoke. Before I came, I received a message that the West Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu has now sided with the Northland's King Zhen, and he even took the resurrected Ling Chigu along. This news was no less than a bolt out of the blue. What did you say? Yu Ming suddenly raised his eyelids, almost knocking off the chopsticks in his hand again. When was this? How come I didn't know? Yan Zhonghua also frowned slightly. I haven't received any news about this either. The West Phoenix monarch and Ling Chigu haven't appeared in the Nine Lands for many years. Chapter 694, Lost Treasure. I naturally have my ways. Lin Zan played with the jade cup in his hand. He said with deep meaning in his eyes, of course, I also hope this information isn't true. The West Phoenix monarch's cultivation is much higher than either of ours. Furthermore, Ling Chigu is the top person in the northern border. Even if he later became a corpse puppet, he's still a force to be reckoned with if he gets his entire soul back. If the two of them truly decided to side with Yan Weijun right now, I'm afraid it won't be good for you and me. Yu Ming refuted, you and me? Since when did you and I have such a good relationship that we can wear the same pair of pants? This venerable remembers that there are still 2 degrees of relation separating East Empress and me. We're not so familiar with each other. Lin Zan tutted, don't be so formal. After all, we're about to be in-laws. Lin Zan added, after all, I've helped you raise your son for so many years, so you should at least let me taste some of the sweetness. Yu Ming immediately frowned. Even if I'm grateful to you, I still can't possibly sell my son. Yan Zhonghua swept a glance at Yu Ming. Hen's matter can be discussed later. He turned to Lin Zan. The West Phoenix monarch was destined to be a ruler from the day of his birth. Not even my father emperor could make him bow down and serve as a subject. In the years during his rule, the West Land was almost on equal footing with the royal heavenly capital. He would never serve a king who lives on the border. Lin Zan replied, I don't know the specific reason. Emperor Zan's forces still fall short of the forces stationed at the northern border, so the attention he gives the northern border naturally can't compare to that of your Highness King Yi. I'm just telling you the news. As for whether you guys decide to investigate or how to investigate, that's beyond my reach. Yan Zhonghua narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Zan. If this matter is true, then I owe the East Sovereign a favor. Lin Zan was very satisfied. You're truly frank and straightforward. Yan Zhonghua changed the subject. Even so, I will never agree to casually promise Hen to Lin Xuanji as his wife. Even if they will become Dao companions, they should still be on equal footing. Lin Zan said calmly, you're looking down on me too much. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of kindness? Yu Ming side-eyed him. You're not. Perhaps I remembered wrong. At the monster hunting banquet back then, just because you accidentally did the East Sovereign a small favor, who was the one who wanted him to repay that favor with his own body? And the East Sovereign is repaying this favor for almost a lifetime. Lin Zan was not ashamed of being exposed. Instead, he spoke with a calm face, there's a mistake in your words. Yu Ming snorted coldly. What he said was the truth. Back then, many disciples of the noble clans and sects who participated in the monster hunting banquet personally witnessed Lin Zan's shamelessness. It was simply unique in the world, extremely rare. Lin Zan said seriously, you should take out the word, almost, and then it would be perfect. Yu Ming, pardon me, I accidentally forgot that this person is more shameless than I thought. Both Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua were surprised at these words. Speaking of the resentment between the Yan and Zan families, it could be traced back to thousands of years ago. In short, the Yan family's throne was snatched from the Zan family's hands, so there was still some illegitimacy involved after all, and many top-ranking successors had repeatedly appeared in the Zan family. Generations of East sovereigns had been eyeing the throne, and under the surface-level submission, they were eager to try and win the throne. This was especially true when the prophecy of the first heir fell onto the eldest son of Zan Wush. Although Yan Zhonghua didn't have any chance with the throne, he'd still never want to see the position fall to the Zan family. The winner was called a king, and the loser was called a bandit. After Zan Lu died back then, Yan Kai killed countless people from the Zan clan. The Yan family wanted to avoid the path that has proved ill-advised. This had nothing to do with the relationship between Zan Wush and Yan Zhonghua. But now, Lin Zan actually said such words, just for Lin Xuanji. Yu Ming looked at Lin Zan in shock. Are you kidding? Lin Zan said, whether I'm kidding or not, you'll know when you ask my family's Wush. In any case, the words are here, and this is the East Land's attitude, so you won't have as many worries for the future. I have another question. Yu Ming tried to restrain himself but ultimately couldn't. He asked, is Lin Xuanji your illegitimate son? Or is he the adulterer you raised behind Zan Wushi's back? Lin Zan said, neither. Then did your brain go crazy, to use the country as a betrothal gift? Yu Ming was in disbelief. Perhaps I might have a bigger plot, Lin Zan said. To prevent Yu Ming from asking even more outrageous questions, Lin Zan found an excuse to leave quickly and disappeared in a hurry. However, although he left, the news he brought made Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua fall into contemplation. Yu Ming pondered, Feng Jingyu has never interfered in the dispute over the crown prince's position. Moreover, his West Land is about to become the Yu clan's domain right now. He has left for so long. Now that he's returned, shouldn't he go to the West Land first? Why would he go to the northern border to interfere in the crown prince selection? Yu Ming rubbed his chin and continued thoughtfully, in the past few years, he's been searching for Ling Chigu's souls and spirits all over the 5 continents. I wonder if he's found them all. Yan Zhonghua commented, you seem to have a good relationship with him. Yu Ming sighed, the men of today are sadly degenerated. Feng Jingyu pays more attention to his lover than his friends. It's not like you didn't know this. Ever since he fell in love with Ling Chigu, he had already thrown me, his old friend, to the back of his mind. Yan Zhonghua, Yu Ming changed the subject, we can assume that there won't be results from the Dragon Tomb Holy Land too soon. Instead of waiting in this boring place, why don't we tour the northern border? You've lived for many years, but you haven't been to the northern border before, right? The scenery there is nice. I'm familiar with it, how about letting me show you the way as we go sightseeing? Yan Zhonghua naturally knew what he meant. It's just that their purpose in coming to the North Land this time was for Yan Tianan. Is it really okay to just leave Ah Hen here? He's already become someone else's wife. Naturally, his husband needs to protect him. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows and shrugged. The Dragon Palace is really boring. Let's go now. Yu Ming, who wanted to know more about Feng Jingyu's situation, really couldn't stay here for even a second longer. His actions decisively followed his words. It was just like how he was in secluded cultivation and was about to make a breakthrough, but when he heard that Yan Tianan became someone's wife, he abandoned his breakthrough without another word and pulled Yan Zhonghua along to come to the North Land and demand an explanation. Now that he'd made up his mind to tour the northern border, he no longer entertained any misgivings and immediately packed his belongings, going back on the road with Yan Zhonghua. So when Yan Tianan came back to look for his parents, he learned from Zhou Yan that they had already left. Yan Tianan stood in the chaotic winds, looking like a small, frost-beaten cabbage. They truly are my biological parents. A few days later, just 2 days before entering the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, a team of guards from the Longyao clan suddenly opened the courtyard door to Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting's residence. Hai Kuanglang opened the door and looked at the serious guards. What's the matter? The guard captain was a trusted subject who answered directly to the Dragon Emperor. He first saluted, then said, following the Holy Maiden's orders, we have come to search for her stolen item. Hai Kuanglang's expression didn't look too good. Did I hear you right? She lost something, but she actually wants to search my room. What's the matter with her? The guard captain replied, please calm down. The Holy Maiden lost a very important item. If it's stolen, it may bring harm to the entire dragon clan. Not only Icy Cliff residents, but even the prince's house had been searched. Zan Fengting also came out with some clothing draped over his shoulders. He stood beside Hai Kuanglang and asked, what was stolen? When the guard captain saw Zan Fengting, he took a quick glance. Panic flashed through his eyes but quickly disappeared. He cupped his hands respectfully and answered, it's a complete map of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. It was originally made by the Holy Maiden and placed with her personal belongings, but it went missing this morning. Hai Kuanglang said in surprise, she actually figured out the entire layout of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. She's not simple. Zan Fengting, however, smiled slightly. I was in the house with Shidi all night yesterday. We never left or heard anything. However, since you have to search everything, then I won't make trouble for you guys. The guard captain hurriedly said, many thanks. I've bothered you. The guard captain took 2 trusted aides and quickly entered the courtyard, rushing into their house. Before Hai Kuanglang could even get angry, that guard captain had already come out again. After apologizing repeatedly, he took those guards and left in a hurry, as though he was escaping from a fire. Hai Kuanglang couldn't even get angry anymore. He couldn't help laughing. This inspection is perhaps a little too careless. It looks like he was just going through a mere formality. I don't know who he's trying to fool. Who knows? In any case, they didn't act too discourteously. Zan Fengting gave a light smile and pulled Hai Kuanglang, who was standing at the door. It's still early. We still have time to sleep for some more. Since I have a beauty accompanying me, sleeping is naturally good. In the end, the lost dragon tomb map was never found. Longyao Yiju couldn't do anything to that bastard besides gnashing her teeth hatefully, so she could only leave it alone. After the brief interlude with the lost map, the day arrived when everyone would enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Lin Xuanji and the others were waiting outside the Dragon Tomb for the Dragon Emperor and the Longyao clan to offer sacrifices to heaven so that they could open the entrance to the Dragon Tomb and allow everyone to enter. The entrance of the Dragon Tomb was inside a jagged pile of rocks. When it wasn't opened, it looked like a random burial mound. Once the entrance opened, one would see a nebula and black hole spinning overhead. After entering, there was an entirely separate space. The Dragon clan's worship of heaven lasted for a long time. They chanted the ancient mantras of the Longyao clan, which was inherited from within their bloodline. Other species couldn't understand it at all. Yan Tianan felt a little bored, so he stood in the crowd and whispered to Lin Xuanji, Dage, the Longyao clan really has a lot of successors. He roughly counted around 100 people. If you add those who were brought along to back them up and help them win the crown prince's position, there would be 300 or 400 people. Looking at them all standing together, it was quite a scary sight. Hai Kuanglang was near them. He heard Yan Tianan's words and curled his lips. Don't be fooled by the number of people entering. After the crown prince is selected, there won't be many who can leave. Chapter 695, Sudden Change. There's a hidden meaning in your words. Yan Tianan looked at Hai Kuanglang with deep meaning. The dragon race has always been a race where bloodline decides everything. It was Zan Fengting who answered. He looked at the sky gradually converging into a vortex, his eyes sinking, and continued, the strong can reliably swallow the weak to temper their bloodline, so as to be closer to the true dragon. If you can kill others with the dragon bloodline in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, the blood of the person who survived last is destined to be the purest. Yan Tianan was suddenly startled, and looked at the disciples of the Longyao clan who were eager to compete and were full of excitement, and said, isn't it so cruel? So these disciples, do they know? Zan Fengting said, of course they know. Yan Tianan was puzzled. If their cultivation level is not high enough, aren't they just seeking death? Zan Fengting said lightly, if you don't participate, you will become a slave of the Longyao clan, and your future generations will not be blessed by the dragon god. They will also lose the possibility of ever inheriting the position of Dragon Emperor. For the honor of the family, even if these disciples are unwilling to participate, they must still fight each other with their lives. Hai Kuanglang added, but they might not necessarily die. After all, the Dragon Tomb Holy Land is so big, so the possibility of encountering other competitors is also considered small. If they can come out alive, they'll be considered to be blessed by the dragon god. Yan Tianan couldn't help but click his tongue. In the ancient Myriad Dao era, the dragon clan was still a weak one. Every time a little dragon was born, it was a celebration of the clan. They couldn't wait to hold it in the palm of their hands and put it on the tip of their hearts. How could they make their clansmen kill each other? The world has changed. In order to ensure the purity of the bloodline and the authority of the race, a family had no choice but to use this method of killing each other to get the best bloodline. After all, the spiritual chi was thin, the spiritual veins were cut off, and the essence of heaven and earth was becoming increasingly barren. This was the sorrow of the current era, that's all. Longyao Linggong and Longyao Lingguang stood the farthest from Hai Kuanglang. After all, the two sides had a long-standing resentment. They would glare at each other from time to time, showing very unfriendly expressions. Yan Tianan's attention was focused on the man covered with a black veil. He was too far away, and in addition, with a covering, Yan Tianan couldn't see his face clearly. From the body shape alone, the wide robes covered his body, but there was some emptiness under the clothes, so he could see his thinness. This was actually pretty similar to Yushin Lingyu. The Dragon Empress was standing next to the Dragon Emperor, chanting words in her mouth, but her eyes were constantly looking towards Yan Tianan. Previously, she secretly planned to lure Yan Tianan into the dragon tomb and let the dragon god's residual soul treat him as an intruder and kill him. If she was lucky, that would also take care of Warong's sword immortal in one fell swoop, so as to clear the way for her son. But later, Longyao Linggong stopped her and said that the clues were too obvious. The chanting finally ended, and the huge vortex in the sky also took shape. The Dragon Emperor stepped forward, respectfully bowed to the whirlpool, and said, "Guests from afar, and the disciples of the Dragon Clan, the center of the whirlpool is the gate of the Dragon Tomb. Only those with the dragon bloodlines and those who are protected by the bloodlines can enter. The rest of the people are not welcomed by the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. But I want to tell you in advance that once the Dragon Tomb Holy Land is closed, if the next crown prince isn't selected, then the Dragon Tomb will not open again. The dangers inside are unpredictable and perilous. If someone is afraid and wants to retreat, they can take the initiative to withdraw now. This is the last chance to quit." The Dragon Emperor waited a while, but among the hundreds of Dragon Clan disciples, no one spoke. Things had already developed to this stage. Who would retreat now? The Dragon Emperor looked around. Since no one wants to quit, the competition will officially begin now. If you walk just below the vortex, you can automatically be sucked into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. I wish you all a smooth return. Longyao Lingguang was the first to enter. He always had to be first in everything. The so-called bloodline protection was simply placing a bead containing a drop of blood from the Dragon Clan in their mouth. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan carried with them the blood beads of Hai Kuanglang, which could ensure that they could still be in the same area with Hai Kuanglang even if they were sucked into the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Longyao Lingguang and his 3 helpers disappeared into the whirlpool in an instant, followed by the other Dragon Clan disciples. However, Longyao Linggong did not fight for this first position. Hai Kuanglang came last, and Longyao Linggong was the only one in front of him. Those who enter first might not be lucky, and those who enter later might not be unlucky. Before Longyao Linggong went in, he turned his head and looked at Hai Kuanglang. His eyes seemed to be quite deep and secretive, and nobody knew what he wanted to express, but he looked a little creepy. Yan Tianan rubbed the goose bumps on his arm, and whispered, "So fierce." Yan Tianan's sight never left the black-robed man, Lord Yushu, from beginning to end. Lord Yushu seemed to have sensed that gaze. Just before he entered, he turned his head and looked at Yan Tianan. His purple eyes were a little bit cold, like Yushin Lingyu when he saw his enemy. Yan Tianan was taken aback. There was a bad feeling in his heart. Hai Kuanglang looked at the fast-spiraling vortex and said, "Let's go." Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand as if there were no one else around and said, "Follow me closely along the way. Don't run around." Yan Tianan nodded and gripped Lin Xuanji tighter. The strong force hit vigorously, and Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan disappeared into the Dragon Tomb vortex together with Hai Kuanglang and Zan Fengting. The Dragon Emperor touched his chin, and looked at the decreasing vortex of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land with comfort, but suddenly, the vortex of the Dragon Tomb gate seemed to have been cursed by something, and it maintained its size and never changed again. The Dragon Emperor was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of suspicions. However, before he could speak, the vortex, which was originally mixed with silver and gray and all kinds of brilliance, gushed out purplish black chi. The chi was first intangible, and then it turned into reality at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a dragon with no horns and no claws. The scarlet copper bell eyes were fiercely staring at the sentient beings below, which made people couldn't help but think of the word evil. It roared, and its huge body crawled out of the vortex with difficulty, and then quickly rushed into the sky. It released a loud roar that made people outside the Dragon Tomb Holy Land feel dizzy and breathless. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were all shaken, and they even needed to use their internal qis to stand firm. What was that? No one knew who shouted. They suddenly saw a huge tear in the sky where the purplish-black dragon rushed off to, as if the sky was smashed and the clouds were scattered. Nobody knew when the sun in the sky was gradually covered by the black dragon, and the surrounding light became darker and darker. When the black dragon completely turned into a mass of black and purple chi and climbed half of the sky, the light shining on the entire land was only 1/10 of that before. Although they could still see their 5 fingers when they stretched out their hand, the whole world was dim, as if the apocalypse was coming. What just happened? Dragon Emperor, does your Longyao clan have to put on this kind of performance every time you open the Dragon Tomb Holy Land? Isn't it too scary? Dragon Emperor, say something. What kind of expression is that? You don't scare me, ah. Everyone in the Longyao clan was shocked. No one knew better than them that this was not a normal occurrence when the Dragon Tomb Holy Land was opened. The sun was actually obscured. Was the sky broken, or what? The Dragon Empress couldn't help stepping back a few steps and murmuring, "No, it shouldn't be like this. How can it be like this? This is impossible." She just asked Lord Yushu to leave an array that could transfer the people who entered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land after him to another dimension. How could the entire Dragon Tomb Holy Land become like this at once? The Dragon Emperor's face was pale, but his reaction was quick. "Everyone, please listen to me. This scene is definitely not caused by the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Everyone, take up your weapons and get ready for a fight." A mysterious light suddenly descended, and everyone avoided its path. They saw the cold eyebrows and picturesque temperament of the East Sovereign Zan Wush in a mysterious robe and golden crown coming towards this side, and behind him was the legendary East Land's Empress Lin Zan. East Sovereign. The Dragon Emperor hurriedly ushered him in. "There's something strange in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. I want to enter and investigate," said Zan Wush. At this time, the Dragon Emperor was also shocked by this scene, so he didn't care about the ancestral rules. He took out a blood bead from his storage bag and handed it to Zan Wush. "East Sovereign, this blood bead contains a drop of my blood. You can enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land smoothly if you hold it." Does the East Sovereign know what's happening right now? Zan Wush didn't speak. Instead, Lin Zan narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't know if the Dragon Emperor has ever heard of Heaven's Whale. Tens of thousands of years ago, such a phenomenon once occurred. At that time, the Pillar of Heaven collapsed, demons rose everywhere, and people's lives were ruined. Even after thousands of years, the place where Heaven's Whale appeared never returned to normal. Puluo Mountain and the region thousands of miles around it collapsed and sunk down into the ground. It could only seal itself to slowly heal the damage caused by Heaven's Whale. It took thousands of years to fully repair the crack in the sky. Ordinary people may have never heard of Heaven's Whale. However, as the head of the dragons and someone who received the inheritance of the dragon god, how could the Dragon Emperor know nothing about the ancient events? Therefore, when he heard the words Heaven's Whale, he suddenly widened his eyes. What does the East Empress mean by mentioning that phrase at this time? Heaven's Whale was opened from outside our world. It seems that this purple dragon just smashed a hole in the sky from inside. Is it just that? Lin Zan said coldly, "Don't tell me the Dragon Emperor really knows nothing about what happened today." The Dragon Emperor's expression stiffened for a moment. After a while, he said awkwardly, "What does the East Empress mean? This happened so suddenly, how could I have foreseen it in advance? But as far as I know, Heaven's Whale really came from the outside. How could something break the sky from the inside? If the Pillar of Heaven collapsed or is missing, it is easy to form a Heaven's Whale." Lin Zan didn't bother with the Dragon Emperor at this time. He said, "Wherever Heaven's Whale appears, the spiritual chi will leak and evil chi will invade. Just watch." Lin Zan made such a confident vow that others dared not doubt it. Chapter 696. Heaven's Whale is a major catastrophe. Another clan elder frowned, obviously not trusting Lin Zan's words very much. If a major catastrophe is coming, the Prophet clan will certainly give a hint. Otherwise, how would they have the face to be one of the Divine clan? The Prophet clan, Lin Zan couldn't help sneering. Decades ago, the main line of the Prophet clan was ordered to divine the fate of a Qianyuan dynasty heir who was ranked towards the front. They had already suffered the backlash from the Tao of Heaven and couldn't recover for several years. If the disaster fell from the sky, there would naturally be a sign, but if it was man-made, hey, it would look like what's happening now. What's more, it's not like esteemed Lan Yu did not warn everyone. He sent letters to all divine clans one by one, calling on them to gather at the Taoist sect to discuss the issue of driving away evil spirits. However, who believed his words? There are many people who uttered jokes behind his back and satirized secretly. Zhan Wush glanced at Lin Zhan. What are you wasting your breath for? The disaster is approaching. Let's get those people out of there first and talk about other things later. Before the words fell, Zhan Wush flew towards the center of the vortex that was still blowing with black mist. Like a goshawk, his cloak was open, and his whole body was surrounded by fierce wind. He scattered the black mist surging from the vortex. It looked like Zhan Wush's figure was about to disappear into the vortex. Suddenly, the black smoke condensed even faster, and it turned into a black dragon in the blink of an eye. With the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, it roared violently, and its entire body rushed straight towards Zhan Wush. Zhan Wush made a sword seal with his right hand, and a teal lotus radiating sacred light wrapped around him, slashing the black dragon through the waist. The people underneath made nervous and terrified noises. Many of the sect powerhouses and clan elders who were invited to witness the birth of the next dragon emperor had also returned to their senses. They would never sit and wait for death and encourage their own disciples to assume fighting stances, waiting for a chance to attack. Zhan Wush flipped over while holding his sword and cut towards the incorporeal black dragon thousands of times larger than his own body. After a few slashes, the black dragon was scattered into several pieces. Before the pieces could merge together again, Zhan Wush cast another spell and enveloped it with a large golden teal sword chi net. With a deafening scream, the black dragon without horns gradually turned into black mist and dissipated, drifting in the air. Everyone here was shocked. After Zhan Wush killed the black dragon, he continued flying towards the vortex, but the whirlpool seemed to realize that Zhan Wush was too powerful, so it suddenly shrank into a ball. Zhan Wush slashed his sword and shouted, "Break!" The ball was forcibly torn open again. Suddenly, strong winds erupted, and a heavy snowfall came. Some of the snowflakes condensed into balls of ice and some into icicles, which shot forth from the crack in the sky. Lin Zhan's eyes became cold, and he shouted, "Hurry up and defend! Those things can hurt people!" Everyone took out magic weapons and cast spells in an attempt to block out these evil things falling from the sky. The sound of banging and slamming continued, and the scuffle below became a chaotic scene. Lin Zhan was being protected by Zhuang Xinglan, his personal bodyguard. Zhuang Xinglan blocked those sharp falling icicles that were as big as small children, so Lin Zhan merely stood in place and looked solemnly towards the broken sky. Lin Zhan clenched his left hand tightly. Zhuang Xinglan was shocked. He gradually squeezed the weapon in his hand and pursed his lips. "Your Highness, I'll go and kill that thing," Lin Zhan refuted. "No need, you can just stand beside me." "You can't kill that thing." "Can't kill it?" Zhuang Xinglan was stunned. Those evil spirits emerged from heaven's veil one by one and slowly solidified into tangible entities. They were naked monsters with long slender limbs, smooth skin, and human faces, but they didn't have any hair. "What's that? Monsters are flying out of the crack. Kill them quickly!" someone shouted. Half of the people who were blocking the falling icicles turned to kill the evil spirits. However, they were too far away, and most of their attacks lost power before it could even reach the monsters. The hornless black dragon who blocked the sun hovered in the air, motionless. Its body was coiled up. The sky was heavy and the cold wind was howling. Evil spirits stretching their bodies squeezed out one by one, making sounds that human beings could never make. They rushed down from the air at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. "Wush!" Lin Zhan suddenly shouted. Originally, Zhan Wush had already cut an opening through the entrance that would allow only one person to pass through, but he too saw the scene outside. He made a decision almost instantly. He withdrew his sword, allowing the entrance of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land to be completely closed, and then wiped the blade with his left hand, letting the blood drip down the sword. The man held his sword and turned into a ray of teal light, hitting the evil spirits head-on. There was the sound of massive roaring incessantly scattered through the air. With the power of one person, Emperor Zhan slashed dozens of evil spirits into black smoke. Someone wanted to go up to help, but Lin Zhan admonished, "Don't go up and add trouble." The young man was startled. Although he was unconvinced, he didn't dare to say more because of the prestige of the East Empress. Seeing that Zan Wush killed them so easily, the Dragon Queen thought that those evil things only looked strange and powerful, but in fact they were actually really weak, so she said to the Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, this is the territory of the Longyao family. If you're only watching the Eastern Sovereign doing something, when this matter is over, I'm afraid that others will look down on you." The Dragon Emperor glanced at his own Dragon Queen, and there was an unknown emotion in his eyes. Even at a time like this, she was still worried about power struggles. Truly, only this Dragon Queen of his could do something like that. He nodded gently. "What you said is quite reasonable." The Dragon Empress was delighted, but then she heard the Dragon Emperor say, "Father-in-law, besides me, you are the one with the highest cultivation in the Longyao family. I will keep guard down below and need to stay still. Go and help the East Sovereign." "Your Majesty," the Dragon Queen was shocked. Longyao Wuji's complexion changed slightly. Under the gaze of everyone, he didn't dare to refuse. He reluctantly flew towards the air. Longyao Wuji's cultivation had already reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage. According to reason, these evil things shouldn't be his match. However, when Longyao Wuji used his lightning palm to hit the evil thing in the head, he found that the evil spirit passed through his attack perfectly intact and rushed back directly at him. It grabbed his head and body with its hands and feet, opened its big mouth wide, exposing 2 rows of fangs, and twisted his head off with a sudden turn of its hands. Elder Wuji blood sprayed from the air, mixed with ice and snow, and scattered all over the land. The Dragon Queen's eyes were cracked. Ah, she screamed and fainted. However, the Dragon Emperor turned to look at the paralyzed Dragon Queen on the ground with a bit of disgust and a bit of pity. He gently raised his lips and said something only he himself could hear, "If you do lots of unrighteous things, you will self-destruct." Zhuang Xinglin swallowed hard and resisted the impulse to hide behind Lin Zan. What the hell is that? Can His Majesty deal with them, all by himself? These things aren't that powerful yet. Lin Zan inadvertently blocked Zhuang Xinglin behind him, but his eyes remained motionless. He stared at Zan Wush, who was still killing evil spirits near Heaven's Whale. The powerful things haven't actually come yet. Zhuang Xinglin, he was about to pee himself from fright. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes lightly, cut his palm in the same way, and drew out a transparent staff carved from ice. The blood flowed down the staff. "I'll help you." Amidst the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, there was a lot of silence. Everyone only felt that something roared past them, bringing a burst of coldness and fear. However, before they could react, the gust of wind had already gone far away. As they opened their eyes, the frozen sea surface appeared in front of them. Many of the Dragon Clan disciples fell on this ice sea. They looked around, or watched their fellow disciples warily. Many disciples who had a good relationship in the past, or had already agreed to get together, found each other to form a group. "Is this the Dragon Tomb Holy Land? It's a little different from what I imagined. I heard before that there is a field of yellow sand raging in here, just like the northern border. But unexpectedly, the environment is full of ice, my favorite thing. Ah, you can't even see the end. It's much bigger than our Dragon Clan's Crystal Lake. It's so beautiful. I just don't know how to find the burial place of the Dragon God's bones. It is said that if you find the burial place, you can get the inheritance of the Dragon God." Lin Xuanji didn't ignore the inexplicable feeling of palpitations just now. He was still holding Yan Tianan's hand. "Did you feel it?" Yan Tianan said softly, "I felt it. When I came in just now, there was evil qi." "Lin Xuanji, be careful." After looking around, Hai Kuanglang said to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, "What were you whispering about just now? I don't remember having been here. Every time the gate of the Dragon Tomb is opened, the location is different. I guess we'll have to find our way for a while." Zan Fengting looked back at Hai Kuanglang. This should be the right hind claw of the Dragon Tomb. The place where the Dragon God's bones are buried is in the heart of the dragon skeleton. The dragon head is facing the north, so we should be facing the northeast. Hai Kuanglang was stunned. "Shishang, you know so much about this place. I didn't even know about that." Zan Fengting took Hai Kuanglang's hand. "I used to live in this Dragon Tomb Holy Land for many years. Naturally, I know a little more than you. Let's go." It was better for someone to know the way than to blindly stumble around. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan followed Zan Fengting to the northeast. They don't know how many years these ice layers had gone through and condensed into thick layers. Although they looked transparent, they were too thick to see what was covered underneath. The reason why ice can be condensed is because the temperature is too low and there is also water. Soon, The sky was covered with white snow. The heavy snowfall even blocked people's sight, making it hard to see the road in the distance. Chapter 697. Sneak attack. The dragon clan's disciples won't fight each other in the early stages. Zan Fengding said faintly in the wind and snow, after all, they all grew up in the same family, and everyone knows everyone else. If it's not a last resort or a life and death situation, no one will want to become a real villain. At most, they just wouldn't talk to the ones they hate. Naturally, Yan Tianan had also realized this. Although the disciples of the Longyao clan all looked down on Hai Kuanglang, no one took the initiative to come over and fight them. Not only did they treat Hai Kuanglang this way, but they also treated other disciples like this. Yan Tianan asked, the Dragon Emperor said that only by killing other disciples of the Longyao family and absorbing their energy can one purify their own dragon bloodline, is that true? Zan Fengding answered, naturally it's true, but if you really did brutally murder your clanmates just to obtain the inheritance and bloodline, then which clan member would truly be willing to serve you in the future? Even if you obtain that strength, it will still be useless. Moreover, this is not the only way to get the inheritance. That's true. Yan Tianan nodded, agreeing very much. The wind and snow were getting heavier. Seeing Hai Kuanglang and his party walking towards the northeast from afar, Longyao Lingguang frowned and said suspiciously, how can he go that way? Was it possible that they really stole the map of the Dragon Tomb Holy Land? As a holy maiden of the dragon family, Longyao Yiju was naturally protected by the dragon god. She could enter the Dragon Tomb Holy Land without chanting and singing sacrificial words. If she does not violate the ancestral teachings and is not convicted of a crime, she will not be infringed by the wind and snow inside the dragon tomb. Longyao Yiju didn't waste this identity at all. She entered the dragon tomb many times. After years, she actually drew a map of the entire Dragon Tomb Holy Land, which was enough to impress people. Even if the map was lost, it was drawn by hand after all. The context of the map had long been deeply printed in the mind of Longyao Yiju, and this time, the Holy Maiden also entered with Longyao Lingung and others. Longyao Yiju narrowed her eyes, looking at the distant figures that loomed further and further away across the frost and snow, and said, it's very possible, let's follow them and take a look first. As soon as the other disciples saw the team of Longyao Lingung and Longyao Lingguang marching towards the northeast, many of them moved to follow them. Naturally, there were also many disciples who deliberately wanted to avoid these two evil gods, so they walked in the opposite direction. They don't know how far they traveled. The sea of ice was still boundless. If it weren't for the magic compass in Lin Xuanji's hand that was unaffected by the magnetic field, they probably would have lost their way long ago. Losing their direction was merely a secondary problem. Right now, Yan Tianan felt that he was really getting colder and colder. The gusts of wind sweeping the heavy snow kept whizzing past his ears. Even though he had reached Earth Realm's major perfection stage, his hands and feet were becoming really cold. His Yan Tianan was so cold that he jumped and stomped his feet a few times on the ice, then quickly rubbed his hands again and again. Lin Xuanji turned his eyes and looked at Yan Tianan. Cold, Yan Tianan said while shivering, don't you guys feel cold? Why am I the only one about to freeze into a popsicle? Does this place have something against me? Ah. Yan Tianan, don't tell me your ancestors are playing with me on purpose, are they? Lin Xuanji, it was hard to say. Who let Yan Tianan peel off that dragon ancestor's skin and almost kill the dragon ancestor's entire clan in his last life? Now that the enemy had come to the dragon tomb, the dragon god's residual soul consciousness would naturally make him suffer some freezing temperatures. But in any case, of course Lin Xuanji couldn't bear to see Yan Tianan staying so cold. Take this bead with you. Lin Xuanji handed a faint blue bead to Yan Tianan. It's a wind flame bead that I found a few years ago. It can shelter you from the wind and the cold. Taking it with you will make your body warm. Hai Kuanglang's eyelids tightened, staring at the bead. A few years ago, I heard that a wind flame bead appeared in the Westland's Yu family, but it was stolen within a few days. Don't tell me you got this bead from the Yu family. Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't admit that Reincarnation Palace took the deal and snatched it from the Yu family, so he said frankly, I got it in the black market auction. As for its origin, I also don't know. Hai Kuanglang couldn't help but utter a tisk tisk tisk. Yan Tianan took the bead and his body suddenly warmed up. He no longer jumped and stomped, let alone shivered. He felt that he could walk hundreds of miles on the ice. I have a question, Yan Tianan asked, why can't we fly with the sword? Wouldn't it be faster? Hai Kuanglang replied, I thought you would never ask, not even until you walk out of this place. Yan Tianan. Zan Fengting smiled. There are restrictions in this land. If you fly with the sword, you will never fly out of this ice sea. You can only walk on the ground with your own 2 feet to the exit. Yan Tianan looked at the vast road ahead and felt a little despair. How many years would it take to walk out? Maybe my younger brother will already be born by the time I finally walk out. Hai Kuanglang was immediately amused. It's really hard to say. I only know that it took 30 years for the current Dragon Emperor to go out when he accepted the inheritance. Yan Tianan immediately stared at him blankly. Why didn't you tell me this before? Hai Kuanglang. You didn't ask. Yan Tianan. Zan Fengting laughed in a low voice and said, don't listen to your second Shishong scaring you. The Dragon Emperor couldn't leave for 30 years only because he got lost inside the Dragon Tomb and couldn't find his way out. Yan Tianan sighed in relief, and the weight in his heart was finally gone. Lin Xuanji suddenly said to Zan Fengting, you seem to know a lot about the Dragon Tomb Holy Land. Zan Fengting's eyes were gentle and slightly curved, like the moon hanging high in the sky. If you were exiled into this Dragon Tomb for several hundred years, you would also know this place thoroughly. Hearing this, Hai Kuanglang turned his eyes and looked at Zan Fengting. His eyes showed deep amazement. Hundreds of years of exile. When did this happen? Zan Fengting thought for a moment and answered, before you came to the Longyao family. Hai Kuanglang looked at Zan Fengting's gentle facial lines in confusion. For a time, he wanted to say a lot, but he didn't know whether he should say it. In front of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Just when Hai Kuanglang was hesitating and was full of doubts, a sword chi suddenly came from behind. Hai Kuanglang quickly turned around and stretched out his hand, pushing forth a spiral water ball, which broke the sword chi in an instant. Launching a sneak attack from behind us, how shameless. Longyao Lingang, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for many years, you would do this kind of shameless thing. Hai Kuanglang showed contempt and looked down at Longyao Lingang and his party. Don't accuse my dage. Longyao Linguang pointed his sword at Hai Kuanglang. I released that sword chi just now. I knew it. Hai Kuanglang glanced at Longyao Linguang with an even more contemptuous look. Such terrible and rotten swordsmanship. If you think about it, it definitely won't be Longyao Lingang. Longyao Linguang. Whether it was tolerable or unbearable, Longyao Linguang shouted angrily and waved his sword, intending to fight Hai Kuanglang to the death. Yan Tianan suddenly laughed happily. What are you laughing at? When Longyao Linguang found that Yan Tianan was laughing at him, he immediately turned his attack, pointed at Yan Tianan, and said loudly, why are you guys walking this way? Yan Tianan said, this road doesn't belong to you. Could it be possible that I have to get your permission just to walk on this road? Yu Longyao Linguang walked towards the other side bitterly and said, thief, who are you talking about? Keep your mouth clean. You can eat irresponsibly, but you can't make baseless accusations. Didn't your father teach you? Yan Tianan didn't show any weakness and countered immediately. Longyao Linguang was so angry that his face became red and his neck stiffened up. Aren't you guys going this way only because you stole the map and saw the route? If not, you will definitely be like everyone else, stumbling around blindly or following us and taking advantage of us, rather than heading straight to the northeast. Say, isn't it because you stole the map? Longyao Linguang vowed that he had too much trust in the Dragon Tomb Holy Land, thinking that apart from the Holy Maiden, no one else could figure out the road here. Yan Tianan had an expression of, you're fucking out of your mind. He just wanted to say a few words back, but was held back by Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji said indifferently, I've never seen your so-called map. If there's nothing else, we will leave now. The wind and snow are invading. Why stand here and be blown by the cold wind? Longyao Lingang stared at Lin Xuanji for a while. Naturally, he didn't want to provoke him. Even if he wanted to fight him to the death, it was definitely not at this time. Therefore, Longyao Lingang said, Warong's sword venerable is right. There are dangers everywhere in the Dragon Tomb. Let's leave here first for the time being. Lord Yushu seemed a little weak. He was wearing a thick cloak that had been sewn with Dharma symbols. He cast a glance at Lin Xuanji through the wind and snow. Let's go, Lord Yushu said. However, Yan Tianan noticed Fu Li, who had the position of the Tiger Clan's priest. There was no need to say more about Fu Li's appearance. Very few people with high cultivation had ugly faces. It's just that he didn't seem to have a strong presence. He didn't say a word from beginning to end, and his eyes are always closed gently. Yan Tianan didn't know whether he couldn't see or didn't want to open his eyes. Even Lin Xuanji couldn't tell. Hai Kuanglang was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by a person. Wait, Longyao Yiju took a few steps forward and said, Hai Kuanglang, you are obsessed with seizing this position for your mother. Even if you get the inheritance, I will never marry you. My stance hasn't changed. If you don't fight or snatch the position, after Lingung gets the inheritance and becomes the next Dragon Emperor, I will definitely plead on your behalf so that you can bury your mother in the Dragon Tomb and so that her soul can get the protection of the Dragon God. Hai Kuanglang's gaze coldly swept across Longyao Yiju. He curled his lips and smiled. The Holy Maiden doesn't have to worry about me. Who said I was fighting for this position just for my mother? What I want to see even more is that you people, who were originally so high above me, would crawl under my feet from now on, with faces full of grievances but still be forced to endure silently. Wouldn't that be cooler? Yu Longyao Yiju paused, and after a while said, in that case, then we have nothing more to say to each other. I kindly advise you the roads on the map are not all true. If you follow the map completely, you will only kill yourselves. Chapter 698, Gratitude and Grudges. Hai Kuanglang said impatiently, that stupid map of yours. You're the only one who considers it a treasure. Who'd want to steal that thing? After saying that, Hai Kuanglang turned and continued to walk forward with Zan Fengting. When Longyao Lingguang saw his future sister-in-law being ridiculed, he immediately started raining curses on Hai Kuanglang. Fuck, why are you being so arrogant? You're nothing more than a bastard. The Dragon God will never give you the inheritance. Just you wait. When my older brother becomes the crown prince, you can pack your bags and wait to be kicked out. Hai Kuanglang naturally pretended that he didn't hear anything. Yan Tianan blinked with the light of gossip in his eyes as he stared at Hai Kuanglang. Hai Shishang, did something unspeakable happen between you and that Longyao Yiju? Hai Kuanglang cast Zan Fengting a lightning-fast glance and made a face at Yan Tianan, trying to get him to drop the subject. What nonsense is this? Longyao Yiju and I are enormous enemies. It doesn't look like it. Yan Tianan pretended he didn't see Hai Kuanglang's expression. Hai Kuanglang's lips twitched. He became helpless when he saw Zan Fengting's pair of smiling eyes that didn't seem to be smiling at all. In his heart, Hai Kuanglang cursed this unreliable junior brother of his and concisely explained, when I was a child, I was still a shallow brat who didn't know anything. That time, Longyao Yiju wasn't the Holy Maiden yet. Because her branch of the family had a low status and almost all of her family members were dead, she was bullied by the younger generation. As you know, I can't stand such bullies, so I helped her in passing. Children could like someone for as simple a reason as a piece of candy, or because he played with you and lit up your entire childhood world. Longyao Yiju and Hai Kuanglang were two children who didn't have much status in the Dragon Clan, so they held each other to keep warm and supported each other. The first person Hai Kuanglang liked wasn't Zan Fengting, because Zan Fengting was always with the Dragon Emperor at that time. Even if he saw Hai Kuanglang, he wouldn't talk much and wouldn't even look him in the eye. It was as though Hai Kuanglang was a ball of air. Hai Kuanglang actually liked Longyao Yiju more. She never looked down on him for wearing clothes he scavenged from the ground and eating the worst spoiled vegetables and cold rice. At that time, Longyao Yiju wasn't actually called by that name yet. But the current Hai Kuanglang had long since forgotten what her original name was. For a long time, Hai Kuanglang thought that he would marry Longyao Yiju when he grew up. This continued until one day, when the Dragon Tomb actually selected Longyao Yiju as the Holy Maiden. Her entire body was bathed in the holy light, and the plants and trees around her blossomed against the seasons due to this holy light. In a field of snow in the middle of winter, a patch of splendid flowers flourished. Hai Kuanglang only glanced at this scene for a second, but he became dizzy and fainted. When he woke up again and excitedly rushed to find his best playmate, Longyao Yiju had already become the Holy Maiden and moved into the main palace. Hai Kuanglang was also genuinely happy for her. As long as a Holy Maiden wasn't extremely unlucky like his mother was, then her entire life would be smooth sailing. Longyao Yiju had suffered too much before, so it was about time that she got something in return. He naively believed that even after becoming the Holy Maiden, that little girl would still be the same as what he remembered. There's not much to say after that. After all, people change. Hai Kuanglang shrugged indifferently. Although it was a little hard to accept at first and although he felt betrayed, those feelings gradually turned into indifference. How could she? Yan Tianan was filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, she's simply ungrateful too shameless. Zan Fengting looked at Hai Kuanglang. Even after so long, you still hold that grudge. Hai Kuanglang asked, why can't I hold this grudge? She played me and humiliated me like this. Don't tell me that I need to forget all this. Zan Fengting smiled. You keep thinking about another person so much. Aren't you afraid I'll get angry? Hai Kuanglang immediately turned into a big ball of sugar and said glibly, what is Shishong saying? I think about her because she once humiliated and mocked my personality, and I'm so angry it's unbearable. If I become the Dragon Emperor in the future, I'll marry her to Longyao Linggong. In any case, she likes that boy. Besides, didn't I have a good relationship with her only because Shishong ignored me back then? Yan Tianan raised his eyebrow. Zan Shishong, why did you ignore Hai Shishong at first? When Zan Fengting thought of the past, he stared into the distance. After a while, he answered, at that time, I was living under someone else's roof. I couldn't even protect myself, so how could I even think about who to play with? Hai Kuanglang sighed. In the end, Shishong is still the best. After that little girl started ignoring me, she even sent someone to beat me. I fell seriously ill. If Shishong hadn't personally taken care of me, I don't know if I could have survived the extremely cold winter that hits the dragon family once every 100 years. The past was full of tears. It was hard to not sigh with emotion. There was day and night in the dragon tomb. However, with the heavy snow and the dark clouds blocking the sun, it was already dark to begin with. Later, as the day ended, the sky became darker and darker. The more you moved forward, the more spiritual chi was contained in the wind and snow. The temperature gradually decreased, and the frozen layer of snow gradually thickened. At first, there were still Dragon Clan disciples joking around and laughing, but right now, many were shivering in the cold. They had to circulate their spiritual chi to keep themselves warm and free from the ravages of the wind and snow. Hai Kuanglang's group was doing okay. Yan Tianan, who was the most afraid of the cold, held a treasure that automatically defended him against the cold. The others had high cultivation and weren't afraid of the wind and snow. But the snow was getting heavier and heavier, completely obscuring the path in front of them. Why don't we wait for a while before walking again? Lin Xuanji suggested. Yan Tianan immediately seconded that suggestion. I agree. Let's wait until the snow slows down. This snow is a little too heavy. Even though he wasn't cold anymore, it was still uncomfortable. Hai Kuanglang glanced at Longyao Linggong and his group, who wasn't far behind them and was always moving in the same direction. Then let's camp here. Lin Xuanji took out a magic tool in the shape of a disc and placed it in the middle of the four people. He cast a spell, and a silver barrier of light floated up from the magic tool. It soon expanded to enclose the four people, instantly blocking out the heavy snow and strong winds. Many people were following behind them in scattered groups. When they saw such a scene, they couldn't help halting and watching. Some were envious, while others also took out magic treasures to keep out the wind and keep warm. Longyao Linguang looked through the wind and snow and immediately became dissatisfied. They just stopped. They're definitely waiting for us to lead the way. Dage, let's also wait a while before walking again, so that we won't be taken advantage of. Don't be so stingy. Longyao Linggong pinched Longyao Linguang's nose. He looked at the surrounding environment and said, let's also take a break and rest for a while. The wind and snow here are more and more violent. If we go any further, we might lose our way. Yuquan held his beard. We may as well. I'll set up a protective array here. It can hold off the wind and snow. Yuquan drew a circle around them. The magic array scattered a halo into the air, which immediately blocked all the surrounding wind and snow. When the wind and snow passed through the halo, they seemed like they were moved to another space. Even if they passed through the people inside the circle, the travelers were still fine, and the wind and snow didn't leave any trace on them. In a moment, the sky darkened completely, and there wasn't any light at all. The wind and snow had already become a snowstorm, which almost blew people away. Many disciples of the Longyao clan were freezing and shivering. Why is it so cold? I'm about to become a popsicle. I'm dying. I don't want to walk any further. Q quickly light the fire. It's too cold. The environment inside the dragon tomb had always been terrible. There were many people who wanted to secretly break into the dragon tomb, but in the end, they all died inside, and not even their skeletons remained. It could be seen that the dragon tomb was by no means a nice place. Inside the magic treasure, Yan Tianan chewed a spiritual fruit he had brought. He bit down on it, and the fruit juice filled his mouth. It was sweet and refreshing, and he was very happy. Looking at the others, Yan Tianan said with some worry, can the Longyao clan's disciples survive? The snow is getting heavier and heavier. They'll just suffer a little. Nothing bad will truly happen to them. After all, most of the Longyao members' spiritual roots are ice, so they're much more resistant to the cold than ordinary people. Zan Fengting wasn't worried. After tonight, the heavy snow should stop tomorrow morning. Yan Tianan commented, "Your Longyao clan really is ruthless. You're actually willing to throw all your disciples into this kind of place to gain experience. If you're not careful and they all get wiped out, won't the loss outweigh the gains?" Zan Fengting, however, said meaningfully, "Although danger lurks in every direction inside the dragon tomb, it's also the safest place. The Longyao clan disciples will have their cultivation temporarily increased to several times higher than usual when inside the dragon tomb." Looking at Yan Tianan's astonished expression, Zan Fengting continued, "There's a matter I've been hiding from you guys, but due to Master's order, I had no choice but to comply." 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Zan Fengting. Hai Kuanglang stared at Zan Fengting. "I've always felt that you were hiding something from me. Is Shishong finally willing to say it now?" Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "Did esteemed Lan Yu divine something else?" Zan Fengting sighed imperceptibly and explained, "This Dragon Tomb Holy Land is actually a world that's connected to one of the evil spirit arrays in Myriad Dao Academy's 12 evil spirit temples. That immortal who created the arrays back then was truly a peerless genius. 12 evil spirit temples. Naturally, this had never even occurred to Yan Tianan before. His back couldn't help feeling cold. Don't they say that the worlds connected by the evil spirit arrays all have their own operating rules and a key that can open the evil spirit array? If we can't find this key or die inside the evil spirit array, then we'll die for real. So we must complete the mission specified by the evil spirit array, or else everyone who entered the Dragon Tomb Holy Land today will die." Zan Fengting's voice was quiet, almost dispersing in the roaring of the violent wind. Lin Xuanji raised his eyes. "Isn't the mission of the Dragon Tomb to select a Dragon Clan successor and have him obtain the inheritance?" Zan Fengting shook his head. "That shouldn't be it, but not even Master could divine the specific content of the mission, so I will know even less." Yan Tianan was puzzled. "Then why did Master hide this from us? This doesn't make sense." Chapter 699. Evil creatures breaking the array. Zan Fengting looked at Yan Tianan and said, "It's Master's request to bring you and Warong in. Originally, I wanted to bring Little Tien and Ah Tong in, but Master insisted on detaining them in Fuyao sect and didn't even allow them to watch the ceremony. I couldn't get a reason from Master at first, but then I came to the Longyao family. After seeing the Dragon Emperor, I learned a little bit of news. They didn't know who lit the fire. They wanted to keep warm, but unexpectedly, the insignificant flame was like a seed falling into the swamp, falling all the way down the layers of ice. The veins of the ice were revealed by the endless fire. For a while, patterns resembling leaf veins appeared on the thick solid ice under everyone's feet from outside to inside. Centered around the fire, the veins spread towards the surrounding area. Heaven's Whale will appear in the North Lands. The Dragon Emperor insisted on driving all the Dragon Clan disciples into the Dragon Tomb this time because he wants to keep the younger generation safe to the greatest extent possible." Zan Fengting's voice fell, and the red flame pattern had reached their feet. Yan Tianan suddenly stood up with wide eyes. "Heaven's Whale will appear. Why hasn't anyone mentioned such a big thing? The Dragon Emperor is so selfish that he only cared about the safety of the Dragon Clan disciples, but ignored the other visitors from all over the world. His parents went to the northern border, and the East Sovereign and Lin Zan also came here. In addition, all the major families also paid tribute and sent their disciples to watch the ceremony, but what did the Dragon Emperor do? Regardless of whether Heaven's Whale was true or false, the Dragon Emperor still couldn't escape the fact that he concealed the truth, pulling over so many people to become a shield for him, perhaps even giving their lives for him." Hai Kuanglang frowned. "But how does the Dragon Emperor know that Heaven's Whale is coming? Did Master do this because he divined something in advance, so he didn't let anyone from the Fuyao sect come to watch the ceremony? If so, why did he want Ah Hen and Warong Sword Venerable to throw away their lives here?" Lin Xuanji's dark eyes were like a cold star in the sky. At this time, there was a jumping flame vein reflected in his eyes. "I seem to understand now." Lin Xuanji saw that under the bright flame veins on the layer of ice, a black shadow was moving slowly in the deep, dark sea. The sound of fingernails scratching on the ice layer came from below. It scratched at people's eardrums, and hearing it made people's scalp numb. Probably to have us protect the descendants of the Dragon Clan. Lin Xuanji had already taken out the Zij sword. He gently pursed his lips and said, "Who said that heaven's whale will only appear in the sky? Heaven and earth, yin and yang originally, they were the same thing. There's heaven's whale in heaven and earthquakes on earth. The dragon palace is yang, and the dragon tomb is yin. Yin and yang are opposite, and both are indispensable." Crack crack crack, the ice first broke piece by piece, then connected one by one. A crack appeared under the feet of a dragon clan's disciple. He looked down at the crack that stretched for an unknown length, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "The ice layer has cracked. Run, the ice layer is about to collapse. Let's go, hurry up, what's down there? I saw a lot of black shadows floating by. What exactly is that?" The dragon clan disciples had never seen such a scene before. At this time, several disciples were so frightened that they lost their courage. Some started bawling, and the scene immediately became a mess. "Who is it?" Longyao Lingguang asked. "What do you mean by an ominous person?" Longyao Yiju retreated 2 steps and was obviously frightened. "It's a demon or evil spirit. I once heard Princess Jing say that countless undead evil things had been sealed inside the dragon tomb during the Great Immortal Demon War. These evil creatures can only break out from the array and reappear in the world after an evil chi cultivator enters the dragon tomb and wakes them up with a special method. Is it possible that there is an evil chi cultivator among us?" Lord Yushu hooked his lips and whispered, "Evil chi cultivator? I've never seen one before, but there's a half-devil over there. I wonder if the dragon god doesn't like him." Yan Tianan, Longyao Lingguang blew up and swore, "It must be him. Among us, there is only one half-devil. The others are all proper human cultivators. He must be the one who angered the dragon god. The dragon god will punish us." Suddenly an ice surface burst from below. The black shadows came out from under the layer of ice, yelled, and threw his hands and feet at the disciple nearest to him. Unexpectedly, he twisted the disciple's head off in one bite. Blood sprayed 3 feet high. Another disciple close to the person was also sprayed with blood on his face. He screamed, his throat raw. He turned and ran towards Lin Xuanji. "What kind of monster is that? It's crawling so fast, help me, bitch it, they really are evil spirits." Yan Tianan was shocked, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The yin flame whip appeared in his hand. He took the lead, leapt up 3 feet high, and used the yin flame whip to cut off the head of the evil creature in midair. Immediately afterwards, the ice layers burst everywhere. Countless evil creatures that had been sealed in the bitter sea under the ice all year round were actually resurrected one by one. They crawled up in search of the smell of human flesh. They were like fierce beasts that had lost their minds as they slaughtered their way towards the living. "Everyone, step back. Don't fight against them. Take defense as an attack. You guys won't be able to kill them," Yan Tianan shouted loudly while killing the evil creature. Longyao Lingguang was full of unbelievable expressions, but he also reacted very quickly. His hands suddenly formed seals and released tens of thousands of icicles to attack dozens of evil creatures that rushed at him. However, these evil creatures were not affected at all. They rushed straight towards the icicles, allowing the icicles mixed with infinite spiritual chi to pass through their chests without any damage. Dage Longyao Lingguang rushed towards Longyao Lingguang and knocked him away, managing to dodge a frontal attack from an evil creature. "Get out of the way," Yan Tianan roared. The whip had arrived. The whip that could be easily retracted and released wrapped around more than a dozen evil creatures at once. He used more force to slam these evil things on the ice and smashed a pit several feet deep. Several people around were shocked by Yan Tianan's crisp and powerful blow, and couldn't help gasping. However, all this happened in the blink of an eye. More and more human-faced monsters crawled out of the ground, using their hands and feet to kill the living. Lin Xuanji pierced a purple crystal in the forehead of an evil creature. His white robes fluttered in the wind. Facing the people who were at a loss in the snowstorm, Lin Xuanji told them, "Smear blood on your weapons and stab the crystal in their foreheads." The disciples listened and followed suit one after another. The disciples who were originally helpless about these evil creatures were able to harm them at this time. Longyao Lingguang also immediately followed suit and cut a deep wound on his arm. The icicles he released were more or less stained with blood. This time, he actually wiped out over half of a wave of evil creatures. "It really works." Longyao Lingguang's eyes lit up and he said to Longyao Lingguang, "Let's slaughter our way out." Although Longyao Lingguang was normally spoiled, afraid of pain and itches, he wouldn't truly let everyone down at such a critical time. He ran the palm of his left hand over Sinking Star, letting the blood wet the long sword, and then attacked with the Moonfall skill, sweeping away the evil creatures in front of him. The tiger clan's Fu Li's eyes suddenly turned into a blank white color. He stretched out his arms, raised his hands upward, raised his chin slightly, and softly chanted something. Under the layer of ice, all the humanoid evil creatures that were still pouring up continuously were all concentrated towards Fu Li, as if they had been bewitched. Within a moment, they had already surrounded Fu Li. 2 tiger roars sounded. The 2 white tigers hidden in Lin Xuanji's soul plate broke through the barrier of the soul plate and ran out of their own accord, transforming into their true forms and rushing towards Fu Li. Bai, Hu Po Yan Tianan was so scared out of his wits that his figure almost fell from the air. In his heart, he scolded the 2 cubs who were not afraid of death. Unexpectedly, they ran out at this time, seeking death. Fu Li, however, was extremely calm. The instant when the roaring evil creatures rushing at him from all directions were about to catch him, an icy blue spiritual force suddenly pushed away from him in all directions. There was howling everywhere, and all the evil creatures in the battle circle were burned to ashes in an instant. Yan Tianan, what the fuck? Such a grand attack, 2 tiger cubs. Fu Li opened his light-colored eyes and saw there were 2 more white tigers in front of him who had almost bumped into him. He couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. Regardless of the attack of the evil creatures surrounding him, he immediately bent down and pressed one hand on each tiger cub's head. Oh, the bloodline is so pure, how come they were wandering outside the tiger clan? Regardless of the wishes of the 2 tiger cubs, Fu Li reduced them to the size of a kitten. He picked up one in each hand and actually left the battle directly. He then started teasing the tiger cubs and playing with them. Yan Tianan, the hell is this? Lord Yushu looked at Fu Li, and a dangerous light flashed in his purple eyes. He was behind the crowd. While they were fighting with those evil creatures, he secretly casted spells to make the ice layers crack faster, awakening more of the evil creatures buried underneath that had been sleeping for many years. No way, these weird things are increasing in numbers. My blood is running out. I can't hold out anymore, Lin Xuanji said to Hai Kuanglang. It's no good going on like this. You and Fengting should take the others and leave here first. The place where these evil things are unsealed is only on the ice lake. It will be safe if you leave here. Hai Kuanglang threw away a monster and asked, what about you? Lin Xuanji said, I have the highest cultivation here, so I should be the rearguard. Hai Kuanglang looked at the disciples who were torn to pieces by the evil creatures. He gritted his teeth and said to Zan Fengting, Shishang, you leave first. Zan Fengting had already created a huge array. He stood in the eye of the array and let those evil things break in. When the time was right, he suddenly activated the array and jumped out, leaving the evil creatures trapped in the magic array and unable to break out. I cannot leave. You and Ah Hen, take the others and leave. Zan Fengting's eyes had an unfamiliar coldness and determination in them. Chapter 700. White Dragon appears. Shishang, leave now. Zan Fengting raised his voice, and a pair of black eyes suddenly looked towards Hai Kuanglang. Your eyes, Hai Kuanglang breathed. He actually saw those gentle black eyes turn into the light golden color unique to the dragon family. Like water lines, the golden veins flew into those pure and aggressive eyes. After a short time, they were silent again. How was that possible? Why on earth is this? Isn't Zan Fengting a human? How is that possible? However, now was not a good time to pursue this matter. Hai Kuanglang gritted his teeth and held back his impulse to catch Zan Fengting and ask what was going on. He shouted to the people who were running around, are forced to fight with the evil spirits. You all come with me, go quickly, let's go, let's hurry and follow Hai Kuanglang. This place will collapse soon. Longyao Linggong flew to Longyao Lingguang and said, follow them and leave. Longyao Lingguang gnashed his teeth with hatred. I don't want to, I'm going to tear up all these bastards here. Longyao Linggong said, you can't do it. These things may be afraid of blood, but the blood in your body is limited. It seems that Warong Sword Immortal will stay behind as the rearguard. You will be much safer with Hai Kuanglang. Longyao Lingguang immediately said, I don't want to follow that bastard. Why should I follow him? What bastard? Your life is more important right now. Don't worry about other things. Longyao Linggong's lips were turning blue. Obviously, he had lost too much blood. However, he had long found that if there was no blood in his attacks, then he couldn't hurt those things at all. However, his blood was limited. Longyao Lingguang's eyes were red with anger. He looked at his fellow family members who were suffering more and more, and his heart was extremely miserable. Even though he had a bad temper and always made life difficult for Hai Kuanglang, he still wasn't a wicked person. He always had strong feelings for his own people. Longyao Lingguang took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's go together." Longyao Linggong shook his head. "I'll stay behind too." Longyao Linggong looked into Zan Fengting's eyes and suddenly understood something. A strange and suffocating possibility flashed through his mind. He suddenly widened his eyes and cried out, "How is that possible? How can it possibly be you?" Zan Fengting said, "Why not me? Speaking of which, if that elder brother of yours didn't drive me into the Holy Land Dragon Tomb back then, I wouldn't have accepted the inheritance of the Dragon God so early. I should thank him." The shock in Longyao Linggong's eyes grew stronger. After a moment, he bit his lower lip, grabbed Longyao Lingguang's arm, and said, "Let's go." Longyao Lingguang came to his senses and murmured, "What do you mean? Why can't I understand this?" Longyao Linggong said, "He is the true heir of the Dragon Clan. He has already obtained the inheritance." Longyao Lingguang couldn't believe it. "What? Dage, what in the world are you talking about? I don't believe it. What trick did you use? I don't believe it. How can it possibly be Zan Fengting? Even if the successor wasn't his brother, it should still be someone else. In the worst-case scenario, Hai Kuanglang would have become the heir. But how could it be a wild child picked up from the wilderness? No, if he was just a human, then how could he have golden pupils? It's him." Longyao Linggong gritted his teeth hard and said with difficulty, "He isn't bleeding, but he could still kill those things. His bloodline is purer than all of ours." Zan Fengting had a look of appreciation on his face. "If I didn't exist, you would be the most suitable person to become the Dragon Emperor." Longyao Linggong clenched his fist tightly, and finally took a look at Zan Fengting. He said, "The winner becomes king, while the loser is nothing. There's nothing more to say." With that, he took Longyao Lingguang, turned around, and called the others to leave together. "Want to run?" Lord Yushu looked at all the people who were gathering together and running to the northeast along with Hai Kuanglang. He couldn't help but hook his lips. He created a hand seal with his fingers, cut open his palm, and dropped a few drops of blood on the ice. When the blood dripped on the ice, it scattered in the air like fog. The snow was covered with bloody fog, which soon disappeared, but it was everywhere. Those fast evil spirits reacted as if they had heard an order. They turned their spears and rushed towards the group of fleeing people. Zan Fengting's eyes were cold and his sleeves waved. The ice layer began to crack behind the last disciple who ran away, and then it lifted vigorously towards the back. An ice wall several feet high stood up layer by layer, blocking the way of the evil spirits. The ice wall was towering and frightening. Hai Kuanglang suddenly turned back and looked at the shocking ice wall. He clenched his fist and stared at Zan Fengting. The sound of a dragon's roar broke through the ninth heaven and soared. Not only Hai Kuanglang, but the Longyao clan disciples all stopped in succession, looking at the huge white dragon in shock. That dragon looked exactly the same as the dragon god's true form, which was depicted on their mural. It was a true dragon descended. It was an actual dragon. Hai Kuanglang could hardly breathe. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He forced himself to turn around and growled, "Go." Apart from Lin Xuanji, there were several other high-level talents who had chosen to stay. These people were not necessarily from the Longyao family. However, they were entrusted by others and loyal to them. When the crisis was so urgent, they were bound to stay behind. But if there were people who stayed behind, there would naturally also be people who were afraid of death. Yan Tianan also stayed behind. He cultivated spiritual qi, demonic qi, and evil qi, and was once the last evil qi cultivator in the world. Naturally, he knew better than anyone how to destroy evil spirits. Without the Longyao clan's younger generation to drag them down, Lin Xuanji and the others let go of themselves and slaughtered in the four directions. Often, with one move, they could kill a large number of evil spirits. The most shocking person was Zan Fengting. He could even transform into a dragon with a long body, hovering and flying in midair. His body had white dragon scales reflecting the luster of ice and snow. Ice and snow were his weapons, and the seawater listened to his command. In addition, Zan Fengting himself was an expert in illusion arrays, so he alone could seal half of the evil spirits. He recondensed the ice layers to cover them, and then returned these evil spirits that woke up from their deep slumber and climbed out from under the ice back to their place. Everyone watched this giant dragon, and their gazes subconsciously became reverent. When the disciples of the Longyao family came out of their mother's womb, they were all eggs. After years of incubation, they would break out of their shell. At that time, they had no human form yet. These little dragons, because of their thin bloodline, looked more like snakes than dragons. They had no horns on their heads and no scales on their bodies. They were not long enough or big enough or thick enough. How could they compare to even half of the dragon god's dignity and majesty? But now, Zan Fengting's appearance was the closest to the legendary dragon god. This was naturally exciting and amazing. At the end of the Myriad Dao era, the dragon god died at the hands of the demon emperor. Since then, no more real dragons ever descended upon the world. There was once an ancient prophecy saying that if a real dragon reappeared in the Nine Lands, it would herald the beginning of a new Myriad Dao era. Now that the real dragon was just in front of them, it wouldn't be long before Sky Realm powerhouses descend upon the world again, after 10,000 years. Although there were many evil creatures with human faces that couldn't walk, their combat effectiveness was not strong. Moreover, they had been sealed for 10,000 years, and even if their evil chi was still there, it had been diluted a lot. It was not difficult to truly destroy them with enough effort. In a moment, there were only a few evil spirits left, so they didn't have the courage to slaughter everything like before, and even began to flee in confusion. Yan Tianan immediately caught up and put out the last of the evil spirits, but his face was cold. Yan Tianan was facing Lord Yushu, who had made great efforts in this battle. It was difficult to judge whether Lord Yushu was showing all his strength, but as far as Yan Tianan himself was concerned, in this kind of fight, he would never let people see the full extent of his abilities. Yan Tianan tried to predict other people's actions based on his own actions. Thus, Lord Yushu must have held back some strength. However, it was unclear how much he was holding back. The reason why Yan Tianan was paying attention to this person was because the cultivation method he showed was almost the same as that of Yushin Lingyu many years ago. It made Yan Tianan wonder whether Lord Yushu's belief that he was Yushin Lingyu was the truth or a mere delusion. In this world, how could there be two identical people? Lord Yushu happened to lift his eyes and look at Yan Tianan. They gazed at each other from a distance. Moments later, Yan Tianan glanced away, and Lord Yushu showed a playful smile. After the evil spirits were handled, for a while, no one spoke. After a while, someone looked at Zan Fengting, and there was still some excessive interest in his voice. He said, "I don't know what to call this one." Zan Fengting had returned to normal, and he was like a gentleman once more. "This humble one is Zan Fengting." The man looked confused and said, "Dare to ask this Taoist friend what is your relationship with the Dragon Clan?" "Zan Fengting, I've never heard of him." Yan Tianan muttered in his heart, Zan Shishang's appearance is really deceptive. If he hadn't just seen Zan Fengting sweeping the army away after turning into a dragon, he never would have guessed that Zan Fengting had such ferocity and dominance. Zan Fengting's expression looked nonchalant, like pine and cypress or an orchid and bamboo. "I know everyone has doubts right now. Originally, my identity should not have been known to you so early, but now that the evil spirits have broken the seal, it has caused inconvenience to you. If I keep hiding my identity even after that, then it won't be kind of me." Under the eyes of everyone, Zan Fengting said, "My biological mother is Longyao Jing, the previous holy maiden of the Longyao clan. It is inconvenient to say more about who my father is." These great powers couldn't help but all look at each other and gasp. In particular, Yuquan, who had always regarded himself as the next emperor's advisor, lost his voice and said, "Impossible, Longyao Jing's son is clearly Hai Kuanglang. This is something everyone knows. How can it be you? You are just an orphan His Majesty picked up from a border town. It's impossible."